So you have to you would need a okay, for one, the flight is 11 hours with it. The airspeed is 550 miles per hour. How
Okay,
much
what's the
does your
ground
jet
speed?
stream? How much does your the ground speed is whatever it's the airspeed plus the jet stream.
But that's what we need to
How
know.
fast
And this, by the way,
how
this is
fast
just
of a jet stream do you need with it?
well, it depends on exactly how far the miles are. That's
Okay,
for
I'm
20.
gonna let's figure that out.
No,
Let's
your
figure that out.
miles is wrong. Look at Brian's
Let's figure
video.
that
I'll
out.
stick with Brian's estimation over your
Okay.
stupid 16,000 mile estimation. But I want to point this out to the whole room. So one way we know for sure that what he's saying is wrong is we know that there's a difference in the travel from one way to the next, right? And admittedly,
Okay, that's true.
within his own paradigm, like 3 to 4 hour difference in flights, one way to the next. He said it's because of jet stream, but he doesn't know the difference in the ground speed of those two unless he just begs the question and does the math, because both those planes have the same airspeed. So that brings a question up. I
Do you
wonder
know
what is
why?
actually going on. That
Because
means
the jet
that
stream
means
because
within
the
his
jet stream
paradigm, he
flows
doesn't have
from.
all the accurate. Interrupt me because I'm destroying you. He doesn't even have
Oh my
all the
god.
accurate
Okay,
data
I'm with
within
you.
his own paradigm to acknowledge the ground speed, right? Because he acknowledges that it takes 3 to 4 hours longer in one direction. But yet all he has is this 500, 550 mile per hour number of the airspeed. So what's going on? Can you give us the actual data of the ground speed
So,
there? Can we get the actual data of the ground speed there and back, please?
so why do you think it goes faster in one direction? It's because of the jet stream, right? What's it?
Can we get the data of the actual ground speed there and back?
You said the data of the actual ground speed. How different do you think it is with it?
Well, it's
What
3 to 4 hour
30 or
difference.
40 miles?
It's
30 or
three to
40
four
mile
hour
difference
difference. How is there a
every
four
time
hour
this
difference?
flight in QFA 64 specifically, right? Is always between 13 and 14 hours.
Okay.
Do you think you could figure out how fast the jet stream is from a 550 mile an hour flight speed?
What is it for the 3 hour difference?
It's about 40 miles difference.
An
It's about
extra
a
40
40 mile
miles
an
an
hour
hour.
difference. About
40
a
miles an hour
40,
cuts
80 mile an hour difference.
40 miles an hour cuts 3 to 4 hours.
But here's a part that you're whistling past.
No.
You need to make this flight. You need to make this flight across flat Earth in 11 hours with the jet stream. Your
Yeah, I
jet
just dropped the
stream,
video. I
your
just dropped
jet
the video
stream
explaining it.
needs to your aircraft needs to be going about 1,000 miles per hour to get
Wrong.
there in 11 hours with it.
Wrong. I just now dropped
And
video
and guess
explaining it.
how
Your
guess
math is wrong.
hold on. Guess how fast your jet stream has to be with it.
You're wrong. The mileage that you're strawmanning flat Earth with is wrong. I just
Of
dropped a
course it
video
is.
explaining it.
Of course it is. Do you know why? Because you guys don't have a map, and we do.
Once again, I just dropped a
But we
video using
know,
flat Earth.
but we
I just
know that it's twice the distance. Is it not? Is it not twice
I
the
just
distance?
dropped a video explaining more like 7,500 miles. You made up a number called 16,000. You can go to 9,000 miles using the flat Earth map to extend it. You could have 9,000 miles. So then you get
It's not
642 miles per
the
hour.
distance between these two airports is
Wait
not
up. I'm not done.
9,000
You
miles.
get you get 642 miles per hour. Now, if planes go 550, and you said it's an average of 80 to 120 jet stream. Well, if we have 550 and we need to go 642 miles per hour, let me do the math. Okay, that sounds like about 90 mile per hour jet stream. Oh, wow, that's impossible, even though that's the
That's
low end of
awesome.
the average.
That's awesome. But guess what? The distance on flat Earth is twice the distance on the globe.
No, I just
You
now
still got
dropped a
a
video
problem there.
explaining that your math is wrong.
Yo, real
You
quick, can you guys
still
hear me?
have a problem there.
No, I don't.
So how far? What is the distance between these two airports on flat Earth?
What if they have a
9,000.
faster plane doing them routes? I mean, that's all it
It's not.
takes.
It's a 787, Brian. It's a 787. How fast do 787s go average?
I don't know. You don't think they got planes that can
550
do?
miles an hour.
You don't think they got
550
planes?
miles an hour.
Hold on, real
That's,
quick.
Hey
Can you
guys,
guys
the
hear
average.
me?
hey guys, hang on. Jeremy wants to get in. Hang on. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, I
Am I
hear you.
roboting?
No.
All right, listen, there's two
No, you're
different
loud and clear.
speeds, right? There's two different speeds, right? There's two different distances. The plane travels one distance, and then there's a distance from point A to point B. The plane's not flying in a perfectly level line, right? Whatever, if that's horizontal or curved, whatever you guys want to say, but the plane's having turbulence. It's going up and down. It's following air pressure. It's not even keeping. So the point is, it'd be traveling different distance. It's traveling at different distance than a distance of the point A and B.
I understand that, Jeremy. The problem is on flat Earth, it's twice the distance.
It's not
So
twice
whether you
the
want
distance.
to,
It's a lot more, but it ain't twice.
want to say, oh, it's 7,000 miles, it doesn't matter.
9,000. 9,000.
This is not nine. It's not 2,000 extra miles, Jeremy.
Yeah,
Let's see.
about
Come on.
3,000. Yep. You said it was 6,000. 9,000 minus 6,000. That's
It's
3,000. Yep.
the actual distance is 6,863.
No,
That's
it's
the
more like
distance.
9,000.
No, it's not 9,000 miles.
You'll get there.
Bro,
Come on.
you just had one
Come
doing
on.
10,800 by your calculator.
That
That's
was
11.
his. That was his calculation.
Yeah, but that's planes. Since we pressed them, they've admitted their speeds, bro.
Press
And that's in the
who? What
north.
did you press? What did you
Bro,
press?
you're staking your whole reality on how fast you think a plane is doing.
Because
And
we
just
know
like
it.
the
We know
he
it's
doesn't
not.
even know the
We
ground
know. I
speed.
know the average speed of these flights. It never
No, you
gets
don't,
800
bro.
miles per hour.
You don't, bro. Because look at the yacht race, bro. I mean, why they're going four knots around the world in a race? That's what
Well,
you
he
got to
goes to
believe.
24. He goes to 24/7 flight radar, which takes the presupposed globe distance, then the duration, and then it just gives him the speed relative to what percentage of that presupposed distance has been covered, and it's just an algorithm that gives him the speed. And he thinks, oh, okay, well, this proves it, and it doesn't even give you the ground speed. And we know there's over a 3-hour difference, and that never tells you the speed difference between the two flights. What goes to show you objectively on its
The
face, it
3-hour
isn't giving
difference.
you all the information objectively.
Oh my goodness. The 3-hour difference is between the two different flights. One
I
going
know
one
that.
direction and one going the other direction.
I know.
So I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
Because
Again,
you're not listening.
11 hours. It has to be 11 hours going with the jet stream, right? You have to make it 11 hours going twice the distance across your flat Earth.
Hey, does your website account for the speed differential? Does it record and report the speed differential in both directions?
Again, you can download all the data from
The
each
answer
and
is
every
no.
single flight. Yes, it
The answer
does.
is
You
no.
can download the data, just like I told you before. You can download the data from each and every single flight that will
Yeah, does
tell
it have the
you
ground
the
speed?
time,
Does
it'll
it have
tell
the
you the
ground speed?
speed, it'll tell you the GPS coordinates
Does it have the
every
ground
few
speed?
minutes.
Does it have the ground
The
speed?
GPS coordinates over the ocean,
ground
bro.
speed is what?
I'm
What's
asking
the
you.
ground
It's your
speed?
stupid claim.
How different do you think the ground speed is going with the jet stream?
Probably about 250,
Uh,
300 maybe.
No, it's not 250, 300 miles per hour, Brian.
How do you know?
Because then the time would be a faster time.
You guys are
If
basing
it's
all this
going
stuff off
if
off
it's going,
website.
okay, here we go. If it's going 550 miles per hour, right, and we got a 300-mile-an-hour jet stream, the flight's going to take 8 hours.
Bebo, why do compasses correct to the north?
I don't care about the
Wait.
compass,
Listen to
man.
what he just said. Listen to what he just said. Don't skate past what he just said. He said the flight will take 8 hours. And he's, of course, using the globe distance to get that number. Like the amount of dishonesty.
Winston, do you not understand
I don't think he realizes
the formula between distance, time, and speed?
Do you not understand that you just now said that it'd take 8 hours with 850 because of the globe distance, which is what's in contention?
I didn't say that.
Then what?
Do you not know? Do you not know the formula for
that.
distance, time, and speed? Regardless if it's flat or round, distance, time, and speed still doesn't matter.
You have to
Bebo,
verify the
distance is what's in
distance. That's what's
contention,
in
pal.
contention.
If you go a specific distance for a specific time, right? That doesn't change.
But
So
the distance
if
is
they
what's
had
in
a faster plane,
contention.
it could all
So
work,
the
right?
Why
ground
is it just
speed.
okay?
Wait, let me just say this, and I'm tapping out. Let me say this one last thing. So the distance is what's in contention, okay? And to know the speed over the certain amount of time, you need to know the ground speed, not the airspeed, because we're trying to determine the distance of the ground that you covered, okay? So to get the
we understand the
time,
ground. We
okay, well
understand the
then
ground speed and the
just
airspeed.
tap out.
Yes,
You
we
got
understand.
eviscerated, dude. Stop running around the internet pretending I'm scared to
Okay.
debate you about
Okay.
this. Go work on it.
Okay.
My
The
God.
airspeed is just the ground. The ground speed is just the airspeed plus the jet stream. We know that. Okay?
I'm going
So I
back
don't
to
know
pressure
why
washing,
you trying to call victory as if I don't
dude.
Let me
understand what
get
that
one
means.
question.
Buddy, I'm
Let me
going
get
back
one
to
question.
pressure washing, dude. Just stop saying I'm scared to debate you. I've destroyed you on it twice.
Let me
Okay,
get one question,
great.
B-ball.
You still haven't figured out why it takes 11 hours for this flight to get all the way
Bro,
across
how do you
planet.
even know that? How do you know that?
Look at the flat Earth map, Brian.
Okay, listen to this. Is it possible that their long haul flights, the planes are going faster? Is it even possible?
It's only possible if you got a damn near 500-mile-an-hour jet stream.
Is it possible? I'm saying that they have some long haul planes, the ones that they put the extra, the extra paint on, that we showed you before. Okay,
A
is
seven, a
is
787,
is
Brian.
it possible they have a plane that could go a couple, even maybe a few hundred miles per hour faster? Like, is
A,
it out of this
a,
world to
com-
believe a plane could do 800 miles per hour or seven
a
even?
commercial airliner, Brian.
How about
Yes,
650, B-ball? How about 650? Is that fair? Let's just say they got
sure.
a church. It's a
Okay,
long haul. It's a long
650.
haul plane, so they church it up to go about 650. Let's say 200 for the jet streams. That's 850, bro. That's 12. That's over 12,000 miles, bro, in
It,
your
it would
12
it would
hours.
still take it would still
Is
take
it
about
possible? Is
16
what I'm
hours,
asking you.
Brian. It would still take about 16 hours, and
What are you
it needs
talking
to be
about,
11 hours. It needs to be 11 hours with the jet stream, Brian.
bro? Look at what I posted, bro. Okay,
The
based.
flight
Listen,
takes 11. Brian, the flight takes 11 hours.
based on a
11.
35,000 mile equator, then the plane would have to be doing about 800 miles per hour to get there. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just thinking
It
you're
would have
basing your
to.
whole reality. You're basing your whole reality on the fact that they could just have a plane that's a couple hundred fucking miles per hour faster, bro.
Brian, it's a 787. Look up
Yeah, but
the
guess
average
what
speed of
though?
a 787.
Yeah, I'm not saying that average speed. I'm just saying they could have one churched up that does a little faster for long flights. But check it out, B-ball. Why do the ones that don't go directly there cross the equator, bro? That's insanity on a globe,
I don't
bro.
know what you're talking about. Are you still talking about the one that you keep bringing up with the soccer
The
team and
one,
all
what
that
are you
stuff?
talking about? The one,
I don't
almost
I
all.
don't I don't I'm not concerned with that, Brian. I'm concerned with
Well,
the ones
everyone
in the
that ain't a
southern hemisphere, the ones that happen every other day.
Yeah. No, guess what? When there was no long haul flights to be found, or once a month, all the other ones are crossing the equator. Why are they doing that?
That's because that was the route at that time. I don't know, but they're happening now,
Yeah, bro.
Brian.
That's like me. That's like
You
me.
guys
Hold
need
on.
to address this now. I don't
That's
care
like
about the
me.
ones from
T-ball. No, don't just ignore this. That's like me traveling to England and making a pit stop in Argentina, bro.
You want to know
okay,
the answer
I
to
got
that, Brian? The answer is the demand. There is no demand for certain direct flights, whereas there is
Yeah.
demand for others. By the
Except
way,
for
hold on. I want to say
good.
this. Let me get this one thing out.
Yeah,
There
go.
was a guy in here, it's probably been a month or two, from Australia that said there are a number of direct flights that go from Santiago to Australia and from Australia to South Africa. There are a number of direct flights that do this. Australians know this, but for some reason, a lot of other flat earthers deny they exist.
Look up
That
how
was
many people
Globus.
travel from Argentina to Australia. Trust me, they got plenty of clientele. Okay? And let me say this, and I brought this up before. I think it's the 1976. I'm not 100% sure. I'm 90% sure. They had the exhibition that put on in Australia for the Queen. Okay? And they brought their whole team and all the faculty and a shitload of fans. And they had to accommodate planes. They had to take all the available flights, and they were all full booked, and they all went through Los Angeles, refueled in Los Angeles. That's only like 900 miles further to get
hey,
to Sydney. So they went almost twice as
Brian
far. But you're going to just ignore that, I know. But he said it's because
because
of
I'm
amount of people.
Brian. I'm not concerned with some flight that happened in the 70s, Brian. I'm concerned with the flight that goes back and forth several times a week, every other day.
Several.
They're
Now
going
all of a
back and
sudden,
they're going
okay,
back and
wait, I
forth.
thought they didn't have the clientele. So all these people, all these flights going up over the equator, now there's several a week. All of a sudden, it just
Yes,
went from
yeah, no, there's
just
yes,
as
there's
fast
several
as
weeks.
your argument changed, the clientele changed.
I mean, just address the ones that are happening now, bro. I don't care
Bro,
about the one that
I just
happened
told you, man.
in.
Listen, that they have a couple planes that go faster. Like in
It's
the
a
70s, you
regular
just bitched. Hold on, in the 70s,
787,
you just bitched
Brian.
about. Hold on, you're cutting me off. Like in the 70s, you just bitched about where they had a passenger plane that did over Mach 2. Now, but they're not capable of that nowadays. They're not capable of going a couple miles an hour faster, being special flights
Even
that
if it
usually
was
is kind of rare.
Brian, again, like I said before, even if it was going 800 miles an hour, right, going twice the distance across flat Earth, it would still take 16 hours.
Bro, where are you
You
coming
want
up with
what?
that,
You
bro?
want to go 1,000?
That's
You want to go 1,000
where.
miles an hour?
Where are you coming up with that?
It's math, Brian. Distance,
Can
time,
you
and
No, it's
speed.
guys
not, bro.
hear me?
Distance, time, and speed,
Concorde.
Brian.
Concorde
Not
was
a
Can you guys hear
hideously.
me?
Concorde was a
okay,
supersonic
Concord.
airliner.
No, not yet.
Concorde went from London to New York and to Paris, New York only for most of its lifetime. It was hideously expensive, and its range was nowhere near enough to do the flights we're talking about.
Oh,
Just couldn't.
it's a principle.
It was physically impossible to get to have a plane do that distance at that time.
Bro, that was 52 years ago, bro. You don't think we could make a plane that goes a couple hundred miles an hour faster
No,
and then give a
yes,
couple
they
hundred
can.
miles
Yes,
an hour? For,
no,
hold
listen.
on.
So the maximum speed for a 787 is 600 miles an hour. The cruising speed is 550.
So
or
you don't think they could make a plane that goes 700? You don't think they got one that can
A
squeeze an extra 100
787?
miles?
No. They
Passenger
can't.
airliner? No.
That oh really? So
A
it's
different
not
plane,
possible.
maybe. 787, no.
Do you want to ask why we say that, or are you just going to say no? Really,
You
just
don't
listen?
know that, bro.
I
Yeah,
do
when I'm
know that.
asking
I
you,
can tell
is
you
something
why.
possible? Hold on. When I'm asking, is something possible, and you say no, that's not honest. It is possible, bro.
I didn't say it was impossible. I didn't say it
He
was
did.
physically impossible.
He did and
Listen,
laughed about it.
trust.
Keep
I'm telling
saying
you,
if it's. You
I'm
keep
not
saying,
saying
oh,
it's.
if it's possible. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no one here is saying it's impossible, physically impossible. Is whether it's commercially viable for an airline to do that. Concorde was a loss its entire time. British Airways was running at a loss on Concorde. It's prestige, basically. You can create an aircraft. You can create an aircraft that travels at Mach 2 over large distances. It's
I just
virtually a
said
space.
100 miles an hour faster, and you jumped to Mach 2.
Oh,
That honest?
I didn't jump on that. I didn't jump on that at all. I said that I
Well,
just
you're
described what's happening.
comparing the gas mileage and the efficiency of me saying a plane that can squeeze out another 100 miles per hour. Oh boy, act
Yes,
like it wasn't even possible, which is to me is
you.
not even honest.
It's true because it's not about. You can't just take a 787 fuselage and just make them go faster. The engines are
Bro,
a spec.
you don't
The
think they
engines are
can
a
make
spec. Okay, I'm just spotting
you don't think they can make a
Oh, you need
plane?
to.
Hold
You
on,
need to.
Jeff.
Hold on. You
Brian,
need to
you're
hold.
interrupting, Brian.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Go ahead, Elbow.
Yeah, I
The
was gonna say the
engines
same
aren't
thing.
a
Sorry,
spec.
Gio.
And the fuselage of the Concorde was radically different because its altitude was twice that. Its cruising altitude was twice that of a commercial airliner. Now you can make it, but nowadays, if you don't have, all the Airbus and Boeing and all the commercial airliner manufacturers, they own the aircraft. They lease them to the airlines, okay? And the airlines have to have a plane in the air continuously, which means they have to have regular flights. So, for instance, the flights that go from London to Los Angeles, there's Virgin Atlantic will have one plane going back and forth its entire lease life. It'll have an hour on the floor in Los Angeles and an hour on the floor in London. And if that plane is delayed or it's not kept in full service, British Airways are making a loss.
Good. So it's reasonable to consider the fact that these long haul flights could be different than the regular planes because they definitely got to go further over with nowhere to land for emergencies. So is it possible that they have a modified plane?
I'm
The
going to
answer
show
is
you
yes,
this
man.
modified plane.
And B-Ball seems
Brian,
to
I'm going
think,
to show you
and you
this.
cut me off right when I
Hold
go to
on.
talk to you.
Don't cut him off.
Sorry.
Anyway, he seemed to think that I'm just saying, like, let's be reasonable. They modify a plane for long haul flights, okay? And let's just say 150 miles per hour. Okay, I'll meet you in the middle on there. Say 150, and let's say so that puts it up to about 700 with a couple 100-mile jet stream in a decent case scenario. That's 900 miles an hour. That gets us there in about
trying really
9 hours,
hard.
bro. 9.5 hours.
You're trying hard, Brian. You're
No,
trying
you're
to make
saying
this
that it's
work.
16 hours, bro, and that's not honest.
800 miles per hour, 13,000 miles. How long?
Bro, 900 miles per hour is a 150 modification with a 200-mile-an-hour jet stream.
Isn't the Boeing 747 could go a little bit past 1,000 miles an hour?
No, jet stream 200 miles per hour, and then like I'm just saying, if they could, he said it went 550. No, he said it went 600, so that'd be 950.
Well, the second fast commercial plane is the Boeing 747-8 Intercontinental, which has a top speed of 1,032.
There.
The third
See?
fastest commercial plane is the Airbus A340-100, which has a top speed of 990 miles per hour.
They act like these things are unreasonable.
You do realize that these planes are not flying top speed. So just because a plane is capable of doing it, this is not how fast they fly. And I can cite this 1,000 times, but fuel economy is the number one thing that all airlines account for.
Yeah, there's also
tagged it on the head. So that's why I'm asking, why are they going up past the equator, double the distance? Because it's all about fuel economy.
The equator, Brian.
but there's also
Everyone that doesn't go direct does cross the equator, bro. They don't stop in Africa.
These flights do not go up above the equator.
Evo, the ones that aren't direct, where do you think they refuel at? They refuel in London.
I don't
they
care
refuel in
about
Mexico.
those.
They refuel in
I
LA.
thought the point was that they go like 600, and then El Bariqua said, well, the top speed is actually 1,000, and all Brian said was,
They
can
don't
it
go
go
1,000.
700?
No, they don't go.
So then Brian said, well, isn't it possible that they just go a couple hundred miles faster, like 700, 800?
No, they don't.
So
Yeah,
we're not
but we got our point across, didn't we?
okay. Somebody's talking right now. This is Elijah, and then I'm having Brian and Earth is Life cutting them off. What's going on?
I'll just make the point one more time. So earlier in the conversation, I heard when Brian was asking if it's possible they can go versus the 500-600 that he said, is it possible to go 8? And he's like, well, the top speed was like 6 something or something. Now you're saying that the top speed is 1,000 for the second fastest commercial airliner. So
that's wrong.
What's the problem with
that?
not doing the top speed but doing 700-800?
Who said that?
The Boeing 747.
Well, that's all we need, though, Elijah. That's all we needed to do to make.
No, listen. The Boeing 747-8I travels at 659 miles an hour, which is 1,060 kilometers an hour. That's where that number's coming from. It's not miles per hour. There is no commercial airliner. There is no commercial airliner that full speed breaks the sound barrier. It's not. That doesn't happen.
Bro, how about the one that they just reported London to freaking JFK over 1,100 kilometers an hour? I'll post it.
What are you talking about?
This was about 3 months ago, bro. We've been pressuring them. They're having to report these speeds because we're checking the times. And so they're not going to let us point it out, are they? They had to make an article.
Reference speed, by the way, quick thing.
1,100
600 miles per hour with this. I'm Brian. Yes, 83.
Yeah, you guys don't understand that you guys use an inferior metric system. So
Quick thing, I want to point this out. Mach speed of sound, 760 miles per hour or 1,200 kilometers per hour. Just throw that out there.
Yeah, it went 800 miles per hour.
In order to know you guys hear me? In order to know your speed that you're going in the plane, your ground speed, you would have to know the distance on the distances on the ground, right?
No, your ground speed is just your airspeed plus the jet stream. That's it.
Yeah, and you would have, so you don't need to know the distances on the ground for any of this.
No, you're just asking about the ground speed. That's just your airspeed plus the
I
jet
can't handle all
stream.
these lies, dude. I gotta back up for a minute. Y'all are just saying any fucking thing. Get him, Elijah.
yeah.
What's that?
So, just to be clear, he's accusing us of saying anything when he's the one that says, but they could be faster, couldn't they?
Yeah, I asked a question. You said no. Is that honest?
Dude, I already debunked this whole thing. They go 650 miles an hour, and then you got jet streams, and it's over a 3-hour difference. Objectively, the little reading of the airspeed's not the full story because there's a 3-hour difference. There's a difference in airspeed and ground speed. The southern or whatever, the southern jet streams are faster than the north.
You're lying.
In the north, it was a plane that went over 800 miles an hour. Now the
One time in
distances he's
history.
commenting of 16,000 miles is absurd and completely wrong. It'd be more like 9,000 to 10,000. You got 10,000, then you got another 2 to 250 added to the 650. So therefore, you could objectively go 900 miles an hour. You could go a shorter distance, and in the 14 hours, you would cover 11,000 miles. Thanks for playing.
No. Thanks for playing. For one, jet streams aren't that fast. That happened one time in history. Number two, it'd be a longer distance on flat Earth. Number three, it would take longer. Number four, planes don't go that fast. Thanks for playing.
See, he just keeps saying the same thing.
You really said nothing. Like what you
I
do
said
right
nothing,
now.
but that guy, I literally said
because what you're doing is you just make a claim
You're
and then you allow
sophist,
that claim to be truth, and then you keep making more claims on that.
No, you're just a sophist. So there's been a
No,
plane.
because all right.
Listen carefully, Smooth.
Here's
Listen
the
carefully.
issue, right?
Oh,
so
now it's your
I
turn
was
to talk
talking
through
first,
me,
and
though.
you're interrupting
Your
me.
turn to
If you're
talk
going to be
through
a
me.
mod, you should show
I was
respect.
responding, and then
I
you
wasn't
interrupted me.
finished.
Then I let you go, and now you're talking again.
Hold on, what's it? Let him finish.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm leaving.
All right.
This dude's
Yeah,
so
repeat what he said.
and he's going to talk over me, and we're going to let him keep going.
I was going first.
No, Witzel was actually in the middle, and you cut him off. I mean, at least that's what I heard.
Nah,
You asked him a question, he started to respond, and you cut him off, like you always do.
Well, actually, I was responding to B-Ball. Then he jumped in and talked over me. Then I gave him the floor anyway. Then he stopped, and I went to start talking. Then he started talking again. That's what objectively happened.
Is that true, Smooth? Did you interrupt him first?
I don't recall. I believe that we were, after the previous man talked, both of us were trying to talk at the same time. So I don't recall, you know.
Yeah, but Witz had started first, so.
And he was talking to me.
Well,
Go ahead, Smooth. Hurry up. You got anything of specificity?
Honestly,
so in your pursuit to debunk something, right? You claim one piece of evidence as fact, and then you use that to continue on. So like you're just building this really weak house of cards. So you have yet to be able to address the fact that this Airstream happened only one time in recorded history, right?
Okay,
like,
actually,
you're using the largest. You're using the largest value ever recorded as the standard value. Don't you see that as an issue?
Okay, once again. So they're not normally even reported. They don't report the specifics of ground speeds normally. Okay? Now we've been calling out they can go faster and pointing out the problem that they don't even accurately report the ground speeds. So then they now come out and admitted that a flight in the north went over 800 miles an hour. Now, you guys are claiming it's only happened one time. That's the real problem, is you guys are claiming it's only happened one time when they don't even normally report the ground speeds. It's very hard to get the ground speeds, and it's very hard to get the ground distances. So you guys are making the unfounded claim. Now, what I'm saying is objective, which is planes can go over 800 miles an hour because of jet streams, right? We know that jet streams can go very fast. The fastest jet stream ever recorded is easily 200 miles an hour. This guy said something less than that, whatever he's talking about. If you add just 150 to the 650, you have 800 miles per hour. Okay? 800 miles per hour, or if you were to go faster because they're faster in the south, which I've looked into it, the jet streams in the south speed has a huge lack of data because it's not very easy to record what their speeds are. Okay? Now, if you look at the actual maps that record them, they go much faster on the maps. I can go to bobwins.com and look at it, right? And so if they go faster, then it would stand to reason that the plane can go faster than 800 miles an hour. We've seen it go that fast in the north. Now, if we add all this together, with the fact that he's straw manning the distance of the flat Earth, okay, then we could easily make this flight. Then we add that in with the other thing that you guys have just hand-waved dismissed, which is that we had a flat earther take the flight, because flat earthers actually do stuff. You guys just talk on the internet and think you can just regurgitate consensus on the internet, then it becomes true. Flat earthers actually do stuff. So a flat earther took the flight, took two compasses, and actually checked the flight the whole time, and saw that the compass was not matching the direction they were going. As they were turning, it was showing different directions. It was showing different directions than what the plane was showing. So we have many layers to this. You guys want to just say all this nonsense sophistry. You're just saying all kinds of sophistry mixed with straw man fallacies, and then breezing past everything I said, which is again, a guy a guy proved that they weren't flying the way they said that they were flying with the compasses.
Okay, so let's go back to my original claim. Let's talk about that airspeed, that jet stream, right? So where is the evidence that you're acquiring for this jet stream? I'm just curious, like what source are you using?
Go to bobwins.com.
Bob Wins? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick. So the plane is flying in a straight line. It's not deviating left or right at all during this flight.
So how is Bob? It tells me my
Straight out. That was
my
a question. Does anyone
my
know the
web
answer to that?
security, which it tells me not to go on this website.
Okay, I don't care.
Smooth.
Does anyone know how to
Jeremy
answer
was
that
talking,
question?
man.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, ask your question again.
Well, I mean, I asked the question, but I mean, I'm wondering if anyone knows. Do these planes fly in a perfectly straight line, or are they deviating
According to
left
the
to right?
compass,
Like, is the
according
wind
to
is
the
the
compass,
wind
it kind
is the
of
wind blowing them off? Hold on, Brian. Is the wind blowing them off course if there's this straight left right path at all?
They're constantly being deviated and readjusting their straight path.
Exactly.
They
Because
fly
they're going
around
based,
storms, whatever. That's
they're
fine.
going
That's
based on
normal.
the wind. And by the way, I want to debunk this guy. It says right here, it took me 5 seconds, which just shows dishonesty, that the jet streams can go up to 275 miles an hour.
Okay, so I'm
maximum on an AE
I'm on
map
this
is
Bob Wins.
17,800 nautical miles. That's the very most you could go if you crawl. That's the maximum diameter would be 17,800 nautical miles and a little bit more in statute. But B-Ball's saying that it's a 16,000 mile flight, bro. That's almost as far as you could possibly go on a
Yeah, it's
flat Earth.
insane. But there's
Okay.
weather.gov right there for you, Smooth. Weather.gov.
No, hold on. I'm trying to respond to you, buddy. I'm trying to respond to you.
Weather.gov.
Hey, I'm trying to respond to you.
No. You said that the website I gave you wasn't good enough. So
I'm
I got
on the
you weather.
website.
See, he's afraid to
let me
hear me say what I'm saying. You go to weather.gov. Right there, I dropped it, and it tells you the jet streams go up to 275 miles an hour.
Okay, so let me respond to you. So I'm on your Bob Wins website, and I'm looking at the jet stream between South Africa and Australia. And right now it's showing me that the jet stream is at 15 meters a second, right?
You have to go at different altitudes, buddy.
So, but I'm using the website you told me.
Yeah, you changed the altitude on the website.
How?
Yeah. Hit the number. Hit the numbers. All
It
the
doesn't
numbers
matter. I
down there.
went to weather.gov and showed you it goes 275.
Oh, okay.
debate
So I'm
over.
at 1,000. What height should I be at, guys?
I don't
At
know. I don't know
1,000.
what they are right now.
Probably about 35, maybe.
Well, it gives me
38.
1,700, 500, 250, 70, and then 10.
I'd have to look at it. That's why I just went ahead and got you weather.gov.
What's the actual point of all this, though? What is the point?
Because they were
yeah,
trying
no
to say the
problem.
jet streams
No
are like 80
problem,
miles
Jeremy.
an hour, and I just now cited weather.gov saying they're 275.
All right,
Yeah,
let
but
me
what's
look at this.
The overarching point,
argument?
Jeremy, this is the overarching from our perspective. It's that, okay, in the south, they actually go fast. They go up to 275 to 300 miles per hour jet stream. We know that flights in the north catching a jet stream much slower than 275 went over 800 miles per hour. They're claiming that that's the fastest one ever recorded when I literally just dropped weather.gov. First thing that pops up says that many miles per hour faster than that. So the overarching argument is that, for one, planes naturally with autopilot adjust for wind. So they're constantly trying to find the area, the path, with the least resistance. That's what the autopilot does. So when it's going with the jet stream, it maximizes.
I know that, but it's based on.
It maximizes the air going with the plane, right? Whenever you're going with the jet stream, so it gets right into the heart of the jet stream, and it maximizes speed. When it flies backwards, the other way, it goes away from the heart of the jet stream naturally with autopilot because it goes against the least resistance. So that's why you don't get as drastic of a difference on the way back, but you don't get as drastic of a difference on the way back, but it is still slower. It's faster on the way. So now if we have the plane that goes 650 miles per hour, jet streams can go 275. You can just add 650 plus 250, and then you get a proper distance, and you could easily do this on a flat Earth. You can easily do it on a flat Earth.
Why are they saying this can't work? Why are they saying this can't work on a flat Earth? What's the?
So, Jeremy, I'm not saying that
Why
it
can't
can't
this
work on a
flat Earth?
flat Earth. What I am saying though is you can't use the fastest record as the normal. That's what I'm saying. So basically,
If this can work on a flat Earth, what's the problem?
Right. So I'm trying to tell you my problem. Again, I'm trying to find out the current jet speed right now.
Yo, and think about this: the airliner that went 800 miles per hour, it was going 800 miles per hour. It had an airspeed of 580, right? So 580, and it still went over 800 miles per hour. This one that they're invoking goes 650. It takes passengers at 656, as high as 656. And then in the South, where we have them up to 275. If you add 650 plus 250, that gives you 900 miles per hour. Now, even if you don't get all of that, right? If you get a proper distance of more close to 10,000 miles, then it's very manageable on a flat Earth.
Yeah, but he's saying this can work on a flat Earth, so what's the problem?
Big inconsistency here.
So
What's the
don't you
argument?
think?
Like,
Cutscene, we see
Hold on.
hold on, somebody's hot
Don't
micing
you
or
think
something.
that? Don't you think that if there was a 275 mile per hour jet stream, that would have been the new record for a flight, and they would have mentioned it?
B-ball, can this work on a flat
They
Earth?
don't always report.
B-ball,
They
can
don't
this
always
work
report
on
the
a flat?
ground speed. It's very hard. Let me answer that. It's very hard to report ground speed over the ocean.
Well, I
It's
think
very
Jeremy asked me a question with it. Jeremy asked me a question. Go ahead,
okay.
Jeremy.
Go ahead. Yeah, because I just
Well, let
destroyed you.
Richard respond.
It's very hard to report ground
Jeremy
speed
asked
over the ocean.
a
Let me
question.
just say this and I'll back out. It's very hard to report ground speed over the ocean. In fact, it's impossible. Thank you.
Into who? Where'd
Yeah, can
you
this
cite
work
that
on a
at?
flat? Can it?
But you know the ground
Go ahead.
speed.
I'm sorry.
If you know the time it takes, if you know the time it takes off, and you know the time it lands, yeah, you have a very good idea of what the ground speed would have been over the entire journey, wouldn't you?
Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
No.
You're begging the question. You're begging the question of the distance that's being
What about the
traveled,
wind component?
and you're begging the questions of the distance being traveled, which is what's in contention. So
here's the thing, though. Now,
That's very easy.
Jeremy. I'm sorry, Jeremy. Jeremy's trying to ask me a question. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, can these flights work on a flat Earth?
Well, first of all, what's the distance between these two airports on flat Earth? Is it
I don't
farther
know.
than 6,000 miles?
I don't know. I don't know the distance.
It would have to be further, right? So if it's farther, you're gonna need a faster jet stream. So if you got a 500 mile an hour jet stream, sure.
But
Who's claiming a distance?
You're basing your presupposition on
B-ball,
But
who's
we know the
claiming a
distance.
distance?
But we know the distance. We know the distance.
Oh, do you?
We know they're wrong.
Yes, we do.
How did you
We
get
know
it?
they're wrong.
Your map is incorrect.
How did you get your distance?
How is it wrong? How is it wrong? How is the distance
Get it.
between
How did
airports
you?
on Earth wrong? Well, first of all, you can measure it on Google Earth, right? Or you can go to any website on the internet and type in two airports. Any
Or you can look at the
website,
evidence.
or you can use
look at the evidence,
you
bro.
can use. Hold on, wait, stop. Hold on. Or you can use two longitude and latitude coordinates and figure out the distance between those. You can go to websites and you can find that out. So
Or
that's how you can get the distance. There's multiple different ways.
Was the distance measured?
Yes, you can measure the distance. You can get two, just like I just said.
How do we do it?
Latitude and longitude.
So dishonest.
If you have latitude and longitude positions, do you not think that you can go to any website, and put those in, and it will tell you the distance between them?
Yeah. How did the website measure?
Please say no. Please say no. You can't do that.
How did the website measure them?
Because the website knows how big the Earth is.
Not without R.
How did they measure
lying.
it? How did they know? How did they measure it?
Distance between each place on Earth.
Not over
we
the
know the
ocean.
distance between LA and New York. We know the distance. We know the
You have to know
distance.
your ground
We know the
speed over
distance
the
between
ocean.
LA and New York. We know the distance between LA and Florida.
Bro, we're talking about oceans, man.
Hold
Ocean.
on. Can I get 2 minutes? I get 2 minutes of B-ball.
And also, Hold on. Also, if I travel a specific speed for a specific time, guess what happens? I can figure out how far I went. Can I not do that?
You need to know the speed over the ocean with the ground speed.
Or not.
Yes, yes. I
Yo,
can set the
B-ball.
speed of my aircraft, and
B-ball,
I
you
can
interested?
figure out how far.
Sorry.
Roboting really badly.
Where am I going?
He needs to disconnect, reconnect.
Like, why is this a discussion? Everyone knows you can measure distance of speed over time. That's just, like, why is this where you're gonna die on?
Right. He
That's
just proved how the
actually
pilots
not
wouldn't have a
quite.
clue, you know?
Yo, B-ball,
Sorry.
you interested in having a quick... Sorry about the train. Interested in having a quick one-on-one with Jeremy?
Hey, Jeremy's just gonna ask me how they measure the distance, right? Yeah, okay. And then claim that we don't know the distance between places on Earth.
How'd you measure them?
Over the ocean.
You just keep saying we know.
If you're
Look
gonna
at a
deny
website.
distance
They
over
know.
time, yes.
The website
If you're gonna
knows.
deny distance over time, I'm not gonna have a conversation with you, man. If you're just gonna deny that, there's no reason to have a conversation with you.
If it's so
Distance
simple, then
over
just
time.
explain
Can I
how you
get
know
2
the
seconds,
distance.
please, guys?
Hello?
All right.
Can I get 2
People.
minutes with
Hello?
B-Ball, guys?
For a
Please? Can I get 2
Hello?
minutes? Hi, Eli. Hi, Eli. Can I get 2 minutes with B-Ball, please?
Absolutely.
No,
We're instituting
bro.
a quick
Wait,
one-on-one.
the fuck? I've been
Why
trying to
not?
talk for like 10 minutes.
Okay, say your piece real quick, Eli. Then we'll let him go for like a few minutes one-on-one.
Yeah, you can go for a fucking hour. Like, I just thought that 2 points were important. We keep talking about this map versus that map. Have you all not forgot that we use a coordinate system with different projections based on only one thing? The sky and angular measurements. Whatever distance he's talking about is based on that, based off of the flat plane we live on.
Measured
I don't
straight
care what
line
projection
distance.
you use. It's all the same data. What are you talking about?
Distances are always measured as straight lines.
2D coordinate systems can be on
I get 2
Euclidean
minutes
and
with B-Ball.
non-Euclidean.
Yeah. All right, we're
Euclidean is
instituting
only
one-on-one
only
with
2D
B-ball.
coordinate system.
Hold up,
Ask
guys.
me
We're
how-
gonna institute a quick one-on-one with B-ball and Jeremy.
Well,
But,
hurry up
hang-
because I'm about to pick up my daughter.
All right.
Cool.
Starting now. Anyone else will get muted. Go ahead.
Okay, so you keep saying we know the distance. You go to a website. How do they get the distance? You just keep saying they know it. How did we measure the distance between these 2 points? Hello?
For me.
Which 2 points?
Am I roboting?
No,
Nah,
he is.
people is.
Give it a second.
No, go ahead. I hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, how did
Go
we
ahead, I
measure
hear
the
you.
distance? Yeah, how did we measure the distance?
At sea? You talking about over sea or
The
over land?
distance over the Earth.
I
Right,
don't know.
that's
You're
your
roboting.
question. So we've been
You got these 2
we've
points.
been
You
on
say you
Earth.
know the distance in
How
between.
long
I'm
is
wondering how you measured it.
So we've been on this planet for thousands of years, right? Our planet. So because the size of these coordinate systems, we can figure out the distance between places. I can figure out the distance between my job and my home. If your contention is I can't accurately figure out the distance, then I mean, what's the point of having a conversation with you?
Hang on,
He simply
people.
asked
You were
how do you
asked
know.
how it was
No one
measured.
else, please.
I'm asking how you measured. Bro, just because we lived on Earth for thousands of years doesn't mean we know the distance between Johannesburg and Australia. You think
don't?
ancient Rome knew that
Well,
distance? I'm
somebody
asking how
does.
did we
Well,
measure it?
somebody does.
To know
Somebody does.
how did we
The
measure it?
FFA does. I'm sorry.
How did they measure it? Good. I'm glad they know it. How did they measure it? You would have had to have measured
Because
it to
they
know
know
it.
because they know the size of the Earth and they know the distance between two latitude and longitude
Just
positions
keep
on Earth.
saying they know.
Yeah, all right.
Yes, they
We're
do.
done.
I'm
We're done. I'm
sorry.
gonna
If you
open it.
don't
Okay,
like
so
that,
how?
if you don't like
You
that
can open it
answer,
up.
No,
I just want to make
you
a
don't
closing
like the
statement.
answer,
you're not
I'm
demonstrating how they know. You
Can
just keep
I just
saying
make a
they
closing
know.
statement on this?
Go ahead.
You guys are fucking rough, man. Yo, Do you not see I'm trying to have a one-on-one with
Well,
this
you
guy
just
for
said
2 seconds?
you were done.
I know. I just want to make a closing statement. I keep asking him how they measured the distance. He keeps saying they know. In order to know, you would have had to have measured. You can't just keep saying they know, they know, they know. In order to know, you would have had to
Jeremy,
measure it. The end. Open it up.
Jeremy, Jeremy, do you know the distance, time, and speed formula?
Okay, and that would be okay. Listen to me. If my neighbor's house is 100 feet for me, but I have to take my speed and I have to go around a mountain to get to his house or a hill or a lake or a body of water or something, we can't use the speed time distance thing to figure out how far the guy's house is from me, because it may look like his house is hundreds of feet away from my house,
Well,
right?
we're talking about a straight line distance. We're not talking about walking around in a circle around
Okay,
the mountain
what?
and then
Earth is
getting
life.
there.
Who went in a straight line? Hold on, let me get 2 minutes now, because this is what I was trying
The
to get down to.
airplane, the
Alright,
airplane
round
went in
two.
a straight line, but
Who went
the
into a straight? He
airplane.
wouldn't go into this with me because he knows. Go,
Go
an
ahead.
airplane.
The airplane.
An airplane. Okay, that's not getting knocked off course left and right. They're keeping their
It's
level. They're going in a
it's
level
roughly
straight line the
it's
whole
roughly a
time.
straight line. Yeah, it's roughly a straight line. Yeah. But
So
if
they're not getting
but
knocked off course by winds left and right, and they're not going up and down a
sure
little
they
bit
are.
throughout the whole
Sure they
course
are.
of the journey.
Sure they are. I'm not. But
So
listen,
not a
I'm not
straight
talking.
line.
So I'm talking about the physical distance between the 2 points. I'm not talking about the distance the airplane is traveling. I'm talking about the physical distance.
No, when you do a speed over time measurement, when you do speed, time, and distance, you're figuring out how far you traveled, not how far the A and B distance is.
Okay.
That's a different
Okay.
distance.
But then I can compare the two.
Okay, do you have an A to B distance at the end, or do you just have a distance that you traveled at the end?
I can compare. I can say, okay, I'm me from my house and to my work to my job. It's 5 miles, right? Then I drive that distance, and it takes me roughly about a specific amount of time, and I can say, okay, I drove 5 miles. Now it might be a little bit longer because I got to turn here, I got to turn there, so it might measure out to a little bit longer, but roughly it's about 5 miles, and it took me about this
Gonna be
amount of time.
It's going to be short unless you take a perfectly level line and you don't go left or right at all. The distance is actually going to be shorter, not longer.
Yeah, the
The
actual
A,
distance, yeah, it's gonna be shorter because it's a straight line. Yeah.
yeah. So I don't know how you're sitting here claiming you got a distance when you've never made this straight A to B line on a level line, not going left or right. Because even the
Because
airplane,
it's
you admitted is going. The airplane's going up and down. It's going left and right, getting knocked off course. They're not flying on a level line.
But we know
okay.
but we know the distance between Johannesburg and somewhere in Australia.
Sorry,
How'd you get it?
I
Sure,
muted
you
him.
keep
But
saying you know it.
are we?
You keep
Hold up,
saying
Jeremy. Are we opening it up, or is it you guys still
Because
going?
we keep claiming that we don't. Like, why do you keep claiming that we don't?
you
I don't
can't tell me
understand
how
why
you
you keep
measured it
claiming. Because
because you
again,
can't tell me how you measured it.
GPS
You're just giving
coordinates,
me
coordinates, right?
One
you're
time, boys.
giving me the. Go ahead, B-ball.
They don't have
GPS
GPS in
coordinates.
Southern Ocean.
Again, hold on. GPS coordinates of the two locations, latitude and longitude location of the two locations, right? I can't figure out a distance between those two places.
With
Just
GPS.
saying.
Yeah,
Those
Just
premises
with
don't
assume.
connect to
GPS.
the concluding premise.
Like, why are
The
you guys
distance
arguing?
God,
between
all
the
right. I'm
two, like,
guessing I'm just muting everyone that's talking.
No, go ahead. Just open it up. Fuck it. Go ahead. You can't. In order to
All
get
right.
the
Any last
measurement
you're
words
distance.
from
you're
either of you?
claiming
Yeah, I got last
because
words.
you're claiming that we don't know the
Well,
distance. Like,
B-ball's turn to
why
talk
would
again.
you make that claim? Why would you make that claim?
People,
Because I
he's
can't.
not.
You're
He's
only
not
saying that
claiming.
because
People.
hold on. You're only claiming that because I can't go there and physically measure it with a tape measure. That's why you're trying to make this claim. Or no one has actually measured it out with a tape measure. That's why you're trying to make this claim. You're just ignoring the
No one
fact that
measured it with
we can
anything.
use latitude and longitude, or we can use GPS to measure the distance between 2 points on Earth.
All right, Jeremy. Your
Yes, we can
closing
do that.
statements.
Go ahead.
Okay. My closing statement is you would have to make a straight line not turning left or right, and staying at equal elevation at the whole length of this trip to use the speed time distance relationships. So that knocks out that whole fucking argument because you've never even
No, it
done that.
doesn't. No, it
Second of
doesn't
all,
because
second of
it
all,
doesn't. Okay.
I just told you why. Because there's two different distances. There's a distance from A to B, and then there's a distance you travel. So unless you travel in a line that doesn't go left or right and doesn't change elevation the whole trip, you're not going to get the A to B distance. You're just going to get a distance you traveled, which is not going to be the same as the A to B distance. Therefore, we can throw out the speed time distance relationship for getting this A to B.
What would the difference?
I just
wait,
explained why.
wait, hold on.
Just
How
explained
much
why we
would
would
the
do that.
hold on? How much of a difference would there be if I
Hold on, these are
flew
supposed to
and
be closing statements. I thought we were going to open it up.
Really quick? How much of a difference would
B-Ball can't help himself.
Nah.
no? How much of a difference would it be from the straight line
Hold up,
distance?
no. B-Ball is going to respond, say his piece, and then anyone is welcome to respond to it. Go ahead, B-Ball.
You know what? Forget it. Just go ahead. Forget it.
Oh, but B-Ball's right. I mean, why are you arguing the minutia of a great circle route distance versus whatever your imaginary zero elevation straight line distance is?
That's what's in contention, bro. That is what is in contention. Quit acting like y'all know it. That's what's in contention.
B-Ball, just real quick, B-Ball. He was giving you the floor, man. So I feel like you should finish your point still.
I was
going to ask a question. We were going to open it up, so I was going to ask another question, which would have drawn it out a lot farther. So just forget it.
I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, Jeremy wants to finish his sentences. People just got to listen. It's not that
No,
difficult.
but you were asking Jeremy what the difference would be between the straight line distance and I think what Jeremy said, right? Yeah, I just thought that was.
Yeah, just
It was kind of a weak argument, B-Ball, to be honest. I mean, like, where'd you get the straight line distance from? You just made it up, and then you're going to compare it with something you made up?
No, it's because we know the distance between the two. It's a straight line distance.
From what? From what? It's such a like a begging the question fallacy.
Like,
right
you know
here.
full
Where
well
did you
this
get
is
the
begging the
distance
question
from?
fallacy. You're not that
You have to get the distance from measuring it
begging
somehow.
the question.
Because you have to get the distance from measuring it.
Using our map saying we know the distance.
Whatever.
You have to get. Let me try again. You have to get the distance from measuring it. Okay, so based off of the measurement that you never did, you have this guess, and then you compare it with the measurement that you're doing, which is you actually traveling it. So that's why it's begging the question. You understand?
So are you saying that people haven't actually traveled this distance in the airplane?
No, they do actually travel, but when they travel, they have the actual distance that with all the deviations that Jeremy was talking about. You don't have the straight line distance.
So, okay, so if the flight is deviated a few, maybe a mile or so off course, how much of a difference would it be from the straight line distance?
How do you know how much it's deviated?
You don't have that original straight line distance.
How much? How do you know how much is deviated? Do you have a perfect sensation of all the different like winds and headwinds and crosswinds and tailwinds that you know exactly how much is deviated?
Listen, the fact of the matter is, this flight would be a hell of a lot longer on flat Earth.
Yeah, but guess what? When I just looked it up,
because
it gave the flight time.
You don't know what flat Earth is, relax.
B-Ball.
I know
it gave
we
a
don't,
flight
but we
time
know
of,
what the globe
it gave
is, right?
a flight speed of 474 miles per hour. So the speed from Johannesburg to Sydney, you believe it only flew 474 miles per hour, bro?
That's knots. That's knots, Brian. You're looking at knots. Look at the miles per hour.
So first of all, what's up, Car? I see you.
No, it ain't not. Sorry.
Second of all, again, to argue about distance is a losing argument. Like, because the reason we know the distances is based off of angular measurements and building a coordinate system using the sky. That's how we would know the distances. But we're talking about calculations at that point. We're not talking about.
It's not a
We're not
losing
talking
argument.
about one. We're not talking about one map that's. Yeah, it's not about one map that's right versus one map that's wrong. Like, that's not it. Like.
All right, so it's not a. Oh, bro, I thought you were done again. My bad.
But listen. Is this gonna
I
stop
understand your
y'all
point.
from asking them about a distance? Like when he says we know the distance, ask him what specifically do you mean? Because the
What do you
only
mean?
way we can know the distance is
Bro,
exactly how I'm saying it. That's why we can use GPS because they've made GPS based on all the hard work sailors and whoever else has done going across the plane, taking these angular measurements. Like,
all
do
right,
y'all
let me tell you
understand that or
something.
not?
Hold on, let
Elijah,
me
I
tell
get
you
that
something.
point.
You said a lot right there. Let me tell you something. It's not a losing argument. I didn't know if you heard what happened just now.
Oh shit!
Okay, second of all,
Jeremy is.
yo,
Roger's right.
Oh shit, Jeremy, you like I hate
Let
the
him finish.
am I
the way you
roboting?
argue
No, you're not
sometimes.
roboting. I don't know why
Why? All
people are
right,
talking.
Elijah, listen, it's not a losing argument. B-ball, I don't know if you saw what happened. Second of all, if you think you know the distances, I'll debate you on it because if you say they got the right distances, you're going to have a hard time drawing a square or a triangle with the distances they gave and not have it be on a planar surface.
I
So you
made a
might want to think
communication
twice.
to you,
You might
and it
want to
was
think twice before
communication
you
not
give them the
received.
distances. You
That's
might
what
want
a
to think
game
I
twice
made
before you give them the distances.
a communication to you, and it was communication not received. Now you're arguing with me because you've let them have you chase their tail, and because of
I'm
this,
not
now you're
chasing.
arguing with me, and I'm just trying to elucidate the actual problem, not the thing you've been arguing about for the last 2 hours.
Okay, it was 2 minutes, first of all. Second of all, if you give them the
This
distances,
room, the 2 hours in this room, Jeremy, not your 2 minutes.
if
He's
you
used to
give them
not
the
listening to
distance,
counter responses.
what's your point? What's the
Jeremy,
problem?
we'll play a game, Jeremy.
Can I
We're
get a
going to use
mic
Google
check?
Maps.
Yeah, who are you to say what time is?
You good
We'll
or
use
Yeah,
Keith?
Google Maps,
check, check.
Jeremy, and we'll plug in 2 points, and we'll see if Google Maps is right every time. Okay.
Well,
I'll give
it's
Mike a
not
carry.
about if Google Map is right or not. We're all using the same data. It's just how you interpret it, how you project it onto a sphere, onto a plane, onto whatever the fuck you want. That's why there's an AE and Mercator projection, right? Those are both planar surfaces. What the fuck? Yo, how do you not understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Listen,
Who's
here's
doing
the
the
I
checking
understand what
newsflash,
you're
for you
saying,
guys?
Elijah.
Elijah. Here's a newsflash. If you give them the distance, if you give them the distances they claim, Earth's not a planar surface.
That doesn't follow.
Exactly, Jeremy.
It does
Thank you.
follow.
Yes.
It does follow, and the fact that you
Exactly,
guys don't
Jeremy.
know why, the fact that you guys don't know why is almost scary.
It
How
definitely
did giving
follows.
them the
Thank you,
Jeremy's
distances
Jeremy.
right.
going to necessitate the
Exactly,
implication that it's
Jeremy.
a sphere?
Exactly. Yes, it is because they're closer together.
Does follow.
Of course, as you zealously interrupt me, this is why the conversation cannot get anywhere.
Next
I'm
time we have
asking
this
Jeremy a
debate,
question.
Oh
next time
my
we have this
God,
debate.
Brian.
Wait, let me say
What's
one last
going
thing. I'll
on
drop.
here?
The reason why it can't be a planar surface is because of the Pythagorean theorem. All right.
That doesn't inform me of the concluding premises. Explain further.
If you draw a square, if you draw a square on a surface, and you know the distances between all the points on the square, and you draw X through the square, you will absolutely know if that is a planar surface or not
Okay, but
Exactly, Jeremy.
because of
the projection of
Pythagorean
the
theorem.
but the projection of the celestial sphere, which they tell us is actually the curve of our ground, that's our planar argument that
I'd like to
they've
add something.
hijacked. I'm trying to tell you there is no difference, and you're legitimizing what they're hijacking and calling Earth curve, and I'm trying to stop you.
Bro,
It's just
did you
the
hear what I
distance
said about the distance? Go
between
ahead, Rakia. Go ahead,
places on
Rakia.
He
Earth.
heard what you said, Jeremy.
Yeah,
He
I
gave you a
don't.
counter argument.
I don't mind waiting for a while, but I'll step in here. When we create a horizontal plane with our, doing our slab work, it's above the ground, and we use exactly what Jeremy just said to make sure that our building is square. Now, if we laid our tape on the ground that isn't flat, level, horizontal, then our measurements would be off. That's the whole problem. they're not taking. You can't use the earth, the ground, to take the measurements. You have to create this horizontal plane above the surface and then measure down to it if you want to know what it's doing. Thank you.
Hey, so I mean, this is somebody's got an open mic with some like static or something. I don't know what it is. There we go.
Yeah,
so if you give them the distances, now someone's got an echo. If you give them the distances, okay, Earth is not a planar surface because you can draw a square on the ground or over the surface of the map, and you'll find out that if you use Pythagorean theorem, it's not gonna add up. It's gonna show you that it's not happening on a planar surface.
I don't think he's giving him the distance, Jeremy.
B-Ball was just in here arguing distances with me. What are you
Oh
talking
yeah,
about?
B-ball, yeah, B-ball. I was talking about Eli.
Yeah.
I don't think he was conceding distance.
Well, I mean, do you see why I'm arguing distances?
Absolutely, I do. And you're right.
The problem is
Hey,
is
Jeremy,
this. The problem is this.
what's the other alternative?
Remember, they don't have a triangle. They don't have a square. They don't have 90-degree angles. So what you're doing is talking about spherical geometry, which wouldn't add up, aren't you? Isn't
Absolutely.
You forgot
Absolutely.
that was 3 hours ago, Jeremy. You got to piece this shit together to stay cognizant, man.
You have 4 points on the ground.
Jeremy, if you've got a square,
He's
it has to be in a plane.
He's just waiting to continue his point. That's crazy as fuck.
If you put 4 points on the ground and an X in between those 4 points, you will absolutely be able to tell if it's a planar surface or not.
Jeremy, you just repeated that already.
That's not
and Elijah
true.
gave you your counter argument. Address the counter argument.
That is true because one of the legs would be
That's
longer.
absolutely
One of the arms of the X would be longer.
It's not a square then, is it, B-Ball? A square can only exist in a plane.
Okay, 4 points on the ground. X in between them. Do you need help with that?
Who are you talking to?
No, the problem is that we're not addressing
Mike,
Elijah's
my bad.
counter argument to you. You keep repeating the argument he's countering. So address what Elijah's counter argument is. Don't repeat what you just said again. Address Elijah's counter argument that he just said.
What's your argument, Elijah?
No, he's trying to get you to understand what he's talking about.
We can measure angles from anywhere. They just have to move them down to the center of an Earth. So to me, that's not honest on its face, but we can still measure an angle.
I never understand. I never understand when I sit, I wait, I listen to what someone says, and then I wait to point out an inconsistency or something that I actually do think I know, and then it's not heard, but we speak for the next 10 minutes as if it was heard, and then we get to the point where it's like, "What's your argument again, Elijah?" That's infuriating.
Well, a lot of people talked in between. What's your argument?
There is no inconsistency because why the fuck would you be using spherical trig in the first place?
I'm talking about 4 points. If you have put 4 points on something, and then you draw X in between it, this has nothing to do.
Right?
I don't know. Somebody's roboting or something. Is it me?
I think that was Elijah.
We gotta stop talking to one another.
I thought it was done. Bro, you take mad long pauses, dude. It's not my fault.
Not you, Jeremy. Not yet.
You're putting an X outside.
Elijah,
Let me just
say it again. Well, you might
Jeremy hasn't said
if you got 4 points over the ground, right?
So
Doesn't matter what. Yeah, if you put 4 points on the ground, this has nothing to do with geometry. All right, it doesn't even have to be a square. 4 points on the ground. Okay, we don't know what the surface is yet. No presuppositions or nothing. You just have 4 points on the ground. And then you know the distances between all these points, every single one, it will absolutely tell you if it's a planar surface or not. So if you think arguing distance is a losing battle or a waste of time or whatever.
Strictly speaking, you don't even need 4 points. You can do it with a triangle. But yeah.
I don't understand that. I draw 4 points on the ground that I can see. Forget about the imaginary shit, and I just walk in a square. That's not gonna.
Yo, Eli, we can't hear you, man.
We heard a little bit of the last thing you said. You just sound muffled. Fix your mic.
Let's just imagine a square that I can see. I just
Bro,
walk.
it's simple. It's a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Okay. If you have these 3 points, you don't even need 4.
Okay, that's a planar
you should be able to
function.
figure out. Hold up. This only applies to plane geometry, Euclidean geometry, right?
That's what I said.
If you calculate c, like the hypotenuse, to be in line with plane geometry, then it's a plane. If it's more than that, if your distances are accurate to begin with, if it's more than that, then it's not a plane. It's, it would have to be spherical.
Yeah, he's right. One of my questions to the Globers is, can you draw a square, a two-dimensional square on the surface of the Earth? And
Hold
they all
on, Brian.
said
We're right in the middle of this.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you, bro. They all
I
said
know, but
no.
there's people that don't understand this still. I don't know why.
Jeremy,
No, it's not about people who don't understand. I know what a square is. I know what a plane is. First of all, a square, right, is a planar shape. So is a circle. So is all of the other ones that's in the geometry book, unless you're talking about 3-dimensional shapes, which would be a cube. That's what the word you were looking for, Brian. Or whatever the fuck else. Because I know a cube is more like a block.
Can I try to give an example? Can I try to give an example?
Hang on, no, I got 1 second. Then you can. It'll only take us.
Wait. We know what shapes are. Why are you giving an example right now?
Because
you don't need to talk about the shape. As long as you have 3 or 4 points. He was talking about 4 points putting it in X. It doesn't necessarily need to be a square, okay? It's just about having 4 points of known distances or even 3 points of known distances. We don't have to talk about whether it's a shape on flat or...
That's what I was trying to say. You didn't even have to presuppose a shape. You can you'll tell if it's curved or planar once you do the math.
Yeah, you can do this easily. Take a map, but take a map and get some push pins, and then find 6 or 7 cities that you know the distance to, and then take.
Oh,
some
you're gonna
string.
ruin this whole thing for me, Nidhogg. You're ruining everything I just did. You're about to ruin it.
No, I'm not, Jeremy. I promise.
Yeah, you are.
You're gonna take 6 or 7 cities with known distances, and you're gonna get some string, and you're gonna make a system like 1 inch is 100 miles, and you're gonna measure out the distances on all of these cities and put the pin in, and then tie a string around and connect them with a straight line. If the surface that you're on is flat, all of those lines will be taut. But if the surface is not flat, it is curved, then you will notice that some of those strings sag a little bit. And that is what you will find if you actually bother doing this.
You get sag no matter what you're on.
Yeah, exactly backwards.
And here's another thing: if the Earth is like a pile of shit, and you have a flat portion, hold on, man. If the Earth is like a 27 million cliffs, right? Then how does a flat portion for you little ants matter? How are you finding it's a globe? If there's a billion of little flat portions of dirt everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, I'm serious. It's a heart attack.
All right. So to add to what Denmark is saying, now, percentage. You said if you take XXX known distances, and you, right? That was the beginning of your statement, right?
Yeah. So let's say you have 3 points.
No. I got a follow up. Chill. I heard what you said. Just deal with what I asked.
What's your follow up?
You know, so the distances are known already, right?
Yes, between these 3 points, the distances are known, so let me elaborate. You have A, B, and C. The distances are known between A and B and C, but not between A and C. So you have the 2 sides, you don't have the hypotenuse, the diagonal between the 3. You understand?
Right.
So when you do A squared plus B squared equals C squared, you'll get the hypotenuse, that distance, right?
Okay.
And that distance will only equal A squared plus B squared, like the C squared will only equal A squared and B squared if it's a plane. If it's not a plane, then it won't equal that. It'll be a little bit bigger because of like the convexity of the surface.
So for distances A to B, like We would know that how?
It would need to be measured.
Yeah, do you
Not just
think?
measured, mind you, but they would need to be measured somehow without differences in topography. You would need to have like an absolute like straight distance.
I want to ask a question, just to understand it.
We would need something like the trig in the way that they use for celestial navigation, right?
No, you could do it like in real life if you, for instance, are keeping yourself level as you're going, like on ground. It's frankly impossible on water.
But it can apply, right? Like this is another method. Is this celestial navigation method, right?
Yo, before we get into celestial navigation, can we knock this out?
I'm not getting into celestial navigation. We're literally talking about cartography.
Right. Percent's not doing it right.
No, it's not. What's he doing wrong? I'm asking. Listen, what I'm trying to elucidate to you is that the distances that we have that they're trying to say, well, it's this distance because it's a globe. No, it's that distance because of angular measurements, fam. Like, so your premise, having the argument at all is
Elijah.
like, I don't. It's like you're not responding to what I'm saying.
Elijah,
you need me to repeat exactly what you said. I could do it exactly the way you said it, so that you understand that I understand what you're saying. I've done
so
this
you
countless
understand
times.
that the distances will tell us if it's planar or curved, right?
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, cool. What else? So I'm arguing distances
Jeremy, you're
with
not
B-ball.
getting Elijah's point. Why do you keep repeating that?
Curvature?
I can tell. I've been listening the entire time. You're not understanding him.
I disagree with knowing the points and making the points make a shape. I disagree with all that, and I can draw a shape where you can do whatever you claim. If you're a little bitty dot on that shape, what you just said made no fucking sense.
I don't know. I thought Elijah's point was he came in acting like it was a losing battle, arguing distance, and
And you needed to refute that backwards because you're like he's wrong. So regardless of whatever point he makes, I need to show him how it's right. Instead of listening to my critique and why I said it was a losing argument. Because first of all, they've hijacked what it means to have distance and then told us that a different map, which is just a projection of the same data, means that the Earth is not flat. That's so. Just that alone, my mind is blown that you don't know how the conversation has to be stopped to just address the inconsistencies right there. Like the fact that you're having a conversation, foregoing all of that is what I don't get.
Bro, I don't know. They're
Perhaps
claiming
I could
they have
translate.
distances.
Perhaps
They're
hearing it
claiming
from
they
another
have.
voice will help. Jeremy,
Go
what
ahead.
Elijah is saying to you is that in your dialogue with B-Ball, you are granting B-Ball a premise. That premise you are granting him was, to use the phrase, shot yourself in the foot. The premise you granted him is that the quote-unquote known distances necessarily indicate that those distances were ascertained on a ball, rather than challenging that premise. And that's Elijah's point.
No,
Rather
I
than
didn't grant him
granting them that
anything.
premise.
Hold on.
Well,
All right, can I
you
respond to that?
didn't do it deliberately. You didn't do it deliberately. You did it accidentally without knowing it. And that's what Elijah is trying to point out to you. So he's trying to say, stop accidentally granting them that premise. You have to challenge that premise.
I didn't grant him anything. I told him you need to travel in a straight line, not turning left to right and not changing elevation. That has nothing to do with if it's a ball or if it's curved or whatever. I didn't grant B-Ball anything. B-Ball's claiming he has distance, and I'm challenging that claim. I didn't grant him anything. How'd you get the distance? That's all I want to know. How'd you measure it?
You still don't understand.
I don't know what the problem is.
We're trying to speak to you slowly and
But
concisely.
I didn't grant him a
your
ball,
example of the
That's
but your example with the lines and the X and the distances between the lines, that was pretty spot on. And that's my whole point, is the distances.
Yeah, we're not
How'd
listening.
you?
Yo,
That's the problem because Elijah's
wait,
made it
wait,
quite
wait,
I
wait,
know
wait.
clear.
you
So
guys.
I can get a third.
You don't want to listen. That's the
Can I
point.
get
You
a
guys don't want to listen.
You
can I
can't
get a
do it
third
on the
perspective? Can
ground
I
on
get
the
a third
surface.
perspective instead of arguing? So there's 2 points on the table. This whole distance argument and me saying that the argument in the offset is fallacious to begin with. That's my position. I've explained why. Now, percentage. Can you give your 2 cents? Is like, do you think I'm inaccurate in what I'm saying? Am I wrong? Whatever. What's up?
If if your argument is that we should first that there's doubt in terms of the distances that we're starting off with, the distances between A and B and B and C, then I think
No,
sorry, no?
no, no.
Then what?
They know the distances between two cities with big swaths of water in between because of angular measurements.
Yeah,
Like
so
now we're sitting here.
okay. All right, so you're saying that the distances are reliable.
Yeah, it's just they're straw manning us with an argument. Like Witsit has said about 5, 6, 7 times. Why are you telling us what the distance on a flat Earth is? That's fallacious. He said that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
No,
the same thing.
if you agree to these distances between A and B and C, then that's it. It's done. We just calculate that, and you'll have the what's it called, whether it's a plane or a globe after we confirm the third distance, right?
You need an angle for just 3 distances.
Yeah, that's why I tried to interrupt Percent earlier, saying he's not doing it right. You need that X, bro. You need to make you need to have 4 distances, and then draw X in between
Sorry,
those, and have
I was
have
implying
all those distances.
My
and
bad.
have all those
I was implying that it was
and
the
then
right
you will
angle.
know for sure.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying you
That's
need
why
an angle.
I don't want to get bogged down in an angle argument. You can't take an angle on a curve. Like, I'm not trying to get into all that. You take 4 points. You draw X in between them. Anyone can go do this on a basketball or a beach ball. Take 6 pieces of string. Make any kind of 4-sided shape. As long as you don't turn the strings left or right, pull them tight on the surface of the ball. Then you do the same thing with an X in the middle of them. Now take all those pieces of string, go put them on a desk or your kitchen table. Okay, the X is in the middle. You won't be able to make them match up.
Can I address that?
Okay.
Can I address that, please? Hang on. Do you mind?
Okay.
I mean, y'all are dominating, bro.
Go ahead, Rocky.
Yeah, there's been a couple people wanting to get in, and it's just been blasted out.
Go ahead, my bad.
You can't do that over. You would have to do that over water. So if you give your basketball example with your strings, you would have to take that same amount of string and go do it over water if you think water is curving, and draw your X somehow and do it. You can't do it over the surface of the land. I don't get why y'all keep saying you do it over Earth.
You would use sea level. You would use sea level to know you're at the same elevation.
What you're trying to do is impractical.
You don't mind,
That's not, even though, like, you're right. Like on a piece
No,
of
dude.
paper, you can
Hold
on
on.
a piece of paper, on a ball, or yeah, you could do that. But in real life, Globers didn't do that to tell us the distance between point. That's the point. So why?
That
So
was
why
my
are
argument.
Yeah,
That was
you
my
don't mind if I.
argument, dude. Go ahead, Rakia. That
Yeah,
was my argument, Elijah. Go ahead.
If you take mean sea level and go, let's say, 10 foot above it, over the land, and do a horizontal plane and square it up like you're talking about, put an X in the middle, and you draw a square and put an X in the middle, all those distances are going to be the same because you're 10 foot above the surface. But if you put it on the land, it's not going to be the same. You'd have to do it over water to prove that the water is curving somehow, but that's impossible. That's impractical. They're
Or
doing it
leveled
in
out land.
Yeah, but how do you know it? Level to what? Mean sea level? Then
Water
okay,
level,
then
yeah.
Yeah.
okay, then it's not going to curve. I do it all day, every day.
All right, but this has nothing to do with my argument, though, where if you give them the distances, I feel you, Rocky. I understand. I heard your point, and I acknowledge it. I also agree with your point. It's not curving. However, if you give them these distances, these distances can't happen on a planar surface. They can take 5 points, 4 points at sea level, draw X in between them because they know those distances too. You go to scale that down and put it on a planar surface. It ain't gonna happen.
I understand why.
You mean in reality
Can I
or in a computer?
give an example of why?
In reality, you can do this on a ball,
In
a
reality,
basketball,
you
a
would
beach
have to
ball.
do it. Yeah, but you would have to do it over water to prove it in reality of the Earth. When we're talking about the measurement of Earth, you would have to do that test over water, not over a basketball.
No, you can do it over land, provided you have, like, you know, the salt flats or something like that, and you ensured that it was level. So if it wasn't level, you would level it out as you're.
They're saying
like
level
doing
is
it.
curving. They're saying level is curving.
I know, but that doesn't matter as long as you have the distance.
I agree with Rakia. I also agree with Jeremy.
Yeah, my argument was
the
they're not
distances,
doing
we're
it.
fucked. If we could see their distances, we're done. I agree with Jeremy on that, but they added R, so we'd have to subtract R. And Jeremy's right though. Y'all are all fucking right. I don't know why y'all are
Yeah, I
kind of
agree.
head to head.
Hold on, Rocky. I agree with you. They can't do this. That's what I was challenging B-ball on. I don't know why we're even still talking.
If everybody is right, then we've wasted the last hour of conversation.
Yeah, like,
I don't
what are you
understand
doing?
why
Why
they
you guys
said.
challenging me? Like, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't
I
understand
would
why
like
it said
Jeremy to be
that
able to
if we
get out
grant
of
them these
center.
distances, that necessarily indicates that it's on a ball. I don't understand the follow.
Can
The
I try to explain
distances,
that?
go ahead, Bacon.
Right. So to give one example in which you can rule out that the points are all coplanar. So if you have 4 points, but all of them have the same distance to each other, so whatever that distance is, let's say it's 1,000 miles. So you have 4 points, all of them are 1,000 miles from each other. That only forms one shape, which is a tetrahedron. If you make 3 points all the same distance to each other, you have a triangle, right? You have a equilateral triangle. If you want a 4th point to still be equidistant to the other 3, now you need 3 other equilateral triangles. You can't put that on a flat surface. Do you see why?
Yes, you can, but it won't be equal if you're trying to work your way out on longitude lines. Then you'll have excess.
What? No, I'm
You're
saying
working
you
your way out
cannot
from a
put.
center point, bro.
Huh?
I said if you're working your way out from a center point, though, then you're gonna have excess the further you go out.
Excess on what? I'm talking about distances. Like you have 3 points. All of them are the 3
Never mind.
distances.
I thought you was making another point. Sorry.
No. Yeah, you have 3 points. All of them have the same distance to each other. That gives you.
Sorry, my bad.
You know what
everyone who keep.
You know what happens in reality when we actually do this for our jobs? When we have excess, we know we have an error and we do it again.
Or we have slope, right?
Yeah,
I agree with you.
You can't use this. You can't use this over a flat plane, like making a horizontal plane to measure what's under it and have excess in the very thing that you're making a horizontal plane out of.
I hear you.
Can't do it. That's why I said you can make this horizontal plane and check that it's square and that it's horizontal, that it's not in error over a body of water and measure down to it.
Hold up, Rakia.
Let me
They think the
respond.
body
Hold
of
on.
water is curved too.
Hold on. Let me just respond to this, please.
They said it was impractical, and
Elijah,
they
fix your
couldn't do
microphone.
it that way. What?
Fix your microphone.
I'm on speaker. That's because my headphones don't work. That's why. What's going on? What's happening?
Yo, let me.
Oh, no,
Let me
no,
say
not
this.
let me. I was fighting with Elijah to get in. Why?
All right, go then.
So just like Elijah.
Can I go or can I not go? What's happening?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead. I stopped.
Okay, you just agreed with me that it would be impossible to do what you're suggesting they do. That's what you said. I said, yeah, I know. Then why are we talking about it when we know how their distances are derived? It's not the way you're saying it or how they make believe that they do it. It's actually how it's been cited to have been done.
All right, cool. My point is, if you give them the distances, if you just want to say, okay, these are the distances, You've got a serious issue because, I mean, anyone can do this. Anyone can do this. Go take. I can't hear you.
Methodology.
You're roboting, Elijah. Doing the
I'm
subway.
not giving them distance. I'm saying they're not using the method that you and B-Ball was pretending to have this because you're pretending.
You said you weren't arguing the distances, bro.
You're pretending when y'all are having this conversation that they do it the way that y'all are arguing about. That's what's annoying.
I wasn't arguing. I wasn't arguing for a way. I was asking for the way he did it.
I don't know why we're having such a difficult time understanding one another.
Calculation.
Yo, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it matters if the level is curved or straight to begin with. If you have, let's say, sides A and B and C, and it's it's a globe and the level is curved, you still shouldn't be able to calculate, and it's a right angle. You still shouldn't be able to calculate C by according to Pythagorean's theorem.
It's more solid.
You need an angle then.
Everyone that comes in, trying to use other shapes. Everyone that comes in trying to use other shapes is just fucking making it more difficult.
No, we're not. Earth is a mud ball. Have you ever seen the potato mud ball they show you? That's not difficult to you? You think that's a perfect shape you can work with? You think that's a sphere of any sort? You think cliffs and dips and canyons and hills and mountains are fucking any kind of smooth, anything that what you guys are even claiming? No. I think that's the point here. Earth is like a pile of poop. There is no special shape to it. It's like a cloud. So when you guys keep saying known distances and all this bullshit, that's just a calculation. There isn't any known distance in the first place, unless you personally go take it from point A to point fucking B.
I'm confused, man. Elijah, you told Percentage that you're not arguing, or that you're not disagreeing with the distance, and then you told him you're not giving him the. So I maybe I misheard, but so are you?
Yeah. Hear what I'm saying. I'm the fake methodology that they just made up when they bait and switched.
Fix your microphone again.
I think what he's saying is he concedes the
Elijah, you're roboting. Okay, I wasn't arguing a method.
The methodology is wrong.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was saying at first.
Let's get this clear. I wasn't arguing a method. B-Ball his method. Okay, B-Ball was arguing a method. Speed time.
Did he cut? Can y'all still hear me?
Now you cut out, Jeremy.
It's hard to have a conversation with Elijah.
Jeremy didn't give nothing. Jeremy didn't concede shit. Jeremy stuck to his ground and held him to task.
Got a phone
Jeremy
call.
didn't.
Listen.
Hold on. So,
yo, how come so many people in this server have shitty internet?
I had a phone call, guys. Relax.
Did you get another one?
Yeah, we can't hear you at all, Jeremy. But I was sticking up for you, man, because that's his first thing he did is held him to task on. I think that was the right thing to do.
I see.
B-Ball cannot make that claim. B-Ball should not be making that claim at all.
Jeremy's point to B-Ball is that you don't have the distance, given you haven't done it the way Jeremy explained. Elijah is saying we do have the distance, not in the way that Jeremy said they should be doing it in order for them to actually have it. They actually
I didn't explain a method on how to get the distance. I don't know if you guys were paying attention. I was asking B-Ball, how did you get the distance?
I know.
He said speed, time, distance. I said, in order to do that, for that to actually work for you to get the distance to A to B and not just the distance you traveled, because they're two different distances, you would need to have gone on a straight level line, not turning left or right. So I wasn't arguing a method.
Okay, so they're switching.
It's worse than that because they can't calculate their speed without the distance.
So they're switching between. They're switching between one method that's used. The data that we have came from one method, but they're strawmanning us with another method. And they're
Okay, whatever
using the fallacious method to tell us this distance is right and this distance is wrong. And I'm like, well, hold up. The whole method is flawed. You're not talking about a method at all. They're strawmanning you with the method. I'm like, wait a minute. If we're going to talk about distances being calculated at all, the only method I know about is through celestial navigation or real ass trig with known distances and shit that we can practically measure to on land. Those are only two ways.
All right. Any distance. Any
those are
distance
still-
you want to. Go ahead, Demok. Let's hear this. Let's hear it.
I'm saying, and what else they tell you about putting 5 polka dots on something, and then they can tell you the shape and all the other shit, that's a lie too. So that's also a straw man they give you to steel man for yourself that messes you up, that doesn't work for shit. Putting 5 polka dots somewhere doesn't give you the shape of anything. But go ahead.
No one said it gave a shape. That's a straw man.
No,
because no one said it. I'm still talking. No one said it gives a shape. I don't even think the Globers claim a shape, but that will tell you if it's curved or planar.
I disagree.
No,
Well,
I agree.
mean,
if it's over flat land or
they
water, yeah.
do. But yeah, they do. When they use the distances, they just say that it's distance doesn't have shit to do with determining the shape. I don't think.
It definitely
Like,
has
how
something
do
to
you
do
do
with.
that?
It definitely has something to do with determining if it's planar or not.
How?
Here's a
The only way you,
Oh my God, bro!
the only way you
Eli.
look, either you
tell you
have
how, bro.
either you
Let me tell you
have
how.
either you have a plane of reference and then there's a differential between that plane and what the floor is doing, and it's curving, not just some valley that goes back up, like, but over distance is actually showing a curve. Like that's literally like the only way you can talk about curve over distance. If it's
You can't
just
have a
distance
2D
and
square
you
on a
go from
ball
point
though.
A to point B,
Hold
how
on,
the fuck how is that supposed to determine anything? Like, I don't get
I'm
it.
gonna tell you how. I'll tell you how. The whole last part of your shit wasn't necessary. I'll tell you how. Right? How you can tell if it's a planar or a non-planar surface what these distances are on. You can get 6 pieces of string. Put it on a ball or any curved surface. It doesn't even have to be a ball. It can be convex, concave, whatever. Just make sure it's not planar. Take the distances between all the strings, pull them tight over the surface of the ball. Make an X with 4 sides and an X in the middle. Take your lines, put it on a table, all right, or a desk or whatever flat surface you got. The X will not marry up.
Okay.
Because of the
Okay.
That doesn't mean anything.
I'm sorry. Wait. Because I do have a rebuttal.
That's stupid. This is
Let him
foolish.
finish. No, but let him finish.
not foolish.
I do have a response. Just let him finish, please. Let him finish, please, because I do have a response.
Go ahead, I'm done. That's it, bro. It's that simple.
Okay, you do the string thing, you tie it taut and blah, 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 blah. Remember earlier in the conversation when they were talking about, well, to get these distances, you establish 3 planes. There is no plane on a fucking ball, fam. The string thing you did has no relation to what they claim. So they're bait and switching you, and you're trying to argue against some shit that nobody's real like he said 3 planes, but you know it's a globe because of I can't remember. But bottom
you were
line is,
asking me
what does
just
that
now,
have to do
Eli.
with what does that have to do with like why is your
Eli.
argument necessary?
Bro, it
That's all
only
I'm
Eli,
works
saying.
on
you
one.
just asked me how. You just asked me how it will tell you if it's planar or curving, right?
Okay, how is it
Just
related
ask
to
me.
what they've argued today?
Because if their distances are correct, if all his distances are correct, then guess what, bro? Earth's not a planar surface. Earth's not planar. Sea
No,
level,
Jeremy.
sea level's
No.
not plane. Sea level's not a planar surface if his distances are correct.
Yo, but
No,
you can't
Jeremy.
check. You
Yes,
can't
he's
check
right.
the
Jeremy is
distance. Yo,
right,
hold
dude.
on.
Because
Yo,
if you take these angles, if you take these angular measurements and add, how can they work on a flat plane if we're adding R to them?
Okay. Hypothetically, theoretically, on paper, what you're in pure math, what you're saying is true. However, Witsit just argued that you can never get the actual distance. All you're doing is knowing how fast you're going, and then they add some wind current, and that's how they calculate the
That's on a
distance.
plane. But on ground, you can get your distance.
Oh, no, I get that. But when we're talking about the distance between two cities, are we talking? Did they give us an example of two cities on a plane, or did that line intersect with some water? Because if it
A
did,
straw man with
then
two
what
cities.
Jeremy's saying
That's a
is
straw
like
man.
irrelevant.
Bro, so
No,
you
this whole
now
explanation of
understand.
putting
Hold on,
pins
Fundy,
and
real quick.
strings on a
Fundy,
ball on a plane,
yo,
like
real quick.
in the first instance when you do this demonstration, that's begging the question of the first instance. Of course, if you start the demonstration with a sphere, you're going to have a sphere. I don't need the pins and the strings to detect it's a sphere.
No, that's
It's
not
a
true.
goddamn
Because
sphere.
even if you start on a sphere and you try doing Pythagorean's theorem, it won't work on a sphere.
Of course. So
That's why they have
to
spherical
sit here and
excess.
explain to me the way you know it's a sphere is you first have a sphere and then you put pins on it and strings on it. Excuse me, I don't need the pins and the strings. I have a sphere in my hand.
You're not getting
That,
it.
I didn't like that either. They kept
hold
just
on,
saying
guys,
they
hold
know.
on.
They
So real
know.
quick, I know you guys can hear me. Is my mic low?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
So we now know how to tell if it's a plane, that the distances will definitely tell us if it's a planar surface or not, right? We know that?
You don't need, I just said you don't
Lord
need
have
the pins and
mercy.
the strings if you begin the demonstration with holding a sphere in your hands.
Dude, it has nothing
It'll
to do
still
with a
tell
sphere.
you whether or not you're on a planar surface or a curved surface. Even if you're starting off with a curved surface, you don't know. The way you confirm it is by doing Pythagorean's theorem, and it won't work on that curved surface.
Show us on
Sure.
potatoes.
You're not understanding my point. The explanation given to Elijah to ascertain whether or not it was a sphere was to first, step one, get a sphere, and then put strings and pins on it, and then
No,
you'll
that's
know
not
it's a sphere.
necessary.
No, you don't need that. You already know it's a sphere in the first instance because step one was
I
to
was
get a
just-
sphere and then stick strings and pins on it.
I was just giving you a way to demonstrate. I was just giving you a way to demonstrate and visualize this and show it in reality of why the X won't match up.
X won't
The
match up
length.
to what? Won't match up to what?
The corners of your four-sided shape that you drew on the
on a plateau. What if little old you are on a little plateau, right? And the plateau is 20 times bigger than you, and you're on a flat plateau, and the rest of it's a round potato ball. Then what do you find out? Nothing.
I don't know what the
So
fuck
what
you
I'm
just
trying to
said.
tell
Does
you,
anyone know what
yeah.
Democ just said?
Yeah,
Nobody
you know
ever
what shape
knows.
Earth is?
Ever.
Do you know what shape Earth is?
Ever.
Do you know what shape a cloud is? So go do your thing on a cloud, right? You got a flat surface on a cloud, right? A little piece of that cloud is flat. You're
Heads
on
love
there as
this
a little
guy.
bitty guy. You're
Yeah.
a little bitty dot, a microscopic dot on there, right? So you do your little measurements on your little flat piece of cloud. Does that give you the shape of that cloud, the distance, and what are you talking about?
No, Democ. No, Democ. No. You're right. It doesn't give us the shape of anything, but they claim that that's how we know it's a sphere. That's how we know that
Right.
part of
No,
it
I'm
is
with
begging
you
the
there.
question.
I'm with you there.
But I think that what Percentage and Jeremy is talking about is we're not talking about determining a shape. I think they're talking about determining whether there's some whether it's a planar surface, which is an aspect of the surface, not the shape of it. Either
This
it's flat
doesn't give
or
you
it's
a
not.
shape. This doesn't give you a shape. This will just tell you if it's planar or not. And if you take the lengths of string or the distances, and if you take the lengths of strings or the distances they give, whatever you want to do on a ball yourself in a planar surface or a bowl, you can get a cereal bowl and do this. Anything that's not planar and something that is planar, and you have these distances, it won't marry. The X won't marry up on the planar or
Jeremy,
spherical surface.
what does that
What are you
do? So, like,
comparing it
the
to?
string,
What's your zero
the
base
string.
compared to your flat compared to your round? I mean, you have two things you want to decide, and then you're putting out your 6 strings. So your 6 strings are going to be the mean line between what is either round or flat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so where's your base?
Like you don't have to start. You don't have to start this on a ball. You can start
But
it on a
Jeremy,
planar
how does
surface.
this prove?
You can
How
start
does
it on
this
a
prove you're
planar
planar?
surface, and then you can.
Like, what are you proving?
I'm trying to prove to people that distances. I'm trying to prove to people that if you have 4 distances in a straight line, straight, not turning left or right, staying equal elevation. If you have four distances, and you know the distances between all those points, meaning you know the X distance in between the four corners, you will be able to tell if the surface is planar or not.
Okay.
I don't know why heads don't know why heads are fighting me on this. You guys are fighting me for no
I'm not
reason.
fighting you, bro. I don't know what's so hard to understand. I'm not fighting you, Jeremy.
I know,
So
Brian.
why
I know.
does that?
Thank you.
Why
but
does that
that's
prove?
never been done. So why are you letting them jerk your dick?
Bro,
I
it's just
wasn't. I
theory.
was arguing about it. I wasn't letting him
Jeremy,
jerk my dick. I was arguing with him about the distances.
You know
why?
that's not how they do it though. So why are you arguing with him?
Bro,
Why?
I don't know. Dude, he was trying to... I don't know. Why do we argue with him at all, Eli? We just spent an hour arguing amongst ourselves over why we argue with him. Is that what we just did?
No, because
Jeremy,
there's certain arguments that are worth having, and then there are arguments with people like who would you think is like so ridiculous? It's like you can't that even the audience can't learn anything from that that back and forth. That this is what I'm talking like. All the audience
Eli.
learned. All the
You know what
audience
people...
learned is that there's something that you can do mathematically, and then these statements are true, except they've never done it. So so
Okay.
that leads me to ask, okay, then why are we talking about it then?
The point
I'm
is to
hoping-
keep
because
us
I'm
sharp,
hoping- I'm
because there's
hoping to
some
learn
flat earthers that are dumb and they'll
percent.
give the values of the distances.
You can't
not
shut
knowing
down
that.
what people are talking about. Yo, hold on, guys. The point is, can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
The point of that whole thing was, now everyone knows that if you give them the distances, it's not a planar surface, right? Do we all know that now?
No,
Yeah, but
I don't get that.
what at the beginning of look, nobody disagreed. I agreed with what everybody agreed when he asked, "Why the
didn't.
fuck are you saying
It's not
that?"
an AE map. Let's say that. That
Look,
kills AE map.
they don't listen, Jeremy. The first
You were
thing,
telling me I was wrong.
because the first thing I told you is they don't have a different distance, because whatever distance they claim they have, all of it is coming from the same data set. So something about what they're saying is a lie. That's what I was telling you.
They add R though. They add R, bro.
So, can someone explain to me
AE map
why-
would be
why-
ruined.
Jeremy, how does this prove that the Earth is not a globe? Can you just express that to me?
You take 4 points. If you
Jeremy, is
if you
that
have
you with that
4
static?
points.
I mean,
No,
not
that's
Jeremy.
not me,
Percentage.
bro. That's fucking. Where are you on here from? The moon with that static? Gotta add the
That's me.
bleeps.
Check.
Add some bleeps.
Yes, Sonny.
We hear you. Mic check's good.
Yeah,
Because
so,
listen,
like,
You
Jeremy,
have 4
hold
points.
on, man.
Okay, sorry.
You have 4 points on the same two-dimensional plane, right?
No.
No one said anything about a two-dimensional plane. We got 4 points level over a surface, meaning same elevation, height above the surface. 4 points. Okay. You know, and you don't turn left or right. Meaning they're either going to be straight lines, meaning not curved at any axis, or if you want to do this over a curved surface, they'll be straight, meaning not curving left or right. You can do this whatever way you want. You don't have to presuppose anything or anything like that. You can start it on a planar surface and then it won't marry up on a curved surface, or you can start on a curved surface and it won't marry up on the planar surface.
So what does that prove?
This ain't hard, guys.
No,
It proves
but
that
what
if you know the distance between...
Shut up.
Like
elevation over a surface, that will tell you, that will prove to you if the surface is curving or not, or if it's a planar surface. I hope everyone knows that now, because I felt like heads were
Yo,
disagreeing
Jeremy,
with me.
could you say that again? Cause you cut the fuck out, man.
Cut the fuck out.
So, Jeremy, I heard what you said, right? But all I'm hearing is that, so like if you do this, if you have this, right? If you have these 4 points, right? How do these 4 points, like, why are they supposed to work on a globe and on the plane? Is that what you're suggesting? No,
they
can't. It can't
Right.
work on. It can't work on a convex or a. Sorry, it can't work on a curved or a planar and a planar surface at the same time. It's not possible.
Okay, so
Yeah,
what's
he's
the
saying
issue?
he's saying it's like one or the other, but it's based on these distances.
So is the issue that do Globers say that like you need to have three like where's the crux of this argument? What are you
Bro, simply put, you have 4 points. You have these distances between these 4 points, right?
Yeah.
Pythagorean's
Yeah.
theorem says that having these points means that the distance like between them, the x in between, should be a specific distance. That distance will tell you whether or not these points are on a curved surface or a planar surface.
We're trying to tell
It can't
that
be
to other flat earthers.
Pythagoras theorem percentage. Pythagoras theorem.
I honestly wouldn't even use Pythagorean's theorem because then you'll get into an argument about angles and if they can or can't happen on a curved surface. I would just stick with the 4 points and the x.
Sure, yeah, the distances between them.
So you have 4
I'm telling you
points
right
in a
now, you
line.
get bogged down in an angle argument on if an angle can be curved or not.
Yeah, this might
Okay,
be a good time. Let me know.
You have 4 points in a line, now what? Like I don't understand what you're doing to prove that the Earth is not a globe by having these 4 points.
May I interject? I think I might clear that up.
This guy needs like an ELI 5. Explain it like I'm 5.
So Jeremy, I agree with you that the analogy of the strings matches perfectly on the surface we travel on, using known elevation angles, referencing what Eli said. They would never line up. So therefore, if they're trying to calculate on a curved surface when we actually have a flat surface of travel, that's very important in navigation. We're actually traveling on the horizontal. So if you get that wrong, can you see how many magnitudes it would be off in your location if you're trying to delineate or narrow down your location based on these circles that have to be equal elevation or else it's all off.
Yeah, that's cool, but the distances they give us, that they say that things are, those distances, they say that they can't, that those distances can't work on a planar surface.
Yeah, that's a straw man. And then
No, it's not a straw
it
man.
can't be.
It's not a straw man. It geometrically cannot work on a planar surface. It's not a straw man.
It's a super.
Okay, so how'd they get so time out. So the distance that they're telling you can't work on a flat plane. How the fuck did they get the stop? How did they get that distance, Jeremy? Do you know?
There's a couple maps you could work on, but not the AE map.
No. You make a map after you've taken angular measurements. You don't start with a map. So rewind. How the fuck are they giving you a distance, Jeremy? Please explain to me what it is.
Do they not? Listen, that's what I was asking B-Ball for. How did you get the distance?
Okay, he's lying. That's the point. He's lying.
Hang on though. So when you asked B-Ball how you got these distances, what did he say, Jeremy?
He just kept saying we know.
Is the distance
Yeah,
right
it's
or
actually
wrong?
pretty funny.
That is the question.
She's like, you don't think they know? Like hundreds of years?
I mean, if I give you a distance,
said,
am I lying about the distance, or do I give you the correct distance?
How are you going to be an adult in 2022 and say they're lying about distances, bro? We know distances all over, no matter where you want to go. You can book a flight right now and they'll tell you how far away it is.
Okay.
So once again, hang on. Once again, how do you know? Well, how could you ask that?
Doesn't matter.
How do you know?
Like you guys are over here.
Answering that question will expose exactly the point that I'm trying to make.
But when
once
B-Ball was
somebody
asked that
actually
question,
answers
what did he answer?
Hold on,
Jeremy,
guys.
when you ask
let's
B-Ball,
slow down.
So when you ask B-Ball that question, how does he know these distances, or how did he get them? What was his answer?
For about 5 minutes, he just kept telling me we know, and then you could check. And then he said you could check a website, and then I said, how does the website know? And then he said, he just kept saying we.
Jeremy,
he just kept saying we know, and then finally,
guys, yo, just let Jeremy answer. Why do y'all interrupt?
Always,
right, guys, calm down, man. And then he finally said speed, time, distance. And I said, well, that wouldn't give you the A to B distance, which is in dispute, since in order to get the distance like that, you would have had to have traveled in a straight line, meaning not turning left or right, and staying at the same elevation the whole time.
That's not right. That's not right,
And
Jeremy.
don't forget, we're talking about distances over
What's
oceans.
not right?
Jeremy, distance
so
is speed over time, all right? So if you know at least two of those variables, you can figure out the third. So when you
That
say,
does
how do we
not
know the
inform
distance?
you of how
When you
far you
say,
traveled.
I was in the middle of talking, man. If you say, how do we know the distance? You
We've
say, well,
already
we know the
addressed this.
speed. We know the speed and we know how long it took to get there. That is definitionally the distance.
That does
You
not
can't get
address
the
no,
speed
how
without the
far
distance. You
away
can't get
the
the
no,
2
distance
points
without the
are.
speed. It's that simple.
Hold on,
no,
guys.
Nidhug, you're
I
not
know.
addressing that you get deviated off course by the wind and stuff like that.
It doesn't
but
matter.
but
You
but
still know
It does
before they
matter because
left
your
the
distance
house,
is changing then.
before they left the house, they knew the distance they had to go. The captain of the plane, he drunk his coffee, kissed his wife while reading the newspaper. Then he got to work, and then he was like, "Okay, people, we're gonna do." Here's the thing: he already knew how far he had to go. The plane was already fueled. So my question
All right.
is, how is that determined? How do they know? How does GPS inform you the distance? How do we know distances at all? Period.
There is no
How?
GPS
How do we
over the
know?
Southern Ocean. There is no GPS over the Southern Oceans, man.
There's probably a good reason for that, but that's
Yeah,
okay.
they say there's an
That's story.
All
anomaly.
right. So
There's South Pacific anomaly, South Atlantic
You know
anomaly.
why?
it sounds like
You know why?
B-ball
Because they
said
can't.
on a globe, use a distance, speed, time triangle. How would you guys do it on a flat Earth?
Bro, you can't
No,
have speed
no, that's
without
not a
distance. You can't have
question.
distance without speed. I don't
Yeah,
know why
yeah.
I can't get that.
Listen. You guys don't agree that the way it's done
Oh
on
god.
the globe is the right way. Fine, cool.
No,
How
you
would you
never
do it
explained
on
how
a
you
flat
get
Earth?
distance. No, you're talking about validating a distance you already
Whatever.
have. Using, hold
However,
on, hold on, hold
however
on,
it's
hold
done
on,
on a
hold
globe,
on,
you guys
hold
don't
on.
agree with
No,
it, which
you
is
are
fine.
trying to
So
validate a
I want to
distance
know,
you
how do you
already
do it on a
have
flat
Yo,
Earth?
guys,
Not
using
guys,
a
talking
projection.
to one another.
I gotta mute both you guys just temporarily, man.
I stopped. I was
I
quiet.
know,
So
that
cool.
took a while. One at a time.
Wow. Well,
All right.
tell him to
So
listen.
okay, Elijah,
This
you
is a
stopped talking. Can I talk now?
You two
Why
just
does he
got
get to
You
here.
go
literally
first?
stopped. You literally
Rock,
stopped,
paper,
bro.
scissors, Jeremy. Rock, paper, scissors.
All right, go
We
ahead.
gotta,
I mean, how do we
on
do
three, we
that?
gotta call it
How do we
out.
do that on
On
there?
three, we gotta call it out. Jeremy says
Go ahead.
3 and count
1,
to 3.
2. Ready? You ready? 1, 2, 3.
Rock. Oh well, he didn't answer. I may as well go.
Come on, guys.
Yo,
So
You're one of
Eli
those
goes
guys.
first because
I
Nate fucking
tried to make it
forfeited.
fair. I
Eli
tried
goes
to make it
first.
fair.
Guys,
Yeah, I muted myself
Trial by
so he can
elimination.
go. Go ahead.
So
Elijah. Go ahead, man.
okay, so Jeremy, the reason that Travis always tells you is that it's a tertiary argument is because while they're trying to jerk your dick and talk about validating distances that are already known using one projection over another, and I guarantee you they're reading the projection wrong. They don't know how to read the legend of a map, neither do I, but I know they don't. That's not the same as me asking, well, okay, well, how did you get the known distance to check and see if it was right
That's
or wrong
exactly what he
to begin
said,
with?
bro.
that's what I was arguing with B-Ball the whole time, dude.
All right, so can
Okay,
I
so
can
we
I say
really,
my
so you
part
two,
now?
hang on. You two
Oh, come
agree
on.
on
What the
this.
fuck? I
Here we
literally
go.
had to wait for Elijah to finish.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
Just want to make
Go
that
ahead,
clear.
Nate.
Shut up
Elijah
and
and
wait a
Jeremy
little
agree
longer.
on this.
Nate,
Okay.
it's on Nate.
Yeah, so my question is, you guys don't agree however the fuck it's done on a globe. Fine, whatever. How
Yeah, why
would
do you think you're
you
the only person that has to wait for Elijah?
come on, man. How would
Come on,
you
guys.
on a flat earth determine the distance from New York to LA, for example? How would any of you flat earthers do it?
Odometer. We're not talking about over land.
What?
That's a straw man. That's exactly what B-Ball did. He started saying, we know
What's a
the distance
straw?
between
What do you
two
mean it's a
cities.
straw man?
We're
I'm
talking
asking
about
a
the
question.
distance over the great oceans in the
How is the
south.
question a straw man? What the fuck?
It's not a straw man.
It's
not,
about
it's
a
not
Yes,
a
it
straw
is,
man.
bro. You
All right,
can't
I
answer
asked
that
you a
question.
question. How is that a
I'll
straw
answer
man?
it.
You are so
I'll
fucking
answer it.
stupid. Yeah, please answer, Elijah.
Maybe an elevation angle measurement. or GPS, because GPS is already done. But if we're talking about starting over, you have to take an angle measurement. But also though, you can't start over because you would also need to use the almanac, which is what's going to inform you of the fucking distance.
So
which one is it? GPS, elevation angle, almanac?
I don't need to talk back.
Almanacs don't give distance, bro. Almanacs don't give GPS or distance.
I have a question.
That's not.
No. But this is crucial. One of the flat earthers need to tell us how they would determine distances from one place to another on a flat earth.
Yeah, because it's definitely
this is
not
really important.
You measure it, wheels on the ground.
Go round and round.
Speed over time, dude. That's how all of us get distance.
So here's my question.
but apparently we can't do that in Nidhug because that's some globe propaganda.
Well,
So
you can't
how would the flat earthers do it?
But I have a question. The argument seems to be, how did we obtain the distance? My question is, do we agree that the distance is correct, regardless of the method used to get it?
No.
Like, how does an engine work?
Hold on. Who agrees the distances are correct?
No,
is there
that's
any
not
flat?
my question.
Is there any
do
flat
we
earth?
agree? I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Do we
Brad,
agree that the distance
I'm asking
is
if we
correct?
agree. Why are you interrupting me?
Well,
I only need to know. We already know the Globers agree. Is there any flat earthers in here that agree to the distances that the Globers give us in between all the cities?
The distances are not correct.
I agree that the topographical distances they give are
is not correct.
Yo, I agree
why
that the
do-
topographical.
What
the fuck?
I only want to
Can
hear
one of you
if
answer?
there's a flat earther in here that agrees with the distances. Is there anyone here like that? I don't want to hear you don't agree. I want to hear.
Listen,
there's
I
a flat
agree
earther.
with the topographical distances between cities on land.
I agree with that.
Okay,
Only
what
on
about
land.
over the ocean?
Only in the
Between
north.
Tokyo and
Nah, not the oceans. You ain't got.
We're talking about. Okay, let me rephrase it. Obviously, Percentage wants to play games.
No,
Does any flat earther
Percentage gave a perfect answer. All right. So Percentage, if you don't agree that the distance between New York and Tokyo as given on the globe is correct, what is the actual distance then? And how do you get it?
I don't have the actual distance because there's no way to account for the headwinds, tailwinds, and crosswinds when you're going over water.
So are you saying it's impossible to actually know how far New York is from Tokyo on a flat Earth?
No, you can do it by time.
Oh, still moving
the most accurate way to do it is by time.
Yo, Elijah, shut the fuck up. Percentage, go ahead. You can what?
Yeah, I was gonna say you could measure it by like the average flight times or what have you, but you're not gonna know the distance per se until you do it by a different means. The only other way to do distances accurately over water is if if it's perfectly along a coastline and you're just driving along the coastline watching the ground directly.
So you couldn't do a ship, say, from New York to San Francisco.
No,
and then
you can't do a ship because there's still currents in the water
no
that are
point.
affecting.
North of the equator, all the distances are the same. So there's no point in arguing anything above the equator. They match pretty good.
So here's my question. Well, how did they actually determine the distance that we had from New York to Tokyo? Like, what was the method?
They never did.
They never did.
Yes. And my question never got answered. My question never got answered. Is there any flat earth?
But if there is an answer, okay, go ahead, fine. Yeah, Jeremy was first.
I asked it 5 minutes ago. Is there any flat earthers in here that agree with the distances they give from city to city? Anyone?
I do in the north and overland.
I'm talking straight line distances as the crow flies, not fucking topographical bullshit distances. All right, the ones the Globers give.
Oh, bullshit.
Yeah. But Jeremy's asking a really good question.
Not going to get answered again, Nate. This is for the flat earthers.
No,
please,
I
Nate.
don't agree with any straight line distances. We've never measured any straight line distances.
I don't want to hear if you don't agree.
Hang on, Jeremy. This is for Jeremy.
No one's going to say that they agree, man.
No one agrees. Jeremy, no one agrees.
Never mind, guys.
The distance they give on the globe is
Everybody's talking. Everybody's talking over Jeremy. Hello?
Sorry. So sorry.
Are you saying yes, El Boricua? Because I mean, that's all we need is somebody to say yes. Clearly, I didn't hear anybody.
I'm trying to actually get the room quiet so Jeremy can finish his statement, and y'all keep going over it.
It ain't a statement. Yes or no?
Well, questions,
Who thinks that the distances are real? Over water.
Just relax.
Only over water. Do you believe the distances are real?
No, it's not just over
Is
water.
anybody gonna say yeah?
Hold up, Elijah. He's not just asking over water. He's asking straight line distances, meaning no topography, even on land. And I don't think anyone can say that we have.
Jeremy said, if you had to draw a straight line from New York to San Francisco, and there's a given distance, on the globe, do any of you flat earthers agree with that distance?
I'm a flat earther and I believe in it.
What's the margin of error?
Save it, Kosho.
What do you mean? What's the margin of error? Do any of you agree with the distances given on a globe?
Yeah.
Straight line from New York to San Francisco. Any flat earthers? Anyone?
Yeah, man. I'm pretty sure the distances in the United States and all over land is pretty fucking close. That's not what's in contention.
That's not agreeing with it. You're saying,
hold on, man, let me talk. I've waited all this time. It's the distances in between in these great southern oceans with all these fucking anomalies and no cables and slow ass fucking ship times around the world and no cruises.
Brian, that's not the question, though. That's not the question.
That wasn't the question.
And you saying that they're pretty close is not agreeing with them. Is that you're still in between? Jeremy, can you please get this correctly? Because I mean, only the flat earthers that believe that there are correct answer.
Yeah,
this is gonna be an endless circle, guys.
Yeah, I hate to tell you, flat earthers, but there's something magical about the water that suddenly changes how you go from point A to point B on a plane. You can fly over land, you can fly over water. It's still distances, speed over time, man. There's
without distance, you can't get distance without speed. How many times I got to say that?
Yeah, we got speed.
So let's try and take the next step here, okay? So straight line New York to San Francisco. None of you agree with whatever the distance is given on the globe.
Man. I agree.
There is no straight line.
Brian's the only one. Cool, fine. For y'all that don't agree, what is the distance on a flat Earth, and how would you get it? How would you do it on a flat Earth?
Drive it on the car.
Yeah, but how are you going to get a straight line?
You're definitely not
the problem.
You're definitely not going to drive it in a car.
How would you do it, Jeremy? How would you determine the distance, Jeremy, on a flat Earth from New York to San Francisco?
Why don't you ask how is it actually done?
Exactly.
Because they don't agree with how it's actually
GPS.
done.
I don't know. I'm just a janitor, right? How do the big boy Globers get this distance?
Oh, come on, Jeremy. You can't say that. You can't sit here and say the distances on a globe are fake. But then when I ask how it's done on a flat Earth, I'm just a janitor. Get the fuck out of here.
Listen. Listen to me. I'm gonna respond to that. If I walk into a house, I don't need to know how to hang sheetrock or what the sheetrock's made of, right? I can look at the sheetrock and be like, wow, that's not right. Okay, that's what I'm doing with this. I don't know how to get the distance, how you would get the distance. I just know that you didn't do it.
All right, so you don't know how to get the distance on a flat Earth, but you know it's definitely wrong on a globe.
I mean, I don't. I know that the way you guys claim to do it with speed, time, distance, that is not correct.
Wow.
Correct, because there's two different distances. Jeremy?
Wow.
No, you can't put it like this. You can't really validate. You can't really validate them.
I mean, we have two different
Falsification
methods.
is independent of replacement.
We can always use GPS to get a distance if we wanted.
I can point the flaws in that too. Am I robot or can you guys hear me?
I was gonna say this. We can use two different methods. We can use the whole speed, distance, direction thing. Get one answer for that distance. Then we can use GPS and see if those two agree with each other. If those two agree, we can be pretty sure it's right.
Are they the same distance?
Well, I mean, I'm not giving any specifics, but I'm saying if you did that for 2 points, if you went if you traveled it personally, calculated time, speed, distance, whatever, then if you used GPS for those 2 points you just traveled and got the same number and it agrees, it's probably correct.
Okay, and
probably.
GPS gives the And GPS gives the as the crow fly distance, right? As the crow flies, straight line distance.
Sure.
And you're telling me to go travel it. I'm not gonna, even if I have a plane, I'm not gonna. You're always gonna get thrown off a little bit by the wind, up and down, left to right. So it's definitely not gonna match up, right?
I would actually disagree in that if you travel a plane from New York to San Francisco and you follow the flight route, you don't deviate too much because of storms, you're going to be pretty close to the distance you would get if you calculate it based on GPS.
But it wouldn't be exact, would it?
I mean, there's going to be a margin.
I don't think it'd be exact. I'll retract that because I don't think it'd be exact. But they could put mile markers in between them, and they'd be pretty fucking close.
I don't think we're going for exact. I think we're going for it's useful, right?
I mean, you're going to be within, say, 20 miles, 50, whatever margin of error. Yeah. GPS will be exact difference, and then the flight route will be within a margin of error.
Right, so you're telling me GPS is the straight line distance?
Okay, yeah, sure. And?
Well,
welcome to Flat Earth.
You know GPS is subject to refraction, right?
I don't think I've heard that before.
Why wouldn't
it is. So you don't have you literally can't get a straight line distance off of any method you have.
So when I'm using when I'm using my GPS and I'm on the golf course and my GPS tells me that the green I'm shooting through to is 150 yards away, and it's about a 3 or 4 yard margin of error, I have to calculate refraction for that.
Right, yeah, like GPS can actually down like a meter. Okay. I don't think saying.
Do you understand GPS is
a great
argument? Nidhug your robot or your mad choppy or something.
Yeah, everyone's.
All right, maybe try it again. Maybe try it again, Nidhug.
What's going on?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying GPS is
a discourse.
I don't think saying refraction plays a huge role is a great argument.
Well,
hey,
you have to.
You don't know how much of a role it plays because you never made the straight line distance to have a baseline to compare to it, have you?
Jeremy,
it's their claim.
It's accurate up to a meter. What more do you want?
How do you know how accurate it is when you don't have nothing to compare it to?
You can stand still, look at your GPS location, and see that it's where you are, up to a meter of accuracy. What more do you want?
Refraction added in to show where GPS is allowed for refraction.
Basically, what he's telling you is, I'm standing right here. GPS tells me I'm standing right here within a meter or whatever. I go somewhere else. GPS tells me I'm standing there within a meter. I calculate the distance between those 2 points. It gives me it within a meter.
Yeah.
Okay, you're telling me GPS?
Now your phones triangulate with each other to tell you your position. What's
Do you guys want
to?
Is anyone going to take this GPS thing down, or what? Do you guys want me to do it? Because I will, but I mean, I'll let some. I've been talking a lot. I'll let someone else do it if you want to.
It's like we give you a demonstration.
You got it.
An explanation for GPS, so you're like, well, does GPS really work? So we explain how GPS works. Well, did we actually launch satellites into space?
After
I mean, it's just aggressive nonsense.
All right. So you're telling me
that's one of my questions, man. That's one of my that's one of my questions. How do GPS satellites know where they're at?
All right, so Jeremy, hold on, Gregory, hold on.
About scrutinizing positions, that's ridiculous.
So, first question: can GPS tell you your location accurately? Can I get my location where I am accurately?
No, it does not. It's not accurate. It's always has a margin error.
That's what I said.
Hold on, Brian. Stop. Oh, everybody else, please be quiet. Because Jeremy brought the GPN refraction stuff, so I believe he should be able to be, getting this to conclusion.
I've been talking talking a lot. If someone else wants to take it, I mean,
Yeah.
feel free. I don't
You
want to
brought
hog
up-
the
Jeremy,
mic.
go ahead.
Just one question,
How does
guys.
refraction affect GPS, Jeremy?
Okay, what is GPS? How does it work?
Bro, don't answer my question with the fucking question. How does refraction affect GPS? You
Okay,
made that claim.
Yeah, GPS. It's light traveling through the atmosphere. No, it's an electromagnetic frequency traveling through the atmosphere. Hello, am I lagging?
Nope, you're coming
No,
clear.
I'm listening. Go ahead,
You
man.
looking it up? You looking it up?
I'm listening to you, Jeremy.
You
Go
ain't
ahead.
lagging, he lacking.
That's it. The end of it.
Hey guys, I just looked it up. I think
It's an
Jeremy's right.
electromagnetic. It's an electromagnetic frequency traveling through the atmosphere. Do you think it's not subject to refraction? Kosho just told you I'm right.
What if,
Kosho just
Jeremy?
told you I'm right.
Jeremy, what if the GPS receiver sending a signal to the satellite is right below the satellite? The satellite is at its zenith. It's on the normal line.
Yeah. So how?
What refractive effects are you going to have there?
So are you making a claim to that or what?
You got about
I'm
three
asking Jeremy a
suppositions,
question.
presuppositions.
It's just a question. I just want Jeremy to answer. Did you hear the question, Jeremy?
I think he's breaking up, but he said anybody could come in. Just one question: how does a GPS satellite know where it's at? That's my only question.
Yeah, you said
How
if the
does-
receivers. You said if the. Bro, why are you asking questions in the middle of this? You can take it, Brian. I'll let you take it. Go ahead, bro. You got
No.
this. I've been talking a lot. Go ahead.
No,
you're
because
lagging,
he's going in a different direction with what you were saying. So it has
Yeah.
nothing to do with the question you arise with.
But I also think Jeremy's lagging, man. Jeremy, did you hear
Okay,
the
am I good
question?
now?
Yep.
If the satellite is directly above the receiver,
Yeah. What refractive effects would there be?
maybe very little, maybe not. I don't know. Can you measure it? Have you ever measured it? How much refractive effects there is?
All right. So if there's very little, right? You know, I mean, the
I don't
GPS
know.
is going to be.
I don't know. Have you ever measured it? Have you ever measured it? I don't know.
If something's on the normal line, there's going to be, little to no refraction happening. All right. So
Have you ever measured it? I don't know. Don't say I'm right.
we ain't
I
got to
don't know.
worry about refraction in such a situation. So how would GPS not
measured it.
give you accurate Can you hear me, Jeremy?
I'm trying to interrupt you because you're like saying right, like I'm agreeing with it. I'm not agreeing with it. I'm telling you I don't know how much refraction there would be. Have we ever measured it? You're trying to
Have we
skate
ever
past
measured
this part. How much refraction there would be if it was directly above?
How much refraction you have on the normal line? There's no refraction on the normal line, Jeremy.
Zero refraction.
On the normal line, yeah.
Okay, so if there's a star at
What
my
refraction
zenith,
do you have
if there's
on
a
the
star
normal
at my zenith,
Uh-huh.
at my zenith, is it twinkling for me?
Yeah, it'll twinkle because the light going from the
Star
star
at
to
my
you has.
zenith.
I'm answering the question. The star at your zenith will twinkle because the light coming from that star has to pass through the atmosphere and it gets deflected and scattered. That doesn't mean
Okay,
that
so
the
how much?
star is not in its actual position. It's not been moved. It's not being refracted. It's just that the light is being
Okay.
scattered. That's all. So there's no
That's why they
refractive
twinkle.
effects on the normal line. So how would GPS
Okay, so
in that
so you're
situation not give you
saying,
an
hold on.
accurate location?
Okay, you're claiming that there's no refraction from the satellite to the receiver. Have we ever measured it to make sure?
On the normal line, in that specific
Zenith.
situation, if the satellite was on
90
your
degrees.
zenith, right above your head, there would be no
Yeah, right
refractive
above us.
effect.
Have we ever measured it? Have we ever measured it?
Yeah,
I know your claim, no refraction. I understand. Have we ever measured it?
But that's how refraction works. On the normal line, there's no refraction, Jeremy. Do you not believe in refraction anymore now?
Wait, let me rephrase this question for him. Have you ever measured it?
No, we don't measure refraction. Because
Who
there
measures
isn't
refraction on the normal
Like,
line?
what part of English do you not understand? There's no
Yeah.
refraction on the normal line. So do you measure refraction? No, you don't, because there's no refraction on that particular zenith point. Like, how is this not understood?
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Thank you,
If
Nidhogg.
you
Thank you.
if you've ever measured there being no refraction. Okay, you know what? I'll give
Yeah,
this one to
Jeremy,
you.
I think you are lagging.
I'll give this one to you. There's no refraction on that line. Fine, normal line. Fine, whatever fine. There's no refraction. Now what?
So now, in that situation, GPS wouldn't be affected by refraction. So moving on from there now, how would GPS not give you an accurate location? Like, what else would stop GPS from telling you accurately where you are? Or, the distance between
GPS is
you and
told.
some other point.
GPS is now has our location directly underneath it. Now what?
Yeah, because you brought up the point that
GPS is
we can't
directly
rely on
above us.
GPS.
Now what?
Yeah, but Jeremy, do you understand that you brought up the point that we can't rely on GPS because of refraction? Now I'm giving you a situation where GPS isn't affected by refraction. So in this situation, we can rely on GPS, right?
I'm trying to get a distance. So far, we know that the GPS is directly above us. Now what? How do we get a distance from me on the ground to another guy on the ground?
Using GPS.
Bro.
I mean, Jeremy, do you understand? We said you would use GPS to determine your distance, and your argument against that was refraction.
Yeah.
So what?
Now we have a situation where there's no refraction.
You have a satellite directly above us. And so far, you have a satellite that's directly above us. We know it's directly above us, but we still don't have a distance. So I don't know what you think just happened just now, but we don't have a distance yet.
But we could use GPS to get that distance. We use it all the time.
What we're doing right now. You're walking me through it right now, Nate. Let's go. The satellite
No,
directly
I'm not trying to
above
walk
us.
you through it. I was just trying to tell you that to try and use refraction as a reason to not trust GPS is silly. That's all.
Well, that's why I asked you how the GPS satellite knows where it's at.
Wasted all our time. I want to make a closing statement real quick. You've just wasted all our time because in the end of it, we still don't have a distance, and we know that it's affected by refraction. Even Kosho told you I was right.
I was saying you were right. I wasn't agreeing to anything you said. I was just saying you were right.
You were right about the refraction, right?
No, he wasn't. He's not correct. Seriously, Nate's not telling you is that refraction does not only not work at zenith. You wouldn't expect refraction to put something out of position if it was above 35 degrees. So there's no point. There's no point in talking about the errors of refraction, especially since the errors in GPS can be corrected. So if you once you make that argument, you just say, oh well, you can just use a differential GPS and make the corrections for anything.
That's just it. You correcting it, Jeremy. Jeremy, let me get in for 1 second. The reason I asked y'all is how does a GPS satellite know where it's at is because the answer to it is we tell them where they're at, or they get told where they're at. So if you're directly under them, like Jeremy said, then it's just where he's exactly where you told the GPS satellite it's at. So is that proving anything?
No, that doesn't give you a distance. You don't have a distance after that. Kosho was incorrect. Anything that's not 90 degrees, there will be refraction with it. Maybe we need to get Zanuck or Rumpus in here to tell you about the angle of incidence.
I'm not sure that's
We need to get Zanuck, Rumpus in here to tell you about the angle of incidence.
Stop. We have with great accuracy the ability to do any type of measurement from GPS above. Kosho said 35 degrees above horizontal. I think it's actually a little bit. I think it's like 25, but we'll say 35. That's fine. Any measurement in that area, you can discount refraction and that's probably where that like off by a meter thing for GPS comes from. But for all intents and purposes, you are accurate. You can make accurate distances. If you don't think that a distance measurement that's off plus or minus a few meters isn't accurate, then I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, Jeremy, you drove all the way down to Florida, right? You didn't use GPS once? driving down there?
Sonny's been trying to get in. Sonny, before you get in, your mic is really shitty.
Yeah.
Your mic is coming in really low, so if you can move it closer to your mouth, that'd be good.
Okay, how's that?
It's a little bit better.
I'll
It's
turn
still
up a
not
little
great.
bit. All right. No,
You're gonna get
then
talked
I guess I
all over with
suppose it would
that.
be proof. I guess it would be we would need some proof of that. Where, when are these supposed satellites ever above you, directly above you, or any kind of steep angle like that? It's not my experience. And
Okay, this show of hands. Who here does not use GPS because of the fact that it doesn't work?
Yeah, right. Like they're not.
We literally all use GPS. Jeremy drove from New York to Florida, and he trusted GPS the whole way.
Right.
So I mean, this is just silly.
Because I trust
This
the
is
GPS.
fucking
I
ludicrous.
trust the GPS because I trust the GPS to take me on the right street. Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, does GPS give you? Does Google Maps give you the topographical distance or the straight line distance?
They use the haversign function to give you a as the crow flies distance. If you can obviously take the route, you can do a route in Google Maps, but you can also just click on 2 locations and it'll give you the.
I don't know, man. That seems like bullshit because my odometer, the distance on my trip count is the same as the one on Google Maps.
Yeah,
it's not going to be. Of course,
click on 2 locations and it will make a route for you and tell you how many miles that route is. But you could also just click on 2 locations and say measure the distance, and it will use the haversign function to tell you the as the crow flies distance.
Were any of y'all alive? Were any of y'all alive when TomTom came out?
Yeah, I had a
TomTom.
Yeah.
TomTom.
What's TomTom?
TomTom.
It was
It's a GPS. Are you serious?
Everybody here was alive, man.
That's why I don't trust people that were born after Tupac died.
Yeah, you're all clones, Jeremy. You're all clones, bro.
Hey, Jeremy, you ever done
just say something real
geocaching?
quick from a
Geocaching would
navigator's-
suck
if I
if
could-
it wasn't
Oh,
right.
shit. Okay. Could I just have 15, 20 seconds? Okay, so just from a navigator's point of view here, myself, I could sail tomorrow. I could leave tomorrow from here in San Diego to Hawaii without using GPS and could find my way. It's like a needle in a haystack using horizontal plane and elevation angles. That's the way it's been done for ages. And that's why they print those elevation angles over the zeniths of those luminaries up there are over exact geographic locations on the flat plane, as they have been for all human history. That's why they're printed in ink on the almanacs you carry on board with you. Thanks.
Yeah, but that's a worse.
Yo, real quick, Kosho, don't lie. Is GPS affected by refraction? Yes or no?
It could be, and as I told you, you could just use differential
Bro,
GPS.
it's yes or no. Yes or no,
I said
bro.
it could be. There's all sorts of things that give you air.
Know?
There's all sorts of things that give you air, and if the satellite's too low, that could be one of the things that gives you an error, and that error is known.
Know.
It's not out. It's
so
not
you
out
don't
by fucking several hundred meters.
He's saying a whole lot of stuff like he knows, but then he's saying.
So you can't have yes or no answer.
Okay, listen. He's asking if it's to be off by refraction. I'm telling you the amount of the amount that the refraction could cause it to be off, because we know how much it's. We know how much the GPS is. We know its inaccuracies. Like nobody's ever going to be off by hundreds of meters.
Yeah, Jeremy, I'm looking at my GPS map right now, and it says I'm approaching an exit 41A, and oddly enough, I'm approaching exit 41A. It would be weird though, right? If it wasn't accurate, it might.
Do you know when TomTom came out, that issue was phenomenal? It actually would tell you to go around. It'll actually point you in a different location than what they actually were.
That's cool. It doesn't do that now though.
Yeah, why is that though? Why is that? Because more it got better just because more people got recorded using the address. So in other words, the data that was collected got better. It's not that it's actually exact. It's just that since more people are using it, more information is being recorded, and so the maps are able to be put actually where adjusted. You know, the maps in your GPS location or whatever location is showing you. But without that information, you were all over the place.
Yeah, that's
why I mentioned TomTom.
Yeah, but those are two different things. So one thing is it telling you your accurate position. which that hasn't gotten more accurate. That's just what it's doing. The other thing is it putting you in the reference of wherever you are on Earth. And yeah, if the maps are more accurate and there's it's updating all the time, then that's gonna change. But
it's not that the map is more accurate, Kosho. Is that software engineers, software developers have actually gotten the map location where the mapping of the map, right? The actual area, and get the GPS and it said, okay, well, we know this is where it's supposed to be located at, and these errors, which is yada yada yada, we could just discard it and we know that you're about this range. That's all.
It doesn't make sense though. It's not going to know. It's only using GPS to tell you where you are in that reference system, and then it's applying that reference system that it has to whatever the Earth is, and putting it on there. So its ability to place you in the reference system that it has, that hasn't been updated. I mean, it's probably been updated or whatever, but it's the same method as it's always been. The only difference is our Earth reference system, the maps and the streets and the roads and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's been updated.
Right. Yo, I'm wild disappointed in you, Kosho, because we had this talk before about GPS and refraction, and you admitted, yes, it is affected by refraction, but we correct for it.
Yeah, I just said that, dude. Not only did I just say that, but I just told everybody in here, because I'm honest, I'm telling them how much it's off by. And everyone already knows that, so they don't even need that information. Right. They know how much GPS is off by. So
let me ask you again: is GPS affected by refraction? Yes or no?
I just told you it can be, especially if the satellites that you're getting signals from are low enough. It can be. That could be one of the
things that causes errors. You know it's yes.
No, it's not.
It's really not the gotcha you think it is, Jeremy.
That's the problem. That's why yes, affected by refraction. It can be affected by refraction if the satellites you're getting data from are low enough.
Jeremy, why do you have a hard on for him saying yes when he's giving you an honest answer?
Because the answer is yes, always. Because the only time it's not affected by refraction would be when it's at 90 degrees. Then you have one satellite above you at 90 degrees. That doesn't even do anything for you. You don't have a distance.
That's not. Yes, always isn't yes, always. Then is it? Because you just
it's
in your
yes,
own
always.
You gave an example where it's not yes, always. So I don't understand your point.
When you have one satellite directly above you, that does nothing for you.
Right, but there's no refraction then, so it's not
right.
Yes,
so you need another satellite that's not going to be 90 degrees above you, and then over talk me. That way my point can't get out. That way I can't debunk you right now. If you talk over me, I won't be able to debunk what you just said. Satellite above you does nothing. You need another satellite that's not going to be directly above you. And if it's at any angle other than directly above you, guess what? Refraction.
Well, Jeremy, we could do this, right? I could be in San Francisco. You could be in New York. I could have a satellite at my zenith. You could have one at your zenith. The satellites ping signals between each other, and they also pin a signal from the satellite to the phone in your pocket. And doing that, we could figure out the distance between you and me. No refraction affecting nothing.
Sorry, what's the satellite? What are they going to do?
They ping signals between each other, right? A straight line between each other. A straight line left to right between each other. And then a straight line up and down between the satellite and the phone in your pocket. And also the satellite and the phone in my pocket. So two satellites. One above you, one above you. Yeah.
Your phone's going to a satellite.
No refraction.
Okay, so the straight line between the two satellites, no refraction in that?
How would it be affected by refraction, Jeremy? If it's above...
Maybe ask me a question, then make a statement.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's not going at a zenith straight up and down, right?
That's right. It's not going at a zenith, dude.
It's not going. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's not going at 90 degrees straight up and down, right?
The ping from your phone to the satellite is straight up and down.
He's talking about the two satellites.
The satellites themselves is horizontal.
Yeah, so there's going to be refraction there, right?
Yeah, that's right, man. Space.
How is space going to refract the signal between two satellites? What the fuck, Jeremy?
Bro, is there atmosphere there where these satellites are?
No.
What atmosphere? No.
Where's
It's 12,000
how far up
miles
are
in
the
the sky,
satellites?
dude.
How far up are the satellites? Are 12,000 miles
Yes.
up? Okay,
Yeah.
and the
So
moon
what
is and the moon is
atmosphere is
and the moon
reflecting
is
the signal
250
between them?
and the moon is 250,000 miles up, right? And there's an that's in Earth's atmosphere.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, what? Your whole argument's falling apart. Oh my God. I'm losing.
I hear
Jeremy, we have a bit of our atmosphere that
God.
bleeds into the moon's orbit, but I mean it's literally nothing. You know, the molecules that make up that part of the atmosphere are so dispersed. You know, they're so spread apart from each other that it has no effect on any electromagnetic signal sent through that region of the atmosphere. So the satellites up there are not being
That's
affected by
incorrect.
refraction at all. How is it incorrect?
You're just wrong. You're wrong.
How am I wrong? What's wrong?
There's an angle of incidence and an electromagnetic frequency being sent. Refraction. In an atmosphere, refraction.
I just
How about
told
this?
you
Here's
that
a question. Here's a question,
What?
Nate, because you're a smart guy. What's the refractive index of nothing? No medium. It's a vacuum. So I guess then the refractive index would just be nothing, right?
It would
and what's the
be nothing.
refractive index of something that's almost nothing?
There's no gas up there.
Almost nothing. Yeah.
Exactly.
So there
There's-
is
there's-
gas.
there's-
So there is gas up there.
Yeah. Jeremy's just reaching for shit right now.
There
This
is
is
gas
sad.
up there.
You guys have got
Bro,
some
you're
double
just talking shit. You're getting bodied. So there is gas
I'm
up there,
getting
right?
bodied.
There's
Is there gas up? Hello, guys. Is there gas up there?
It's measurable, Jeremy. Yes, it's measurable. We use
Okay,
10
yes.
to the
There's
minus 16 torr. That's how much is
okay,
up
yes.
there. So it's a lot.
Okay, yes. There's gas. Yes, there's gas.
It's almost
Is there an
nothing,
angle?
Jeremy.
Oh, you guys are making this so difficult. Yes, there's gas. We all agree. Is there an angle of incidence? Is there an angle of incidence? Oh my God.
No,
I gotta back up. I'm getting too worked up. You guys lost this. You can't face it, and now you're all trying to talk at once, so I can't get this shit off.
Yo, you want a one-on-one?
You're talking nonsense, Jeremy. You're making out 10 to the negative 17 torr of gas as something. It's not. Just stop.
If you scale it up,
so
it is
there's-
something.
So there's gas
This
there.
is sad.
So
How
there's
much
gas
gas?
there? I know.
I
If you
wanna
guys just
be
keep
honest.
talking and never let
I'm
me get
sorry.
a point out, if you guys keep talking with Nidhug with his shitty mic, I'll never get a point out, and it can maybe make you guys look better. Or I can get my shit
Go ahead,
off,
Jeremy.
and we can
Go
all
ahead.
see how there's a refraction here. All right, thanks, Nate. Thanks. So there's gas. There's gas in this place. You're sending this electromagnetic frequency through. There's an angle of incidence. Do you know what happens when you have that?
What?
Anybody know what happens when you have those
Fucking
two things?
refraction.
Yeah. How much gas is up there, Jeremy?
Bro, I don't care how much gas is up there.
Well,
There's
I
gas.
do,
Angle.
which is why I
There's
asked
gas.
you. I do, which
You
is
have an
why
angle
I
of incidence.
asked what's up there.
Agree there's a refraction?
How much is up there, Jeremy?
Hold on. We can get into that. Do we agree there's a refraction?
There isn't.
No,
How
we
much
don't.
is up there, Jeremy?
No one agrees.
Wow,
You
God,
guys
that's
are
just
bugging.
that's dishonest.
This is a
man.
bad look for you guys. Yeah, this is a bad look for you guys,
Yeah,
for
you
real.
not answering the question is a bad look. How much is
Say
up
there's
there?
a negligible amount. Don't say there isn't any. That's just
Yeah.
fucked.
If you want to talk about
It's up
refraction,
there.
we can get into it, but
I want an answer,
Okay.
Jeremy. How much is up there?
Bro, you guys are just being told.
Keep
Listen,
flailing.
I will answer your question after you answer the question I already asked. Is there refraction there since we have gas and an angle of incidence? Is there refraction,
No,
yes or no?
There
That's
isn't.
wrong.
So how much is
That's
up
just
there,
wrong.
Jeremy? How much is up there, Jeremy?
That you're just wrong. When you said there's no refraction, that answer was wrong.
Is up there. Any answer that isn't what I'm asking for is you running away. How much is
There's
up there?
there's more than zero gas. There's also an angle of incidence, which means you're going to have refraction.
Is up
More than
there.
zero. There's
What a
more than zero, and you have an angle of incidence, which means there's going to be a refraction. When you said no, there wasn't refraction, that answer was incorrect.
How much is up there? More than zero
More than
is not
zero.
an answer. That's literally
More than
anything.
zero. More
Give
than
me a
zero.
number.
We also have an angle of incidence.
Give me
More
a
than
number.
zero.
Jim.
We also have I'm giving
Give
you a
me
number.
a
Greater than
This-
zero. And
you
we
did
have
not-
Nidhug, there's Nidhug, it doesn't need to be a quantitative value if it's a qualitative disagreement, okay?
You better tell him,
you're
Jeremy.
claiming
So you're saying there is none, he's saying there is some. One of you is
If
correct.
you're claiming there's refraction, you can give me a quantitative number so we can determine how much refraction. So how much is up there?
Okay, so there is refraction. Now we're just wondering how much there is. Is that what's happening?
Claiming there's refraction, you can tell me how much is up there so we can determine how much refraction. So I
Well, you
asked
keep on trying to move it to a quantitative thing. It's a non-zero value. We haven't nailed down the value, but it has to be a non-zero value.
100th time, how much is up there, Jeremy? A number.
Before we move on, we both realize that yes, there is gas up there, and yes, there is an angle of incidence between the satellites. Can we agree on that before we move on? Can we agree on those 2 points?
No. How much
Can
is
we
up
agree on
there?
those 2 points before we move on?
Until you give me an actual answer.
Nidhug, you're being dishonest right now, man.
Yeah, we've already brought these points up that I've been trying to get you guys to agree to, and now you're trying to bring it to another thing. And now you're trying to bring it to another thing when we haven't yet agreed on these first 2 points.
You claim that there's atmosphere up there that causes refraction. I want to know how much. There is a
Nidhug,
value.
you know goddamn well that we don't have a perfect vacuum. Only a perfect vacuum has zero refraction. So stop being stupid, man.
I didn't say we had a perfect vacuum. I want Jeremy to answer the question. How much is up there?
There's enough gas to cause refraction. Do you know how I know? Because you have gas and you have an angle of incidence, and you're sending an electromagnetic frequency through this place. That recipe right there equals refraction, sir.
How much is up there, Jeremy?
Okay, now we're just quibbling about how much refraction there is, right?
Just asking the same question 100 times until you
just
stop
being
trying to
dumb, Jeremy. Like,
yeah, I'm done. Go ahead, guys. I'll stop talking.
Of course you're doing, Jeremy.
Jeremy lost, so he's just running away now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He really got me there.
He got you.
Well, I mean, let's be honest here. Even if
Jeremy, how much?
Is there anybody here who did not think that was a ridiculous argument that Jeremy was just making?
No.
About the satellites that are 12,000 feet in the sky, 12,000 miles. I'm sorry, in the sky, with the maximum atmosphere, the lowest part of atmosphere that straight line is going to go through is about 10,000 miles. Okay, and he's talking about the refraction, and you guys, nobody's saying anything about that. Like, what are we fucking talking about?
10,000 miles.
It's totally
You're
absurd.
You're gonna shoot an electromagnetic frequency. You're gonna shoot an electromagnetic frequency 10 miles. You're gonna shoot an electromagnetic frequency 10,000 miles with an angle of incidence and think there's not going to be refraction, and I'm the one with the bad argument.
The 10,000 miles was the height of the atmosphere at the lowest point. The lowest point that that signal is going to be passing through, not the distance.
Okay.
The distance is like 3,000 miles.
Okay, 3,000 miles. That doesn't help. I mean, it does a little bit, but you're still fucked.
Okay, but do you understand how refraction is calculated? You take, for Snell's, let's just use Snell's law just for simplicity. You're going to take the refractive index of the two mediums that's passing through. At no point do those two values are going to be anything closer. I mean, they're anything above 1. They're going to be numbers that are extremely close to 1 every time. So there's no point.
Okay. So there is going to be, but it's not going to be 1. So there is going to be refraction, right?
Kind of refraction that nobody can see. That's right.
So yes, refraction.
Yes, refraction. The kind of refraction that makes no difference.
Okay.
That's right.
Checkmate.
Okay, Jeremy.
Quibbling
So
about
there's
how much refraction there actually is now.
all right. So there's refraction, but very little refraction.
Let's be honest, Jeremy. You're trying to make a point. Like if there's very little negligible refraction,
so that we
somehow
move
Jeremy
forward.
thinks he wins, but it's just completely absurd.
Yeah,
Now
but
we're
I just want
quibbling
to
about
concede
how much.
so that we move forward.
Quibbling about how much. Quibbling about how much refraction there actually is. Let's do that. I'm down for that. Is that what you want to do?
All right, cool. So the refraction is
So we all
almost
agree.
negligible.
We all agree. Hold on.
We all agree, Jeremy. We all
on.
agree. Yeah, we all
Before
agree.
we move on,
all
we
right?
can all agree. Fine. I just want us to all agree to these. That there is, yes, there is always refraction with the GPS.
No, that's not what we all agreed to. But we all agree that because you said the moon is in Earth's atmosphere and these satellites are up there, fine. Maybe, just maybe, There might be some sort of refraction between these two satellites, one above me in San Francisco, the other above you in New York. But the refraction is almost negligible, right?
It's not
Would
maybe.
you agree
There
to
has to
that?
be refraction. Whether it is negligible or not is the question.
We're
But
not
there
quantifying
definitely
it
is
yet.
refraction.
We're not quantifying it yet. We're about to quibble over the quantification of it. Right now, we all know that, yes, there is always refraction with any GPS measurement, right?
If it passes through some other sort of medium, yeah. Okay, cool.
Which it always
Now,
does. Which it always does, right?
well, there wouldn't be any refraction if it's, traveling through a medium and it's right above you, right? On the normal line on your zenith, there's no refraction.
And
But
if you have one
between the two
one
satellites,
GPS satellite above you that does nothing for you, it doesn't give you any kind of distance, which is what we're trying to do, right?
yeah, fine, all right. But we have our scenario, right? There's one above me in San Francisco, one above you, right? Now, between the satellites themselves, you want to say there must be refraction? Fine, cool. But now to move forward, would you then concede that the refraction that's there is almost negligible?
Okay,
Would
good.
you concede to that,
I'm
Jeremy?
going to answer that. I'm going to answer that right now.
Uh-huh.
Great. I'm glad we all agree that there's always refraction with any GPS distance measurement. Okay, I'm finally we can move past that. I'm glad you've all conceded and agreed that I'm right. Now, as far as how much there is, that would be a quantification thing. So what do we need to know? We need to know the pressure, right?
Yeah, but I
know
think
how much gas is up there?
Kosho and Nidhug gave you the pressure.
We weren't even at that point yet.
All right, Kosho, Nidhug, could you guys give Jeremy that value again?
The dry and the wet component has to be also. What was it? Is it
Oh
more
my
humid?
God.
I mean, it definitely plays a part
Yeah.
though. Big time part. Matter of fact, the wet component gives us way more error.
Guys,
Yeah, we're gonna need a lot
I don't know
of.
if you guys care or anything, but Russia just drafted. So
They just what?
Russia what?
They just what?
initiated a draft.
Yeah, we know. No
happened
one
like
gives
2
20
days
bucks.
ago.
Yeah. I mean, but
And it's
this
not
is
a
why
draft. It's not a draft actually. It's an order for like bringing up reserves. So a draft applies to
reserves,
non-soldiers. These are actually
like ordinary dudes need to go and fight and die now. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's not important. This is why I didn't even want to go down this argumentative road because it's stupid. Because we all use GPS and trust it. What's really important here? What's really paramount to all of this is whether or not on a flat Earth distances between cities can be determined, and how are they determined? How do you flat earthers figure out how far away something is from you on a flat Earth?
It's a good question.
Well, Eli brought that up earlier with if you want to use the celestial star field and angles of elevation, and he brought that up. And so that's the way it's been done since the dawn of time.
So you guys do that? Gio? Like when you want to, travel somewhere, you look at the stars? Come on, man.
Yeah, get declination angles, and that's.
You asked how it would be
All right,
done. You didn't ask whether I do it on a daily basis. You asked how it would be done and how that I'm just saying that's
all right.
one
All right,
way.
using
It's not the only way.
using the
Another way is
stars in your declination angles. How do you do it, Gio?
well, you want to do both. You want to measure the distance on the ground physically and then match that with your circles of equal altitude and your GPs. So you have it all verified. And then you can continue to verify the angles to different stars. Link the circles of equal altitude are all going to overlap. And they're all going to overlap depending on what GP distances you build out from each GP. So, I mean, it's ultimately could be infinite because you could build a GP to almost every star in the sky. But obviously you just pick some stars to do it on. But yeah, I mean, ideally you want to use multiple methods to cross-validate.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, like give us a real world step-by-step method as to how you would do it. Whether it's you using the stars or doing a actual on the surface of Earth measurement. Like, just walk us through it, Gio. On a flat Earth.
I'm kind of in and out right now. I'm not really able to.
I'll tell you how.
Stay on the mic.
Anyone
but
else?
I can do it
Trial
later.
and error.
I'll jump in a little bit when I can, but I can't do a
Just
full thing right now.
The sum of people making the trip, right? And mind you, this is the topographical distance because I don't see why you need the straight line distance. So you have the topographical distance by just people making the trip and measuring it, and then over
That
time
would be the distance
you have an
you traveled,
accurate
right?
distance. That's the distance of
That
travel.
would be
exactly.
when you say topographical, that means the amount of distance you've actually traveled. Like if my neighbor's house is 100 yards from me, but I have to go around a lake or some shit to get to his house, and I actually have to travel 200 yards. Those aren't the same. A to B and distance you traveled aren't the same. Yeah.
Yeah, or if you're going over a hill and the hill is like 100 feet elevation, or 100 yards elevation, and it's 100 yards away, so you're traveling actually 200 yards.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So on the flat Earth, you would just have a odometer or something in your hand and count the steps.
Yeah, that's how they've been doing it since time immemorial, man.
And if we did that on a globe, like what's wrong with that? I don't understand.
There's no issue.
You can also take a particular thing that's a known distance, like 50-foot pole or something to that extent. Lay the pole across the ground and then mark, continue marking. And you mark it along with the GP and the stars. So you're cross-verifying, validating. And you might think, okay, well, how would you know you're creating a straight line? If you got a 50-foot pole or something like that, then every time you take another section, you're going to be off. But what you would do is compare that to the actual GPs of other stars. So you can actually, because you're creating an entire network. And so it all starts to cross-validate each other, like the circles, the distances, but that's another way to do it, is to do it, marking on the ground, like they were saying, either steps or something actually physical. And of course, in today's day and age, you could get into some of the equipment that's can be used as well, surveying and so on.
Yeah, that's why we have like mile markers on most older roads. I don't know if they still use them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty standard.
I don't know, man. That sounds so rudimentary and 1400s, man.
You guys got me screaming, bro. You guys got to relax, homie.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I think that was just you.
He failed the litmus test of being intellectually honest there.
I mean, you guys drive me nuts, bro. I'm saying shit that's easily agreeable, and you guys are like playing games.
No, you're the one playing games, Jeremy, because you're trying to find these little stupid victories, man. Like, it's so silly.
It took me 20 minutes to get you guys to agree that there was refraction in the GPS distance thing.
But, Jeremy, the point we were all trying to make is that the refraction is almost negligible, and it really has no impact.
Yeah, now we're arguing. Now we're going to argue on the quantitative amount.
No, no one wants to argue with you on the quantitative amount. What we saying is GPS is reliable. You rely on GPS. We all do. You used it to go to Florida and get back home.
Well, you know what?
When it comes, I'm still talking. All of a sudden, when it comes to GPS being used for distances on a globe, we can't trust it. Like that's just ridiculous, man.
I'm from an era before GPS. I used to travel from California to New York, California to Florida, all the time without a GPS.
Yeah, we both. It took me 20 minutes to get you guys to agree that the GPS measurements had refraction in it. Now we're just arguing about how much it is. I'll go down that road with you. I don't know if everyone wants to hear that because I just spent an hour screaming at you guys, but.
I hear you on the refraction part of that. That is definitely a factor. Like, for example, if we made our own system, let's say that we got together and we created our own system and we're putting up balloons or whatever high altitude devices and we're bouncing signals off of them, that would be an issue for whatever we would build, even if it was outside of GPS. You're definitely going to have effects in the environment. We see what happens with the atmosphere and long distances and all kinds of heat and different temperature gradients, all those factors. Granted, I agree, up in the sky, directly straight up, is definitely going to be different than it is on the ground. However, it doesn't mean that you don't have other challenges to deal with when you go straight up. and especially with the pressure changes and the different particulates at different layers of altitudes. I mean, they're, especially in today's world with all the pollution, my God, you could have any number of toxic clouds up there that are, you know, chemtrails, God knows what else that could be refracting and causing inconsistencies. And we already know that happens. I mean, there's times where you don't get a GPS signal or it puts you in the wrong spot or whatever. So that already happens in and of itself.
Yeah, the thing is, they know there's a refraction and they correct for it.
Yes, there is.
Like this ain't if you actually had somebody that knew about how GPS worked, they wouldn't even be arguing this shit with me. They would be telling me how there is refraction and they correct for it.
There is refraction, and that's the main reason why astronomical telescopes are built on high mountains rather than on the lowlands, because the refraction component in the atmosphere, even looking upwards, distorts your positional context of stars you're looking at. And when you're measuring them in a high accuracy, it's a problem, which is why you get these telescopes up in the Andes or something like that. Yeah, somewhere remote, zero noise pollution, lowest pressure differential out to space.
Yep. The other thing with GPS that I think is a huge challenge of trusting it is the fact that all you're really doing is receiving signals, and those signals are telling you where they came from. They're telling you the timing, the particular satellite, which part of the network it's connecting with, and so on. And same with like satellite internet, satellite TV, and all that stuff. It's giving you the information. And now, of course, they claim, well, it's, you know, the speed of light and atomic clocks. I mean, they have their ways of explaining how they're calculating it with quote unquote satellites in space surrounding a sphere. And then they're of course, they incorporate the sphere into that model. But at the end of the day, you're just receiving a signal, and that signal is giving you the information. Now, it's true that when you move upon the Earth, you will get signals that do correlate with you moving. So they're not just random signals. I mean, if you drive a mile down to the store, it's going to show a mile, and so on. So every time you move, it's continually knows where you are because it's tracking you essentially, and it's pinging you.
No, it doesn't.
Pinging you signals.
No, not true. GPS does not know where you are. It does not, and that's the reason why you can't. That's the reason it doesn't know where the GPS transmitter does not know where you are.
That's not what I was talking about. I was saying that the people who control the system that's giving the signals knows where you are because it's continually pinging your device and is giving you data to correlate with where you are.
No, they don't know where you are at all. A GPS, if you believe the narrative that they tell you, a GPS satellite is sending the same packet of information and only the same packet of information to all GPS receivers simultaneously.
Right. I do not believe that's the case.
Does it get a confirmation when the packet is, like, you know, successfully transmitted?
It's one way.
So it doesn't know whether or not they're ever even received.
Nope.
That's what
it's like radio. It's like radio waves, and when you've got your radio on or not, the radio waves are sent. It's exactly the same principle. You choose the channel, but you tune your radio to a different frequency. GPS is a one-way data traffic system sent to the recipients.
Yeah, but it's all going through the cell towers. So when your GPS is on, it's all your data is being transmitted through the cellular connection to the providers of your phone, for example. So of course they're tracking every single step you're moving.
Right, that's not true. If you go online, you can buy a GPS receiver, and you can connect up to an Arduino unit, which has got no Wi-Fi, no cellular capability, no Ethernet capability, and it will work absolutely anywhere in the world as a GPS receiver. You don't need cellular, you don't need cellular, or you don't need any ground signal at all.
Of course, because you can turn your phone in airplane mode and only turn on the GPS, and then in that case, you're only using that network. So that would be the same as having a receiver that, yeah. But what I was saying is that the information that's being pinged is all through that. I was referring to the actual data transfer because, I mean, of course they can track where you are. But in terms of the GPS signals, the signals are still giving a set ping rate and timing to the receiver.
They are, but a GPS satellite sends a packet which contains a highly synchronized timestamp with all other satellites in the network. And the important thing is it tells you the ground position of the satellite. at any given moment. And it's your receiver picks up several of these, and it triangulates from those signals and the delay in those signals arriving across a very complicated algorithm inside the GPS receiver. It triangulates its own opinion by cross-correlating several signals.
Right, and it's a deception in my viewpoint, meaning that the way that they're actually, it's called a spoof in technical terms, that word spoof, even though it sounds like a funny name, but there's actually something when it comes to electronics and equipment where you can spoof a network, spoof a system. So essentially, like one small example is, let's say you're getting your internet from, let's just say Xfinity. That's one of the ones here in the States. So let's say if you're getting your internet from Xfinity, if somebody down the line spoofs the Xfinity signal, they can send you internet, but it's not coming from Xfinity. Somebody essentially hacked into the line. They're sending you data that you think is coming from Xfinity, and it's not. So that's what I think the GPS system ultimately is that it's the way that it's set up with the timing of the ping rates, the claimed position of the satellites, and how that links to the actual Earth. So they have spoofed that system in a way that can be accurate to some degree, like when you drive, city to city and you got your GPS and you're tracking your miles and so on. It is accurate to a particular degree. But when it comes to the actual shape of the Earth and the difference of, let's say, 8 inches per mile squared, that is where there's a spoof component going on, meaning it's not actually giving you a full set of coordinates for an entire sphere. It's giving you different planar sections and different it's like more like a patchwork. And so it's not giving a direct representation of the surface, but it is giving you enough of a general accuracy to be able to be utilized the way that we utilize it.
Well, the GPS system, which is the American system, was built by the military first. And in the commercial realm, there's a resolution of data, and in the military realm, there's a heavily encrypted subcomponent which gives them a more accurate, information. Which is why a military GPS is more accurate than a commercial one. And if you buy an off-the-shelf GPS receiver, the algorithm on board, which is the same, incidentally, this algorithm is the same on all of them, pretty much. Yeah, they just haven't got access to that lower part. And the other thing about it's important to know about GPS is that when you're using your GPS receiver, nothing in the GPS system knows that you're receiving it, or from that matter, knows where you are. Because if that was the case, it would be utterly useless in a military domain. Because if you have a system that works at its position and pings its position out to some other external mechanism, then effectively it's strategically worthless as a military mechanism.
How do
Last thing you want to do.
So how do you know that it's not sending a signal back? You personally, how do you know that?
Well, I don't know that personally, but I've spoken to lots and lots of people who worked with GPS receivers, and the hardware in there hasn't got a transmitting capability.
How do you know? So you only know it by just going off what they say, basically? I'm just asking that. I'm just curious.
Sure. I mean, I work in mobile phone technologies, and I know that it's a receiver rather than a transmitter. I know that they test these things in effectively a cage environment where they're only effectively blocking out the existing signals, and they can send spoof signals to it. But the key is that in that domain, a GPS transmitter will know it's been spoofed, because it's not. It has effectively a mechanism for appreciating that. But there is no signal emanating from any GPS mechanism in a phone or in a sat nav.
Dude, when did you test that? Come on, bud.
I'm telling you, I'm not a GPS expert. I'm telling you what anybody who has worked in that field tells me, including electronics engineers who, in my field, there are electronics engineers who look at EM radiation, transmitted signals, signal noise, because I work with capacitive touch technology using phones. And when you touch your phone, the touch screen, you're using grounding signals through your finger, and it's very sensitive to external electromagnetic sources. For example, fluorescent lights in the room is a typical example, or noise propagated over your charger if your charger is plugged into your phone. So the field in which I work deals with loads of analog signals and analog noises. And as far as I'm aware, there are plenty of things that propagate noise in your phone itself, including the charging mechanism and even the LCD displaying the images you see and the frequency of the colors actually affects the screen. But the GPS, the hub, the hub on your phone is built to be shielded, and the GPS receiver in your phone doesn't introduce an electromagnetic field back into the realm of the phone. So it can't be a transmitter in that context. Now, is that to say that I'm just telling you what people in my technology field work, and I speak to people online and look at videos online, and they say that as well. Can I categorically state that's not the case? No. I've never looked at the hardware at the silicon level, but
yeah,
their power consumption suggests that they are a receiver rather than transmitter.
I really
Generally
appreciate.
speaking,
I appreciate that answer and the clarifier at the end. Well done.
Generally speaking, anything which receives information can work on a very low power consumption. Anything which is transmitting anything meaningful needs a magnitude higher order, which is why a crystal radio can work on absolutely fuck all electromagnetic field to actually generate, to actually tune a crystal radio. But something that something that transmits uses a lot more energy. Can I say? Could I tell you categorically that there's no transmission from GPS systems? No, I couldn't. But like I said to you, it would be pretty fucking useless in the military domain if it did. The last thing you want to do is have anything.
Military, sure, yeah, but not civilian stuff. Why wouldn't it, transmit and receive? Like, how hard is that to do anyway? Why wouldn't you do it just for safety purposes?
Well, of course, but I mean, in a phone anyway, as someone already stated on here, your phone is on the networks, and your phone is, by virtue of being, even forget Wi-Fi and data, by virtue of being on this cellular network, you are transmitting an ident from your phone to the cellular network, and there is a two-way So the police can triangulate a mobile phone into a city area to some resolution. But
they can do much more than that. They can do much more than that. That's what they tell you. But anyway, so my question, and I'll go away, is how would this mean that we live on a globe Earth? And I guess it means you think satellites are giving us this data from very, 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 very far away, whereas we could easily get it locally with towers. Right. So does it? But end game is Earth's a globe, and satellites orbit the globe, right?
That's pretty much what you have to take as read if you look at the algorithms that they use. Okay. There's the altitude of the signals and the topology of the signals and the data are correlated in an algorithm, which, as far as the algorithm that you presented to on paper has got effectively a model in it of it's a spherical spatial representation of the sources. I couldn't write it down.
No, I got you. I got you. They want to show you. See, they want to be like, yo. Oh, and by the way, it's a spherical layout. But you, a lot of folks can't actually confirm that, so we just have to buy it, right? We just have to say, well, okay, they say it is, so it is.
We do, in the same way as that when we want to, you can categorically test the fact that if you're on two areas of the world with a longitude and latitude, and you did a ground survey between them, you get a distance between them physically on the surface, assuming there's no massive terrain perturbation. And if you put those same figures into the Haversine equation, which does have sine and cosine coefficients across the spherical domain, you get a correlated answer. But where do you go?
I got you. See, and that's the trick. It's like, well, if the math they give us works with the math they give us, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, yeah. But anyway, I don't want to take up anybody else's time. Go ahead, finish your thought there. And thanks for giving me 2 minutes with this guy, guys. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Yeah, Pazzo, what do you know about the Haversine?
The Haversine equations. I don't know. I think I did A-level. I did maths at college, and we ran some exercises through them. I don't know their origin.
No, I was just fucking with it yesterday because that thing I was talking about earlier with Google Maps. You pick two locations.
Yeah.
And you say, what's the distance? Measure the distance from here to here. It'll just plug that into the Harrison function.
That's exactly what it does. Yeah. There's three sets of equations that Haversine derived. One was the great circle distance between two longitude latitude pairs. There's another one which gives you the pairing deviation between a pair and another pair with a shared point, in other words, like an angle across the surface. And the third one mitigates for an altitude component from the distance again, but it assumes, of course, that there will be a consistent gradient between the 2 points. A mean gradient rather than anything else. But they all effectively, if you drill down into them, they take the longitude and latitude, they break it into two. It's almost like it can be considered three-dimensional polar Pythagorean geometry. There's a sine and a cosine component. Or sinusoidal and cosinusoidal components are utilized to derive a distance from those differences in longitude and latitude. I mean, there was a discussion earlier on about how would you know the distance between Johannesburg and Australia, or at some point in Australia. Even if you didn't measure it directly, you could deduce it or you could calculate it. If you draw one basic presumption in that the Earth, no matter how you map it, the Earth at any given latitude is geometrically consistent around the full 360 degrees at latitude. In other words, if you're at the equator and you moved 100 miles on the surface of the equator, you'd move between two longitudinal positions. And if you did that all the way around, you'd be moving in equal longitudinal positions. If you did that on the Arctic Circle, as you moved east or west 100 meters, you'd move a different angle of longitude. So you could, in theory, latitude in Australia, travel across a significant distance or survey a significant distance eastwards or westwards on the ground, and you could work out what the longitude differential is for that distance. Then, if you, by simultaneously observing the night sky at a particular time in Johannesburg and the coast of Australia and seeing what angular difference there is in the star trails in the southern hemisphere, you could then map that back to give you a pretty good estimation of the distance between them, just by two people with a telescope either end and a notebook and a telephone.
Jeremy, are you here?
Yo, dude. I fucked your shit up.
Jeremy, are you here?
This is what I expect to see over in 24/7. Not this many people all with their mics turned off in here.
I was getting yelled at for taking one of my girlfriend's beers.
Dude, you gotta quit letting your girlfriend be the man.
You know, girls can yell just as much as guys do, man. It's not the point, though. The point
I
is,
didn't say anything about yelling.
well, today, yeah, okay, man. Well, today's the equinox, you know that, and just about 2 hours exactly. Regardless, I was looking at Lake Pontchartrain because I just happened to be exactly 7.5 degrees west of that at the same latitude. Yeah, so I was going to do some sort of measurement with that, but I know Soundly's here and he lives close to there. Regardless, though, I was also I was modeling Jesse Klosowski's data that he did for Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, and I came up with some crazy conclusions, dude. Like, you know, based on the measurements that Jesse Klosowski got when he measured the positions at each point of the end of the bridge, you can actually measure the deviation from vertical the one has from the other. So you can measure to see if the verticals are parallel or not. And turns out, I was surprised by this, but they're not parallel. I didn't know that. And not only are they not parallel, but the amount that they are not parallel by is about 1/3 of a degree, which is in line with exactly what you would expect for the globe of the size we have and the distance of the bridge. So I thought that was pretty interesting.
You guys have an unhealthy friggin' like infatuation with bridges.
And the fact that,
let me ask you a
it was
question.
surprising.
Let me ask you a question about that autumnal equinox. So, like, I know where I'm at in Wisconsin, it's actually not for a couple more days or something like that, where it would actually be equal night and day for us. So, like, the autumnal equinox is at the equator. At Pontchartrain or whatever you're talking about, I'm not sure how much of a difference it would make, but it wouldn't necessarily be exactly at the time that they say the autumnal equinox is, because you do have latitude north.
You know, fun fact, on the equator, there's actually not a single day that there's equal night or day. Because the deviation...
Then what the hell is this autumnal equinox thing they're talking about?
The amount that it's off by is about 8 minutes every single day. It's about 8 minutes off from being 12 hours. And that's consistent even on the equinox.
So
However,
what, does it jump 16 minutes in one day?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't change. It doesn't swap. It always stays about the same 11:52 by 12:08 every single day.
Well, because I know, again, you know, like where I live, like come fall and spring, like
right.
I mean, we'll gain like an extra like 6 minutes of daylight every single day or something like that during those seasons.
No, but here's my point though: is that the day that because in 2 hours it'll be the equinox for everybody on the Earth, no matter where you are. The thing you're talking about is equal day and equal night perfectly. And yeah, you in the north you would not expect that until after the equinox, and in the south you wouldn't expect that until right before the equinox. And that's because equal night and day doesn't equal 12 hours and 12 hours because of the fact that you have refraction at sunrise and sunset.
But Coach, the whole idea of the autumnal equinox is that it's supposed to be equal night and day at the equator at that time. You say that never happens.
I'm saying that the definition you're giving it, where it's perfectly equal, it's true that it's equal. It's true the sun goes directly over the equator, and it's going to go around and all that kind of stuff. But because of refraction, there's going to be that extra.
Because of refraction.
Yeah.
So let me guess. Another misnomer. Another thing that doesn't exist.
Oh,
yeah.
Listen.
And then you had to attach refraction of all things to it. It's not a magic word, dude.
Okay, let's pretend that we're all capable of understanding this. Okay, I'll pretend to. We'll all pretend.
I'll pretend I don't get it.
Okay, so the refraction. I mean, so the sunrise and sunset, the position of the sun in the sky is known to not to not move at the same rate it does when it's at the higher part of the sky, because it slows down closer to the horizon because of the fact that refraction is putting it out of position when it's at that when it's that low on the horizon.
That sounds like an assumption you're making there, but we'll let it go. Continue.
I wouldn't have made that up. I mean, I only know that because of the people who have equatorial mounts and they measure it. And I mean, this is a known thing that happens every single day.
No, I mean, you'd have to describe exactly what refraction is doing if you know that it's refraction. It sounds to me like an ad hoc excuse for something that didn't match up.
I got a way that you could do it. I got a situation that you could more or less figure out. At least come up with some sort of system, right? We have three different scenarios. We have the story of the globe Earth, which already has its measurements. We have the hypothetical flat Earth, and we have the concave Earth. You guys should be able to come up with some form of margin of error, some form of baseline that says that if too much of one is one, and if too much of another is another. There has to be something that we can critically analyze and be able to see these things. Not just you guys just say, hey, refraction, and just say it refraction and just imply whatever you want with that refraction. There has to be a way that we could check the baseline of that refraction.
I have a way, very simply. You measure the rate that the sun moves in the sky every single day, all throughout the day, specifically when the sun's not setting or rising, and you see if that's a consistent angular rate of change. If it's moving by 15 degrees per hour, if you can confirm that it's moving at 15 degrees per hour, as long as it's at a significant point above the horizon.
And you also presuppose that you're on a ball.
No, you don't have to presuppose anything at this point. You're just making measurements.
No. In order to, it's in there. Trust me. It's in there.
How is it exactly that we're going to verify? How is it exactly that we're going to verify 15 degrees? What if I said it's 13.7 degrees?
Well, then I'd say, let me see what you measured it with, and then you'd show me, and then I'd say, okay, use something better. Because if you were to use something like an equatorial mount is a thing that you attach with a telescope. You guys know what it is, and if you have it pointed at the sun, and you have it move at 15 degrees per hour. Based on the ecliptic and the sun and all that kind of stuff, you'll see that it is correctly. It's moving 15 degrees per hour as long as the sun's high in the sky. And so once you've made that confirmation, then you can move it on to the horizon and see, does it stay consistent when it's near the horizon? And you see that it slows down when it's rising and setting. And so from that point, you can make whatever conclusion you'd like to make, or you can use the information we already have about what the atmosphere does when things are close to the horizon, which is refract things, make the light bend downwards. So I mean, the conclusions are already kind of out there. You just have to make the measurements and look for the explanations. Still though, about the equinox. That's a perfect explanation for why the equator, which should have equal night and day every single day, why they consistently have, this 8-minute difference. On the equinox, like today, everywhere in the world has that 8-minute difference.
How would that see? That's the part that doesn't make any darn sense. How would every place in the world have the same time difference on a sphere? It would have to scale depending on your latitude, north and south.
And let's not worry about all the different vectors that all of a sudden stop enacting and for there to be some sort of uniformity, right? There's just 11 different vectors that this thing is flying. For it to have some sort of equal thing that we all see, it cannot be doing those same different vectors. It has to do some sort of uniform thing, one sort of vector, right? So man, that fucking story, bro, it just gets weirder every time.
That's a good point though, man. Except for 9 of those 11 vectors are irrelevant in this case because we're only talking about the Earth and the Sun and their relationship to each other. And so I guess you can conclude the Earth orbiting the Sun as one vector and the Earth rotating as the other vector. And the equinox is what the equinox is, the day it is, because of the fact that this is the day where one of those vectors, the one where the Earth is rotating, it's rotating at an axis that's perpendicular to the orbit, which is why it was basically like it's like we're spinning around right next to how our orbit is with the sun, and so basically what you're basically seeing the sun move like a lateral position in reference to the Earth's rotation on that day. So it's the same for everybody.
That's fucking beautiful, Kosho. Every time it just reminds me of like when I watch freaking NASA live streams and go to the comments section. Like it's just amazing and humbling. Makes you really question, just like how significant you really are in this amazing fucking giant universe.
Yeah, no, it does, man.
Filled
I'm glad
with-
we shared this moment together.
Lunatic, have
Yeah.
you checked out the comments? Have you checked out any of the comments in NASA, in any NASA or any space thing related what they're saying now?
I've heard there's a lot of flat earthers
bro,
in there.
a lot.
There are none. The comments
There
are disabled.
There are a lot, bro. Every third comment, bro, is them being called out. Every third comment,
Hang on. Most videos, the comments are disabled, and that's because they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to let us talk about it, so they're disabled. Take a look now. More and more videos of NASA are disabled comments.
Well, that would have been interesting. I would have been fascinated by that fact if I weren't in a room talking with you guys right now about it, because I would have assumed that it was mostly Globers. But the fact that you guys, all three of you guys, are describing the comments as if you do read them, and I don't ever read them, it's starting to make sense to me that maybe the people that are actually focusing on these comments are, mostly those people who are against it. So.
No, I actually agree with you, Kosho. I think most normal people don't give a fuck what NASA has to say or the government in general. They really don't care at all about space or space travel or what kind of bullshit experiments they're claiming to be doing up there. They don't care at all about it. Normal people don't. It's people like you who care and people like us who care. Flat earthers and anti-flat earthers are like, we're the freaks that actually look into that shit. Nobody else does.
Yeah, but that's a cool thing about us, though. You guys do, it's like I think it's interesting stuff, and it's cool to talk about it. So yeah, I mean, whatever we agree about or disagree about, at least our interests are basically the same, which is one of the coolest interests. So.
It's what brings us together to have moments like this.
Yeah, most people. You are right. Most people don't give a damn. They're too busy getting on with their lives to worry about this sort of shit.
Yeah.
Kosho, have you ever considered that maybe the path to the truth, right, to whatever the nature of reality is, maybe math is not the way to get there? I mean, math, I get it, is a good tool, right, as a language, is a way for us to convey a reality, right? But maybe in the case of the nature of our reality and deciphering it, maybe it is not the appropriate tool.
I want to be clear. You're saying math, not meth, right?
Yeah. I would say math.
It's a very useful tool. So,
but but it's useful, right? But when you're born, math doesn't come into equation. Also, when you die, math doesn't come into equation, and the majority of the experiences in your life, math has nothing to do with it. So why would we assume that math would be the way to get to the truth?
When you're born, you don't have religion.
As Kosho, math is very important. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's going carry on, Duke.
Well, I mean, just ask.
Hold on, Godric. I'm not downplaying the importance. I've just mentioned. I'm not downplaying the importance. It's very important, right? Just like French, just like German, the German language. It's a language that we
math equations control everything, bro. Just ask Kosho. Do you need a math equation? Fuck.
I think the distinction between a normal phonetic language that we use to talk to each other and maths is that maths in and of itself is only a language as of a tool. It's a way of describing things that is. If you write something down and you can describe it in a mathematical context, and bear in mind, I believe that there's an awful lot of stuff you can't use maths for, but if you can depict something mathematically, and it can be simultaneously understood by anybody in the world, because as a language it's taught this universally the same way and has the same context for everybody who uses it academically, whereas a phonetic language has got nuance and ambiguity and cultural references. So it's useful in that respect if you consider it just as a language. In and of itself, maths contains none of the facts we're talking about here. It is used as a way to portray factual content or factual context, and that's it where its value comes in, because it enables you to load up ideas in such a way that other people can absorb them and test them and run the same calculations as you have if you propose a new equation or propose a new relationship.
Yeah, like quantifying something is universal, right? Like 2 is 2 to everyone in the world, and that's a useful fact.
Maths effectively imbues logic, quantification, as Kosho suggested, and also allows you to impart what inferred relationships or proportionalities between quantities and numerically definable entities. And in that respect, it's the most powerful thing we have in that in communication and conveying ideas.
I agree with that. Our language and communication is one of our greatest gifts as humans. That sets us aside, and yeah, I agree that from our language, that aspect of it, mathematics is probably the strongest, probably one of the strongest components of it.
Kosho, do you have the formula to fuck? Is it, correct me if I'm wrong, mass over volume times distance, and then repeat?
Mass over volume times distance and repeat? You talking about density over distance? Hey, what are you calculating, man?
He's talking about his pull-out game, bro.
Okay.
Coitus interruptus.
Coitus interruptus.
He said, "What's the formula to fuck?"
Yeah.
If you could write that down, if you could write that down and it was meaningful, you wouldn't be sat and talked about you being a millionaire, mate.
Even though it was a funny joke, that's more or less what I'm trying to say. Like this guy Pazzi just expressed that although it is an important tool, right? I believe it's part of nature. We've just somehow we've decoded it. We've created something that was already in nature, right? Like numbers. For example, let's say before we come up with math, Neanderthals. If a Neanderthal lady had 3 kids and one of them disappeared, she doesn't need to know that's 1, 2, and 3. She knows that one of them is disappearing. Doesn't matter what she calls it. There's a kid missing, right? But sure, that is math. She doesn't know what to call it because there is no numerical system, no universal numerical system. But it's still part of our reality. Is what I'm trying to say.
Well, math is a convention, and it's super useful. What's the point of this, though?
You're all right, but the foundational components that we portray in mathematics have always been there. Like in your example there is quantity and quantification existed before humans realized or put numbers to them or used it in any meaningful way. I think they discovered an ancient tribe somewhere in, or I can't remember. I was reading the Guinness Book of Records once when I was younger, and they had words. They had conceptual words for 1, 2, I think it was up to about 5, and then they had something like 12, and then they had a word which was many, and anything which was more than those was just referred to as many, because they lived in a very simple bartering environment, in a rainforest. They didn't need any more than that, and they hadn't really constructed any more sophisticated models of mathematics above and beyond what you could do with addition and subtraction, really.
And they
didn't go above 5.
More than likely, they even though they don't have some like high level of mathematics fucking shit, they most likely have like some sort of depiction of their reality, or at least an idea of their reality, right?
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not demeaning them. They had a sophistication in their own culture. They had They had their own society and their own infrastructure within inside there. It was 5 wasn't the highest number. It was something when you I can't. I'm sure you can dig out the citation, but it was quite low. And then they just refer to many things, because if you're just literally living in an environment where you don't have to you don't own possessions of quantity, or you don't have monetary systems or anything like that, then arguably if you're not in your common vernacular to use words like 126 or concepts of that, then why would you bother constructing them or using them?
As I listen, I'm thinking about, I can't help but think about scripture. Like they had all of these systems, so who didn't? Like it kind of already existed. Just like when people try to say, "Oh, my people is this," actually, there isn't a nation recorded in at least biblical history that didn't have immigrants. So technically, the people that weren't of that place would also be of the nation. It's like, again, like I'm just saying, like, when was math or any of these complicated systems not a part of nature? Like, what story are we going with to even suggest?
No. We're not suggesting that. Actually, that's what we're saying. That math has always been a part of nature, and not just math. Any system, anything that man developed, he didn't just imagine it. He done. It's like pattern recognition. He noticed things. He's put it into a system and gave it out to the world. It isn't like a fucking quantum mechanics and all of these people did not invent it. They simply notice pattern and try to make a system to interpret that reality that they're trying to convey. String theory and all that shit. I don't think that shit is just somebody just decided, I'm just gonna make up a system called string theory, right? It's based on something that is real. What I think it is that the language that they use, maybe it's not easily recognizable for everyone, but my whole thing is that they don't just make it up. It isn't just a lie. It is something based from something in nature, everything.
Hey, somebody made up Bitcoin in their garage.
Maybe. Yeah,
and it works.
You're on it. You're on it. You're on it. Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was saying
God,
somebody made up
God,
Bitcoin in their garage and it works.
Eli, that's Godric. Godric, Eli.
Did he stop talking? Is my mic fucking it up? What's going on?
Yeah, your mic fucking sucks, bro. Are you in the subway or something a lot, or like these elevators?
Just
Go
in the
ahead, Mike.
city,
I wasn't interrupting you. Go
Bluetooth
ahead.
headphones don't work outside. You know how the Bluetooths are. But yeah.
Are you doing like over Eats or something, Elijah?
Obviously, yeah. Well, Grubhub.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, same concept, same thing. But yeah, yes, what you're saying is true, but also because we understand that there are liars. Like you can say that something is based on reality, but dead ass be lying. Like because you can kind of manipulate. Like all we can do is manipulate, and I'm going to agree with you here, that which we've already experienced. Like I could make up Bigfoot, but Bigfoot is going to be comprised of things that I've seen, and I just put together those pieces of things I've seen, and I've created Bigfoot. But at the same time, Bigfoot also doesn't exist. So there's some truth behind what you said, but also there's some caveats as well. But
there is a lot of
that,
evidence for Bigfoot. Oh, my bad. I thought you were done.
What was the final point?
I get the crux of what you were saying.
Yeah, I would not say Bigfoot does not exist. I would not say that.
No, he wasn't talking about Bigfoot. Literally, it was just the concept of grabbing a monkey and something else and turning it into Bigfoot.
My bad.
Yeah. Basically, yeah. Like that's also possible, because we already know people can lie, so they can manipulate it doesn't necessarily. But also, what you said about string theory, like I said, it could be alive based on something, like, but could ultimately be a lie. But what if it could be true? Now, I'm just saying that when I speak to people, I realize I'm no longer like the layman. Like, they just don't understand what I'm talking about. Like, I can pull up whatever on Google and they'll be like, oh, I don't really think about all that shit like that. Like, I'm not really that deep. But the point that I'm making is, all of a sudden, I may as well be speaking legalese to my loved ones because they don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
Yes, I
Like,
think
so what if there's that kind of disconnect?
I think it's the same shit. I think I would love to see a flat earther or anybody in this movement and participate in like one of them shows where they ask you questions like, who wants to be a millionaire? I guarantee you we'll probably ace the fucking game. Because all the questions they're gonna ask, we probably talk about them questions every day on here.
Anybody's interested, I put a link up on the chat for the Piraha language and people of the Amazonian jungle, and that's the citation. They've got no real numerical constructs. They've got 1, 2, which are a bit vague, some, many, lots, because that's all they need. And studying these kind of very, very simple civilizations, in the sense, when I say simple, I mean in the terms of their language and their use of numbers, gives us potential clues to how we were in our origins, you know.
These people also have like a way of healing themselves if they get ill, right? Like a medical system. They most likely have some sort of education system, right?
Oh, totally. They live in the they're intimately entwined in the forest. So they have excellent survival skills. They have culture. They have, you know, they have. I'm not saying they're not sophisticated, but in that environment, they're kind of representing where all of us were, where all civilizations were at one point, actually living intertwined with the land before agriculture, before what we call modern civilization. So they're representative of maybe how language slowly evolved for everybody in the world in various locations, you know, where you build up slowly the sophistication as your life gets more complicated.
For all we know, they might speak the original language, right? Who knows? Maybe they never changed the original language.
Who knows?
But in your opinion, would you say that these people, although we view them as primitive, right? We view them because we have a different point of view. Would you say that that people like that are perfectly capable of understanding, or at least trying to comprehend the nature of their reality, even though they have limited tools?
I read somewhere, I can answer that question indirectly. I read somewhere a year ago that if you took a child from 100,000 years ago or some distant point in time, in prehistory, and you brought them as a baby into the modern world and you raised them in a normal family, they would be indistinguishable in so much as their capabilities, both, you know, cognitively and mentally, would be difference. So in that respect, these people have no less thinking faculties than me or you or any other human on the world, on the face of it. You know, they are as capable of any creativity or any linguistic capability as anybody else. It's just the society in which they're born and the education within their culture that they receive. So they're not primitive, they're not different to us, they're just that their entire lifestyle is different to us, and it's simpler in some respects, but obviously they have a very, very complex a relationship with someone that's they live a very dangerous lifestyle. So
and perfectly in tune with nature.
Exactly. So they have a far more detailed understanding of the dangers around them than we do. We live in a cozy world where we're buffered by a lot of the problems.
Oh yeah, we're definitely shielded. See, that's why I asked, because a lot of the Globers, when we have discussions with them, right, they tend to point out to the audience that we are unable to understand the nature of our reality because we are not a math whiz, because we don't have a PhD on this, we don't have a PhD on that, we don't have a diploma on this, and they say that we are unable to even have a conversation about the nature of our reality You think that's true?
No, I think that most people are able to have a conversation. Most people are physically capable of having any conversation and absorbing any information if they dedicate the effort and the time to do so. The differences between people are personalities and how predisposed people are to listening and or at least evaluating how strongly they feel about their positions. Most people who don't change their positions are people who refuse to accept that quite often, and I say this all the time, you are continuously wrong, but if you learn things, you're slowly getting less and less wrong about things. In the same way as science is always an approximation, but it's hoping to get closer and closer to a more accurate reality. Science doesn't give you proofs. Science collates evidences to try and create a model which hones in more clearly on the reality in which we live, but it never sets a stake in the ground and says that's the absolute truth. And I think a lot of people get that misconception about science as well.
I 100% agree. What side, if you don't mind me asking, what side of the fence you fall under these days?
Oh, I'm a staunch glober.
He's a glober. You can't tell.
No, dude, he has too much logic and reason for me to be able to tell, bro.
You just told you can't prove things with science, and the science is correlative.
The problem is a lot of globers wouldn't admit that. You know what I'm saying? He basically is saying what we're saying, that science doesn't know it all, right? That anyone is able to understand anything, right? That you don't need, right? He's basically saying yes, it's right. You know, and I think normally globers will tell us that we don't even understand anything. That's, as a matter of fact, that's usually the beginning of their sentence and the last thing of their sentence. You don't understand.
I think there is a slight difference there. I think that when you have a significant amount of evidences that point to in a direction, and you can't find evidences that meaningfully break down any conclusions, then you can't. That's where you kind of get the idea of a theory or a concept that's held as scientific law. But it's never ever. If anybody who deals with science is being honest, it's never like a foundation in which you build other things. And if you do, you understand that it may shift, and the whole narrative of where science is going will shift. That said, and that is definitely a. Go on.
Can I just? Sorry, go ahead. I just want to respond to that first point. Things are built on it. What do you think engineering is?
I said
using science.
They are built on it, yeah, and I said they are used foundational. So that said, generally speaking, what you tend to find is that when there is what appears to be a fundamental sea shift in an understanding, it typically means that you're just moving or changing the position of those foundations. It's very, very rarely does something come along that flips everything completely and changes the entire narrative of science.
Have you seen,
especially
you have a follow-up, Jeremy?
Science, that engineering that's based on. Go ahead, Matrix. No, I was going to say,
breaking up. I didn't hear
science
you.
Isn't. Yeah, my bad. If science doesn't prove things, they do science, and then engineers use that science to make things and build things in reality. Now, those things work. So that science is never going to be overturned, because it's not going to be like one day they figure something out about that science, and then all that shit those engineers made just isn't going to work suddenly or something. You know what I mean? Like, just don't even make sense.
Yes, but if you think it's more accurate to think that they've always built like planes and cars and metal things, with chassis and any transport systems, and for a long time they built cars and trains, and to some extent even aircraft, before they understood metal fatigue. And metal fatigue was the study of vibration analysis in physical systems is a science now, and it's a dedicated pursuit of investigation. All that merely has, by knowing that if if an airplane's wings or an airplane's fuselage is subjected to enough vibrations, it actually degrades to it falls apart, hasn't fundamentally changed the way that engineers make planes. The planes are still planes, but the engineering processes have changed, and that's the distinction, is that they always use science as a reliable foundation for the process of manufacture and design. So they do change. Science does clearly. There are points in time when, if you look at the way they make aircraft, they'd say, no, we would definitely not do it that way now. We do it this way now, and to do it the way we did it before when we didn't know about certain things would be suicidal and potentially, well, it would be suicidal. What can be worse than that,
Maybe we should change the way we view science, right? Or the way it's being portrayed. The way it's being portrayed is that science is the end all be all and it's absolute truth. And it doesn't seem to be that. It seems to be the attempt at explaining truth, not truth itself.
That may be the case. I mean, certainly for the I work as an engineer and I work in material sciences, and the material sciences are as close to truth as meaningful, because they, as someone pointed out just a moment ago, they are used as a practical cornerstone for manufacture and design and building things that work. And the better the science gets in those fields, the better the product we have is, the more reliable the mechanisms and the machines we use and the technologies we use. So there's a clear roadmap there, which is arguably irrefutable. There is a process there which is proven time and time again. Some of the sciences are more theoretical, and of course, you have to evaluate them differently.
And would you call that a soft science?
I wouldn't go that far, because I don't think that it's. There are lots of soft sciences, and some of them are soft because they, by virtue of what they're trying to evaluate, they have to be. Some of them arguably are driven. How do I explain it, really? A lot of the theoretical science is about, and again,
what's a soft science?
Well, from a point of view of someone who's an engineer and deals in the material sciences, which are pretty rigid, I would, from my perspective, put the sciences of the mind, the sciences of animal behavior, the sciences of some of the theoretical constructs in dealing with astronomy or whatever. They're more out. They're conceptual, a lot of them, or they deal with conceptual things. Yeah. That doesn't. I'm not being degrading. I'm not degrading. Example, the sciences that try and work out what compulsive disorders in people or mental illnesses are. I'm not degrading those things, but I'm saying that the nature of the world in which they work and their practical application back in the world in which we live are possibly more nuanced and not as demonstrable as they are the more classical engineering related sciences.
You mean the science you can actually put your hands on, the science you can actually touch, put your hands on, manipulate variables, have control, things like that. Those would be like the harder sciences.
Yeah, I think that's clear.
And then if you can't manipulate your independent variable and you have to just think about things and maybe it'll be like this if this was like this, or you have all these things you can't manipulate or control, that'd be a soft science.
Infinite hypotheticals that you can't prove.
There is some of that. I mean, even in engineering, there are some deductive parts of science where you can't actually, you can't. For example, is quantum computing example. Clearly, it's a field of engineering and electronics and mathematics, which are all trying to. If you can possibly end up building a computer, then there is a practicality to that technology or that understanding. But it is soft in so much as, like, at the moment it is very there's lots of hypotheses of what's going on, and not understanding necessarily how it works makes it a bit softer, whereas mechanically.
Well, I wouldn't just classify it generically like, well, this quantum mechanics is soft and this is hard. You know what I mean? I would take each experiment one by one in the field, right? Because you got biochemistry, and they deal with like what evolution and shit like that. Like,
Yeah, even those sciences that deal with like paleontology and earth sciences, and they all have, because they've matured to have a methodic and systematic way of evaluating the physical world. It becomes increasingly more difficult to call them a soft, because they are.
so you would classify earth science as a soft science?
No, not really, because it's getting to the point now where there's so much, it's so systematic and it's so collaborative, and it relies so much on quantitative measurements of things rather than just musing, or just there was a time when we just basically just hypothesized why continents shifted, or how volcanoes worked and stuff. But with things like seismology and tectonics and all those sort of things, where people are investigating further and further, you still don't have any proofs, but you are still building nonetheless an ever more robust model, which might have holes in it, might have things in it, the little chunks of it which are wrong, and you just have to, and they could arguably be a patchwork of some degree of assumption, but they are coming together to make a reasonably robust appreciation of reality. So they're not, it's a difficult, that's what I'm saying when I was a bit vague at thinking. The hard and softness is a bit, it's a very vague term, isn't it?
There's a giant gray. It's gray. You're saying?
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe shades of grey is a better way to look at it.
Oh, I would imagine that before how long have you been researching flat Earth and Grover? I'm talking to you, Paz C.
Oh, how long have we been talking on this sort of these?
Yeah,
forums?
more or less in the movement. How long you been?
I spent a little while recently on Jim's. I was on here for a bit, then I've been on Jim Panda's server, and prior to that, I was on for a brief spell. I was on 24/7 Flat Earth before they perma-banned me pretty quickly. Before that, I was just I've always been online looking at science and politics and stuff, so I've always been interested, but I wouldn't really. There wasn't a deliberate desire to get to this conversation. I was using Discord for other things, and it kind of fell into it, I suppose.
You were more or less a conspiracy theorist, is what you're trying to say? Are you looking for information?
No, I think that there are some things that I think even if you sit down and talk to even a lot of the people who argue on a daily basis, who are in opposition to flat Earth and take science as is, most of them understand that we live in a world where infrastructure and authority and politics and all the narrative of how the world is run is inherently riddled with things that
don't make sense.
Yeah, they don't make sense. They are conspiratorial in nature. What communications are made between the rich and the powerful and the elite, and there's power infrastructures which clearly demonstrate that things are being concealed from us, and we're not being told the whole truth of things. Okay, and
would you say that something is true because a lot of people believe it?
No, I don't. In and of itself, appeals to authority are no more constructive than any other unfounded appeal.
It's appeal to consensus, but
yeah, sorry, it's appeal to consensus. You're right. Sorry.
Jeremy's sharp with
it. It depends what that consensus actually consists of. If it's just a culturally, or should we say, culturally shared, or a position shared from a particular educational standpoint, then it's possibly flimsier. If it's something like, you can argue that there's a consensual authority within science. I think the distinction is that if there is a deception in it as from an appeal from consensus, if you are able to freely acquire information, drawing any conclusions, then you're in a much safer space. And just because the consensus believes something, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a problem. If you can demonstrate what's believed, or you have access to the information behind what someone else tells you as the conclusions, which is what allegedly science gives you, if you really want to go and find it, and then obviously that's a far better place to be than just a consensus where you don't really you understand that everyone's just taking a position and not really evaluating it properly.
Would you say that most people, like the majority of the people, right, the people that are not in the community, obviously, would you say that obviously that most of them believe in the globe, but would you say that they came to that conclusion because they've investigated it, or they just simply? Oh, okay, that was pretty fast. All right.
I think that most people's opinion about, for example, what happened to JFK, or the moon landings, or 9/11, or Sandy Hook, or any other thing that you can frame as potentially having some, whether you're right or wrong, having some part of it that doesn't smell right if you go and look at it. Yeah, most people will exercise exactly the same amount of effort. They'll listen to what they're told. They listen to the general narrative. They understand because that's the way we work in the world. There's a million things you could know, million topics and a million subjects. So the question is, how much does knowing a lot about something affect you in your daily life and your ability to look after your family, pay your bills, and so forth? And as a consequence, and how easy is it for you to get a bite-sized piece, a summary of it that sits well with you, so you could put it in the back of your mind? And that's why for most of these questions, people are told.
But that's very difficult because we're conditioned in school. They never tell you in school that the news lies. They'll never tell you that. They never tell you that the government lies to you.
There are definitely flaws in the way that Western educational systems work. The fact that you're not taught how to look after yourself, how to balance your books, how to what a mortgage is, what taxation is, what conscription to an army manifestly means, what voting is, and all these things you
Yeah,
never
and then I hear dead people voting, and I don't believe these poll results. And if I put that on social media, I'm all of a sudden a conspiracy theorist.
My major issue with the school system would be that they're teaching things as fact that aren't facts. That'd be my main beef with the school system.
There's a purpose for that. You guys know that they don't really teach us how to be self-reliant. They teach us how to be reliant on them.
Yes, they don't.
Like, would you agree they're teaching us things in schools that as?
Yes, they do. But in so much as what they don't do in school at the elementary level and the level up to 16. In higher education, it's different, and the further up you go, the more there is more of a distinction. But at the level we're talking about, which is where you in the 5 to 16-year-old framework of education, it's only purposeful for them to fill you in with a reasonably broad field of information about a range of topics. They're trying to get you potentially to either position whereby your common sense has come to the front. Whether they succeed in doing that is neither here nor there. And if you have any passion to learn things yourself, you can go into a higher education. They're not really equipping you to go into a workforce. The society sets all its own structure up to try and get you ready for work. But in reality, what they're trying to do is say they want to teach you the ABCs, the 1, 2, 3s, a bit of social education, so you know how to interact with your peers and to do a bit of teamwork. But they're not really interested in, and then it's not really their job to go into anything in specific detail. Now, in that framework,
it's mostly memorization. It's not real knowledge. It's just they're giving you the facts. You have to memorize them. That's really what it is.
They do, but the thing is that in that,
when do they tell you how to go and get verified facts? Cool. How to ask people what happened in this event, and not just trust the news and books.
That's true. It's a good question. If you think about some of the subjects at school, like geography, or the humanities, or history, you are taught from literature and your teacher teaches you from literature, and unless there is something very, very widely seen as a vagary or a commonly held contradiction about what may be told, they tell you it all in the same way as they tell you about, they could just as easily say, oh, look outside, it's raining, and then the same way they'll say Henry VIII was born in 1864. Now so you get used to an idea that education tells you about facts. You're right, that is definitely the way in which it works. However,
and you can't really question these facts because they're facts. You can't question them. How do you question facts?
Well, most of the stuff.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you are. It is an exercise in getting you to learn and getting you used to learning things. But
it's not really learning. You're just memorizing.
That's very true. That's very true. But the thing
Look,
is that
you're the teacher. Who am I talking to? Who is it? What's
Learning
your name,
is memorizing and understanding.
Look, you're the teacher, right? You have a class. You go to a field trip. You're going to go to the salt flats, all right? Now, you're the teacher, and one student says, hey, if these are really flat, then how do these balls that NASA sends us, perfect spheres, how does that work out? Because this is flat, so what is it? What is the curve? Now, what do you say?
We live on a disco.
As a teacher, you would teach the narrative that you live on a ball that's so big you can't detect the curve. And but the thing is that interaction with that student wouldn't be. It would just be a conversation. It wouldn't be part of their education in the sense in which they'd be tested on it, would it?
Wait a minute. He asked you an important question about the world, and this is not important. It's flat right here. What is it curve? That's not a good question.
It is a good question.
That?
I would say to the child, if it does appear flat, but it's not quite flat. That's what the teacher would tell you if they were in my position, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would, but you notice that they didn't prove it to them, explain it to them, or tell them how they can confirm it, did they? This is the shit we have in education. There's words,
that's the point.
no confirmations.
No, that's the point. No, I agree with you, and that's the point I'm making. That by and large, teaching at that level is very broad, and basically they teach you things as a statement of fact. They don't. There's no space for them to go back and say, okay, let's now work our way through that logically and deductively. That goes on some level in mathematics, and it goes on a little bit in science because you do science experiments in your class. In that sense, you are right. And in that sense, the education you get in school has chunks missing. The education you get after school when you go and go to college and you start focusing down on specific subjects and specific fields, and then when you go and get your degree or your PhD and so forth, they open up the resolution. I haven't got a degree.
Well, hang on a second though. But let's think. Most people don't go to college. This is a fact.
No, they
right?
don't. They don't go to college.
A small percentage, maybe a percentage of the U.S. people go to college, but in the world, a very small percent goes to college with any meaningful degree.
Absolutely, and they go to college. Don't forget that very few of them go to do geography or astronomy or cartography. Most of them are just doing other things that mean that they're never going to raise it. They're not going to.
But you would think though that the world you live on would be kind of important to know that, and that's why people come in here and. Discord servers or on YouTube, wherever, and these what I call them normies, and they believe they know that. Hang on 1 second, they know the globe is a globe, but have no way to verify it for themselves, and they start googling shit, and Google is like worse than trying to do it yourself. It's just nonsense.
Right. I think that's the reason. I think that's the reason, Godric, that they give us these numbers and these equations, because they give us something that is real, so we can attach the realness of the numbers in the equation to the realness of what they conclude.
Right, and I remember, I think it was between 2nd and 3rd grade, teacher told us Columbus sailed to America, and that's how he knew the world was round, because if it wasn't round, he would have fell off the edge. And then, here's the kicker. They make fun of it. They show us a picture of an ocean that banks off into nothingness, and then these boats, they have this picture of these boats going off the edge, falling down this endless abyss, and then there's dragons down there. Look at this, what they thought. you must be stupid if you think the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
This is what happens at Earth flat. You don't think that? Then Christopher Columbus proved it. You must be stupid if you think this is the case. That's how they make fun of it. But they don't. At the same time, they don't tell us in school how we can verify it.
No, they don't. That's not part of their curriculum to do that at that point. You're right. It's not part of their curriculum to do that.
Well, I'm about to go smoke, guys.
That's indoctrination right there. That's a classic example of indoctrination.
I'm about to go smoke. Going to the hallway is going to sound like this. So, Pazassi, thank you for the conversation, bro. I think you're pretty based, and I appreciate.
No worries.
Hey, Silent Zero, what do you smoke, man?
It's Matrix.
Doggone it. I don't know why I'm getting you guys confused recently. Matrix, what do you smoke?
Cigars.
What do you think? All Spanish people sound the same? Weed,
No,
bro.
I don't know why. I usually don't have a problem differentiating between the two of you, but whatever. So anyway, what do you smoke?
Right now, I'm smoking this shit called White Truffle.
White Truffle. Okay.
Yeah, it's weed.
Well, you just get a vaping device. That we don't have to go outside.
The vaping thing, man, it's like a cheap, bro. It's like
That's not the same quality.
Yeah, it lasts
Yeah,
like 5
you know,
minutes and it's over.
I don't know how
the
long
thing-
that was
the thing with the vaping, like when you first start doing the vape cartridges, it's like, damn, this is nice. It gets you fucked up, but you build up a really bad tolerance or really good, heavy tolerance to it.
I'm not talking about the
And,
cartridges.
Hold on, let me respond to something I got said before.
There's vaporizers where you just grind the weed and you put in the vaporizer and then you just hit it.
Oh, one of those. I have one of those from back in the day with the bag. I still have one, but yeah, like I haven't used it forever.
Hold on, let me respond to something I got. Let me respond to something I got said before. That you said they don't teach. I was on mute. I was like, why aren't these guys acknowledging what I said? But I was on mute the whole time. They do teach you how to verify it in school.
Yeah, they teach the experimental method.
Yeah. Well, no, they teach you how to verify Earth's a globe in school. These guys were both. I mean, you guys were both wrong.
They teach you how to. They just don't show you if it's ever been done. In fact, they tell you that it's never technically.
No, man, they teach you how to do it, bro. They have you do it yourself, dude.
I don't remember being taught how to prove the Earth is a globe in school.
Yeah, bro. They didn't have you do Eratosthenes or nothing?
No. There wasn't an agenda.
They ain't teaching that shit in school these days?
They these days, dude, I'm 40. No, they didn't do it back then.
No science books?
I've heard Globers say, well, they teach this shit in school.
Yeah, they might now.
Maybe not.
They might
Science
decide
class.
to do that in some either in science or maybe even in like trig. If you have a nice day, take the class outside. Fuck it. see if you can measure some
I'm gonna
angles.
ask my science.
I mean, you do learn
gonna
this
ask
stuff
our
in
science
school if you pay
teacher I
attention.
bodied on.
Not gonna lie, like you actually do. It's just a lot of us forget too.
No.
And
You know what's-
some
I'm gonna ask
people
crazy.
don't understand it either.
This is totally random.
I'm gonna ask the earth science teacher. Can you guys hear me? I might be breaking up.
No, I
No,
can
but
hear
they
you.
do. Listen, they do give you the
I'm gonna ask
tools.
the earth
though, like-
science.
I would say they do give you the tools though in science class, like to discern like truth to be, with the scientific method. They teach you how to do that. Everybody forgets by the time they get here, but they teach you that.
I'm gonna ask the earth science teacher tomorrow because I've been cleaning science a little bit, helping out. I'm gonna ask the earth science teacher tomorrow, the same one who didn't know what the reference frames were for Coriolis. Anyways, I'm gonna ask him if he
What grade?
teaches Eratosthenes. High school, 12. I don't know. It's somewhere
I
between
remember-
9 and 12.
I mean, I remember that the name about that. I remember the story of Aristosthenes. I remember it coming up, but it was just like breezed right over. No, we didn't do any measuring of the sun ourselves or anything
they
like
didn't
that.
even have the fucking internet. They didn't even
Dude,
have
we
the
had the
internet when
internet.
you were in
And
school.
it just
Nowadays, they can get on the internet with another class. I'm asking.
Yeah.
You're 40. You didn't have the internet in high school, did
No,
you?
we did, but it was in the computer lab, and like the whole school shared it. You know what I mean? Like you went to the computer lab like once a week or maybe a couple times a week for a period.
Yeah, I'm a few years older than you, so I mean, I didn't have there was no internet in my high school, but maybe by the time you're a few years earlier or
Yeah,
later.
we were like, I remember it being a big deal actually. Like we were kind of told like I was class of 2000, right? Like our class, we were special because we were getting this technology that was gonna, be the future, and we're gonna, be that first generation. Like this whole millennial idea basically had already been established. I'm like the first millennial, the oldest millennial. Uh,
I mean,
pretty much.
at which we can exchange information now, we should be like making leaps and bounds, technologically and all kinds of shit. And I don't know if I see it happening or not. Maybe.
No, that's the thing is everything's pretty much the same as it was before, only way more complicated. That's just all they
And they're
really did
coming
with
out with
all
new
this
stuff. If
technology.
they come out with they come out with new stuff. I don't think we've been advancing technologically as much as we should have,
Dude,
because I do think there's like a lot of things. I
every
do
time
think
they
there's a
introduce
lot of
new
things
technologies, it just makes
being
everything worse.
suppressed.
All this new technology typically makes everything worse. Like, look at your card reader. I think Quantum of Conscious did mention this one, and it's a good example. Like, every time you go to freaking punch it and put in your credit card or your debit card, like, you used to just swipe it. Now you got to use your stupid chip. That stupid chip reader takes forever if it works properly. It never wants to read right. We better off faster, easier if you just carry cash, or if you got to use the card. That swipe was so much better just a few years ago. Everything just gets degraded, worse, like more complicated somehow, or and with it you
That's why
lose
you got
all
to
of your
use.
and with it you lose
You
all of
got to
your right
use.
to privacy. It goes so bad, man.
You got to use Apple Pay, man. I got no problems with that one.
The trouble with this one,
I think the credit card and all that shit has made us. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not hooking up all my freaking. Hey, I'm not. My phone is not going to also be my wallet. I'm not doing that shit.
Yeah, I hear that. But this whole credit card thing has made us, more efficient when it comes to money. Now, like I think like around 95% of the money's all digital now. I mean, before you would have had to have Brinks trucks all over the place and send to banks and shit. I mean, now we can just swipe the card. It's all digital. Bing, bang, bong. You're out of there.
Dude,
I don't have to
it's
go to the
You know
bank to
why
my
cash
they?
my.
whole argument
I
here
don't
is
have to
that
go to the bank.
my
I
whole
don't have to go
argument
to the
here.
bank to cash my paycheck.
You're breezing right past what I said. Think 3 to 5 years ago, before the stupid chip, your card worked better than it does today.
I agree with that point, but the whole credit card itself, yeah, I do. I do agree with that point you made. But in all, the credit card has made it better than everyone having to deal with cash.
I mean,
It
there
made
was a
it better if you have to make a lot of online purchases. Before we had online, you didn't have a need for it. Not
No, it
really.
made it better because now I
Not for
don't have to
most
drive.
things. It's
Now
because
I
of
don't have
online
to drive to
shopping
the
and
bank
subscriptions and
to
shit
get the.
like that you need your credit card.
the trouble with the old swipe
Not
cards.
only
Yeah.
for that, like I said. What's up?
So I was going to say the trouble with the old swipe cards as magnetic strip. Yeah, is that you could have a $10 bit of kit which you could clone that strip with just one swipe. So you could take
Yeah, but
someone's card in a restaurant. You could just literally you could make your own card with a bit of VCR tape and a piece of plastic.
they're putting freaking card scanners things on the gas pump and shit with the chip cards too. That didn't change.
That's brutal.
That's true, but it is harder with the chips to actually be more fraudulent than it was a magnetic strip.
It's just more intrusion constantly, more steps, more hurdles, more, and the hacker's always going to get around it, no matter what.
I fucking hate two-factor authentication. Fucking useless.
What do you hate?
Two-factor authentication. Where like you have to message
tough.
your phone and you have to do the shit on your phone too.
I know. I use that for all my crypto shit too, FA. It makes it super secure though.
Certainly does.
Nah, I'm just the whole thing is, and what's the word for somebody who just like is against all technology? Like it's not that,
Luddite.
you know, but it's a
You're not
Luddite.
Luddite.
Yeah, I'm not a Luddite. You know, technology is cool. It can do some really neat things. It's just, it's not. I mean, the way
you
that
ever read Ted Kaczynski
technology that they force on us. No, I've never read it. I've heard a lot about it. But yeah, it's all about this basically.
I have the same conversations. I go, "What's wrong with a cassette tape? Why do we have to have CDs? And what's wrong with vinyl?" You know, I'm not anti-technology, but sometimes things are quicker, less convenient by virtue of trying to be more convenient, aren't they?
Well, that's
honestly,
I think
cassette tapes were
part of
way
the
better
lie.
than
I think
CDs.
that's part of the lie is like.
Oh, you're bugging %.
People are
I'm debating on that right now.
See, like that's like part of the lie, though. I think like the or the misconception. People are under the idea that like necessity is the mother of all invention, and that's just not true. Especially when it comes to technology. A lot of these technologies are not something that we asked for or anything that we needed or anything that was intended to make life easier. It's all stuff that was introduced and injected into our society and through lobbying the governments and like basically shoving the stuff down our throats. It's being institutionalized to us. It's not really for us. It's for them. They just have to sell it to us by giving us enough to be entertained with it. You know, like you'll be able to do a couple of cool things, but what's really cool is that we're going to know everything about you. And so,
all right,
yeah.
Oh, you're done. Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
All right, I want a one-on-one with percentage on CDs and cassettes.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Let's go, motherfucker.
What you got?
Ready? Okay, CDs were clearly better, right? You think tapes were better?
Yeah, tapes are better.
Yeah. All right, that's fucking ridiculous, bro. I don't know how you would even say that, but
all right, I'll give you a couple reasons. Number one, tapes are easier to record and re-record. Number two, they're more durable. You could like fucking flip them around. You don't have to worry about scratching them, shit like that. Number three, when you have a tape deck in a car, it's way easier to like hook up other external devices and like aux cables and stuff like that than with a CD player. Number four, the sound quality is clear when you're using a tape deck. What else? Number five, when the shit gets tangled, all you do is unwind it and then wind it back appropriately, and it works again. You don't have to get a new CD if it's scratched or some shit. What else?
Hold on, you're elephant hurling me with shit, bro. You know how we do it.
Number four was on number five, number six. Number six, they're smaller.
Bro, one time, bro.
All right, go ahead.
I can't address five.
Jeremy, you want an argument to beat him. No matter how many he lists, it doesn't matter. You need one. The sound quality is much better on CD than on tape.
Disagree.
Yeah, he just told me that sound quality was better on a tape, which
when you have tape deck compared to like the CD aux thing, yeah, it's better on the tape deck.
No.
The actual sound quality of a CD. You're telling me that sound quality of a cassette tape is better than the sound quality of a CD, bro. It's not even.
No, I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying when it's like tape deck in your car, you know, and you have the aux cable coming out of the tape, like the CD, the cassette thing, versus when you have the same thing with a CD. The sound quality is better on the tape deck.
Like audio files, which it's kind of a creepy sounding name, but people who are like way too much into audio, they typically tend to go lean towards vinyl as being like the best, the highest quality, like recording basically, like. And then after that, they do say like 8 tracks because it's in its analog form. Once they get into digital, so like the cassette tape, it didn't have like, I don't know, it always had a little bit of a hiss in the background and shit. It didn't sound good.
Yeah, the sound quality on CDs is way better.
Yeah, the sound quality on CD because
he tried to use that for his fucking argument. Percentage.
No, the sound quality part. My argument is specific to when you're using aux cable in like your car, and you have the tape deck in there versus the CD equivalent, which is a lot bigger, mind you, and then you're trying to hook that up to whatever you're listening to.
Are you talking about when you put a tape in a tape cassette deck and then have a cord from that going to a CD player?
Yeah.
Bro,
it doesn't have to go. No, it doesn't have to go to the CD player. It could go to anything. It could go to your phone if you want.
I mean, to be honest,
I don't even know.
The standard audio. The standard audio cassettes definitely don't have the fidelity of CD or vinyl. But for me, it didn't matter because at the time when I was using them in their heyday, my car was a noisy piece of shit and the tape deck was a noisy piece of shit, and I just was happy to have music in the car. You could manhandle cassettes all day long as you're driving, fingerprints wherever you like. It would make a blind bit of bloody difference. No bumps ever made a track jump on a cassette in a car.
There you go.
Hey, if you're not a barbarian chewing on your tape cassettes or CDs, and you handle them, you handle them regularly, you get way bigger replayability out of the CD. I can't tell you how many tapes where the shit fucking broke. You know what I'm saying? That little thin film broke.
You know, it sounds like a funny one. It sounds counterintuitive, but one thing I did like about cassettes, is that in a way, it was you had to listen to you listened to one side, then you turned it over, listened to the other. Yeah, it was kind of like you were forced into the journey of going through the album. And then now
that's another thing.
But
that's another thing that's huge for CD. Go ahead.
But in nowadays with CDs and with obviously with Spotify and everything, it's very much you've got more control over what you're listening to, And I know that sounds, and it does. What I said, it does sound counterintuitive, but I quite like sometimes going through used to get albums. A lot of albums in the 80s and 70s and even in the 90s, there was some good stuff and some shit stuff on them, but it was definitely going on a journey through albums, particularly the good ones, And with CDs, you tend to be in more of a culture where I listen to that, I don't like that track, I'm going to go to that track, I'm going to go. There's no sides, I do sound like a bit of a Luddite.
Yeah, that's one of the bonuses for my argument for the CDs. Right? You want to rewind a fucking tape to go back and play the song. You got to wait. I don't know what it took. 10 seconds or 15 seconds or something. The CD, I want to listen to the song back. I just tap a button. It's like instant almost. Like half a second. Boom.
That's a pretty good argument. Even though you still only need the one.
Who says he needs the one?
Dude,
when it comes to that is a good point, but I still got 6 and you got 2 now.
When it comes to recording audio and listening to it back, the higher quality sound, the better. No matter what else you got. So, yeah.
Let's say you're driving, okay, and you want to switch albums when it's a CD. You have to pull out your fucking like CD case out of your glove compartment, some shit. Be super fucking careful about taking it out and then like sticking it in there without scratching it, without getting fingerprints and shit on that. Whereas with the tape deck, you just open the shit. You don't even have to look. You just grab this thing and you just like stuff it in there.
I have a rebuttal for this, okay? In my car, I had I forget if it was a 6 or 8 disc CD changer. So there was no pulling anything out. You got your shit all locked and loaded, ready to go. Now, meanwhile, you're driving around, fumbling around with cassette tape, not looking at the road, while my shit's all set up. I got enough CDs in there for 3 days worth of music.
Hold on. You could post, because I'm sure you have the same shit with cassettes, like the multiple cassette, and you probably like the self-flipping shit. You know, you can probably just the cassette player that flips for you and stuff like that. So
Show us the multi-cassette changer. It didn't happen. I don't remember such a thing.
You don't think that they exist? I guarantee you they exist. I don't know, but I guarantee
Let's
they
see
exist.
it. Citation.
All right, I'm gonna look. I'm gonna fucking look.
Fuck yeah, you're making up old technology that didn't even exist.
Yep.
I think we should take. I think we should take this out to the car park and settle this like men now.
Excuse me 1 second. Gabriella cannot speak in any of the rooms in this server. Can someone help her?
Oh yeah, we got it.
She's muted now.
I know. What's your name, Gabriella?
Yeah,
Gabriella, try.
The red, with
All right,
the red
we got
icon.
it. We got it. We're on it. I'll do it because percentage is going on this wild goose chase for some shit that doesn't exist. So I got you.
Yo, I found it, man.
You didn't find a multi-cassette changer for the car.
Yeah, it's 6 Pioneer 6 cassette player.
For the car?
Shit, dude. Come on.
For the car, we didn't say it has to be for the car. We just were talking
I'm
about cars
pushing the
contextually.
goalpost. This is how it goes in here, dude. I'm pushing the goalpost.
All right. Whose team are you
Talking
on,
about
man?
cars.
What
Hold on. We were talking about cars and how I'm driving. Looking at the
no, we were talking about
and you're
cassettes versus
fumbling.
CDs, and then some of my examples pertain to cars. But generally, we're talking about cassettes
it's gotta
versus
be for the
CDs.
car. This was
What
about
the fuck?
fumbling around. This was about you mentioned driving and fumbling around in the car.
I mentioned that for the tape deck with the cord sticking out of it, you know,
Yeah.
and then
Just
also a
hold
different
on.
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
but that doesn't mean that we're
started
only
it.
talking about cassettes about cars.
Hold on,
She's
listen.
about to
This
get
is
into
one
an
of the
accident.
reasons.
Did you hear that?
Guys, hold on.
Too
Hold on.
late on the horn.
This is one of the reasons why CDs were better, because in my car I had the CD changer. In your car, you're fumbling with tapes, not looking at the road, crashing all over.
Fuck that shit. In my car, I had the tape deck with the aux cable, and I just plugged it into my phone.
What?
Yeah, man. The little cord coming out of the
We're
cassette
talking to
thing.
we're talking to like a one of these when you're younger, obviously. I think me and Jeremy are thinking back to like the 90s, you know. You're talking about in the 2000 somethings.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys are even forgetting. Yeah, but you guys are even forgetting about the tape decks where they actually could find the space between songs, so you could rewind it one song length. Don't you remember that?
I remember that. No, I remember that.
Look
but
at that.
It still took
20
way more
cassette
time.
carousel. Take that, Jeremy. Rewind it back.
It still took.
For the car. A 20 cassette carousel for the car.
No way.
Pimping like that.
Are you serious? That was for the car?
No.
No. You say, what the fuck? That's your whole passenger seat.
Yeah, I did have a what was it? It was a Lincoln. It was a Lincoln, and there was a 6 CD changer in the trunk.
Yeah, the CD changers were common. Like,
In the
that wasn't a
trunk.
rare thing to have a CD changer. This fucking cassette argument percentage is making that he just lost on is
I
ridiculous.
dominated you, bro. We never
Bro,
once
you
specified only in a car.
That's a
argument
good
was
response. Just get his ass fucking whooped and leave going. I won. I totally beat you.
Hold on. This is an argument for why CDs are better than tapes. Because if you are driving, listening to a CD or a tape, I don't have to fuck around with my shit because I got a 6-8 disc CD changer. Meanwhile, while you're driving, you're fucking crashing into ditches because you're fumbling around with cassette tape.
No, I'm not, because I got the aux cable going. The fuck?
Dude, because of how much of a pain in the ass tapes were to switch, I drove around for like 3 months straight listening to nothing but Temples of Boom, Cypress Hill 3 on a tape deck because I didn't want to switch the fucking tape. Okay, like that's what happens with a tape
You're
deck.
lazy as fuck.
What is this aux cord argument you keep making? I don't understand.
Bro, you want me to get you an image?
Yo, Gabe, hold on. Gabriella should be good. No, I understand the thing. I know what the thing is, but why we're talking about tapes and cassettes?
Yeah, it uses tape
Gabriella,
deck.
real quick. Hold on 1 second, present. Gabriella, can you talk? Should be
Yes,
good,
thank
right?
you so much.
There you go. All
Thank
right.
you.
Welcome. Welcome.
I could tell you one. All
Now
right, I can
listen
give
to
you one.
percentage try to obfuscate his way out. Go ahead.
I was going to say this. I can think of one scenario where where the cassette may be arguably more suited to, and that's jogging with your Walkman.
Yeah. The
Nah,
Walkman?
because at the end they made the Discmans at the end that were like skip proof almost. You know what I mean? It had memory in it, and it wouldn't. You could really jostle those around.
If they're bigger too. You're trying to run that shit, exercise, and so like this big fucking. You might as well be wearing a fanny pack.
Yeah, they were bigger. All right, I give you that for running walking scenarios. See, now we're on the running walking scenarios. Now if something comes up, you can use the running walking scenarios against me. See how this works? Come on, bro.
Yeah, so I whooped you in the
on the
car. I
driving
whooped you in
one.
real life. I whooped you in
Look,
real
guys,
life.
I'm gonna settle this right now. I'm gonna settle this right now. Tapes or CDs? One of you answer. Doesn't matter.
In the car.
Tapes.
How'd you like to see these nuts taped on your motherfucking chin?
That's terrible.
It was a bit of fun though, wasn't it?
Like you didn't need to ask the question first. You could have just said that.
Oh no, that was that was this extra special touch, the sauce, so to speak.
See, it would have made better. Like it would have been better if I had said CDs, because then how did you like CDs? Nuts?
Oh yeah, no, either one. The response works either way. How'd you like to see these nuts taped to your motherfucking chin?
Thanks for repeating it. It was better the second time.
Because you didn't get it apparently the first time. All right, I'm done.
Take a Walkman.
Oh God, percent. That was actually pretty good. That was one of your best ones.
Yeah, that was sly.
I love how it's 1v1, but it wasn't.
What's up? Oh, I know. Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, Lunatic and the Brit chirping in. Tag team.
No, I know, but you were just clearly wrong. Like it had to be done.
Out of here.
Talk to him. Yeah.
Yo, does the CD even have the aux thing?
Bro, who? Dude, we're talking about cassette tapes and CDs.
Yeah, but let's say you have a CD player in your car, but you're trying to play something off your phone. You know, you don't want to use CDs because that's fucking old.
If you got the phone,
technology.
the fucking dude. If you have the phone, that trumps everything we're even talking about.
No, but the thing is, cars back in the day they had CD players, but without an aux input. So, or like a cassette player without an aux input. So you would get that cassette player with a cord. But is there a CD player with a cord? Like, how does that work?
How that works is if you have the fucking phone, that's better than everything, the tapes and the CDs.
You're not
put
fucking
together.
listening, man. You can't have a CD in the CD player with a fucking aux cable sticking out of it. But you can do that with a cassette player.
What are you gonna do with the aux cord? Hook it up to your phone and listen to music?
Yeah, of course.
We're talking about cassettes and CDs. If you got the phone,
I know.
music.
I'm saying you could play shit off your phone with the cassette, like with that tape deck with the cord. That's
pretty
sticking out of
useful,
it.
I'm not
but
gonna
you
lie.
can't do the shit with the CD player.
I'm not gonna lie, that wire was useful because I used to hook a CD player up to that. You know,
yeah, exactly. So you even needed my shit for your shit.
It had its place in time back when people had tape decks to fucking put the damn cassette in.
Yeah, with these cars made with fucking CD players, no aux, you're fucked when it comes to music on your phone and shit.
Are you mad that it doesn't have like a I don't know what's one of them?
It's like you would rather own like a '96 fucking Nissan Altima than a 2001. Because the '96 came with tape deck and 2000 came with CD player.
Find a tape deck cheap, dude. You can just put your own stereo in.
Tell you what, I was kind of disappointed when cars stopped coming with tape decks, and then cars stopped coming with CD players too. You can't even buy a car with a CD player now, really.
No, it's pointless now. I would actually argue, like, yeah, with with everybody's smartphones and everything, there's no reason for any of that.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah.
there's.
Still though, I got mad CDs.
I still would appreciate the aux jack though. Like everything should have an aux, whether it be like coaxial or Type C USB or something. But you got to have a way to plug in everything.
100%, because then all of a sudden now these cars are getting too smart, so where that they automatically assume that you want to connect your phone to the car, and sometimes I don't, and it automatically does it, and I spend the entire goddamn trip just switching it off from the actual car, because if I just had an aux cable, it'd been perfect. But no. Gotta be smart.
And instead your phone keeps removing fucking ports that you used to have. You pay $1,000 for a phone, and you don't have a way to take your battery out or to plug in headphones or to fucking do anything. Like if you want to do that,
battery
you can
thing.
buy a USB-C splitter, and then you got like this jumbled freaking spider web coming out of your phone.
The battery thing is just planned obsolescence. I mean, that's why they don't let you fuck a society where they weren't implementing planned obsolescence. You'd be able to pop the case off the back of your phone, pop a new battery in, boom, we're good to go, right? But if you got planned obsolescence going, you don't want that to happen. You want these people to throw their phones away, so they got to buy a whole new fucking phone, right?
See, I agree with you, but the excuse they used is for the battery thing is because the trend was waterproofing phones, right? Like people who wanted to go swimming while listening to their beats and shit, like.
Well, I mean, the solution to that.
Who are these fucking people? Who throws in their?
To that is to just have a waterproof case, right? You don't need to make the whole fucking phone waterproof. Make a waterproof
that's
case.
the idea. It's for people who dropped it in the toilet, people who fucking dropped it in the pool or at the lake, taking pictures, drunk, whatever else. They want water protection. I can get that. I can get that. But that's part of they use that, and then it also works well with planned obsolescence too. Your phone is useless.
I mean, the real way
basically.
to deal with the waterproofing would have been to make a waterproof case, which they did. I mean, life-proof cases are waterproof. There's probably a few of them out there, but I know
waterproof cases are bulky and freaking like. Then you also lose a lot of you lose a lot of the visual or tactile function of your device with those big cases.
No, I had a life-proof case. It was waterproof. It wasn't that bulky. I rock battery cases right now. My phone has never been plugged into an outlet. Like 4 or 5 battery cases now, and whenever my phone dies, I just pop the battery case on and put a new battery case on, and just put the old one on a charger and let it charge.
Yeah, I haven't even looked into those. That's interesting.
They're like $30 a piece on Amazon, dude. My battery never gets. I'm never out of battery. I'm never like, my battery's dying. I gotta go put it on a charger.
Wireless charging though.
Nope, it slips nice and easy on and off the phone, and you just hit a button on the back.
How does it charge your battery?
The phone slides into the way the phone slides into the case.
So the case itself is the wireless charger, and it's charging up the phone, right, through the wireless charging.
Wireless. It's not
it's
wireless.
A power bank.
There's a jack.
The case
there's a lightning jack. Inside the case.
You're plugging it in.
Yeah, as you slip the case on, it plugs in and it charges the phone.
Okay.
Inside the case, there's a lightning jack. And the phone like slides onto that as you're sliding the case.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't use Apple. I've got a Galaxy S21 Ultra, so I got
They got Galaxy ones too, bro. Yeah. I'm telling you, buy 3 of them shits. You'll never have to plug your phone in. You'll never be worried about battery life again. One of my cases can charge my phone like twice.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't really have a problem with battery life with this thing though. The Galaxy Ultra is freaking really good with battery life.
If you're on Discord for 15 hours a day like I am, that shit eats it up, bro.
That's true.
Jeremy, after you slide it in, you have to turn it on, right? There's a switch for it.
Yeah, you slide it in, and then there's a little button on the
That's
back
what
of the
she said.
phone.
Yeah.
You slide it in, and then there's a little button on the back of the phone
It's
that
a
you
little
hit to charge
button,
it.
little man in the boat.
Yeah. Yeah, them shits are awesome, man. They don't have good protection for the phone. It's decent protection. It's not like an OtterBox or anything, but it's protection, but it's not like great. And it does make the phone pretty bulky. Like
Yeah.
it's like
No, I did read up on some of those a while back. Like, I don't have a need for a waterproof case because I got a waterproof phone. But back in the day, yeah, I read up on some of those waterproof cases, and I didn't ended up buying one because yeah, I read reviews and stuff before I buy, and there was a lot of people talking about how it either messed up their camera like they might have an awesome camera on their phone, but it made the
you
pictures
got to
turn
go
out
through the
bad,
case.
or
Yeah, you got to go through the case.
yeah, all kinds of stuff like that. Like, or when you tried to touch buttons, it just sometimes it wasn't as sensitive, and it had problems that way, and whatever else. Like, I don't want to lose function with a case.
I'll tell you what I miss, and I'll debate someone on this all day. I miss the actual keyboard and buttons on a phone, as opposed I think an actual physical keyboard with buttons you press is way better than touchscreen.
I agree, except for those BlackBerry keyboards were just too damn small too. Like, so I don't know. It's kind of a toss up there. They weren't great either, but I do hate touch typing. I hate it.
Yeah, touchscreen is brutal, bro. It's fucking terrible, man.
That's where I got to swipe.
I can't do that swipe thing. That's for them young boys. All them kids.
It's one of those things where I bet if I just forced myself to do it for a couple of weeks, all of a sudden I'd be like, "Oh, okay, this is cool." But I just hate it so much. Like I get like 3 words done. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm never doing that again."
Well, they got talk to text now. That's pretty nifty. I don't use that, but I should. So, moral of the story is there's refraction in any GPS measurement that's going to give you any kind of distance. For A, right? We all came to that conclusion. Did the Globers end up concede? I think they conceded on that.
Hey,
there's refraction in GPS signals. Yeah.
Jeremy,
I know. Thank you. Thank God. What's up?
Did you listen to that voice recording I sent you?
Hell yeah, bro. Wait, when was it? The one with Ruiz?
No, it was today when you were talking about the triangles and planes.
Yeah. I didn't haven't checked my DMs in like hours.
Oh yeah. I couldn't get in because of my connection, so I sent you a voicemail or something.
No doubt. Yeah. Oh, also in conclusion, I mean, I don't know if everyone's clear on this. Like, if you have these 4 lines, and you know the distances of all these 4 lines, and you put them so they're not curving left or right together, and then you make an X, and you know the distances between all the points and shit. You might need a point in the middle. I'm not sure. I don't think you do. I just think you need the 4-sided shape and the X, and that'll tell you if it's a planar shape or not. Like, I don't think it's possible to do. It's not going to work on a planar and a curved surface.
No,
It can't.
a Euclidean square and a spherical square aren't the same.
No, is there any way? Not even a square, just 4 distances. You can't say square because then they'll say square's a 2D thing, and you can't have it on the surface of a sphere. Anyways, say you just had 4 distances, right? Could you make 4 distances match up? You put them in straight lines, and then you have an X going through it, and you know the distances of each line in the X. Is there any possible way you can make that match up on a planar and a curved surface?
I don't think there is.
I don't think so either.
I don't think there is, no. Because planar triangles and spherical triangles, they're both triangles.
Yeah, it won't match.
Yeah, they won't match
You can't
because
make it match.
the angles won't match. Well, the angles on a spherical triangle don't add up to 180 degrees, and technically speaking, the sides are only they're not straight lines in 2 dimensions. They're straight lines in 1 dimension. You think about it.
So if you give the Globers the distances, it's a wrap. Welcome to Globe Earth. Science doesn't prove things. That's a logical fallacy. No, what'd he say? Fuck, I got it wrong. That clip was dope with the Ruhif one that you sent me, Travis.
Yeah, he said, begging the question. Exactly. Science doesn't prove anything. Welcome to the globe.
No, it was affirmative consequent. Affirmative consequent.
Oh, affirmative consequence.
He's like, yes, that you're correct. That is an affirmative consequent. Science doesn't prove anything. Welcome to the globe. This shit was hilarious. Yes, I'm glad. What's this Glober's name? What's your name, guy? The Glober? The staunch Glober? So, what is it?
Azza.
Isaac?
Azza. Yeah.
Azza?
Pazak. Most people call it Pazza or Pazak. I don't mind what people call me, frankly.
See what your screen name is. What's your screen name start with?
Pazak.
Just call him Muttley.
Yeah, Muttley. The reason it's the Muttley is because people, when I laugh, people say it sounds like Muttley.
That's awesome.
Pazak. I
love
argued with
watching
Globers. Go ahead, my bad.
I was just going to say, I love watching Dastardly and Muttley.
Oh, great.
You wouldn't believe the argument I had, Pazak, earlier with these Globers. These crazy Globers come in here and try to tell me that there's no refraction in a GPS distance measurement.
I don't think it's much.
Craziness, right?
There's got to be some. It's an electromagnetic
It's got to
signal.
be there, yeah.
It's an electromagnetic signal traveling through a medium with a density gradient, so there must be something there.
That's what I'm talking about. I know. I realized that there's something there. Now I wasn't saying how much it was. We weren't trying to quantify it yet. We were just trying to qualify it. Like, is it there?
Sure,
right? And I couldn't even get him to agree that it was there. Unbelievable.
I think it's probably because they hadn't given any thought. I personally, I don't think it makes much difference because you're not actually, unlike when you look through a telescope. You know, I said earlier on, if you look through a telescope, you look through atmosphere, you're never certain if you're looking at the actual position of the thing or it's distorted by the atmosphere above you. Yeah, which is why actually, if you look through a really good telescope from near sea level, the position of the star will jitter around, even though you know you've got a good setup, because technically speaking, the atmosphere can be making it flutter. So
you're saying we can never know. So you're saying when we look at something, we can never know its actual position.
I knew you were going to say that, Jeremy. I knew it.
Well, I mean, he just said it.
Well, no, the level in which the level. If you're using well, let's put it this way. I'm talking about if the sort of optical telescopes they used to map the stars in contemporary times, they don't use them at sea level anyway. They put them up way up as high as they can. They put them in the Andes. They put them on a mountain range to a height where it's nearly uncomfortably thin air, you know. And they do that to mitigate against those problems, because at that level, what they're doing is they're trying to very accurately measure angles of elevation and the bearings to these objects down to the arc seconds and but lower than that. So clearly, any distortions in the atmosphere are problematic. Now, if you're in the city and you look up the night sky and you're keeping your head still and you're looking at, say, Polaris in the northern hemisphere or northern regions, that the kind of distortion I'm talking about, you're not going to see it. Your eyes, the thing is not, your eyes aren't, your personal faculties aren't able to cope with that. They haven't got the resolution. But there is a disturbance. However, this is why I don't think it's a problem with GPS. GPS isn't about, when you get this signal your GPS receiver, it's not actually about the direction it comes from so much. It's about the timing of it getting here. Now, you're right. If there is a...
But the timing is...
Yeah, you're right.
Timing is... Go ahead.
You're right. If there's a refraction, then there is a slightly longer path to you from the source. But I personally...
throw the timing off.
Yeah. I personally think the amount it throws... I might be wrong. But from reading between the lines, I think the amount of timing differential we're talking about is probably a resolution that would fall out in the calculations. You know, I don't know. I can't say that for certain.
Yeah, who could?
But it doesn't throw it doesn't throw the technological narrative behind GPS out the window. It just means there's an element of error there that has to be mitigated for, I think.
Yeah, no doubt. I feel you. So how would we know how much fraction was in the measurement? Like, let's say we wanted to actually find out, like, exactly, you know, maybe not exactly, but how much refraction there was. What would we do?
I have no idea. But that
No
said,
doubt. No doubt.
I have no idea myself. But that said, I do know that they do use... there has been studies of refraction of certain electromagnetic signals caused by the ionosphere. So there's obviously been work to do this. And I think to some extent, there's a branch of astronomy, or at least telescope, you know, the astronomical development of astronomical equipment, that is very, very interested in this kind of thing, because they're continuously trying to mitigate against these issues. So
yeah, we want to get actual positions. Like you said, we look at something, you're not seeing the actual position of it.
Well,
listen, nobody fuck with this guy. I like this guy right here. He's much more deal with than a lot of these other guys.
Well, that's if you believe. If you believe that Hubble is there and Hubble is doing what it's supposed to do, then it makes complete sense in that respect, because Hubble is in a environment whereby the amount of distortion, these kind of distortions just don't come into play. You know, that's the whole.
So nobody's buying this Hubble thing. Nobody's buying this Hubble thing, dude.
Oh, in this community, I didn't imagine they were. No.
Yeah, you know what year? Did you know that Hubble, Adobe Photoshop, same anniversary? I mean, that could be a crazy coincidence. The year we start getting these amazing pictures from space, Photoshop comes out. I mean, who knows?
Hey, Jeremy, I'm in a spot right now where I can say something. So earlier, going back to that triangle on a plane, if you start out with no knowledge, point A is 0. You walk any distance you want, point B, you got that leg. And then you go to point C. So you went from A to B is distance X, B to C is distance Y. Do your Pythagorean theorem, and you're going to know what the hypotenuse is. So then you walk out, and then you walk that distance, and you find out that it's correct, right? But you didn't have any knowledge about anything. Okay? So there it works, right? There it works. No questions, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I want to...
Hold on, let me finish.
Go ahead. All right.
Let me finish. So now, if you take the given distances, like say we use their distances, and so we go from point A to point B is distance X. Point B to point C is distance X. Now, at that point, you have the two legs. It doesn't matter anything because you can do Pythagorean, and the hypotenuse is going to be equal to the sum of the square of the other two sides, no question. Now, if you then walk from C to A and it's not the distance, that doesn't mean that you're on a globe. That just means that the distances are wrong.
Sure.
That's what I'm telling you guys. That's what I'm telling you guys. If you give them these distances they're giving you, it's a wrap.
No, it's not. It's not. It doesn't have to mean
Travis,
that.
listen. Let me explain this to you, right?
No. I listened to it all day today. I heard it. Listen, what I'm saying is that you're going to have to go to those distances physically yourself. Okay, so you didn't hear what I said for the punchline. The first time you do this, you don't know any distance. You just go two different distances. A to B, B to C. Doesn't matter. Now, instead of using their distances, just walk from A to B, B to C, and then C to A. Then it's going to work because then you are getting the distance. Now, the thing that Rakia brought out is that we're doing this over the ground. And so it's not going to be a straight distance, which is his whole point and which was Elijah's point. And that is that all of these globe measurements technically are done from angles to the sky. That was what Elijah was trying to point out. They aren't doing these measurements over ground. When let's say, for instance, we wanted to start. Sorry, I'm geeking out. I didn't get to say this earlier. So, let's say we didn't have any distances to anywhere, and we're mariners, and we want to get to from France to Spain or wherever. We don't know the distances, so all we have is the sky, and then our speed and our time. So, if it takes Jeremy 2 days to get to the same port as hold on. If it takes Jeremy 2 days to get from one port to the next, and he knows his speed, and then it takes me 3 days and I went the same speed, right? Like, how would you account for that? So if you have 10 different boats going to the same port and they all have same different days of arrival, but the same, you know what I'm saying? So there's so many different factors as to how they eventually narrowed it down to, oh, it's this distance based on 10 different mariners getting 10 different times, even though they're using the same sky chart. So the point that you're making, I think, is well taken to a certain extent. And I think
I'm hoping everybody agrees with my point.
We don't have an actual distance.
Arguing for. That's what I was arguing for. I don't know why everyone was jumping on my back. However, when they give you the distances, they're using sea level as the crow flies from sea level to sea level. They claim it's within 1 meter. Okay, so if you use their distances, if they say, hey, these are the distances, and you're like, yeah, those distances are good, then it's not a planar surface because you can't make the square with the X in it or whatever. You can't have the 4 points with the X in it. And that's not going to work on a curved or in planar surface at the same time. It can't happen.
Right, but we still don't know how they derived their distances.
Whatever. That's why I was arguing with B-Ball over the distances, and everyone jumped on my back.
That's what celestial navigation used its sextant for, wasn't it? To look at the sky to do it.
Right.
Yeah, well, the only reason I was jumping down your back is because he was telling you we know the distances, but you're not accepting that. You're just saying how. I'm telling you how. He's not going to tell you how because he's not going to tell you he's begging the question. He's just going to say these distances are right. Now, what we're actually doing is we're going to go this particular route, and then we're going to verify that this distance is what the globe says it is. But if it's never,
how would you have handled it, Eli?
Huh?
What should I have done differently, or how would you have went about it?
I wouldn't have had any examples. I wouldn't have given any examples. I wouldn't have said anything other than, do you know the distance, or are you trying to figure out the distance?
He said he knew the distance. He told me he knew the distance. Right? You heard that part. Really, really bad, bro. But he told me he knew the distance, so I'm like, how? You heard that? It happened like 20 times. And then I finally got him to tell me how.
Yeah, he would never answer you.
But he did. At the end, he did. He said, okay.
No, but there's a bait and switch there. It's that we have known distances and that we're verifying that with the travel. It's like, no, but you do already have a distance. Like they're just trying to say, let's verify that when we follow the steps that we say is our globe steps, like when he says just use GPS. Well, it's because that whole system is under the system that they keep bringing up.
Your mic, Elijah. I didn't hear that last part. You said it's begging the question because he's already got the distances.
What was his answer when he finally answered you? Because I didn't hear it.
He said speed, time, distance formula.
He already. You can't do that because you're saying speed and time.
If you know your
Speed and
speed and
time.
you know your time, yeah. If you know your speed and how much time you spent doing
Well,
that
okay.
speed, distance.
Yeah,
And
but
he's
that's
right.
not going to
However,
work because they don't do. They don't. Wait, hold on. They don't do miles per hour on the water. They do knots. You could do 40 knots in 1 hour and 40 knots in 2 hours. It depends on the tides and the wind. Like what the hell? You can't do speed and time on the ocean.
he was trying to
Like,
use
is
it
it
for
knots
planes.
per hour? Like, what's the like? I don't even know.
about
Like,
knots.
what's the right? Like, what is it? Knots per meter? Like, what is it?
I don't know, bro. I don't do like nautical shit. I'm a land lover or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyways, the point was he was trying to use planes.
As a sailor, I'll tell you that knots is a speed.
But what's the
You don't need to
measurement
do
though?
you don't need to do knots per mile.
So then you can't. So then you can't do time. Well, I guess it's time and speed. So, but we don't say I traveled 25 miles. We say miles per hour. So what's the equivalent by saying I was going 25 knots?
That's it.
I forget how to compute it. Oh, a knot is a speed, and a nautical mile is a distance. I forget what the conversion is, though.
Yeah, a knot is just a unit of speed equal to 1 nautical mile an hour. That's basically what it's just a conversion between the two. That's
there you go. A knot is 1 nautical.
So you can say 1 knot is a 1 nautical mile per hour.
Okay.
So it's pretty much all it is.
Okay.
So I don't even know where we were now because you bogged us down with this, Travis. Thanks.
Sorry.
I'm about to make
bro.
We
got mad beef, bro. We got mad beef. Me and you, Coach.
Well, cheer it up. Cheer up the beef, dude. There's nothing wrong with beef.
This totally agreeable Glober, staunch Glober, self-proclaimed staunch Glober, Pizzazz, or Pizzak. I don't know. I forgot his name. Not good with names. The point is, this guy agreed right off the rip. It didn't take me 20 minutes. Okay, I asked him if GPS was subject to refraction. He said yes. It was literally that easy. It was literally that easy.
You are a motherfucker. I'm saying that at the grocery store for everybody.
And there was more shit we had beef on, bro. That ain't the end of it. We got Tupac Biggie beef. It's about to go down.
Well, you know what happened there. I'm Biggie.
They both died. Anyways, listen. What was the other thing? We talked about before that you were wrong on.
Oh, so you do have some Biggie background air noise, wind noise.
Yeah, are you smoking a bong?
No, I'm at the grocery store. And I got a bunch. Anyways, listen, I got one more thing to say, and then I'm going to turn my mic off, okay? Because this is the claim and all claims about this dumbass distance thing, okay?
Okay.
We use longitude and latitude and elevation to coordinate all the positions on Earth. That's premise one, and they're all you can use them all in the same system. Any position on Earth in that same system. That's premise one. Premise two As Pazza had said, you can use the Haversine function to determine the distance between any two of those coordinates. You can give somebody two longitude and latitude coordinates, and you can determine the distance using the Haversine function. Okay, so this is true too. And premise 3 is anytime you do this calculation, anytime that this has been done, like in Google Maps, for instance, it gives you the accurate information. So based on those 3 premises, all that information is all that you need to know the distance between any two locations, and it hasn't shown to be wrong. It's never been shown to be wrong.
How would you even know it's wrong when you don't have the distances?
People don't just use them to have arguments. People use them to get from A to B, dude.
Okay, first of all, Pizzazzle didn't say anything about Haversine. Second of all, you have nothing to reference this against because you never went this straight line distance. You don't have anything to show what the actual distance is. So you're like, well, we're only off by a meter. But how the fuck do you know that when you've never sent anything in a straight line distance from A to B? You feel me?
Yeah, I do, but I'm not turning my mic back on until I get home.
Now let's get in a heated debate so you can scream at me in the grocery store in front of women and children. You ready? Bro, what was the other thing? Earlier or yesterday or something, we were into something you were dead wrong to. I forgot.
Oh,
You
yeah.
bullshitting. What is it?
Yeah, dude, I was showing you Soundly's Bridge.
No, we weren't doing Soundly's Bridge.
Shit.
We weren't doing Soundly's Bridge. Yo, you guys be going all night. When the fuck do you sleep, man? I'd be waking up at like 2, 3 a.m. hearing you guys still going at it, 4 a.m. I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers don't stop.
Dude, there's no fucking rest for the wicked, man.
One time I woke myself up. One time I was
It's
sleeping
their job,
and I woke
man.
myself.
It's their job. They're getting paid.
No, I'm saying everyone was going at it. You guys never sleep.
Yeah, I question people on both sides. I'm not kidding. No rest for the wicked.
One time I had a dream, and the dream made me wake myself up. I was screaming trying to get in, and everyone was over talking me, and I was trying to get in, and like me screaming in my dream woke me up or something. It was crazy.
That's just crazy, dude. I don't think that was a dream, man.
I was actually listening in on the live stream the other day. I was homesick for a few days. And yeah, I heard you talking about that. Like, what the fuck is that? Who's doing that shit?
I'd be having
Who's
nightmares
wind noise
about
or
you guys.
Slurpee that? It was either a Slurpee or wind noise. I don't know. Someone's doing 90 or they're fucking at a Slurpee machine.
It's probably Kosho driving to pick up dudes. But yeah, these guys are tough to control in here. We got to settle down. I was even screaming earlier today because everyone had me so fucking worked up.
I kind of like, throw everything out there in the open. I'm going to let you know, like, you with your job in here, you got your work cut out for you right now. This place became
You think so?
This place became hopping, but it's a shit show at the same time. You got a lot of stuff you guys got to figure out around here.
We're working on it. It's getting better.
I don't know how you're gonna do it though. Like it's this built on this idea of like nobody's going to be like kicked. You know, like
no. You know what happens? We have this warning. The Geo put this warning system in place where when you get a warning, it times you out for a half hour automatically. So once you get 10 of those, timed out for a day. And then if you get another one after that, you're timed out for 2 days. So it's all going to sort itself out in time.
Yeah, I can see
people are either going to bend or they're either going to get down or lay down, essentially. Like,
No, but look,
I've
trust me. If you look even further down the road, it's going to start looking like the stuff we just deal with in admin chat over in the other server all the time. Like, there's going to be certain people who it was still unfair. The machine just is biased against them. Like
it's not a machine, though. It's not a machine. We give them out manually. Like, every warning that's given out is manual.
Then you become the machine. It's going to be tough, dude. These are some hairy people you're dealing with over here.
And Jeremy, the issue
just say
here is that like they have to either have an expiry, like a traffic ticket. So like let's say you make an offense after X amount of time, like I don't know, 3 months, they expire. And you can get your record expunged, or you have to have the ability to, defend yourself. Gio and I were talking about that earlier. Like, if you have one person, and like let's say you get 10, and every additional one compounds the punishment served, right? Well, then with the amount of moderators in here, there could be accidental sentences given, and if someone comes in here and they eventually learn the rules as well, they should have their record expunged.
Well, I'll tell you what. I do like the one thing you said about the expiration date on them. I don't know if Gio, are you there? Can you see like when the warnings were issued on what date, or does it just tell you how many they have?
Yeah, there's a whole log for it. Yep, it gives all the information of the date and time and the mod that gave it and all that. Yeah.
What about
So
adding,
maybe
like,
6 months.
it might be too difficult, but what about adding like a severity level, like a 1, 2, or 3 star type thing? Like how bad was this person's offense? Was it a 3 star? Immediate freaking, like, this is serious infraction, or was it like a one of many very small infractions? Like how are you going to rate that as a moderator?
I don't think that's needed. I don't
think
think
that
that's
would be
needed. I do think that.
useful. If somebody could somehow institute that, I think that would be like, because as a moderator in a different server, like, I know how it goes. Like, when the other mods come to look at a situation, like, okay, what happened in that place and time? Because often mods are wrong too. So it's like you sometimes some mods give a lot of slap on the wrist, and others are like, okay, that's they're quiet until this is the final straw, and then it's like the hammer comes down.
That's why the warning system's so good. But I do like the idea of them having expiration dates, like after 6 months or a long period of time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. If it took somebody a year to get 10 warnings, like, I feel like, we maybe should wipe some of them off. You know what I'm saying, Gio? We'll go over it at another time.
Yeah, but you would want, if you wanted something like that, I think that's why what I said fits. Like for a level 1 infraction, it expires after 7 days. For a level 2 infraction, it expires after 30 days, and for a level 3 infraction, 90 days. Something like that.
I don't like the idea of any of them expiring that quick, because if you're a constant interrupter, those warnings are hard to get. Even the worst offenders.
No, but if even though they're short, even though they're sort of short, if a person receives it twice or 3 times, that it feels really long the second time. You know what I mean? The third time.
Even the worst offenders here, it takes them a long time to get 10 warnings. Like, I don't think anyone even has 10 yet.
Make sure
I don't like them expiring that quick. I'm thinking 6 months.
Give them out more freely then, because I've been listening, man. Like this place, like everybody in here, I've been like you guys are a little bit too lenient of these people. Like you're never going to have a fruitful conversation if you're going to allow conversations to go the way that they're going.
Well, I mean, if I can make a quick comment on that, if it's about the pursuit of good conversation, I think then we're going to have to deem people who completely take things off the track and just, ramble on for 20 minutes. Or like I said yesterday, when people who get the mic right away, they just start, instead of just continuing the topic. They bitch about the situation for 5 minutes until chaos erupts again.
Well,
Another thing.
Geo's allowed his server to be infiltrated by useless ballers that have been around for years, but Geo knows that, and he's a progressive thinker, and he thinks by entertaining them that they'll change, and one day they will understand that the Earth is flat. Hopefully, in the future.
The Earth is flat.
Oh, I wouldn't
Yeah.
say that.
I don't think it-
I wouldn't say I necessarily agree with everything you said right there, but yeah, I mean, in general, having an open platform is an open platform. Yeah, meaning it's not banning people for disagreeing or having their viewpoint. Like they can have their viewpoint, whatever it is. Now that doesn't mean they can come in here and disrupt and attack other people and all that, but I wouldn't say that there's some thought that they're going to change necessarily. I mean, that's their own journey, but I wouldn't say that.
I do have to say, I changed a little bit. I had a very interesting thought today that I never expected I would ever have. If the Earth is flat, how flat is it? Is there any curvature to it at all as it goes to the Antarctic shelf? Or is it just perfectly a flat plane with everything placed on top of it?
Yeah, no,
like almost
we're
like
literally
Minecraft.
we're literally talking about water, like sea level, being the same everywhere. All the connected oceans are all level everywhere. That's what we're talking about.
It's just, that's
For the
so
most
wild
part.
to think. It's like
I mean,
Minecraft.
You've got tides and shit like that, but for the most part, yeah, it's level.
But
Almost
why is
level, just like they're almost parallel.
If the ballers are coming out here to talk about it, in a way, it's a compliment to the server, to be honest. Because when
Big time. They wouldn't.
when Gems is quiet, they'll bounce here.
Exactly.
I watch them do it.
The thing is, these guys wouldn't even engage with us if there was no validity to what we were saying.
Well, that's not true.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely true. You people, the anti-flat earthers, do not exist without the flat earthers. Like, simply, like, what you put all this time into depends on our existence that you pretend to hate so much.
Yeah, but it doesn't give anything validity. I agree. I can't
No.
exist in this
I'm
room
not saying
without
this
you.
proves that the Earth's a globe or that it's flat.
No,
or
I'm not.
anything like
Jeremy
that.
said
You
that.
said hate. That's a very powerful word. I don't think Glovers hate. Well, not all Glovers hate flat earthers. Some are there just to talk and they find it interesting.
That's true. Some Glovers are more reasonable. Is a good way to put
There
that.
are hateful people. That is true on both sides. I've seen both sides have hateful people.
I absolutely agree. There's a lot of flat earthers that embarrass the shit out of me, man. I wish they would stop being so vocal online, honestly. So there's a lot of people. The loudest ones are the ones that I try to separate myself from the farthest.
Yeah, I call it know-it-all-ism. It's a disease in human beings, unfortunately.
And everybody in this community
You
has
think
it. Whether you're whichever side you're on, they all have it.
Nah, bro. I was in here the other night telling everyone how I don't know hardly anything.
Yeah,
At
but you're
the
a
same time,
genuine.
though, you feel obligated to answer every question asked of you.
Well, I mean, the mainstream kind of paradigm is this intellectual, hubris of that mainstream science. The Copernican revolution, blew our minds. We discovered the Earth's a globe, and we've been accelerating and developing all this technology, and all this stuff, space, the whole thing. So it kind of trains people to have like a hierarchical we have all the knowledge, and then that's kind of put into like almost like the ego of this paradigm, the scientism, the heliocentrism. So that kind of adds to it too, like just kind of this a little bit for some people, like this kind of pompous, like I know more than you because it's the mainstream thing and we're so right and it's on Google kind of thing.
Well, people don't like to be wrong. And people don't like their beliefs being questioned.
Why do you think that is, though? If your belief is airtight, bulletproof, you've had experiences, you can verify it, shouldn't be worried about having your belief questioned. Should be able to dispatch anyone who questions your belief quite easily. Just a belief at the end of the day anyway. If it's not real, just let it go. Is it that simple?
Well, it depends what we're talking about. If we're talking about like flat Earth or globe Earth, but like when it comes to religion and like believing in something, it's that can offend somebody. If you like question it, right?
I guess it's how you question it too, right?
Yeah.
I just unmuted.
Well, like, what does the globe have other than this kind of, in a sense, kind of hierarchy, like a egotistical hierarchy for some individuals? Meaning, how much have people done themselves to verify a globe versus just read stuff and going with NASA and going with all these other sources? I know some people are going to say, "Oh, I put sticks in the ground." I mean, we could talk about all those things, but it's like, what have they really done for themselves? And I'm not saying people on the more flatter side have done it all either, but I'm just saying it's like, in a way, we're all kind of in the same boat. Like, we've done the actual observations, we have our thoughts in mind, but a lot of the stuff we can't verify is just that. It's unverifiable. So like, if a globe earther didn't have all that stuff from NASA and all that, what would they have? Just go over the curve? I mean, it's like,
Well, Gio, the thing about what you just said, I love that, because from an anthropology standpoint, right, the reason we succeeded as a species is because we were able to tell younger generations ideas without having them make the same mistakes that we do. So, like, that's commonly thought from an anthropological point of view. You can cough, you dumb. Sorry, my girl hit the pen. But from an anthropology point of view, that's what really makes us advance is the ability to spread information without having to either experience it or test it. So, like, to disnounce all the scientific data would really push us back as a species, because how much can one person learn in one lifetime? You know,
What scientific data? Well, that's what we're asking for. What scientific data are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about growing crops.
Kosho, you're hot micing, but Kosho, I unmuted you, but you're hot micing.
I mean, we can talk about stuff like growing crops, right? Like we've gotten better at growing
Yeah,
corn.
but that's real stuff, right?
Yeah,
That's
but
does
I'm
corn
just
have anything to do with the shape of the earth? Though?
well, at this current
What
point, I'm
scientific
philosophizing. You know, I'm
data?
just talking. I'm
Well,
just
no,
saying now.
that's exactly the problem, because everyone just says, "Oh, we've got all this scientific data for the globe." All right, show me. Well, I mean, well.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I guess that's where the conversation's going to lead inevitably. So,
well, just think about the distance. Sorry, just jump in real quick. This whole conversation on distances, you know, it's easy for someone who believes in a globe to say, we know the distances and they're all verified. But like, have they verified any distances? No. The most they've done is maybe down their street or around their block. So it's sort of like that it's like a little bit that hubris again. Like, we know the distances and it all works. But in reality, they don't have any distances. So
I don't necessarily agree with that point that we don't have any distances.
no, I just meant that person for themselves is what I meant. You know, like that person has not physically gone out and measured the earth. They're just going off of the mainstream deal.
Yeah, but see, here's an interesting point, right? So, like, yeah, that person is not going out and thinking to themselves, do I need to test what a mile is, right? So if someone tells me that they live 4 miles away and that's what Google says, that's fine. And here's a point I don't think any of us have ever thought about before. When we go to a gym, do we ever verify that the weights are what they say they are in the weight? Do we ever take that to a scale and say, here's actually what my PR is? You know, here's
If the
how
weights
much
are
I can actually.
No,
if
but
the weights are 3 grams off, it ain't gonna change anything about my worldview, though.
Right, but I'm just right
Also,
now.
this is something I know
Right
quite a
now,
lot about.
Brilliant
Typical.
point, man.
well, the point is, right, that like I understand that a lot of time we say like, how do you know if you didn't test it? But I'm just thinking about in our daily lives, how many things do we just trust? How many things do we not test in our daily lives? Like I've never weighed a weight before, so I never know if that 10 pounder or whatever is actually 10 pounds or 15 pounds. You know,
Would it
like
change your worldview in any way if it was 2 grams off or a pound off or something? Like, what would
no, it
really?
wouldn't, no. But see that's what I'm saying. It won't change my world. But like with my bike, I have a street bike. I love racing. Like I never tested to see if my bike makes the horsepower it makes or
well,
if my
this one would change the world massively. That's the
right.
difference.
But like what I'm saying is we have to respect the idea that not one person doesn't have to learn all the information in the world, right? Like we have to respect the idea that knowledge can be passed from one person to another without having to experience that knowledge yourself.
Definitely. And I think that that's kind of how they've gotten in with this deception, because they linked it in with all of the other quote unquote good science, like in a lot of other fields, so they put NASA and astrophysics and space science right in with technology and computers and, engineering. So I think that's one of the ways they did the deception, because like you said, like, of course, there's the example, like when you take your car to the mechanic, if you're not a skilled mechanic, you're not going to really know what they're even doing. They might say, "Oh, you need this and that," and you say, "Okay," and they charge you $1,000, and then did they even do the work? So it's like there's a lot of things that we do just trust for sure.
Dude, that is such a great point what you just said. I've never, I mean, with my bike, I verify it all, but I've never really verified shit with my car. Not that I don't know
But
how to
see,
do it, but like I'd never crawl under my car and see did they actually change the alternator? Did the alternator actually need to be repaired? Like, was it a fuse? It's a good point, man.
I'm saying that's the point. That's exactly what I was saying before. Like when you said that we've got all this, so you can't throw out 1,000 years worth of scientific data. Like you can't. Well, you don't want to throw out that alternator. I'll just replace your alternator. Okay. And then now I'm gonna go learn what an alternator is and how it works and why, and then go check that person's work. I'm gonna figure out what their science. I'm gonna ask you. Okay, you have 1,000 years of science. Show it to me.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
you've got
so
nothing.
how would you like me to present 1,000 years of science to you? Because I can easily do this.
Well, no, you give us a one viable hypothesis for an experiment that you can do on the sky.
Yeah, so no problem. So we're not going to follow the necessary structure that we're going down, like the 24/7 debate, and we're not going to, argue what's a controllable hypothesis or anything like
What
that.
do you mean? It's science. We're following the scientific method.
bro?
But see, that's what I'm saying. I'm not.
Do you
I'm
even know what
following the
science is?
method of
So
a
you're
of a
not
person.
following the scientific method. You just said you have 1,000 years of science.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
not going to follow the scientific method.
yeah.
That's
1,000 years of
confusing to me.
cosmology, bro. Cosmology is not a science.
You could hand us an encyclopedia.
See, you're talking about the difference between metaphysics and theoretical astrophysics. Do you know what the difference is?
Oh, I got to put you in my ears. Give me one sec.
What the difference
Larry,
is between...
Hank, you're really low.
I'm
For
sorry,
me, anyway.
can you not hear what I said?
Well, what's wrong with an encyclopedia? That's 1,000 years of science.
What does an encyclopedia have to do with what I just said? Do you know the difference between...
Well, he said he had 1,000 years of science, so you could compile all the scientists that lived over 1,000 years, compile their research, their findings, all their knowledge, and you could compile it into a book called an encyclopedia, and then you could hand it to someone.
You know,
Look,
who
man,
tested what those
I
people
don't.
said when they wrote all that stuff down in a book? That's what we're asking for. I mean, just because someone said it in a book doesn't mean it's, you know.
Yeah, you could also have like one or two companies controlling all of the encyclopedias and editing them yearly, and issuing them.
Yeah, it's
And
kind of what happened. Oh, sorry.
yeah, no, that's pretty much it. I mean, if everybody understood the point, because that's what happens.
Sure, I think Hank was
Exactly. Well, I was just gonna say real quick. Yeah, there was an Education Act that was passed in like 1958, right around like after World War II. NASA was was created. What I think was 59 was NASA, but there was this Education Act in 58, which basically like homogenized all teaching in first world countries, all education to be, more or less government, orchestrated to the point to where like the books that were being taught as your standard textbook were coming from only certain companies, certain corporations. So yeah, I mean, they pretty much rolled out this kind of new education system, which was right at that baby boomer time. So it's almost like they used the World War II and all of the craziness to that to then create this kind of new generation of baby boomers that were going to be, space heads, and that we're all going to be reading from the same encyclopedia.
Let's see.
Yeah, learning history about how we've learned so much and become such a better society and learned so many lessons coming out of those wars, and then also put it on the back of things like the Holocaust and shit like that. Those damn Nazis, and I'm not going to go into that, but you know.
Well, so I'm really confused how we're talking about all of the science and all of the scientific method that goes into these encyclopedias.
Okay,
and
here's why
talking
I'll
about
help. Let me explain to you why. So
doing
right
that.
now,
Oh, yeah, man, you cut him off though. Just let him finish.
Okay.
No, but that's why are you ignoring the scientific method, I guess, is the question.
Yeah. So in response to that question, it's because I'm baked as shit. I'm super fucking high right now, and I don't have the mental fortitude to, argue back and forth about.
I got you. Okay, so
The experiment.
Respect, bro. Respect.
He's lagging right now.
So what I'm
in the
trying to
past
tell
5
you,
years, though, I guess the point is that in the past 5 years, people have looked into this and have debated the actual science on this, and the globe comes up short, and that's problematic because it shouldn't be that way. It should be very easy to prove it if we have 1,000 years worth of it.
So yeah, so I can let me start saying it. So I'm just an average guy. I'm just an observer, right? So we can talk about. Let's see. Well, we can say this. Do you think it's possible to find the distance to the moon?
I don't know. I
Not
haven't
without
tried. I mean,
basing
with
it
enough
off
money,
of
maybe. I don't
presuppositions.
know. Do I think?
No.
What do you? How? What?
The answer, look, you could calculate it based off of certain presuppositions, but that's all. You cannot measure the distance to the moon. No.
Okay. Well, see, that's where we fundamentally differ. That's what I believe we can do. You do not believe that we can? And there's no amount of conversation I can have to make you believe what I believe.
Exactly.
How would we go about verifying? If you tell me the distance to the moon, how would I verify that you're correct, or how would I check your work, or measure twice, cut once, right?
Yeah.
How would I measure it?
So I've been a few days ago. We started talking about candles, star candles, and I got really into the measurement of the moon. So it started back, I believe, during the 7-Year War. And it took about 16 to 20 years of sailing across the world to find all these different angles. And basically, they were doing parallax measurements. And they estimated the distance of the moon. And as technology grew, the accuracies of these data points increased. So that was the first way, right?
You just said estimate. They estimated.
How did you verify? Yeah, I asked about verification.
I'm getting to the verify part.
Okay.
So then, when we developed the ability to produce signals or waves, we sent out radio waves to the moon and received them again. So that was one way. That was the one way we verified. Then as time progressed, we did it with light. And eventually we sent people to that moon and that they came back. And I know you may disagree with a lot of the things I'm saying, but I believe it. That's what I believe. And
you believe in
you know,
cosmology.
Well, but here's the problem: is that you just said
What's that?
said belief and disagree. I mean, agreement or disagreement or belief or non-belief. We're talking about verifiable sort of proof or
No,
evidence, not unverifiable things.
I do respect what he's saying, though. He's telling you, he's wearing his heart on his sleeve, telling you that it's a belief of his, and that's nice. That's nice that it's a belief of yours. I respect that. I do. But
I mean,
that means you have acknowledged that you cannot prove what you believe.
well, see, that's where we differ. Like I said, when I first joined in and I was talking about, you know, what makes us as an animal special, and you know what has allowed us to get the technology we have, is the ability to share lessons without having to really, you know, experience that lesson. So I accept the video evidence and the calculations and its ability. Like, see, the reason is whether the Earth is a globe or whether it's flat, they're able to predict things to incredible accuracies.
Okay, well,
And
I mean, it's great. It's great. You can tell me more about your religion in a religious channel or something, but you just admitted it's all based off of belief. Like,
And I would also venture the idea that if I have a herd of zebra, are you saying that unless the entire herd is completely wiped out and there are no zebras in that herd, that no information is passed on from an older zebra to a younger zebra about how lions work and however they communicate?
can you say it again?
I just want to let you know that it's called a dazzle of zebra.
Thank you. I couldn't. I was trying to think
a
of if a
dazzle?
herd
They
is.
really call it a dazzle? There's some wonderful names for these fucking flocks of animals or whatever you call them. Herds, flocks, and
So whether it's
gaggles and dazzles and
but
murders.
a group of
It's
animals
incredible.
that can last generational, you know, a group like, you know, a young, you know, they don't get killed off. The entire group doesn't get entirely killed off. The penguins, right? You know, not. There
Yeah,
are some penguins that survive and move on, and then they would pass on how stuff works, right?
Yeah,
What do we
so
call
I
a group of
I have a
penguins? What
great
do we call a
example
group
of
of penguins? Anyone? Group of penguins. Anyone? What is it? Come on, all the other birds have it.
A pride.
Antarcticans.
A flock?
Oh, come on.
A pride.
There's murders. There's, you know, murders of crows and everything else. Like, give me a special one for fucking penguins.
It's a pride, dude.
A pride of penguins?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Or are you just?
Yeah.
Oh, you're
coming
actually
up with
asking. I think. No, it's called a raft. It's weird.
Well, a lot of them
Well, a
have
waddle.
multiple names. It could be both. It could be a pride and a raft.
No, it's a raft and a waddle. It says it's a waddle when they're on land, and it's a raft when they're in the water.
Okay.
That's weird.
I think that's relevant to this conversation. We should know what to call a flock of penguins.
Well, you know, this is actually kind of relevant to the conversation. Because I wrote it in the chat, but I was just letting you know that, you know, because a lot of Globers will tell you that these things aren't proven, and they try not to use the word proof. But, you know, you can give something a high level of confidence if there's something called co-witnessing. So if you co-witness something, it's like two separate separate ways of observing something, or it could be two separate ways of measuring something. So if you have two or three different,
but they have to be first-hand accounts, right? They have to be first-hand.
Well, no, I'm saying that those are two different. So the observing something, yeah, those are like the first-hand accounts, I guess. But you can also use it for measuring. So if you have two separate ways of measuring something, you know, or two or more, and they corroborate each other, the values, you're right to give that a high level of confidence.
No, I get it. Statistically, you add more and more accounts of that, and then you have weight, and then you can be fairly confident, and so on and so forth. But you have to be very careful about biases and like how things are funded and stuff like that too.
Yeah, sure. But in the sake of the distance to the moon, for instance, I know I've done it one way, but there's other ways other people have done it, and the fact that their numbers are corroborative, like they're around the same value, that gives you it gives those numbers credence.
Sorry, I gave you the wrong information. It's a pride of lions.
Never knew that.
And Kosho was correct.
Wait, it's a what? Say it again.
I said it was a pride of penguins, but I was wrong. I was incorrect.
Oh, you're just admitting to being wrong. So
Yeah.
I thought maybe you had another name for a group of penguins.
Kosho made a very good point, guys. Can we just address that?
Did you say that the Earth was flat?
No. I'm just saying about the what gives something credence. Like it's appropriate to give a value measurement credence when two totally unrelated ways measured it and got the same value.
No, it is true, but only to a certain extent. You have to be like I don't think I emphasized how much you have to be cautious when you're doing that stuff. Because that's where all of a sudden biases really do take a huge play into like the results that you get. Depends on who's funding the fucking science that you call it and all of that. Like things can get carried away very quickly when you don't actually scientifically, experimentally validate things.
But see, what we're trying to say is that like you don't need to validate everything.
Oh, but you do need to have some checks and balances here and there, don't you?
And that's what we're saying we have. And if you have more than one method of testing, right? Like in the way of the moon, we probably have, Coach, what would you say, 7?
I would say that the flat Earth argument here is that you guys have gotten rid of your checks and balances and are now on a runaway fucking train with your fucking like theoretical science. Okay,
But
like
see, that's the problem. The problem here, right, is that when you look at the heliocentric model, you're able to follow logical ways that people are able to predict something, right? Like the path of a total eclipse. Remember when that happened a few years ago? We were able to predict where it would be down to the minute, down to the square mile. How would we be able to watch how they do it on a globe, right? Even if the globe is a lie, it's a damn good lie because it works on a globe. Like, even if they're lying to us, it works. So, like,
well, that's because, obviously, if that's why the Santa Claus lie works so well, because we put the tree. And
your mic is real low. But while that guy gets his mic readjusted,
it's why the Santa Claus lie works so well, because it works because everyone sees it, and it's based on what you see in reality. They obviously they wouldn't come up with a story that doesn't look like reality, because then they'd be like, well, that doesn't work, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, well, they obviously are going to come up with something that purports to what we actually see.
The issue here, right, is that with the fake lie of the world being a globe, they're able to make predictions that they show us how to make on a globe. But I've never seen a model other than the globe. Let me
That's
finish.
a double negative. Nobody knows what you said. It's a double negative. Nobody understood it.
Okay, then let me
say it better.
Start over.
Okay.
Sorry, just real quick. A group of lemurs is called a conspiracy.
That's nice.
I love it. A conspiracy of lemurs?
Yeah.
All right, that's my new spirit animal.
So, as I was saying, what was I saying? Jesus Christ!
You're trying to justify that cosmology is like
No, I'm not.
outside of
I'm not
scientific,
justifying
like
anything. No. You misunderstand. Rather, I'm saying that the lie that they tell us that the Earth is a globe, they're able to use it and show us through, educational videos how they're able to make this prediction. But I have never seen anybody be able to predict anything with a model that's not the globe. That for me is a really hard point to get across. That even though they're lying to me, the globe works for all the predictions that they say. But I can't find any relevant predictions by any other shape. I don't know how to address that.
I can make a prediction that the sun is going to come up in the east tomorrow. Am I gonna and I'm gonna have a unicorn model. Am I gonna be incorrect based on my observations every morning in the east?
Yeah, but the difference is when the sun wakes up, your prediction was proven correct. So when the path of the total eclipse follows the exact path that they said it would, that means that they were correct. So yeah, they make a prediction, and then we experience that prediction to be very accurate.
Give me a couple of years, and I will come up with a model that purports exactly to what we see about the sun and the moon and the sky and everything that happens. I'll base an entire model around what we see after a few cycles of the sky doing its thing.
Would you guys say there's a similarity between the planet revolving around the sun as opposed to the sun revolving around the Earth? Like, is there a similarity between the two? Like a central location, right? So if the sun's in the center and the Earth's in a trajectory, in an orbit around that central location, right? It's traveling at a certain speed. There's certain things you can plot. You can know where you are in that orbit. And if you just invert that, flip it, it'll be pretty much a mirror reflection of, it's like an inverted model, right?
I mean, no. So unfortunately, it doesn't work like that.
No?
No. So I understand the desire to be able to flip them back and forth, but everything completely changes one way or the other.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, like I said, it's my issue to overcome. I get it. But for me, it's really difficult to be like watching the news and they're like, here's what's going to happen. And they're showing a globe and everything like that. And then little do you know it happens. But I've never seen anyone be able to do with anything but a globe. And I just don't know what to do about that.
How did the Mayans, when they predicted it, when they believed that it was flat, they predicted the eclipses and it worked?
I've never seen the Mayans predict anything. I was talking about what I've observed.
Don't forget though that heliocentrism
tells you.
But hey guys, I'm gonna have dinner with my woman, so I'll talk to y'all later.
Peace, man.
I'll watch some Inca TV.
Ancient aliens.
Ptolemy had no, in his entire lifetime, he had no, he made no conclusions about anything from the position and the measurement of the sun. There was nothing he observed about the sun suggested it wasn't going around the Earth.
He had a flat cosmology too, right?
I mean, it even looks like the sun even looks like it's traversing the Earth.
It does. It does.
And I appreciate. Thanks.
It's
we could have argued about that for the next hour, so thank you.
Yeah, I made something last night. I made a couple of things last night using stellarium. Maybe you'll think it's cool, maybe not. But let me pull it up. Basically, I made like a analemma, which you guys all seen analemmas. But I basically just did the same thing with hold on, give me a second. Yeah, so I did the same thing with the 20-year observation. Oh, where's the 70-year observation? Well, I did 20 years, 10 years, and
You
70
made a
years. I don't have the
metonic
70-year
cycle?
one.
You did the metonic cycle.
The other interesting thing to remember is that the transition from geocentrism to heliocentrism in the scientific community, and the transition from the flat to the spherical Earth didn't occur anywhere near the same time frame. Ptolemy was a staunch globe earther, even though he believed in the
It was no, there was no globe.
There was
At the time
Ptolemy.
of Ptolemy?
The Almagest, which is his largest treatise, states the Earth is round.
But as a flat disk, though. I mean, the
No,
illustrations. Well, then why wouldn't he have drawn a sphere, bro? You tell me he couldn't have drawn a sphere. He had to draw. You tell me Ptolemy had to draw flat, like planisphere type things, and he could have drawn a sphere. Well, aren't you saying that the man can't draw a ball then? But you're going to credit him with all kinds of genius.
I think he had the description of it as a sphere.
Yeah, you can think
He also declared the Earth was a sphere in one of his earlier works as well, I believe. I can't remember the name of the earlier work.
Yeah, I'm asking about that.
Yeah, all right, I'll find something for you.
Well, you got to think too. Up until the 17th century, the Chinese the ancient Chinese too held a flat Earth cosmology for like 17 centuries.
Is that true?
They were able to basically run civilizations, have empires, have kings, like do all this stuff. Like they're even credited to having some like super advanced technology before like the sort of like ancient Chinese technology and stuff. They even had possibly flying machines. So and as well as their cosmology was flat for
This is
forever
exciting
and ever. And think
news.
of all the astronomical predictions that they were able to do in their just entire civilization as a whole. So it's like,
We need to get to the Chinese archives.
Well, now they're finally they got a space station now, but of course they've changed their cosmology since in the time it took them to build that. So
Their space stuff is wild. I like Chinese space stuff. I don't know why can't you trust the Chinese space stuff as much as the American space stuff? Does one take precedent?
Well, they don't share. They're not as open with their stuff.
Mm. Yeah.
So are the Russians more open with their space endeavors?
There's a lot of secrecy on all the departments.
They're secret too.
No,
Yeah.
we're on the space station with them. So we don't share everything together, but we definitely cooperate much more than the Chinese.
We cooperate in space.
Yeah. Have been since the 70s, yeah.
Well, that's a promising venture.
Well, I mean, you ever heard of the overview effect?
Mm-hmm.
Scott Beach's uncle, I think, came up with that thing about how when you're up there and you have this I don't know, this newfound like sentiment for like the whole collective of the Earth and stuff like that.
Yeah,
is one thing. I imagine that being up there at the cosmonauts and astronauts, they're probably not thinking about it as nation to nation type of issues. Probably thinking about it as like humanity.
Yeah. The planet is very unifying in that, right?
Yeah.
Where we all live, right?
It's a good symbol.
It's powerful.
One for all and all for globe.
I mean, I guess it'd be true if it was a flat Earth too, though, right? Like that same.
No.
Yeah.
What do you mean, like the UN map?
No, I just mean like
that would be a good logo too.
Like the collective.
It's a pretty good logo.
The collective.
Okay.
We all share this plane.
I think by nature of it, though, I think the nature of the Earth being what it is like it's like decentralized at its core. Like we're all humans on it. It can't really be centralized, whereas the globe is centralized. And I think that's part of why they did it, is to create that centralization, to get people sort of herded and limited into that thinking. Because I think they found like, God, all these people that just think they live on the Earth, the ground and the sky, like they're not very controllable. So they figured out a way to control people.
Yeah.
Like in
Book one
general,
of
like
the
we think for ourselves, we, you know, yeah, there's a lot difficult to control about people that aren't in the.
Apparently, book one of the Almagest talks about the fundamental Aristotelian cosmology. So the Ptolemaic model has got the Earth as a sphere and the heavens as a sphere in it. Put a link in the chat.
Yeah, see, I don't know how much they've hijacked a lot of that stuff. Like, first of all, was Ptolemy even real or not is a question, but they may have altered what they claim he was and what they claim he said. You know, because
Yeah, but they got very old transcriptions of the Almagest, very old books that they can that you can verify against. I mean, no one's got the old versions of the Almagest and looked through it and gone, hang on a minute, this doesn't match what's on various translations.
So if I had a book that said 1542, how could you verify it was from 1542?
You could look for other books that cite it that came after 1542 but nearby, couldn't you?
So,
Yeah.
so is your position?
You could look at a procession of citations through history. You'd have to if you didn't believe
You got to
that, you'd
link
have
them
to
in.
assume,
Yeah.
yeah, you'd have to go through the whole lot and say they're all false. If you want to do that, you can. You can pretend that nothing's real beyond, say, 20 minutes ago.
No,
We'll
but
just extrapolate that
all
backwards.
the Ptolemy would have ever been responsible for was like, you know, in his later life, he would have been in like Syria, Libya. He would have been given like a type of government or whatever. I'm sorry, like an area to govern over. He was wasn't he a governor?
No, I don't think he was.
Yeah, no, he was like given it from the Alexandrian Wars. He was like awarded that area, but he was originally from Macedonia, so like he was there to like study their shit because that was the way of the Alexandrian Empire was to like get people from different areas learn the culture of the places that they'd kind of like taken over, and then on, you know, to absorb and synthesize their cultures and move on. So it would be like a little bit against the grain for like Alexander to take over that area and then to like apply his own science to it, you know. So
Sure, and all I'm saying is that the original point I made is the transition from flat Earth to globe Earth and from heliocentrism to geocentrism don't marry up perfectly according to the historic narrative.
But I mean, don't you think that he would have availed himself to the science of the area? You know, like
He would have
Libya,
done.
they
Yeah,
made Baalbek. You know, like I don't know, man. Like
no, I don't disagree that he may have had numerous influences, and like you say, he did.
Like for instance, we know that Al-Biruni had a flat cosmology. Like I would assume that others of that heritage of, I don't know if you want to call it science because it's not like brand name science, but it's their culture's science, right?
Well,
Hold on, can I ask a question real quick,
Yeah.
Merle?
Yeah.
I just want to know, what do you mean when you say flat cosmology?
I assume planar stationary Earth.
Well, that's not true then. Alberti obviously thought it was a globe, but sorry, Merle, I didn't want to take away from what you said.
Well, Snack, as far as I'm aware, he had the orbital pathways of all the wandering stars or the planets done by Ptolemy. Remember that? You had
You're
all
talking about
the
the epicycles.
yeah. And they're very
the
intricate, like the sacred geometry aspect.
The Almagest does give you the order of all the planets and the moon and the sun orbiting the
Sure.
Earth.
And you say planets, and they might have see it. You just have the assumption of balls flying around in the air. I mean, you do have that, but
all right, things that are
prior to this, these lights were still important, and so they were named, and so they were followed, and so they were charted. You know,
yeah, absolutely.
There's also that idea of, you know, he who wins the wars or is behind the genocide ends up writing the history. And I mean, just even World War I, World War II were massive events, let alone what even happened before that, like the idea of a reset or something more. But if there's some group that comes out, you know, quote unquote, victorious after something like that, they roll out their teachings, you know, into the schools. Meaning, like, let's just say something happened right now and there was some huge, like, some event that happened, and only if, you know, there was some reset or some genocides or whatever, you could probably create a new world saying that, you know, Elon Musk was the most brilliant guy in the world, or Jeff Bezos. Like, you could probably build some story around some science that you want and just claim that these guys were the top in their time. Whereas Ptolemy or any of these guys, if they were even real, they might have just been dudes. They might, let's say they were real. They might have had their writings and their thing. They may have been minimally influential, maybe even not much influential at all in reality at the time. When you really like think about the actual population, like at least the story we're told, they wouldn't have had TV, radio. So it's not like they would have announced to the whole world, this guy, these guys would just be a dude living in some town. Probably no one else would even know who they were in other towns and other cities. You know, they would just be who they were. Now, I know there's certain stories that some of these guys were more famous, they traveled around or whatever. But I'm just saying, it's like, who knows what these guys really were? And the fact that they're propped up as being these like brilliant, you know, shoulders of giants, especially the fact that they all point to heliocentrism, I think is pretty shady to say the least, you know, in terms of whether they really were what their claim they are today.
Sure. I mean, don't forget Ptolemy was held up. He's held up as a luminary he was at that point of time when they were transitioning from astrology to astronomy as a way of, you know, measuring things. And he was, you know, to his death, he was a geocentrist. But he did see the anomalies in what were referred to as the wandering stars. So clearly, you're right. His work may have been an amalgam in the same way as Archimedes. Arguably, is not one person. You know.
Yeah,
or
I mean, we're under the like.
matter.
Yeah, and in my viewpoint, we're under like a rule right now, if you want to call it that, of these controllers and Freemasonry, Jesuits. I mean, you know, the whole conversation of who they are. But I mean, they do their hand signs. The astronauts flash their hand signs, all that stuff. So I mean, clearly, like in my viewpoint, there's a brotherhood, if you want to call it a secret society, whatever it is. So of course they're going to prop up their guys, you know, whether it actually was part of who they were, their family, or whether it's who they want to promote, you know. So it's like they're very selective. It's sort of like right now, if some fraternity took over a college or something, they would be the ones saying, hey, this guy's the, you know, this one's, you know, they would pick who the teachers are and who the owner of the school is. You know, it's like once somebody kind of establishes some level of influence and power, then they pick their guys and their narrative to push.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I am interested in how things are rewritten. I'm going through a book at the moment called The Outline History of the World, which was written in 1934. So it's just a book I picked up because I collect old books for a ton of time, and it's interesting to go through some bits in it and just read them and see how they correlate to what's on Wikipedia. And there are chunks that change, not significant details that change, and you don't know whether they've just become they're deemed superfluous or someone's just not considered them worthwhile, you know.
Yeah,
or if there's a change in if there's a like you say, there's a change in emphasis which is deliberate on someone's part. It's very difficult to work these things out, really. Very subtle if they do occur most of the time.
Look at what the elites do right now, right? There's 2 or 3 companies that own 99% of the media outlets, right? And this isn't anything new. You want to, obviously, if you're the one in charge, you want to control what the people see and hear. So imagine you're this elite group that's running shit on Earth, and the printing press comes out. What's the first thing you do? Right? You go buy all the fucking printing presses you can and start printing shit up the way you want it to be.
Yeah, your stuff.
What you're saying right now. Sorry, and you were ahead of me. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, man. I was just steel manning Jeremy's point that control it.
Look, if that's the case, if you're yielding, then I will take this floor. So
yeah, what?
No, when it comes to that, I don't want to go too much into like that whole Tartaria mud flood stuff, you know, but like as far as history, lost history, ancient history, how history is written, I think there's definitely like scheduled cullings like that have happened. Like think of things like the catacombs under Paris and like you know, like if you look at Jeranism did a great video about population growth, if you assume any population growth, like a 0.01 population growth, based off of the timeline that they give us, like we should be in like nearing trillions of people, not like 8 billion. Okay. So throughout history, there have been rulers, and the people have had to be called off in order for us to have a population as low as we have. It's understood. We know that there's been a lot of war. There's been a lot of disaster. We know that life wasn't easy. Okay. But like, who the fuck stacked all those goddamn skulls? You know what I mean? Like, dude, like,
Yeah, I know.
like,
Sure.
It's like a gruesome art project, right?
when it comes to like, you look at railways, like the steam engine is apparently invented in London or in England in like 1804 for this first steam locomotive. 1804. Yet you guys have like a fucking train system that's like buried underneath another train system?
I don't know
Or
about
is that New York? There's some place that has that shit.
Jibby
Like,
Jedi always said the Earth was a layer cake graveyard. I always liked that. I think there's just stacked civilizations, like stacked on top of one another, you know?
dude, I swear, I mean, I don't know how much of it's myth and how much of it's truth. Like, how much of this am I getting from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you know? Like, but like, like this underground system and shit. But it isn't Ghostbusters? You know, didn't they have like a thing in like a
Yep.
lost
Under
train
New
station
York.
underneath the fucking train station?
Yeah, definitely.
They actually
All
go
the
dig up
ectoplasm.
in archaeology. They'll actually go dig up and find different civilizations right on top of other ones. Just
Yeah. And they go
cities
down,
like
right? Like we see what's above ground, but when we got to Tartaria and the mud flood, like it was like they were digging out cities out of mud. Like they were already there though, some of those structures. And then
Yeah. So
everyone's
what
going, well, how can that be? And the
So,
timeline got
I mean,
fucked.
we can get deep into this, but what I was trying to just to finish where I was going, to cap it, I suppose. Like there's obvious callings like that have to. I would argue anyway. Here's what I would argue. I would argue that there is a many minor callings like World War I, World War II, like things that are known to us, the Crusades, stuff like that. But there's also major callings like every so often. The frequency of which I don't know. Sometimes maybe they let you go for a while. Maybe a lot of minor callings is good enough. I think that's what we've been under. But yeah, this population has always been in check, kind of like those guidestones said something about. Like it's always about division, pitting us against each other instead of them, and divide and conquer, Hegelian dialectic, and it freaking, all of that. Like it's just the Crusades and those fucking. Just think about those damn catacombs. They say they go on for like hundreds of miles and they're not fully explored. Like those whole things are lined with fucking skulls. Like back then, are you kidding me? Where did all those goddamn skulls come from? It would have the infrastructure needed to support a society that large where that many people could die and you could just go and fucking hire people to stack skulls for fucking a lifetime, because that's what it would take, lifetimes, to do that shit.
How
So
many
you're talking about
skulls are? How many?
Paris catacombs?
I'm not too familiar with this catacomb thing. How many skulls
Oh.
are there, or whatever?
They don't know.
Jeremy,
They have no
you've
idea.
got to
It's
see
a
it,
lot.
man.
It's
You've actually got to see it, bro.
Do you want to know the mainstream story with this?
It
Yeah.
has to do with the Crusades, right?
Okay, it's that. I mean, the catacombs go all over. It's a huge footprint that actually takes up. So the part that you're talking about with all the skulls and stuff like that is only a small portion of it.
No. These things, like they show the pictures of it. Like no, well, either way, even if it's just tunnel digging. Let's just say we're calling these catacombs just tunnels. Like, what would it take for people using a wooden wheel and a fucking mule to fucking pull all that dirt out of the earth?
It's it's got nothing to do with the skulls and bones, though.
Okay, fine. Get rid of the fucking skulls and bones. Let's ignore the millions of fucking bodies underneath there.
I'm not trying to ignore it. I was just trying to address what the mainstream story of that is that there was a graveyard that was there for a long period of time that was flooded out due to some kind of flooding action, and all the bodies were just like washing up in this flood. So these are whatever they
The
collected.
bodies
They
just
have
washed up on the shore, and so they decided to build a fucking tunnel system to stack their bones in.
not on shore. I mean, it was on land already. You know.
And they
I think he did say that that's the mainstream story, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, if I can continue, so they found these remains. They're like, oh, we got to do something with these remains. We'll just put them in, this creepy underground, tunnel. It's fine.
So millions of people washed up on shore.
I didn't say washed up on shore, but there was a graveyard in the ground, and then there was a flooding. Like you talking about mud floods? Aren't you talking about mud floods? This is unbelievable.
No. I
Okay, that's cool.
mentioned
Let's call
that.
it, no, it's all right. We'll suspend
It gets tied
disbelief.
in with all the stuff.
Anyway, whatever. Okay. Anyway, mainstream story over. Here, continue.
Wait, I didn't know that. That sounds like a really extreme mainstream. I didn't know that they just thought these things just
It's a
washed
lot of
up
bones,
and they had
bro.
to find
It's a
a
lot
place
of
to
bones.
put
Yeah.
them.
It's a lot of
many bones. It's like more bones than like any heavy metal album. There's no heavy metal album with as many bones, right?
No, yeah, you couldn't have if you combined all the heavy metal, you'd only like take up a room out of this like 130 miles worth of tunnels of bones.
Mm-hmm.
How many bones are there?
Like 2,000,006
People or bones? I feel like you made that number up.
It's like literally just skulls. It's lined in skulls. It's literally just skulls, fucking lining all of
There's
the
a
wall.
part with just skulls. There's a part with just leg bones.
No,
It's
they stick the femurs and shit in between to fill the gaps, but the fucking skulls are all pointed forward.
What are you guys
It's just
talking
stacked
about?
skulls.
I know, but like, how are you going to build with skulls, bro?
What are you guys talking about?
They're odd
the
shape.
Paris catacombs.
The catacombs filled with skulls underground? Like
in Paris. In Paris.
Like under
Oh
Paris.
yeah. There's like networks, right? Tunnels that you can like tour, and there's just skulls and bones everywhere.
The thing that's crazy about it is that, I mean, you would have had to, okay, if it was a bunch of bodies that had already like rotted away, then yeah, I guess you could just go pick up the skulls and put them where you want. But if these were like anyway near, having skin and all that stuff, you'd have to skin them all and clean them all up. I mean, that would be crazy.
This is what I was talking about with my coworker at work. I have a great coworker, by the way. At lunchtime, we were talking about this, and I was like, you could have basically an entire economy based off of stacking these fucking skulls. Like, one person, his whole career is just literally stacking skulls. He lives underground stacking these goddamn things all day long for his entire life.
What a fucking job, dude.
I got a raise today, man.
I got a raise. I stacked so many skulls.
What do you do?
Dude, but that's what I'm saying. This is what would have had to have happened to accomplish such a task. You would have to like seriously like put the communal economic resources into stacking these skulls. You would have had to do that.
I mean, if you have a million
skull
people,
stacking.
and everyone grabs a few bodies or something, you'd be done by lunchtime. Right? Like, yo, everyone grab a body.
Dude,
yeah.
By dinner.
It is pretty freaky. It almost
Divination.
it almost lends to an idea that they were harvesting something from people. So they specifically were, doing something to them, or and then stacking the skulls because they had them at that point. Like, I'm not saying that's the case, but it almost seems like, was it some kind of harvesting or something, and then that's just what they did with the rest of the leftovers.
That's what they had to do.
Deaths, like
That's what
normal
they had to
deaths, or the plague, or what?
It's a mystery. Like Snack said, you know, there's this backstory, but if that's the case, that's the case, right?
It's where all the globe earthers are.
Actually, there's a cool city they found, and I think it's Turkey. I can't remember where. It was the biggest underground city ever found. It could house 20,000 people. Had its own ventilation system, all underground. Forgot the name of it. I mean, you could cook in there and have fires and shit, and like it was all ventilated and shit.
You know, like Jack Nicholson, Jeremy, he had like a underground tunnel to the Playboy Mansion.
That's what's up.
Fucking bizarre.
That's the first thing I would do.
There's actually blueprints of it. They found them.
From his house to the Playboy Mansion?
Yeah. So this underground tunnel thing with the rich is not a new thing. That's what it made me have deeper thinking about, you know. It's how they roll. They like to go underground, you know, the subterranean, the underworld, all this stuff.
Oh, this reminds me of a thing from you. I don't know if you guys have ever seen 30 Rock, but there was this one scene where Alec Baldwin. You don't know where I'll be tomorrow. I could be 6 feet under in the subterranean paradise we built to escape the poor.
Oh,
you guys didn't see that one? That was a good show. 30 Rock, fucking hilarious.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't really like going into caves and shit like that. Like, kind of claustrophobic. Like, to me, that's like the opposite of paradise.
I don't think you would like the Paris catacombs much. Then.
I like caves, but only if there's like skull lined or bone lined.
Yeah, if there's not skulls stacked to the ceiling in your cave sucks.
Yeah, that's no man cave.
Yo, you know what cave is dope? You ever see Planet Earth, that series with the guy that puts you to sleep all the time with his voice?
The big
you know
ass
the cave I'm
cave
talking
that
about?
has like fucking bat guano in the floor, like stacks of bat guano.
I'm talking about the crystal one where there's crystals in it. They can't even go in it because the air is not breathable. But there's these crazy fucking crystals in it, bro.
Oh, those are wild.
Crazy
Those crystal caves, yeah.
Yeah, bro, that shit is not. It looks like something from like an alien planet or some shit.
The giant crystal caves.
Those fucking crystals
really hot, right? Up there.
The
They're like bigger than people.
Indiana Jones and shit. Fuck yeah.
Goonies as well.
Merle, how we doing, bro? You good?
Yeah.
All right.
Got a cough though.
Came in hot earlier. I got a cough. I'm sick right now. Yeah, I'm sick.
Merle was coughing too.
Yeah, that's just the ganja.
Oh
no! I just got over a minor cold. I'm getting over a minor cold myself here. That I've had. Like,
I'd have changed the season. I think.
Like it's probably like old. It's probably like a couple years old. Like Corona is my guess. I just got like old Corona. It's like not really hurting me all that much.
I have friends that have gotten Corona 3 to 4 times.
Bro, please stop saying the word.
Oh.
YouTube and Discord are like
old Mexican beer, man. It was probably just like in the sun too much. Yeah, I think I had too much old Mexican beer.
Like the kind that's been left out in the sun?
Yeah. I had no limes.
Piss warm Chongo. Remember that? Do you guys ever see that movie Desperado?
Desperado is good. You know that's part of a 3-part series, though, right?
Yeah, I seen the other two weren't as good, but
no, Desperado is clearly the best. But yeah. El Mariachi and what's the other one?
I can't remember then.
Once Upon a Time in Mexico, isn't that part of it?
Desperado? It's like what, a trilogy?
No.
Yes, it is. It is. El Mariachi, Desperado, Once Upon a Time, Mexico.
Yeah.
But you so, and then there's like another place where they have a bunch of bones, but they're like more like the IKEA version of bone stacking. You know, some people are just
Dude,
like, we'll make a wall, and other people are like, we'll make a chandelier out of bones. You
what
know
if
what I mean?
what if you lived a long line of bone stackers and you made a trade out of it?
I know, right? Like it just goes back a ways. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get into it. My grandfather, he was a bone stacker.
Yeah, like
That's your family's done it so much. Your name is like
My last name is
Bone
Bone
Stacker.
Stacker. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
What about a bed made of like skulls and bones, or a couch?
You can get that. Yeah, the Stoic. It's called. Gotta.
This I can't help but think of the Skull and Bones fucking secret society that the Bushes were
Yeah,
in,
like
right?
yeah, a
Well, that's
throne.
all that ties in with Freemasonry, because like, and they still wear their Knights Templar freaking robes and shit and celebrate that as like a medal and all that. And they were the ones that basically enforced Christianity at the edge of a sword throughout the entire Middle Ages. That's where they blame most of these skulls for coming from. Especially like in underground Paris, that's where they say most of that shit came from. It's like one of the excuses anyway, because like that doesn't add up. You know, like there's so many skulls under there. Like, dude, there's so fucking many.
Bro,
Like way more
how many skulls are under in this
than
Paris
so.
catacomb? How many, bro?
Right. How
Dude,
many can you? How many could you count?
hold up.
You probably can never count them all.
They call that the secret society Skull and Bones because when they go in the tomb, there's a skull and two femur bones, like the old ossuaries the Knights Templar would put their like fallen soldiers in. That's why it's called Skull and Bones.
It says
How many
more than
bones?
6 million people, dude. Holy fuck.
Yeah,
That's not even that many though.
Another 6 million number? I don't believe it.
Six. What up, Joby?
6 million doesn't seem like many in modern times, but how about with the story you're told, where people
It
were
seems like
sparse
it's a
and
big
like
graveyard.
life was hard, you know, and we didn't have modern technology to let us get along. You know, like
Yeah,
come
but
on,
if you
6
have a
million people,
graveyard,
man.
What kind of
hold on, if
graveyard
you
has
have a
6 million
graveyard
people?
say you have the same graveyard for 800 years it's
Dude,
on. I mean,
that
even with
number,
its full population.
I can tell you this too. That number that he came up with, it's not really, the number is not actually known. There's like still miles and miles and miles of those tunnels that have yet to be explored. Okay,
Yeah.
they don't even know what's down there.
How many cemeteries are there that have 1 million, over 1 million people in?
Lots. No, not lots. Probably not
Well,
too
I'm
many.
just saying, I don't
No.
I don't know. And plus, once they had these tunnels, they probably just started putting their own people under there. No, like, oh, this is a good spot to put dead people. Let's just start throwing our people under there too. I don't know.
Holy fuck, you want to see a cemetery with more than 5 million people? Here, let me show you.
Whoa.
There we go.
This is the biggest cemetery in the world. Look at that. That's from a drone footage.
That's with modern day numbers, though. He's right, though. If you're working off the numbers they gave you, where there was only, the biggest fucking city was Rome. Where is this? Oh, Paris. Yeah, they didn't have a crazy population or anything throughout history until recently. So
Look at the video I posted.
5 million right there is the biggest in the world now, and there's apparently 6 million in Paris. That's quite the flooded cemetery.
This one is
and they probably haven't even been using it as a cemetery for a long time. Right?
This one says it's in Iraq.
Yeah, it's in Iraq.
That's insane.
Dude.
Why would you even take up that much, like, all in one space? Split it up a little.
Yeah, so when I brought this up,
we're gonna run out of
when I
room.
brought this up, like, yeah, exactly. The Paris catacombs are only just one example, like the major, the biggest example. But there's catacombs all around the world, like they're all like this. Like
it's a necropolis. It's a city of the dead. Yeah, it's creepy.
Necropolis.
Eventually, if we keep just burying people in the ground and giving them this, this little, I don't know, whatever it is, 8 by 3 foot space in the ground, like you can only do that so many times before your whole land's filled with dead people.
What if you find out that the bone stackers turned into like the shoemakers or something like that? Like you go there. Dude, that had to be a fucking family line, right?
Right. But you're a
What do you
shoemaker.
guys,
How could you marry a bone stacker? You're marrying a bone stacker? Yeah, I'm marrying a bone stacker. I don't care. We're really in love.
What do you guys
Just-
think of those
just with
giant
me.
skeletons? The giant skeletons. Giants.
What giant skeletons?
Well, like the giants, that there used to be giants.
Yeah, the dinosaur bones that are really humans.
I mean, I think humans used to be a lot bigger, and there's evidence that we were. I mean, the mainstream doesn't even deny it with the Neanderthal, but they'll cap it at that. Like, everything was bigger back then. They had the small face bear, and there was just giant megafauna all over the place. So why wouldn't humans be bigger too? It doesn't make sense.
How much bigger? Like 30-foot, 40-foot high humans?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like the Neanderthal was pretty big. I think our wisdom teeth are a clue that we used to be bigger too, because all of a sudden our jaw doesn't have space for that many teeth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, it should. Not to side rail, but the lack of nutrition creates like all the teeth crowding, and then they rip out the wisdom teeth. But if you get really proper nutrition in the womb, like you should be able to have all your teeth with the wisdom teeth. Is that what you were talking about? Like being able to, like the wisdom teeth thing?
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was evidence we were. Yeah, I know some people don't have to get rid of them.
Yeah, there's it's in particular like vitamin A, retinol, which is the actual animal-based vitamin A. It's not the same as beta carotene, like the stuff that's in carrots and stuff. The real retinol-based vitamin A, from my understanding, is really required in quite high amounts. I mean, not an overdose, but in good sufficient amounts for pregnant women, like all throughout the pregnancy. And it's the vitamin A and other nutrients, but especially that animal-based vitamin A that actually helps the jaw, the head, all of that form correctly. And if you don't have enough vitamin A, which is it's a little hard to get a high amount of, you pretty much have to eat liver, animal liver. You get some in raw milk, but it has to be raw. You get a little bit in eggs. So I guess if they ate a ton of milk and eggs that are both raw, you could get enough, but really you have to eat liver, which is why these ancient, a lot of these tribal cultures would like get the liver, cod livers and things like that for the pregnant women to make sure they had it. So yeah, so my understanding, if you don't get those nutrients in the womb accurately, sufficiently, which is the case nowadays, it's because of the food issues, then you get all like the teeth crowding and the wisdom teeth problem, and you get the TMJ, the grinding of the jaw and jaw problems and other like deformities in the jaw and even in the other parts of the skull as well.
They do say that we're not getting enough nutrients now, even in modern history, because we've depleted the soil so badly that the amount of nutrients in a carrot now compared to a carrot 100 something years ago or whatever has way less nutrients in it from in the carrot now.
Right. Yeah. Well, when you farm the same plants on the same land, you scar the land, you strip out all the nutrients, and then instead of like a wild plant, for example, and even with animal meat too, like if an animal is roaming in the wild, it's eating tons of grasses and shrubs, like deer, of course, they eat a lot of shrubs and leaves and stuff. They're getting all that wild nutrition with all the right minerals. But you take that same animal, throw it in a feedlot, pack it a bunch of corn and synthetic nutrients. Yeah, you don't have anything close to the same in terms of nutrients.
Dude, the feed they're giving animals now, because they'll give them they'll give the animals food that's no good to us, food that is expired or whatever. But they don't even take I was watching this documentary. They don't even take it out the package, bro. They just put it into this giant shredder with like the cardboard box and some plastic shit. And just shred it up, and the animal just eats it. Eats that. Like all the containers and shit with the food. It's crazy. It's legal. Because there's that saying, you are what you eat. You know what I mean? And you are what your food eats.
That is bad, no doubt. Like just putting the wrapper, the plastic shit right in there.
Yeah.
But there's also like in terms of modern feedlot, oh man, it's dark. I mean, it's like the genetically modified grains that are all subsidized by the government and GMO corn, and then just all the synthetic nutrients. Of course, they give them. I'll use the word jabs. They jab them all up, and let alone the hormones and shit. It's insane. Yeah, it's just. And people wonder about like the cow farts thing. Yeah, it's because you're feeding them corn. Of course they're going to be farting. They're not meant to digest that. They're ruminant animals. So you feed them corn. The corn doesn't ruminate correctly in their room. You know, it gets acidic. They get gassy. It's terrible. It's terrible for their digestive system. So it's just totally the wrong thing to feed them. Cows should be eating grass.
Yeah, a lot of farming techniques are barbaric, really, and unsustainable. That's why you've got to add so much.
Jeremy,
What's up, Bob?
did Kosho tell you how I debunked 9/11 last night?
You debunked 9/11?
Debunked 9/11.
How'd you do it?
Wait, what does that even mean? How do you debunk 9/11?
I don't know.
All right. Go ahead and turn your eyes towards my live stream, please. Let me know when you're watching, Jeremy.
Did you do it on Minecraft, Bob?
I can't do it right now. I'm at work. I can't do it right now. I'm at work. Can you just walk me through it?
No, I can't walk you through it. Here, I'll show Bandsaw. Bandsaw, you watching my live stream?
Is this Minecraft, Bob?
No, this is not Minecraft. This is not Minecraft.
Sure it is.
Although it looks kind of like it. This is called Teardown. All right? So here we have the Twin Towers here. All right?
Yeah.
Oh, he shoots a plane.
You see this?
Isn't that great?
We saw nothing of the sort on 9/11.
We saw nothing of the
You see
sort.
how there's still a plane here? You know, evidence that a plane crashed into the building, shown by the fact that there's a plane. Huh? Now let's see here. Let's go
Yeah,
ahead and
basically,
take a look.
Jeremy. So it's like a Minecraft type world. He's got two like World Trade Centers, and there's a gun that is a plane gun. So it shoots
planes.
an airplane. And dude, he was doing it yesterday. It was hilarious. We were cracking up because he was like shooting, planes at he was firing like hundreds of planes at the building. It still wasn't coming down. He even blew off the top half, and of course, what happened? But the top half just toppled over and fell on the ground. The rest of the tower was still.
Dude, who made this world? This is the best.
That's fucking awesome, bro.
He's shooting multiple planes. Oh, that one
Now
is.
you know Jeremy's not a New Yorker, dude. Only
Why?
a Canadian.
I am a
fuck
New
would
Yorker.
say that was awesome.
Well, no, dude.
He even got it one time. Like he blew out the whole layer to where the top half did fall. They say, oh, it fell a couple of stories or whatever. We even did that, and of course, here it's about to happen right now.
There we go. That's what we would have seen that day.
Yeah, it just falls off onto the
That's what we should have seen that day, but whatever.
That's really wow. Imagine if it did topple like that on the day. Fuck.
Nobody would have believed it, the official story. They would have had to redo it or something. Different building.
Well, they had to make sure it came down into its own footprint. Otherwise, the damage would have been crazy for the rest of the city.
Right.
It's the 20th plane hitting the building now.
You might be able to tell that my frame rate is just tanking as it tries to calculate the debris and stuff.
Yeah.
Is that how long the wingspan should be as far as the building to plane goes?
I don't know.
That I'm not sure. There is a different one.
No. At least the way they showed it, the towers were quite a bit wider than the wingspan, right? It's slipped in there.
But the hole's not big enough in the way that you can zoom in on that hole and it doesn't look like that's where the plane went in. That's for sure.
That is what would. That's why I keep saying that is what would have happened, though. It would have probably partially penetrated the building, but the wings would have fallen off. The back tail would have fallen on the ground.
Yeah, like how do you totally melt into oblivion Rolls-Royce plane engines? Like so they're not even there anymore. How does jet fuel do that? Anyway,
like it doesn't matter what angle.
What are you playing that game where you're got to knock buildings down with
Tear
guns
down,
and
yeah.
shit? I've seen the ads
Yeah.
for it.
It's so ridiculous. It's awesome though. Like
it's awesome, but it's like, oh man, this is kind of morbid.
Well, this is just a mod. This isn't actually part of like the regular game. This is a
Right,
mod
no, I
someone
gotcha.
made. But like they gotta. I think they gotta like build it. Like look at all these pieces. Like it'll actually like it'll break into all these pieces and then like do the math on how they're supposed to fall and stuff like that. It's
That's
really
crazy.
Cool. It's ridiculous, especially when you get something like a nuke or like here. I'll show you the airstrike, the AC-130 or whatever. If I switch over to the cluster bombs, these kill the frame rate once they start exploding.
Oh, the AC-130 is nuts. Yeah. Well, I don't know about in
Because
your
they
game,
hit
but
and then they bounce into multiple grenades that also start falling and exploding or whatever.
Man, look at that. You just tore it apart with a bunch of military guns still standing. Anyway, okay. Well, that was worth switching over.
So there you go.
Thanks for showing us that.
9/11 debunked. Tell your friends.
Kosho, what do you got to say?
Are you convinced,
Actually,
man?
Kosho was the one last night when we were looking at it. He instantly jumped in, and then Witz had asked him if he was a Mossad agent.
oh, Kosho's definitely with some kind of intelligence agency. I don't know which one yet, but he's on the list.
Don't be throwing that intelligence word around too freely.
Well,
generally.
you know, it's a, you know.
Intelligence in quotes.
It's called counterintelligence for a reason, okay?
That was gold, Bob. That was gold.
We're not allowed to talk about the military intelligence industrial complex.
I had a gut feeling it'd be Minecraft of some sort for some strange reason.
Bob's debunked the globe.
We could talk about them, Larry. They're listening. Hey guys.
Bob's debunked the globe with Minecraft before.
Yeah, he did it on Brandon's a couple of years ago, I think.
You got your military intelligence, married bachelor, jumbo shrimp, all kinds of things.
Yeah, what are those called? The word for that?
Oxymorons.
Oxymorons, yeah.
Maybe not.
Guys, check out what I posted, man. I really think that that's telling us that it's going to be like a sustainable energy thing, because it talks about making the super lattice like an, elementary like style tabletop setup, right? So yeah, check it out. 10 minutes after. It's that thing that Montreal's been posting. It's just a different article.
What is it, Hank? Break it down real quick for us.
I think it's alluding to sustainable energy, because they're talking about really powerful electric fields built off of simple tabletop designs. That's what I'm getting out of it. You guys might want to check it out for yourselves, though.
Pretty sure that's the ultimate reason they're hiding all kinds of stuff, or one of the main reasons is power. They want to control.
Oh, I feel like power technology, battery technology has been suppressed vastly, along with medicine. Medicine and battery technology and power generation technology are probably the three most suppressed things out there.
Yeah, it's like they try to control the energy, control the money, control the cosmology. like the outer macrocosm of our minds, and then even the inner microcosm of the body. Big pharma, it's like big oil, big pharma, big space, big astrophysics, whatever you want to call it.
Space Force.
What do you reckon Earth would be like if none of that was there?
A garden.
Utopia.
Oof.
I mean, if we didn't have taxes, if we didn't have any of that stuff, you could just live on the land, just like build stuff and enjoy, have sex, and take a swim in the river and build cool things and find some
Have more
food.
sex.
Free food, water. Yeah, everything that they're doing is to a way to profit off of every aspect of human life and death. They profit off of death.
How cool would it be if we could just live on the land, not have to answer to any? I mean, you'd still have probably some like
You still got to chop wood
structure.
and carry water. Yeah, you still got to chop wood and carry water. Right? We still got to grow food, but it can be done a lot more simply and more sustainably and more non-for-profit. It's never
I
been a
just
problem
remember
that the world doesn't have enough food. It's just that it has too many people that can't afford the food that already exists and it gets thrown out.
It's still a hard life though, having to provide shelter and food and sustain all that. Like it's not all that easy.
The main problem with being able to do that is, well, it costs too much to run the equipment, or it costs too much to do this. They don't have enough power to do X, Y, and Z. But if you negated the one thing that needed, that
Like
required
getting it up and running,
Yeah.
right? Like the infrastructure. But once it was there and you had, as best as you could, a self-sustaining system, it would just be the implementation of it that would be hard at first. Once it was there.
Says it's simple right here, tabletop, simple design. Right there.
We'd all enjoy it too, because we'd know what was in our food. That the laws would change of what we could actually grow and eat. We'd be in charge.
Let me say this real fast. I think that they've been telling us, they've been drilling the first law of thermodynamics in our head, right? Energy can't be created, right? Out of nothing. Well, we're finding out that nothing is just a concept, doesn't really exist. And in fact, there's like a background radiation or something to that effect that has like an ethereal, non-physical, more like a metaphysical attributes. But when we're using this graphene, right, to make the sorry, it's a concept. We're making this super lattice, right? And when we create this super lattice, it's creating really large electrical charges, right? Really big ones, right? And the thing about this is that it's basically going to free you. Like if you had this technology on your farm and you could create really high energy processes that has no analogies, right? That means there's nothing else like this, right? And that's a direct quote in particle physics and astrophysics. So this, this vacuum ain't a vacuum, and they keep saying we're pulling something out of nothing in all these. They keep saying that, but it's really we're pulling something out of the ether. So just take nothing out and write ether there, and they got it. Or it's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics.
Do you reckon they've known about this for years, Hank, and it's just been suppressed?
Yeah, the Casimir effect is old as dirt. Now we haven't always had this new material, right? What is this that they made? Super lattice comes from graphene. So yeah, these super lattices are new. Graphene is new. So, we are going to see this in the future. It's going to be big, I think.
I mean, but as long as they're going to be able to control it ultimately, unless anyone can just make this. But the problem is that J.P. Morgan, and this by the mainstream narrative itself, J.P. Morgan is like, oh yeah, no, where do you plug in the meter to charge people? Oh, it doesn't have that. So sorry, your lab burned down tomorrow. Right?
Well, that's where the
Well,
flat Earth
it's all very-
conversation seems to have arrived, like ether and free energy.
It's almost always
That's
been
where
that
it sort
way.
of got to, right? Yeah.
That's why they're hiding. What do you think they're hiding? I mean, they're hiding all the truth in these layers of what's the word? Subterfuge. I mean, they're all these layers of weeds to get to the real points. So it's been
Sure. And have us arguing
years.
with each other. Yeah. No, that's exciting, actually. I mean, I know I give you guys a hard time sometimes. It's just, it's frustrating because for a long time, no infrastructure, marginalized out of society, people don't want to even attend to any of the questions that our community really had. Like, still no one from up top has come to address us as humans. How they have all this authority.
Why would you expect them to? Well, address
Because it's the noble thing to do.
Okay. So you expected someone from the higher echelons to come down and address our every question.
Maybe not our every question, but they were aware of us because, you know, Eric Dubé and Neil deGrasse were going to have a chat. And, you know, that didn't happen. So,
Grass Tyson
you know,
lose and didn't want to. Then they knew they couldn't. They had to save face. They could never be put in a position to where they would ever, even potentially, even look bad. And now all they have to say is that, oh, I don't even engage in something that nonsensical.
Right. And then you get flat earther associated with you, and it's just, again, that's that hand wave dismissal. Like, you're just being pushed away, like, yuck.
It's the modern day.
I just don't want to deal with this thing, this flat earther.
Yeah, but while you can have a you know, a small group of people that you can label a particular way and just put them in the naughty corner, so to speak. Why would you take any notice of them?
Well, you can just see it's almost like at every turn you're calling like a surveyor. Then can we build a straight line? No, we can't build a straight line. It's just at every turn there's some kind of obstacle rather than the gate just opens. Everyone just goes, just come on through. You've got the green light. Here's the money. Here's what you need. We've got the infrastructure. We can make anything happen. We're the Illuminati. I mean, there's nothing being facilitated for us, Bandy. And that's what I'm tired of. Like, I know we're awakening, but I'd like to see in my lifetime that we leave in a better position than, you know, like we've woken up and now we're galvanizing. We're all talking to each other, and that's the best thing about it. That's the solidarity.
I feel like you're mad because the enemy's not helping us.
Yeah.
I am a bit. When are they going to stop, Jez? Fucking
Yeah, but
assholes.
They're never going to stop.
If you want people to sit up and take notice, you've got to present yourself in a professional and proper way. Otherwise, people aren't going to take note. You got to play by their rules. Like, they're the ones that have set the rules. Now, you may not like the rules. You may want to break the rules, but you ain't going to get noticed, and you're going to be very easily categorized and labeled in a very particular way that people won't take notice. So unless you play by their rules and within their system, it'll just be hand wave dismissed at every single point. Right?
Yeah, that's the genius of it, Bandy.
Yeah, but that's why you've got to present yourself in like I said, in a professional
Remain
way.
calm.
Yeah,
that's
pretty
the
much.
thing.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Don't shit yourself.
Did any of you guys used to watch
Dean Ode's channel? The guy that I just posted his picture of in the live stream.
No.
Yeah, he's a flat earther, and he's posted all sorts of good stuff about the ether, and he's a pastor.
Actually.
And he did all that NASA debunking stuff, how NASA says that airplanes fly over a flat, non-stationary Earth and all of that. Yeah, he's done the works. All
Would
sorts of
you
stuff.
go and live in New Zealand again, Carlos? Like, a friend of mine's there at the moment, and he was just saying like there's earthquakes and volcanoes, and I never knew all
I
that.
am
I'm
in New
starting to
Zealand.
find out how active
Yeah,
it is.
he is.
Oh, are you there now?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I thought
I'm
you were in
under the New
China or
Zealand
something.
sea.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, New Zealand's just. I mean, I love Australia. I love England too. So it's all good, but just New Zealand's got something about it, like the land. I don't know. I'm starting to think about the best place to be.
It's a
Not New
very
Zealand.
fertile place to be if you wanna live in the middle of the bush and just go off grid. You can, and yeah, everything's very convenient and close. You're surrounded by oceans, so it's
They're all inbred. They're all inbred over in New Zealand. You don't want to go there, Mel. What? Yeah.
Sheep shaggers.
Exactly.
That's sad.
That's just to
The
keep us
best thing to
out.
come out of New Zealand. To come out of New Zealand recently was In the Shadows or something. What's that vampire spoof thing?
Right.
Dunno. Are you talking about a movie?
Yeah, what's the name of that movie with the spoof vampires? It was something about shadows or something. What We Do in the Shadows.
No.
The
Don't watch
Kiwis beat the Aussies in the Bledisloe Cup a week ago in overtime.
We still got all the flags at half mast everywhere you go around here. It's crazy.
What?
What a
Really?
reminder. Yeah.
Because of what? The Queen?
Yeah. We had a.
No,
we had
I think I think the half mast for her finished about half a week ago. The new half mast is because we have that new king.
Did you hear
really?
they? Oh,
They're so sad that we've got the new king.
yeah, King Charles III. Did you hear though that they broke a wand? He broke the wand. She had a wand, and they broke it. That was the end of her reign.
Oh, that was the page did that, not Charles.
Oh, he didn't do it, right?
Yeah. No, it wasn't him. It was her personal page.
Right.
So it's it's right. It's quite a show actually, and so he gets up there and does a little gesture and then breaks the wand and he places it on the casket and
I
he
thought he just
resigned.
unscrewed it. It was just like a pool cue, and he just unscrewed it.
No. He snapped it.
I'm
Why
sure
does
he
she have a
unscrewed it.
wand though? Don't you guys think that's interesting? I never knew she had a wand.
Did you see the size of it, Merle? It was like 6 foot long.
See?
Those reptilians are a bit taller.
Yeah.
I can share. Sorry, dude. I can share an interesting video on that if you want to see it. Hugo Talks. And by the way, the best thing to come out of New Zealand is clearly Fly the Conchords.
Oh, boom! Yes. Yes.
Would
I'd
you go
say
talks?
I'd say the Pavlova.
Rubbish. That's an Aussie thing.
Yeah. Just like the Wright brothers were first too, eh?
No, that was a Kiwi.
Yeah.
That was a Kiwi. We had a
Now
public
that
holiday yesterday for the Queen
we got ours on Monday.
on Monday. Okay.
Yeah. So their pastor Dean Odell, I've watched his channel quite a few times, and the stuff that he does is just really like old school flat Earth, all the good old stuff. You could go back and look at his channel. He hasn't posted for a few months because he's running for governor.
There you go.
Yeah, the Magi. The Magi go straight back to Egypt. The jugglers. We see the descent from people of God, good people, into what we see today, what it's degenerated into. It's gross. And a divine right to rule. It's hilarious. Who do these people think they are? Sorry, that's just how I feel about it.
No, it's fair. A lot of people are asking that question. Oh, a few people around me anyway. Like, what have they been ordained by? It's like this whole biblical level to it as well. Royalty.
Her personal wealth was what, $28 billion?
The Queen?
Because
Yeah,
it's like
it's
the question is that position of ruling actually divinely orchestrated, or is it just commandeered by them? That they're just forcing that, pushing it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you could argue that like if there's a group of people that wanted to sort of elect, some people to be sort of managers, as it were, within like a group of people. Like obviously that's what we use, politicians and all that, but that's one thing if people actually want them to be that. But it's another thing to either just assume it or think that I don't think that exists in my viewpoint. I don't think there is any just divine right of anyone to rule anything. I think they're just assuming that.
Well, if you look at what's going on in our government right now with the shipping of immigrants, the 10th Amendment is a question. It's at question because if the former government, Trump, was taking care of the borders, right, but this president's not doing it, right, then the states are forced to use their own authority, right? So I think everybody's questioning authority. It's not just, ever since the Kung Fu.
I'll tell you what's about to be a problem is this trespassing thing, right? Like they're doing this thing in Illinois where they're not going to remove people that are trespassing, which is fucking crazy. They can just go set up shop in your backyard or something, and then it's like on you if you can remove them. I guess you can. I don't know. Like this is nuts.
That's why you have a Second Amendment. No, maybe not.
Yes. I want to get rid of that too.
If you're a thief in this country, right, you're breaking into someone's property.
Maybe not.
Right, you break into someone's property, and you happen to injure yourself while on that property, you can sue that property owner for millions, whilst doing the wrong thing.
How dare they not have nonstick tape on the stairs when you're robbing a house?
Exactly. Like what the hell? Like you fall through the roof and break your leg. Here we go. Millions.
They had a weak roof. I mean, come on.
That's like what the.
That's up there with making it illegal to collect rainwater.
or it's really
Yeah, I think
topsy-turvy.
we're in a time period of a little bit, to say the least, like overblown government, it seems. And over-corrupted.
That would imply that there is a correct level of corruption if it's over-corrupted, wouldn't it?
Yeah, although I kind of just meant overflowing with corruption.
And
perhaps.
this government's corruption is just right.
Just a little bit to keep it interesting.
There you go. Yeah.
I think it'd be best to have none. I mean, ideally, you'd have none, and then a way to stop the corruption before it even happens. If you have a solid, like if you're starting on something of integrity. Like if we were to elect people, ideally we'd be electing them because we're hoping that they are the least likely to be corrupt.
Maybe not.
What did that maybe not come from, Bob? I know you say it a lot. What is it just something you say for fun, or does it
Oh, it's I mean, there is more of an explanation behind it, but like I mean, for the purposes of the people here, you could just consider it a tick if you wanted to.
It's like a catchphrase.
It takes care of it. It's actually, I mean, I guess I could explain it if nobody else has anything better to talk about. So I've thought about it, and I guess I don't actually know that this is what it is. It's just after giving it some contemplation and consideration, this is kind of the conclusion I've come to, is that it's kind of like my way of clearing a cache. So I get worried about giving out false information, and I don't have to do it. Like I don't have to say it. Like I'm confident I could stop if I really decided to. I just don't care enough about not saying it that I just go ahead and let it happen and I just leave it alone. But I think what it is that at some point in my life I got exceptionally concerned with making sure that I don't say something that is incorrect when I was younger, and I would feel like I was somehow guilty if I had said something that was incorrect, even if I didn't understand that it was incorrect at the time. And since then, I've thought about those things more and come to better conclusions, I think. But so I think that my brain is basically using it as a way of clearing out. Like if I talk like this for a while, and I say something, and I didn't 100% concentrate on the thing that I said, and maybe I said something incorrectly, I say that. And then it takes care of it. Basically, like if I said, a number and it was one number off, I say that takes care of it because I allowed for basically it's just, we all do this. It's just other people don't say it out loud. So like you allow, as a human, you allow yourself the leniency or the mercy of not having perfect recall in your mind of everything that's ever happened and every piece of information you have. And you don't know all the variables of everything that could possibly happen in the world, right? There's no way you could possibly account for that as a human being. I understand that. It's just I'm verbalizing my understanding of that rather than just keeping it internal. For whatever reason, I started verbalizing my recognition that I don't actually know everything. And so I could technically be wrong about something that I said without even realizing it.
Oh.
Yeah, another way people say is I don't know a lot, which I think I even do it, which I've been trying to stop doing that, because if you're telling someone something and you keep saying I don't know, you're saying this, I don't know, that, I don't know. It kind of comes off like you don't know. It's like a very
Right.
unsure kind of energy if someone keeps saying, I don't know. Although that reminds me of that type of, if you want to call it a tick, but that kind
I
of
was just about to say that, Gio. That's so funny. That's what it is. It's a tick, isn't it? Yeah.
Do you deal with anxiety?
It's like if you listen to it certainly sounds like OCD, doesn't it? But if you listen to Highlander,
Yeah, I think it
when he
does
speaks, he's
seem kinda
like,
like that.
yeah. Highlander, every sentence, every other word, yeah. You see they go up there, yeah. It's like,
But
oh
see, like,
God.
I recognize that it's not necessary for me to say that because it's not even the thing that I'm actually doing in my brain that's causing it. I already recognize it's a normal thing. Like, everybody understands that they don't know, or at least most people understand, I guess I would say, that they don't know everything. They're aware of that. They're aware that they can't possibly account for everything. We don't live our lives like that. We can't possibly account for everything that could possibly have changed even in the last 10 minutes since we started speaking. You know, you say, my sister's going to this town. Well, that's your understanding of the situation. It turns out 10 minutes ago, you don't even realize this. She got in a car accident on her way. She's not going to that town. She's going to a hospital somewhere. You know, like that sort of thing where it's like, we all do this. It's just for whatever reason, I started verbalizing at some point and I haven't taken the time to stop myself or whatever, work on like just stopping it or whatever. Maybe you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. I don't think you should be too rough on yourself, if you know what I mean, because I tend to do that with grammar. My grammar's not so good. I got kicked out of school when I was like 13, and at some point, I've worked on it, and I'm pretty good with it. Really, I'm not too bad at reading. But then at some point, I realised because I was trying to stitch together history and all that sort of stuff, and I thought English is the most retarded language in the world. It's such a mutt of a language.
Coming from an Englishman.
Foreigners must think, what the fuck? There's so many words that just mean this. They sound the same, but they mean something else. It's ridiculous. So
That's confusing. Yeah, like when I was young, there's like 3 ways to spell the word two. I'm going to the store. I want one of those too, or I would like 2 candy bars. Like each one has a different meaning, but they're all pronounced the same. So it is
Yeah.
confusing to someone learning the language from outside. They're like, well, wait, which and which, and there's so many different words that are the same.
But think about like the word run. Think of how many different ways you use. I'm going to run some errands. The engine is running. I'm going to go for a run. They're all the exact same word, but that's 3 different ways to use that same exact word in different contexts and mean something different.
Context is everything. If you don't understand the context, how you insert the word in the sentence is the meaning, right? That's the whole context. So without bigger context, you can use it for different things. That one's not too confusing. It's the ones that sound identical but are spelled different. Run is
Yeah,
all
like
spelled the same.
saw. I saw the tree over there. I was going to saw it down, but I caught my arm and it was sore.
Right. Well, saw and saw are still the same though. SAW. Right?
No,
I got
he's
to
talking about like
saw
there, and
SAW.
there.
What's that?
There, and there. They are. It's
Yeah,
there,
right.
or it's over there.
That was confusing when I was younger. I'm like, wait a minute, which one is it? Like, a lot of people misuse the word TO and TOO. Like, they use TO in place of TOO when they should use TOO.
Yeah, or like the most egregious example is accept and accept.
Oh, accept and yeah, like exceptional, accept and accept. Yeah, they sound similar when you speak them, but you spell them different for different meanings.
And sometimes people say espresso, and you don't even know what to say.
Oh, that one.
Kill me,
Oh
bro.
my goodness. I don't even like it's I don't know why that one bugs me, but like there's just like this small little like irritation when someone calls it espresso for some reason. There's something about it.
Well, what is it called?
Espresso. It's ES, not EX.
Well, it's subtle. It's like they could have a lisp, right? So it's
No, I mean like, so I go to Europe every year, and like it really is not like they really kind of shorten it too. It's like espresso, like that. The X is just like an American thing for not knowing how to pronounce it.
Well, most people, yeah, it's just one of those words that doesn't translate to the American tongue very it's not a common word, right? I buy coffee.
Yeah.
I don't buy espresso.
Well, we don't really have great espresso, but yeah.
Yeah, we just have coffee. Like we just chug down cheap coffee in America. We don't drink little cups of coffee that cost $10.
Well, see, that's that's a
We do.
crazy thing. So, okay, over there, so like the average cup of coffee in America, I would say costs $3, right? I love craft coffee. My girlfriend got me into it. I fucking love craft coffee. But so the average American coffee is about $3. And I go to Portugal a lot. In Portugal, the average coffee is like less than €1. It's like 60 cents. And
Oh,
like
really?
crazy thing is like at the rest stops in Europe, unlike America where you have a Starbucks or whatever, the rest stop it's its own little restaurant. It's like a no name, but it's a little restaurant with local people, and everyone just has a quick espresso, and it's like legit. You can get 60-cent coffee out there.
It's that tiny little shot glass coffee, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
espresso was like it's like mud.
well, no, so it's a different type of extraction. So basically, like espresso is finely ground coffee extracted under high pressure versus like American style coffee, which is drip. So it's a coarse ground and the hot water goes through it almost like a filter. So in American coffee, everything kind of acts like a filter. It's trying to pick up water as it drains through the pile of, large crushed coffee. Yeah, beans. But for espresso, it's usually, I mean, you can get up to like 15 bar, you know?
Really?
Yeah.
It's
It's
like
all
French
about
or
the extraction process. So like people have
15.
got it down to a science where like the pressure, the grind, the tamping, people get really into it.
Yeah, because each barometric pressure is like 1 atmosphere, like 14 psi, 14.7, whatever. So multiply, what do you
Yeah.
say, 14? That's a lot of fucking pressure to be under. You open that thing at the wrong time, you're going to get a face full of coffee and hot
Well,
coffee.
so exactly. I mean, that's how it works. So like basically for the espresso, you have two main components. You have the espresso machine itself, and then you have the portafilter, which holds the coffee, right? And on the machine, it's like needle pricks and tinfoil, like if you were to do hookah, like kind of how that tinfoil would look. And all these little drops of water are forced through the coffee, and there's only one outlet on the bottom of the portafilter. So basically, the water keeps a huge amount of pressure in there. And like, it's not just the pressure as well that affects the taste, it's also the time of extraction because like after X amount of time, a certain Y amount of grams of coffee would be fully extracted. So you could do like 52 grams of coffee, extract for like 15 seconds, and that'd be the maximum amount of grade A flavor you would pull out.
Is
So
Portugal
it's only
cheap?
60 cents. It's like €1, you said? I think a euro used to be worth more than $1. And they might be.
Yeah, euro used to be 1.3.
Yeah, they're about the same. They're equal. €1 and $1 is about the same now.
$1 is a little stronger. But
No. The euro's still stronger by 2 cents.
Oh,
right. So it's a little bit.
I was there a month
Just
ago.
a little
so,
bit, yeah.
like, yeah.
I think the dollar's gonna pass the euro though.
Dude, the dollar index has went from 80 cents,
strong, dude.
88 cents to $1.10. It's
Nothing's
went up
stopping the dollar. Yeah,
25%. I'm like, how did that happen?
So what do you guys think? You think they're starting a financial reset event? Kind of seems like it's
inflation's through the roof. I mean,
yeah.
like,
they're not starting, but we are heading 100%.
Well, they're controlling it all though. So I mean, it's
no, they're not, man.
headed by then. Oh, they absolutely are, dude.
The dollar. No. You want to know something? The dollar is dog shit in this country. Like it might be high relative to other currencies. I saw a sign at McDonald's, $16 per hour at McDonald's. I'm like, holy shit! 16.
Well, they're looking for people to hire. They're like low on employees. They're upping their salary. What is it? Yeah, salary.
Well,
it's like the scamdemic. It just seems like the scamdemic is over, and the dust has settled at least to some degree, to where, and all the financial that changed the last couple of years. So it kind of seems likely that might not be the only next event coming up, but it kind of I have a sense that it's. I mean, didn't Joe Biden? I just saw he just signed some executive order around like cryptocurrencies and regulation and central bank digital currencies and government using blockchains and stuff. He just signed some big executive order on it.
Dude, they're trying to go after Ethereum too recently, saying that it was all the nodes were under U.S. jurisdiction, basically. And
They want to call it a security, right? Like one is like Bitcoin is a what's the word they used for a commodity, and then a company like Ethereum is called it's a security because it's more like a business, right? They're selling their product as a business, like a gas fee. So it's going to come on. It's going to be like buying shares in Amazon. They're going to try and regulate things like Ethereum that have a use case. Bitcoin doesn't have a use case. It's just like they consider it digital gold, so it's a commodity like gold and silver.
Yeah, well, me crypto. We were talking about this yesterday because I'm not too savvy with digital currencies. He seems to know a bit more than me, but I just see it as it's got no inherent value. I mean, gold does have inherent value, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure. You don't see gold going down 60% like Bitcoin did because it's worth something. Like at the end of the day, Bitcoin is a digital tulip. That's all it is. I mean, it's a gambling device, but say you're in Timbuktu and you have a gold coin or you have a Bitcoin. If you want to buy something in a country, they'll say, what the fuck is this? I want the gold coin. Well, get out of here with that shit. They don't care what a Bitcoin is. You might not even be able to transact, right? But anywhere you go in the world, gold is money. And it always has been. So gold will never go to zero, but Bitcoin could. If say someone else comes along to do something better, it could just go like AOL. Like AOL was the big whale, and it's gone. AOL is nothing.
So one possibility there, right, is that I think that the only point of contention is when you said that gold will always intrinsically have a value. So like this is just not. I guess this is a little contrarian, but love finance and currency. So if you think about it, right, the value of a currency is equal to the demand for that currency, right? So gold is inherently valuable for two reasons. One, for show. It's always been associated with leaders and ruling. And second, as a ingredient in manufacturing. So, its conductivity properties, especially used in microchips. But if we think about how the future is progressing, if we lead to a one world operation, right, and Bitcoin increases, it one day might be more valuable than gold, and the gold may be worthless. And I can the reason I think this is if you're into fine watches, right, like luxury watches. Although a Rolex may cost $2,000 or $3,000 to create, it's valued at, let's say, like a Submariner is valued at $12,000-$13,000, even though it costs only $3,000 to make. The crazy thing is, it only costs $10,000 to buy. So, like, the Rolexes are not in trading on what they're worth; they're trading above what they're worth, and that's just because of the demand. And it's just one.
It's a manufactured product. If I take a bunch of steel that's worth say $200 and I make an automobile that's worth $100,000, it's like, well, the steel only cost you $1,000. Why is the car so expensive? Like manufacturing something like the watch, the materials, the raw material, the gold, diamonds, whatever they put in it, that cost might be the same for a stainless steel watch or a platinum watch.
Yeah.
Right? It's still the same.
Yeah. 100%. And what I'm saying is that, like, the value of something is equal to the demand of something. So Bitcoin, like, although gold has its value because it's used in industry, right, it's relatively cheap on like an industry standard. And what I'm saying is that Bitcoin,
there's only 5% of the gold mined goes to like semiconductors, like gold plated terminals on your computer chips. Only 5%. So the rest goes to jewelry and then like as a currency for like China and Russia, they like gold because they don't trust our dollar. They're like, no, you pay me in this or we don't do business. So that's kind of how they like to operate. because we can't print more gold. We can't print $100 trillion of gold. It has to be extracted out of the earth, and that takes time. And you can't just find it everywhere. It's getting more difficult to find it. So it's neither one is good. Like Bitcoin, let's say a guy like Michael Saylor, he could be like the Rothschilds if he cornered the market on Bitcoin, and then only him and a couple other whales have huge bags. They're going to be like the fucking Federal Reserve. So it's not having such a scarce commodity like Bitcoin being the end all for crypto. I don't see it happening much longer because it's inefficient as far as other cryptos go. I think, and then plus there's too much competition. There's all these other ones. Right? There's all these other chains. So I don't see it ever being. I mean, everyone always says that, but the people that hold big Bitcoin bags are the ones saying that shit. They want to try and pump
the people that are when people start accepting crypto, like 400 companies in Australia just started accepting crypto. They're accepting Bitcoin now. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think
there's
they're accepting
ATMs
those.
too in many countries now, and
I don't think they're accepting like XRP or
what you
Ether or
do,
anything.
you can swap them. You go to a swap like Simple Swap,
yeah.
and it will convert your Dogecoin to Bitcoin or whatever coin you have. It automatically converts them. So if they only want to be paid in Bitcoin, it doesn't really matter. There's other swap sites that'll convert it for them, and they will convert it to dollars or British pounds or euros too.
There's even DEXs that you can use to swap where they're not. There's no form of you don't have to go through an exchange.
It's not a like an exchange. It's a swap site, so you don't have to be a member of
Swap or Uniswap.
Yeah, like a Pancake Swap.
I actually used that earlier. It's called ChangeNow.io. You can send them almost any crypto, and they'll send you the crypto you want.
They'll match pairs. Yeah, they'll match pairs. So if you got like, say you have stable coins. Right now I'm holding stable coins, and I'm waiting for the price to come down to buy some real coins like Litecoin and Bitcoin and other ones.
By the way, speaking of Pancake Swap, that's a legit fucking protocol.
Like, I got a few $100.
Cake. I have a lot of cake stake. That's 60%.
I got a few $100 worth of cake steak myself too.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's Sushi Swap. There's a ton of them that are very similar. Pancake's probably the best. It's the most. It has.
Cake just changed it up. Cake just changed it up recently. Now you can lock your shit. Their interest rate, if you don't lock.
They're so high too. I've had my shit locked for like almost a year now.
Can you do limit orders or only market orders on Pancake?
You can do limit now. They have an exchange too now, kind of like where you can trade with leverage also. But the liquidity is really low on certain coins there because obviously it's still kind of growing.
Leverage trading on a swap site? That sounds tricky, dude.
I know.
Because if you
the liquidity is low on some coins though.
That's bad. That's bad because you can get really fucked because lack of liquidity.
Right.
You get liquidated. That's not good.
But yeah, these DEXs, I mean, as far as growth, like as the space goes, like that's crazy because they didn't really exist like 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
I'm on
to the point now. To the point they have like leverage trading now on these decentralized fucking sites or protocols. Pretty crazy.
Yo, me and Miggy put a nice crypto team together about, I don't know, a year ago when Bitcoin started bubbling. And, bro, there was coins where I was buying like $40 worth of coins and I cashed out thousands. It was crazy, dude.
Yeah, I think the next cycle will be in the 2 years, the next halving again.
Like Shiba Inu, I made like 5 G's. I made over 5 grand.
Look, this is how you're about to get played, though. Look, they've been devaluing all the cryptos, and that's just in perfect timing while they're introducing CBDCs, which is basically electronic fiat currency. So they're introducing CBDCs, which is also based upon like a Chinese social credit system. Essentially, like there's many different currencies that you can earn from doing certain social tasks. You know, like if you make sure to recycle good, you can get maybe a recycling fucking CBDC. You know, like something you can cash in later on. You're a good person. They're moving into this type of a realm where everything is electronic money. The Bitcoin people and all the crypto people, most of you had really good intentions. You wanted to make well for yourself, your family, and also try to get away from fiat. But what you really did was build the infrastructure for them to hijack, which they are now about to institutionalize on the people worldwide.
I mean, they've been using digital currency for forever now.
No,
All the money in the U.S.
there's a big
is
difference. There's a big difference.
Well, cryptography is based.
Mostly ones and zeros versus saying that it's backed up by something and that it's just made up digitally. That's two completely different things.
No, that's not a crypto though. Like a central bank digital currency, it's digital fiat. It's the worst kind of control system.
Yeah, no,
Digital
it's
USD,
the worst thing that you could ever imagine. And they're about to institutionalize it. And it's the crypto people who built the infrastructure for it.
No,
I don't think
that's the
so.
thing. The
It operates
infrastructure.
outside.
Well, I hear what you're saying, though, Lou. In a way, yeah, I see what you mean in terms of a lot of the energy and people, building some of that. However, I would say that there's also different networks, though. Like there's different chains, so it could be said that like there's certain chains that are
a lot of the biggest cryptocurrencies out there are already bought by like the big banking institutions and shit like that. Like this shit's not. It's not underground.
Bitcoin
it's
ETFs
not.
now too, and
go fuck yourself.
But the level of co-opting and or creation of certain chains, and I mean, yeah, I think quote unquote whoever these controllers are, they probably own and run a large majority of the cryptos and blockchains that are out there now, just because they have all the money to develop them, especially Ethereum and stuff.
No matter what you develop,
don't you still agree? My last part. Don't you still agree though that there are certain chains that are not controlled by them, or do you think they're all controlled by them?
There may be still some remaining, but it won't be that way. That's the thing. Is as soon as you can develop whatever you want, they will love for you to do that because they will take it from you as soon as it's opportune.
There's whole countries
you know what's really controlled though is whether the price goes up or down in general of crypto, because if they open up like a lawsuit against Ethereum or XRP, that affects the whole ecosystem as a whole, right? So they can, with bad news, they can basically suppress the price of crypto if they just keep launching bad news left and right. Like they did this in 2000, I think it was 19. I think China banned Bitcoin like 6 times, and like Russia banned Bitcoin, and a bunch of countries, Japan and others, and they would just like try to suppress the price basically. And they manipulate. This is what.
But now there's whole countries. Yeah, they definitely play games with the price. But now there's whole countries that have adopted Bitcoin as their main currency.
Yeah, but them countries ain't shit. Like they're small little countries.
They'll fuck with the pricing though to drive it lower and lower and bleed people out. It's fucked up so that they can get in at cheaper prices.
Or someone? Who was
Whether it's governments or institutions.
It was this small little country. Was it Ecuador? Who was that country that was buying Bitcoin?
Yeah, Bukalele.
El Salvador.
It's the president of
El Salvador. That's the one I'm thinking. Yeah. I'm just saying, like the amount he bought compared to Michael Saylor is
MicroStrategy. They've been buying millions and millions. I think they're underwater right now, right? Because their average is like in the 20s. Like
here's the thing: he might get liquidated. He borrowed money to buy Bitcoin at like 40,000 when it was 40,000 each, and he was levered. So he's on leverage.
If it goes to 10K, he could. Oh man!
I heard it was less. I heard his liquidation was like 15,000 on some of it, on not all his whole position, but on a big bag. So let's say he loses 50,000 Bitcoin, gets liquidated. I mean, the rest he owns like on spot. But he borrowed money to buy that shit at 40K.
That means MicroStrategy would tank, probably go bankrupt.
Not really. I mean, well, if they file,
because they're heavily invested in Bitcoin, right? MicroStrategy.
His whole bankroll. He took his whole company bankroll and put it into Bitcoin.
Yeah, they're a publicly traded company. They
I
trade on
know.
that would be a crazy short.
You know
Like,
what? So was Sears. So
if
was Kmart. Those stocks went to zero. General Motors went to zero. If you own General Motors common stock, it went to zero. And guess what they reissued the stock at?
Right. You know, I'd like to just, before you go into that too much, just to wrap up what I was saying, is that no matter what, even with all these cryptos, like, you can think that you're trying to do good. They will take it from you when it's convenient for them. And
They're
as
gonna
soon as
pull
you
the
gain
rug, man. I know
popularity,
it.
so on and so forth. But that's the easy stuff. Like, as far as building the infrastructure, like, see, they're very keen. Like, there's always going to be people who are trying to create a new coin and whatever else, and they'll always co-opt it, just like every movement and everything else that you see around you. Like, fuck. It's hard to really get to the final point that I'm trying to get because it takes so much. And I think a lot of it is preaching to the choir, and for the others, it's people who totally disagree. But like, none of this, for the crypto people, I get it. Short gains, you know, greed rules many people. You know, it definitely does. But
well, my point I was making.
You're literally building you're building the digital prison,
it's already built,
the financial prison. Yeah, it's already built. There was a prison in place, but you just built like an extra secure one.
We did not. We're training AI right now. We're training artificial intelligence. Everyone using social media, Google, you're training it. So, I mean, you could say the same thing. The network is already built. They just haven't laid it out. They had the Patriot Act already written before 9/11. They just pulled it out of
all this stuff was introduced to us. Cryptocurrency, like this Bitcoin fucking, like, immortal or whoever he is. Nobody knows who the fuck this guy is. Satoshi, not whatever, Yakamoto or whatever the fuck. Dude, nobody fucking knows who the fuck his ass
it's
is.
the CIA, dude. It's this fucking.
Well,
CIA.
isn't it based on cryptography from the CIA, basically?
For sure, dude.
How it works.
Yeah, SHA-256 is an NSA algorithm.
Yeah.
But they're all one and the same. NSA, CIA, FBI, like at its Department of Homeland Security. They're all tied together. They're all networked into one entity, really. It's even like our countries, like the United States, Canada, Britain, all these countries are linked together through their fake space agencies and their leadership. The leadership of all these countries are linked. So if it's like, well, Russia and Ukraine are at war, they're playing good cop, bad cop. Like the people may suffer, right? The people may suffer, but the leadership is all run by the same entity.
Yeah, and these guys are playing 20 years in advance at the very least. So look at all the stuff that happened over these last 3 years. Most of it could never have happened in the United States, at least, with the laws that were in place in 1999, 2000, 2001, before September 11th. September 11th came along, and all of a sudden, a lot of the laws that we had got thrown out. Now, we as a people no longer had individual rights. At certain times, it could come down to what the government deems as a greater good problem. This is a terroristic risk or a health risk or whatever else it is. We stopped being able to act as individuals or even within our local communities and started having to follow these more federal guidelines. They took more power away from the states with that.
Hey, in some places they got better, man. I live in Thailand, and they just
I'm not talking about Thailand, though. I'm clearly talking about in the United States.
Hold on, let him finish, Lou. What was he saying about Thailand? I wanted to hear that.
I was just gonna say they just decriminalized cannabis, and it's just awesome. You can buy it in a vending machine.
Great. I'm glad
Like,
you let him
Really,
have
in
the fucking mic,
Thailand? I thought
Jeremy.
they had really strict
Fucking good job,
laws.
Jeremy.
yeah, it's the
That's
first country in
crazy.
Southeast Asia to decriminalize it, and you can
Let's
you
talk
can buy it
about that for
anywhere. You
30
can grow
minutes.
it. Really
Thailand,
cool.
fucking awesome.
Anyway, all these things,
What kind of
9/11.
bong? Do you have a nice bong? I have a nice bong. Do you want to take a picture of yours? I'll take a picture of mine.
Yeah, I've got a what's his name, Morty, and what's that guy? That cartoon, Rick and Morty bone.
I just wanted to mention real quick. We were talking about we don't have to go back to it totally, but I was just the Satoshi Nakamoto.
Right.
I saw Witz had posted this the other night. I hadn't seen it before. Have you seen this, Ron? Where the first letters of Satoshi
Yes.
Nakamoto?
Yep. It's all Japanese companies. Nokia. It's Motorola, Toshiba. It's all like chopped up.
That's hilarious.
Where did you put it at, Gio? Did you
It's
post
in-
it? I've seen
yeah.
that meme before.
You know, there's a guy actually called Satoshi Nakamoto, and he got raided by the. They raided his house.
Yeah, it's in the live stream text.
Livestream 1. Yeah, that poor
I'm not
guy.
gonna
he
take
just-
a picture for you guys. I'm gonna get you guys a picture of my bong. I know I have one that I took.
But it doesn't mean that guy actually was the one who invented Bitcoin, though. You know, I mean, it's like they could have. There's so many possibilities of how it could have gone down and different ideas. But I'm just saying, like, just because he's associated with it, that name or whatever, like, that doesn't mean anything. The CIA or anyone, they could have hijacked it, said that it was him to try to. Who knows? It's hard to know. Like they could have jacked it from someone else and then stuck that name on it.
Well, Gio,
Right.
are you
Nobody
aware
knows
of
though. Nobody knows who made it.
Well, think about it, guys. Think about it,
The
guys.
translation of Satoshi Nakamoto is Satoshi means intelligence and Nakamoto means centralized.
Yeah, interesting.
CIA, there you go.
Yeah,
That's the literal translation.
It could just be the CIA. This is like the railroad tracks to like it appears to be decentralized and such, but this is how they get it all on a one world currency and kind of trap everybody.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they had it planned in the 60s, honestly.
Dude, they planned shit so far ahead, like the shit in the Illuminati card game, and then they hit us with it. Shit they planned 20, 30 years in advance, 50 years. Like Werner von Braun is telling us about the last card, right? They're going to attack us, first it's going to be asteroids and then the alien invasion. So we know what's coming. We can't stop it. It's fucking coming, dude. They have it planned.
Sounds like the purge begins at the beginning of the year. Because if they're going to be like arresting people and letting them go, like even on violent crimes and shit, then they're going to have like, you know, ankle bracelets. But then the cops have to wait 2 days from when the person leaves their house to throw on house arrest to even begin investigating it. So, I mean, I don't know. Doesn't that sound like the purge? Like,
Wait,
it's
so
not
people-
legal. It's obviously
break their
not legal. You're
bracelets
going to get
and leave?
arrested.
No, it's not the purge. Somebody at my work was saying that too. They're still gonna try people. You're still gonna get processed. You're still gonna get tried in a court of law. They're just gonna let these maniacs back out in the street, which is fucking absurd. But nonetheless,
Yeah, but what if your name is like John Smith or Muhammad or Jose? You know what I mean?
I know it's not a good idea to let these people go. I mean,
Well, the problem is they can cut the bracelet and just disappear, right? If you have to wait 2 days to even go look for them.
yeah, but the thing is, when they run your prints, when they run if they catch you out there and they run your prints, you're gonna get extradited to the state it happened in, or if it was a bad enough crime.
And when you get there, guess what? No bail. Catch and release program. Chicago cops have a catch and release program.
I think they all do.
New York has a big problem apparently right now. Like,
unless you're an American, right? If you're an American, like a normal person, they'll hold you indefinitely. You're a domestic terrorist. All these acts of terrorism were done by the state, the black government, the dark government, right? 9/11, Oklahoma City, even the fake one. They were all fake, but the one in Washington D.C., they called it an insurrection. That shit was so fake and so staged, and it was used as a way to silence all dissent. Now everybody is scared to go. Everyone is scared to go to a legitimate protest. Everyone has been silenced by that one false flag. And I saw it the fucking day it happened. My friend was there. I'm like, dude, I smell a fucking false flag. And then it happened. I didn't know it would be this big and they would go, you know what I mean, go over and over and pound on it. But it was pretty big. Like, who goes to a protest except for like Antifa? You don't see like legitimate people protesting, like just average Americans, because they're all scared.
What do you think of this? My mind's still on the Bitcoin stuff, but Ron, what do you think of? I was going to say this before when we were talking about it. Have you heard of the idea that the Bitcoin that's currently used now is not the original Bitcoin, and that it was like forked or hijacked at some point, and so it's virtually like more or less like an imposter version of Bitcoin that probably these big bank guys are controlling?
Yeah, I've heard that. But they just forked Ethereum. Ethereum had a fork. Bitcoin's been forked like 4 times.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. They could keep forking these chains. Like the reason Ethereum is selling off is because now everybody that owned Ethereum got 1 free Ethereum. So if you had like 10 Ethereum, now you have 20. So you could sell the old one and just cash out. It's like now you've got 2. When Bitcoin.
Wait, are you serious? Hold on one second. They just.
Are you sure on that?
With the merge, didn't they just fork it? When you change the chain, you have to fork it. Like Bitcoin Cash, when they created Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, and there's an Ethereum Classic. Every time you
there has been an Ethereum Classic for a while though.
But if
I had Ethereum in MetaMask, did I get free coin somehow?
You should. If you have it in your wallet, you should have got airdropped a coin.
What coin?
Whatever one you like. Like when they do a fork, you get one of the new coin.
Yeah, so but the merge wasn't a fork.
They did it without a fork. They did the merge without forking the chain.
You know what? I would be lying to you if I knew 100% exactly how they did it. I'd have to look into it.
Well, that's how you got Ethereum Classic, right?
No, Ethereum Classic has existed a long time. For a while.
Did it.
There was a fork in Ethereum, like what 4 or 5 years ago.
They did it with Luna, Terra Luna, right? They printed.
Yeah, and there was Terra Classic and Bitcoin. They forked, and there was Bitcoin Cash.
They fork them over and over, man. I'm saying,
but I'm saying Ethereum to 2.0. That was that they did some type of merge.
Every time you change it, you have to put a fork. So you have the existing chain, and when you do a big change, you have to fork it. So even Bitcoin Cash has a fork. They forked Bitcoin Cash. They split that in half. So there's no reason you can't fork Bitcoin over and over. There's nothing.
Yeah. I'm talking about like specifically Ethereum, the Ethereum merge. I don't think that was specifically
Look it up if you want to.
That was more of because it switched from proof of
work to proof of stake. But you have
to
change things. You can't just keep the same chain. You got to change it. They're trying to. It's like working on your engine while you're driving the car. So they're building a separate chain, and then when they do they called it a merge. Merge means bring it together, but they actually split it apart, right? So like these people think ass backwards. Like Ethereum. When you heard of Ethereum, most people. I've heard about Ethereum back in when it came out. it 2016 or something? Nobody talked about the ether. Like I heard about it before with Tesla, but now every asshole talks about the ether. You know, everyone knows what Ethereum is, but the essence of that name is the ether, meaning it's everywhere. So he
the symbol.
Yeah, the symbol's totally Illuminati. 2 pyramids, one as above, so below. They're stacked. They're all, don't get me wrong, they're all like that. All these fucking Bitcoin, Ethereum, they're all products of the same assholes. I mean, you'd be naive to think otherwise. They have to get their stamp.
You know what I realise about this Illuminati stuff is that it gives us all something to point at without actually pointing at anything. It's very clever.
I pointed out for you, it's the Federal Reserve System, the one world banking system, right? Anytime someone says the system or the matrix or who's they, the hierarchy enslaving you, they're talking about that. The bankers, the banksters.
We know, but we don't want to sound anti-Semitic, so you can't really say, you just say they.
Well, you see, that's the other part, diamonds, isn't it? I mean, somebody's going to kick you out of a country. You can't take your beautiful palatial home with you, but you can stuff some diamonds in your pocket, jump out of a window.
But wouldn't it be expected that we don't know exactly who they are? Because I mean, they're not going to get on the front of the news and say, "Hey, we're doing this to you guys." They're going to stay in the shadows, and they've built the entire system. Well, tried to build it to hide themselves.
Yeah, and now they'll just be able to turn you, just literally flick a switch, turn your wealth off.
But you can see them by the fruits of what they're doing, the fruits of their deeds or whatever. You can see who they are in a sense, but pretty hard to pin down. It's like a criminal network that you can't quite.
I think we figured it out, Gio. Kind of got it figured out.
Yeah, enough to. Yeah, like if enough people were aware of who they were, then they wouldn't exist anymore. So that's really all.
Well, I don't know. Well, the thing is that these people are very insulated. It's not like you can just remove them from power. They're insulated. They have homes, multiple homes over, and then underground bases. It would be very difficult to get them.
Well, I didn't really mean get them physically. Like, I'm not talking about any violence or anything. I'm just saying that if enough people were sort of knocking at the door, if you will, of what these guys are doing, then it seems like eventually, I mean, you'd have to have like the military on your side ultimately. And then even at that, who knows if they have some other
Did they run the military? Who do you think the military industrial complex, who do you think that actually is? Like, who do you think is using these dark weapons like directed energy? Who do you think is doing that shit? It's the black budget military agencies.
Right, but what I'm saying is that if there was some shift in the military to where people somehow could separate from them, is what I'm saying.
The problem is 99% of the military are good, patriotic people, but everything is structured like a pyramid. So the top of the pyramid controls the entire base. The entire bottom of the pyramid is powerless against the top. That's the same thing we have with this elected government. These are our elected officials. We will represent 300 million Americans. These, a couple hundred corrupt assholes are going to take all the power from 300 million people, and we have none. We have no say-so.
Yeah,
right.
That's right.
It's like if the CEO of a company just cuts pay, it's like, what can you do? Your pay's cut.
But how do you remove them? We've been trying to do this, but it's impossible because all the ways to remove them involve going through their system. You got to go to the court system, which they own. They own all the checks and balances. They got us checkmated and it's by design. They built this prison.
Well, but then there's the idea: did they build it or did they hijack?
Yes,
because if they built it. Well, if they hijacked it, well, I don't think they built all of it personally, but I mean, if they hijacked it, then actually there is still some integrity within it that we would just have to reacquire in a sense, whereas if they built the whole thing and they have the ultimate key to the castle, then that makes it tougher.
But that's like the prisoner who can vote for the warden, right? We're the prisoners who can vote for the warden, but at the end of the day, we're still in prison and he's still the fucking warden, right? It's like, we'll let you vote for the warden. Here's a select group of people you can choose. And they're all going to fuck you over, but we'll let you choose. It's like,
you know who the wardens are.
The wardens are all them. Illuminati. It's all them.
No, bro, it's the Esquires, bro. The bar members. They're the ones ruling over you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've said this before. I'll say it again. The megalomaniacs, the few bunch of shareholders that run BlackRock and State Street. I'm not worried about them. I know the plan. I know I know what they're up to. It's the order followers that scare me. They just have a blank look on their face. I'm just doing my job. They're the ones we need to get through to.
The statists.
Well, the problem is they're not going to jeopardize their career, right? Even if they know the government's completely corrupt, they're not going to jeopardize their career because they're okay. Let's say you knew the election was fake, right? Let's say you knew that. Let's say you knew that January 6th thing was fake. Where are you going to go? Like you can't talk about it on social media, and if you do, you get first of all they'll shut you down, and then you lose your job, you get called a domestic terrorist, right? They cancel you. This cancel culture. But what are you going to, you'll just be a homeless motherfucker. And you don't have to do that to too many people to silence the rest of the good people. You make an example out of one or two people, and now everyone's scared to do something. I can't afford to be homeless and lose my job and lose my career. They fucking know this, dude.
Yeah, there would have to be a great reckoning, a massive reckoning that would have to occur. It would have to be orchestrated by, I would say, for powers beyond what even humans can even do. So there would have to be some kind of a larger spiritual, metaphysical, any explanation, but that's how I see it. There's going to have to be a massive shift and a massive reckoning, more than just people can even do. So yeah, it'd be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see. I don't think they're going to get their NWO. I really don't. So I think
they have it. What do you mean? They have it right now.
Well, I think they're going for a particular thing though. Like they're lining up for a Grand Slam kind of thing. So I don't think that's what I don't think they're going to get. They've definitely got a major stranglehold right now, but I think they're going to lose it before they get what they're really going.
I hope you're right. I mean, I try to maintain some hope instead of being totally black-pilled, but it's hard to to reason with the how the average person that I talk to is so completely lost that it's just a monumental job to think we're going to reach a critical mass. That's why I like the flat earth thing, because once you break people out of their matrix, then they start seeing all these other so-called conspiracies. And then once the matrix falls, once the veil of fakeness falls, the government instantly becomes illegitimate and it dissolves. It just dissolves. But I think that they know this and they've got something to insert. Like they like I said about the Patriot Act, they already had that shit written out, thousands of pages of paper. It was all written out, all these laws ahead of time.
Yo, what do you guys think? Do you guys think they're gonna have the climate lockdowns where they're like, you can't go outside because CO2 and your cow farts or whatever? You know what I mean? Like how they did with the pandemic bullshit.
That's going to be regional no matter what. Like in certain places in Europe, on the West Coast, maybe on the East Coast of the United States. But yeah, that'll always be regional. Like there's the majority of the world isn't buying into that shit, and they don't even bother there. Okay, it's just in influential places like the port cities and shit. Like those are the places where they institutionalize things.
They have it illegal in New Jersey to have your car idling. So in the wintertime, you're warming up your car before you get in it. You can get a ticket for that shit.
Oh my
which is totally stupid. Yeah, New Jersey's been like that for a long time. But you have to warm up the fucking engine. If you can't just get in it and drive. You're going to get in the car and drive.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. Some people actually do that a little bit too much too, warming up your car. It's not good to leave fuel injected cars like sitting idle for long periods of time. You're supposed to run it just long enough. Like, you know how when you first fire it up, give it a minute and the engine idles down, all of a sudden, like it's running normally. That's about as long as you're supposed to fucking.
It has to fit out.
That's it right there.
the oil's like butter. You have to get it running through the valve train, and you want to warm it up before you start putting more strain on the engine.
Yeah. You just warm it up until it starts sounding right, basically.
But I don't care if someone wants to warm it up for 10 minutes so their car's not cold when they get in and the windows
No,
are
I get
defrosted.
that. 10 minutes is one thing, but some people do it for like 30, and that puts that right there is bad for the
But
engine.
who are you to say it's wrong? Like if someone wants to waste their gas and burn out their engine, I don't care.
No,
But
it's no. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that it's bad for the engine.
it's stupid. Yeah, it's not smart. It's not like if you're going to waste all that money just letting it run for nothing, that's on them. But I don't think they should be fined. I don't think the government should put their foot in it.
Oh, absolutely. No. Talking about finding people for it? Fuck
Yeah.
no. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, I'm old enough to remember when they fucking used to change seasons. I'm that old.
Change seasons. What'd you say?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what they used to call climate change, man. It's like summer, winter.
Oh yeah, even night and day. What's the
Yeah.
temperature difference between night and day? A lot.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you think
Dude,
about
right now, okay, so I'm in Wisconsin. I had like 85 yesterday. Today was 60, and tonight we're supposed to drop down to the 30s.
Right. So you got a 50-degree drop. There's your climate change one day from nighttime to day the next night.
Yeah, that's right now.
Try it in the desert. In the desert, it's 120 and it drops down to like 30 something. It's really cold at night.
It is strange that it seemed like everybody went through this. Like, I can't say everybody, of course, but people in the United States, at least I've talked, people around different states. It's like somewhat universal that it went from being quite hot to just getting a lot colder way quicker. It's like we just jumped into fall really quickly.
I don't
I'm
know.
I'm an outdoor worker, and I can tell you this happens every fucking year. Okay, like at least in the Midwest where I work.
We get an Indian winter
Like
sometimes.
yeah. Like you go, it's like a switch. Okay, you go from summer, and then we think that there's supposed to be this thing called fall, but it doesn't really happen. You just go from like really fucking hot to really fucking cold, like super fast.
It's
Like
been
that
nice
just
around
fucking
here.
happens.
We've had like 70s. It's been 70 and like low humidity. It's been really nice lately.
I would say for me here, I'm in Northern California, and there are like wildfires here and stuff. So who knows if what's going on with the weather here? But it did seem to shift quite a bit quicker, at least than years past. I mean, it's not that dramatic, but it does seem like it.
I've been noticing the same trend. It's just that I noticed it a decade ago. Like that, it just seems that way by me.
I was just going to ask Wolfgang, what do you think of Owen Benjamin? What he's doing with the Bears?
What is he doing? I'm not sure what he's doing.
Oh, have you never watched any streams or anything?
He was building the Beartopia place.
Yeah.
Well, he's using other people's money and then he's going to keep it for himself. I don't like that.
Well, I think it's more just keeping things local, you know.
Someone just do a money ching.
No, that was I got my sound alert. That's me. I just sold out one of my.
The timing of that. I feel like he's doing it for money and keeping it for himself. Cha-ching.
That was totally accidental, dude. It wicked down and it filled my position.
That is funny. Remember that commercial back in the 90s? That cha-ching commercial?
Are you guys going to tell me that you think that was just coincidental? Like the mysterious didn't make that happen?
No, I had a limit order. And it wicked down and filled my order.
Yeah, no, it's just coincidental. I get it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's the controllers are hiding the truth in plain sight with that chime.
Yeah, Matthew, I didn't ask you. You're the last person I was asking. That's for sure.
I changed them. Like I have different ones. I have price alerts. Like when it crosses a certain price point, it beeps, and then like when an order gets filled, it goes ka-ching. When I sell or buy something, it makes that sound. But that was totally fucking random. I had that limit order in for like an hour. It just filled.
Not, yeah, but the universe mysteriously put it perfectly in place. But then again, I could start saying like, I could start sounding like, what's that Irish dude that just talks about like, everything with A is from before, it's anti anything, and
Talking about
and
Peach.
it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. But how
The
the way
dodo.
yeah, that is it is. If it is a dodo, I apologize. I apologize in advance for the way I'm going to be talking way too long. But fuck you in advance too, because fuck you in advance because I know I'm dragging on. But
Like it's
I
yeah,
will eventually get
that
to a
kind of
point.
sounds like
Why are you
Peach.
interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? I will eventually get to a point.
Maybe not.
All right, go and fuck yourself. I'm going to shut
That's
up now.
Peach J, yeah, 100%.
Sorry for mocking. Sorry for mocking, everybody. I'm not going to shut up. I'm going to keep talking. I just really love.
You know, I'd like to let me
I'm a fucking
elaborate
dick, dude.
on the Owen Benjamin. I think like him coming out as a flat earther and talking about other things that people get banned for talking about, get canceled. That's a good thing. But like milking the whole community to be your private bank, like just sucking, like using them as useful idiots. I don't like that.
Dude, there's so many of those in here. It's ridiculous, dude.
Well,
What,
I
the
don't
bear?
really know him, so I couldn't really say one way or another. I'm just saying that everything you listed off with your New World Order and your fear porn, he's saying the opposite. He's saying bring it all local, grow your own food, permaculture, that kind of stuff. It seems like an answer to what you were saying, you know?
Yeah, if you buy your own land, what we could do is private communities, and this
Yeah.
is something like the Amish have. You have a private community, and then within there, they don't have any mandates to get the jab. They don't have a mask mandate. It doesn't apply to your community. The problem is getting enough people to make a community. Like, how do you find? Like, I can't even get my family members. Like, it would be difficult to even get them. Because when I went to some protests, we had these lockdown protests. I went there just because I was pissed and I was like flat smacking people, whatever. You know, a couple thousand people showed up in Lansing in the state capitol. But to get anyone to come, I like called and texted probably 100 people, and I only got one person to go out of 100. And these are good friends, family members, and only one fucking person went out of 100 messages and phone calls. So people are fucking lazy. So I don't know how to change
I'm gonna
things.
post this episode. This dude is for a good episode. He were a banker, and then he's just growing his own shit. Now he's like, fully into fully growing his own stuff. So I'm hearing myself. That sounds weird. So yeah, Grabbler turned farmer.
1498.
Yeah, I think
Very
doing your own farming and self-sustainability is definitely the way to go. I think it's awesome, and there's so many positives to that. I mean, that's kind of my sense. Just my personal viewpoint. I can't say for sure what's coming in the future, but I think kind of where it's headed in a general sense is that there's going to be more of the kind of mind control, poisoning people, and all of that happening, but it's going to be happening in more concentrated areas like big cities. The idea of like these quote unquote smart cities, eventually, where they will have those people very like essentially mind controlled and believing everything they tell them, and kind of almost working as like even more so like slaves, as it were, like that kind of dynamic, with their new like probably central bank digital currency thing. So they're going to roll that out with a whole network and a whole system. So it's like if you're in that network, then you're in it and you're restricted by it and you have to deal with it. And the people that are in that, and yeah, could they just shut you off, social credit score? And you have to you're gonna have like there's gonna be a metaverse probably part of it where you have to have like a pass to even get into a city. Like if you want to go into a city, you have to have like a digital credit or whatever to even get in. So if that's the case, then of course those people are going to be the ones that are totally just the ones that are into believing all of the stuff that these people are saying, the news and the the lies, all that stuff. Like the people that are going to congregate there are going to be kind of like their followers, if you want to put it that way. But I think the rest of the earth will be not as controlled. So I feel like there'll be a way in which, like, if you want to live out on the land, we're actually going to have more freedom to do that, because they're going to refocus all of their energies into the cities and into those concentrated areas. And the rest of us, like, I don't think they're going to kill us off or anything like that. The rest of us, they're just going to let us do whatever. We're not going to be tricked by their lies. We're not going to be in their network. And there'll probably be some way that they'll still get tax money. Who knows? I mean, it depends on what time period we're talking, like how far out. But I'm just saying in general, I'm just saying the idea of like being on the land, farmsteading, having, growing your own plants and having animals and children. And, if you can be able to have it, like get the land and build on it, I think that's actually going to be even more of a thing in the future, which is actually a good thing for those of us that want to be in nature and on the land and so on. So yeah, I think that's kind of how I see it. It's like a bifurcation. That's kind of how I see that happening.
Gio, you've seen the Agenda 2030 map where no human inhabitation, right? All those areas where no humans can live. And then you have EPA requirements, right, where you can't build. And then you're going to have outright, if you did have land already there, they're going to do your ass, dude. They're going to hit you. Like, if you're living off the grid, you're a threat to them. You're not in the matrix. So I think these holdout communities, they could just annihilate them with a do. But
that's probably the biggest red pill ever, that we're going to all be like, out on our property land, and they're going to come and roast us with a directed energy weapon. But I hear you. It is a possible.
Something, Joe, to your point. Like, it's not going to be drastic. They're not going to just drop a fucking weapon on those people or anything. They're going to pressure you out economically and shit like that. They're going to, and yeah, there will be a few stragglers, and who knows how they deal with them. But it takes they're willing to deal with a long period of time. They're going to pressure you out or buy you out even. They're going to say, look, they're going to tell you, look, your land is worth a lot of money.
You know what they're already doing? Cutting off roadways. They're cutting off roads. There's roads and bridges. They're shutting them down. So you have no way to get in and out of your property. So if you got a little backwoods, they're cutting off roads right now. And then they're going to make it water restrictions. You can't use that water.
But it's the soft stuff that they're doing. They're never going to come there. They're not going to just be like, you resistors, we're going to just nuke you.
Let me go back to the Bundys. Remember the Bundy Ranch PSYOP thing, where they were the only ranchers out of many, many ranchers.
My godfather was one of the primary players.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point before you throw a fucking wrench in my thought.
I'm not doing it. I'm not throwing a wrench. I'm just letting you know so that I relate to this.
All right, I already lost my goddamn thought, dude. Thanks. Whatever.
All right. Well, okay.
Yeah,
what were you
I
agree with the Bundy Ranch? What were you going to say about the Bundy Ranch?
I forgot. God damn it!
Oh my god! Chill. I think there'll be people living outside the system for sure that won't even get a birth certificate.
Okay, right. Okay, the government, the EPA, and all these agencies fucked over all the ranchers where no one could have. They shut them down through all these government regulations. They bankrupted them. So they had a lifestyle, and it all went away through government agencies. And then the Bureau of Land Management, they go after the bunnies. You can't feed here because of some tortoise or whatever, and we'll put you out of business as well. That's the soft way. And then the people that did manage to get outside of that, they'll deal with them one by one. I'm just saying it can, if enough people did it. But not to say we shouldn't do it. Let them fucking do it. Let them fucking rip us with a do. Okay? They can do it anyway right now, but I would say give them the fuck you. And let them do the dirty work.
I think that if we're still paying them for some level of like property tax, then they'll be getting something off us, and that might be enough for them.
Nothing is enough, dude. They print the money, Gio. They print it. Nothing. They want all total control. They already own the land. You just pay rent. You just pay your tax. You don't own it.
They do print the money, but the value of it in relation to human labor is something that they can't control. So what they want is to have us have as least of the money as possible, but yeah, like basically just enough, but they want us to have less of it. So taxing us and doing all this, it's the way that they do the inflation kind of control part of it.
This is what I was thinking. You know how the Queen allegedly just died? I don't know when she died or if she's even dead, but
Yes.
I think she should return the wealth to the people she stole it from. If you could prove your heritage and prove that you had ancestors living on that land that the queen stole money from and basically had as a slave, a tax slave, as a subject, and they stole your wealth. Basically, what they had is sharecroppers. You're just a sharecropper on the queen's land, and you will pay her the majority stake, and you keep just enough to survive so you don't starve.
Yeah, that's. I mean, we're
it-
still kind of in that.
It's just really sad because like most lizards live a lot longer than that. Like she was a really young, like it's just I was
Who's to say
surprised.
she died? We don't know that she died.
She died at age 93, which is pretty old. Or
Yeah, but
96.
I mean, how do you really know? Like, honestly, like, do you know if Jeffrey Epstein really died? We don't actually know if she's dead for sure. I don't know. I mean,
What do you mean, dude? What do you mean, man? Dude, Ron.
She's pretty old. She's pretty old. If she's human. If she's
Ron,
human, I'm gonna go with she's pretty old.
People saw it on TV, dude. It has to be real.
oh, it has to be real. They saw the moon landing, Gio. It must be real.
Yeah, if it's on TV, it's certified.
I saw an airplane hit the towers on 9/11. Damn it, it's real.
Right,
I saw.
but no, look, I don't have to be a non-truther to say that the queen might be really dead. Like, is that true or no?
Why not? I said maybe. I put a question mark on everything because I don't fucking know.
Bro, how long do you think a 96-year-old woman's going to live for?
If she's drinking her
140 years. She's a lizard at least 140 years.
How did she live this long? Yeah, the same way she lived this long. She could squeak out another 40, 50 years. Who knows?
Bro, what the fuck kind of pills are you on?
Oh, I think they watched V in the 1980s and think that the queen might be a magical lizard.
I never said a lizard. I just think
I saw those eyes like switch, like the wrong direction and shit. Like I saw it back in like 2008 on YouTube.
That's before deep fake technology.
Yep, for sure.
Yep.
Before that,
yep. CGI in. They don't need. It wasn't as good as deep fake, but.
Wait, I thought CGI was so good they could fake the moon landings.
They could fake it with cheap shit, man. You see, even the
Chinese did it before CGI. They did that shit before CGI.
Yeah, you don't need Hollywood. Yeah, it's just some cheap Hollywood trash.
But you could get by with low budget shit to fool the average person. You don't need the best CGI.
I'm just saying that the moon landing footage is literally like C-level Hollywood. It isn't even B or A. It's so bad. Like they make so many mistakes. You can't even find those many mistakes in a movie.
That's what I said to you the other day, isn't it, Matthew? It's like Flash Gordon. He's fucking terrible.
Back in that era, Gio, people saw it on a television set and they saw it one time for like 10 seconds. They couldn't record it. They didn't have even a VCR. They didn't have a way to record it, replay it, and then share it. They didn't have YouTube. They didn't have computers to record it.
Right. They just watched it once on a.
You think that the fucking queen is alive?
Which, by the way, your whole Artemis thing too. That's going to be their reintroduction to the public of interest in any of this bullshit because nobody gives a damn. But it's going to also introduce the new technology of like the better VR and augmented reality that they want to get you addicted to in the metaverse and all that shit. Like it's all intertwined. Like none of this stuff is just like coincidental. It's all like planned, like in time, so that the technology comes together at the right time and that they promote them all at the right time. They gain the public interest at the right time by delaying launches and so on and so forth. And most likely there's going to be a cataclysm going on with this Artemis thing too. The manned launch to the moon probably is going to go bad. This is my own personal prediction. It's going to go bad. And they'll use that as an excuse to say, we can do this better without humans in space. We can send drones. We've done this on Mars. We have helicopters there.
That's all they have to do is just kind of push off the civilian space travel by continuing to do these like rich guys claiming to do it or whatever. And then say that exactly it's too dangerous, so they have to only have drones to do it. And then
and then you experience it yourself through a fucking VR headset, like a video game, and you think that you've experienced it yourself. You think that you went to space and that you explored Mars. You think that you went and fucking built a Minecraft fucking city on fucking Mars, and you think it's real.
Is my chosen pastime being attacked right now?
Yeah, it is. Trust me, I have a daughter, and one of the things that we've done together that she's interested in and is Minecraft. And well, me being like a creative genius, I'm fucking really good at Minecraft. It turns out.
I'm really good at Minecraft. What a ridiculous thing to say as a brag. I'm really good at Minecraft.
Yeah, dude. It turns out I'm pretty good. It's
I'm good at watching Netflix.
Dude, look at my name. Of course it's absurd. I try to come up with absurd things to say, and that was one of them.
I'm really good at Minecraft.
Matthew, do you think Matthew?
That sounds like a Weird Al line in one of his songs or something. I'm really good at Minecraft. Maybe not.
A pro Minecrafter? That's a thing, isn't it? It's like pros at it, right? They make a lot of money.
Streamers,
well,
yeah.
There's people who stream it, but like, okay, because of the nature of what Minecraft is, there's not really. Pretty sure there's not really a good at it. It's like you go out and harvest resources, and you use those resources to build what you want to build. It's like saying I'm really good at Legos. Okay, it's equivalent to saying I'm a pro at Legos. It's like what does that even mean? I'm a pro at Legos. Like that's not how that works.
Yeah, no. It's like I'm building shit, you know? Like I got these like great visions and shit. Like I take on the megalithic builds. Stuff like that. So
let's show your work, dude.
Is that like being a pro Googler by typing in 3 words?
Yeah, there you go. Pro Googler.
And clicking.
There is a certain art. There's a certain art to building it, but I'd like to see your works, man. If you say you're so good.
No. I'm working on my best work right now. Like, I'm playing on Bedrock on PlayStation. Like, if I was like on computer, this would be a whole nother story. It'd be a wrap.
Don't make excuses. You say you're good, man.
What I'm telling you is this build I'm working on. It made my daughter cry.
Well, what are you building? You building a whole city?
All right, so here's the story. You're gonna love
that
it.
I've heard.
No, you're gonna love it. Yeah,
guys, I'm
yeah.
awesome at Minecraft, and I make my daughter cry. I'm amazing.
She's 3 years old. She's impressed.
Shut up. You're not a fucking nice guy. You're a fucking dick. Anyway.
You don't know my life.
You guys are gonna like it. So if you know anything about Minecraft, they have these like Mayan type pyramid things that are found under the ocean. They're like called like ancient I don't know. Ancient, what do they call them? Fucking whatever. It's this giant like Mayan pyramid that's found under the ocean. And I found one that's underneath the ice, way up like in this middle of nowhere. I had to like go so far from home. And like I found one under the ice right next to this like area that has like mushrooms and like cows that have mushrooms growing out of their fucking butt. So like anyways, it's like kind of mysterious type place. And to me it feels like the flat earth north. Like I just found this like I found Mountain Meru or some shit, right? So I decided to drain the ocean around the monument. But it's also in a glacial area, so there's glaciers like poking through the ice. So I left the ice intact while draining the water. Now I have like these glaciers that are above me like clouds. And by setting heat sources in the right places, I can make them like drip and freeze over incrementally to make like a freeze and thaw type thing. And I'm coming up with this whole like theme where like so you can make your avatar into like a frog type person. So I'm going with the frog, like a Pepe. type idea. And Pepe the Frog, he's in the north, and he found the Fountain of Youth by bathing in the glacial melt of the northern waters near the mushroom capital. Anybody who plays Minecraft is going to get this. Anybody who does not is going to think I'm a fucking crazy lunatic, but my name already says that.
Don't worry. The people who play Minecraft also think you're a crazy lunatic.
Yeah,
Maybe not.
All right. So like, I'm not just draining the one fucking thing. I'm building 8 more of my own pyramids that are the same size around it. I drained over 1,079,000 blocks in order to build this like underwater city. Whatever. I'm done. Fuck off. You guys will never care because you'll never get to play it. I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna...
You're not invited to my Minecraft server.
You're not yet.
Matthew, you still there?
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
Yo, yeah, I was just for some reason earlier it popped in my head when you spoke up. For some reason, this question, I was wondering what your thoughts are. What are your? It's a totally kind of topic change, but what are your thoughts on like extraterrestrial beings? Do you think they exist? Are they already here? What do you think? Just other types of beings. Doesn't even have to be extraterrestrial. Just just even any other beings. Like, are there other beings?
I think it's so. I believe in a intelligent designer in God, and I think that it's unlikely that God created life in other places. I also do think that there are such things as spiritual beings, angels and demons, if you like, that sometimes people misinterpret seeing spiritual things as aliens, but I don't think they're aliens from a different planet. No.
So you don't think they exist at all?
I doubt it. That's right.
If you came to the conclusion that the Earth was actually stationary and planar, would you think that there could be, or would you still hold the same position?
I think it's hold the same position. I mean, if the Earth is flat and stationary and like the only thing that exists, then wouldn't it be less likely? Because aliens, normally people think of aliens as beings from another planet, but if there are no other planets, then it would be even less likely on the flat Earth idea, right?
Well,
I guess unless
not
you
necessarily.
Yeah, you might speculate about lands beyond, the ice wall or something like that. Maybe
there's maps that show land beyond the outer ring.
Sure.
So
what would make you think that like land that is a part of the same thing that you're on and that we experience would somehow have different beings on it? Why not just more of the same beings?
Well, we have different beings that if you go to China or you go to Africa or you go to Europe, they look different.
No, they don't.
So there could be people
that look
different,
but they're not different. Like
they are different.
It's like saying people with different hair color are different beings. No, they're not. They're still
different.
Human beings. They just have.
If you line them up, they're all distinctly different. If I see a German Shepherd, a Pit Bull, and a Chihuahua, they're all distinctly different. You have a Greyhound, you have a Saint Bernard. They're all dogs, but they're very different.
Yeah, the problem with that logic is that literally every human being ever born ever is like that. If you lined every single human being that ever existed up, they would all be distinctly different, which doesn't make them different beings, does it?
No, my point is they're within this ring. You go outside this ring, who knows what conditions that each was created differently, just like each breed of dog. They're all created, even in Europe, all the different people from different nations in Europe are different people. They're not all one homogenous group, and they speak different languages. That was done on purpose. If there was one, and I think there was a time of common language and everything, which was like Tartaria, which the civilization advanced, and then we were all thrown into chaos with different languages, different countries, and kind of disorder or whatever.
Yeah, but we're still the same species because we can still
So our
interbreed.
dog's the same species, but a German Shepherd and a Chihuahua and a Great Dane are different dogs. They're different, right? I mean, would you agree they're different? If you have a Great Dane or a Saint Bernard, is different than a Chihuahua, but they're all dogs. My point being, if you go outside the ring to all these other lands, they could look like that guy from Aleister Crowley's book, Lem, with the big head and the little squinty eyes, and you don't know. We don't know what
Maybe
they've been
we
up
have a
to.
different idea of what different means.
Well,
Maybe they don't.
it's a range, right? I mean,
You've seen the Bogdanovs. The Bogdanovs. The guy looks like a lion.
Bogdanov.
He looks very odd. He looks somewhat human and somewhat something else. They could be outer landers from the other lands.
You know they died?
Allegedly, they
Maybe
died
not.
of
Allegedly, yeah.
Maybe not.
yeah, I guess I find it unlikely that there are other species from other lands. You know, like lizard people that can't.
No, that the lizard stuff is pretty crazy, but I'm just saying, like even people within our realm can be very different. So if you saw like the Bogdanovs, he doesn't quite look human. He looks kind of human, but kind of like you mixed a human and a lion. They look very.
The lizard people thing is really funny. When it comes to Discord, like terms of service, it was shared. So they talk about how they have like 130,000 volunteers that are going out looking out for disinformation and reporting people and so on and so forth. But they also have like training courses that they say like shows them their resources, so of things to look out for. And some of their examples are things like flat Earth or 9/11 disinformation, or CV stuff, or also things like Michelle Obama is a lizard. And it's like, oh, that really irks us because, like, I'm like, I really got to correct that. Like, that's not the thing that we say about Michelle Obama. Like the Queen is a
Like,
lizard.
there's definitely that is not the thing about Michelle Obama that people are talking about. Okay. Come on.
You mean Michael Robinson?
Well, it may be in the top 10 things though. It's in there. It's definitely considered.
They're talking about the wiener. Michelle's wiener.
Unless lizard is now a euphemism for dude.
Queen was a lizard. Michelle Obama is a tranny. Like, let's get this fucking straight. If we're gonna make an example. I'm sorry, I probably broke the rules, but come on, get it fucking right.
Joan Rivers knew. They faked her death. Like Joan Rivers supposedly died, but then I seen her with Harvey Weinstein at a party, leaving a party, and it was her with white hair. That unmistakable voice, that was definitely her. The face, the voice.
I just can't wait till some server gets reported for saying that Michelle Obama is a lizard.
That's
Well, no,
what
it's
that is,
Michael
the photo
Robinson.
that I took.
You could
Where is that?
call his God-given name, Michael Robinson. That's what his parents named him.
Michael Robinson.
You see the photo I just posted in text? Does anyone know where that is?
That's gotta be Mars. Or it's the back, or that's the cottage cheese on your mother's ass. I'm not really sure.
I'll show you what it is. Just a second.
Yeah, there are some pretty interesting reptilian symbolisms in Europe. There's so many like gargoyles and reptiles. It's with terms of all the royalty. It's on a lot of their, family crests and their symbology and their artwork.
It was a close-up of that horse's ass.
I just posted this image, shows how the Vatican is essentially shaped like a snake.
Yeah, inside and out, it's shaped like a snake.
Yeah, that's an actual. Is that like a
That's the audience hall at the Vatican.
Yeah,
he stands on the stage
one of it as well.
between the fangs, and then behind him is a statue of Jesus, like melting down, like this horrific statue. It's like
Wow.
a blasphemy.
Yeah, so I mean, there is like deep reptilian symbolism in these people, whoever these.
Oh, they do worship that. Who is the serpent? It says the serpent is the devil, the serpent that fell from the heavens, the serpent, the great serpent. In Revelations, it talks about that.
Yeah.
And actually, it gets muddied, I would say, with the amphibians too. Like I was talking about the Minecraft frogs, you know. Like I think maybe even though they're not reptilian, they're amphibious, but there might be a connection there too. Like once in a while, you might get like more amphibious creatures that are also, like kind of saying the same thing as the reptilian thing.
Yeah, and also the connection between like blue bloods and reptilians, like an actual different type of blood that perhaps has been bred with humans now, or manipulated by, somehow interacted with this other kind of blue blood, but that also could connect to a different type of being. I mean, it's like, okay, if people agree, okay, the government lies and this and that. Now, some people might say, okay, there's not like a central head to it all, right? Like it's all just kind of just different groups of corrupt people. But if you're coming from the perspective that there is a group of entities, people, whatever you want to call them, humans, that are actually doing this in that way, then the question is, are they human?
Well, I just don't think. Yeah, I think there's humans doing it, but they're not consciously doing it. I think we're all being played to a certain extent. We're just on different levels or whatever else. Like, it's so hard to describe. If you want to talk for hours, we could try, but like you're not getting out of this place until you graduate the system, right? Like, there's certain lessons to be learned. And if you want to just reside here and just hang out at the lower levels, this can be hell for you, you know? And you can just live in eternal hell here. But maybe you can
question?
say what?
Did you have a question, Gio? He asked a question. What was your question again? I forgot what it even was. The planners, who are the planners?
Oh, I was enjoying listening to Lou there. I wanted to hear the rest of what he was saying, but no, I was saying, are the people that are at the top of this control matrix, are they human or not? Basically,
I think it's.
Yeah, when it comes to the top, like I was going to work as this graduated system I was talking about from the bottom to the top. So like, if you want to just stay here and just keep fucking living in the fucking squalor, you're welcome to. I think maybe God gave you that free will, but that's about as far as the free will I will extend to God. I think after that, like, I don't know, the overall plan. I think actually I don't even want to get into the free will thing. That's a touchy subject. I debate myself with it, but yeah, graduated system. So like, it's heaven, it's hell, it's also everything in between. There's certain lessons that I think you chose to be here. I think there's certain things that your soul wants to answer, and you're not leaving here until you figure that out. No matter how many replays you got to do.
The boss of this realm is the devil himself. If you look at the way they structure the pyramid, the top of the pyramid is the Rothschilds, and you see all the devil symbology, the Baphomet worship as they're transgender themselves. Those are the top level, and then they serve Satan, and then below him is the Queen and the Pope, in levels like that. They go in those, just like the Freemason pyramid. That's how it's structured. But you see, there's the top of the pyramid. There's an air gap. There's a air gap with, you know, the one with the eye in the very top, the capstone, and it's separate from the very tip of the pyramid. There's a little plateau on the top of the pyramid. That's where the Rothschilds and Queen and such. They have different levels within their, you know what I mean, within their hierarchy.
Definitely, it does seem like kind of in a way like a demented, twisted version of like immature level symbology that they are like utilizing in a psychopathic way. But what I was going to ask you actually about it though is like, because you were saying that this realm is like run by the devil. I mean, so just because these people are wealthy or whatever, it doesn't mean that they're like the you know.
No, well, okay. Piggybacking on what he said there, not necessarily agreeing, but if you were to go biblically, you would say that God gave the earthly realm to the fallen angel Lucifer, right? Like that's, if you were to go biblically, that's what happened.
Why do they worship the devil?
I would say that what I see tends to agree with that. Not that I'm a believer in that, but it tends to agree with that. Let
me finish my thought. Before the drunken rambling, dude, let me finish my thought. We saw the Vatican looks like a snake. What is the serpent? The Pope carries a bent cross. All these things are a blasphemy. The transgenderism, the Baphomet worship. Who? If you had all the money in the world, any one of us, what would you do? You would buy Ferraris and you would buy cool stuff. You wouldn't go around worshiping the devil. Most normal people, but they do. They do shit that.
In the psychedelic realm, the serpent is wisdom, knowledge.
All right, but I'm just saying, if you were a wealthy beyond all means, what would you do if you could jet set and just have all the money you wanted? That would be the last thing on my mind, would be this demonic stuff and drinking blood and all this horrific, gory nastiness. You know what I mean? I would just be out, like I said, I'd buy fucking Ferraris and I'd get a boat and whatever, and jet skis, whatever, and just live a fucking fun life. And that's what most normal people would do if they had all unlimited resources. These people are dark. The people at the top are very dark and demented.
Right.
You'd be a lot better than a jet ski without
I'd
them.
just be having fun. You get my point. I mean, I wouldn't be out serving the devil. They're like,
I do. Yeah, I get your point. Yeah. Other than the whole you're being a dick and saying drunken ramblings, like I had no fucking
rambling, dude. You got to, if you make a point, try and compress it into like.
I'm not one of the long-winded people in here, dude. Like there's a lot of people in here, like especially on the European side, that talk way fucking longer than anybody. You know,
it's the part about not putting a break in there, Lou. It's like you and Helio, you have that part where you get going and there's no break. There's no break to insert. You know, let's say there's a point that's only relevant for 30 seconds.
No. Not every fucking conversation needs to have a break, because I could just do this to you every fucking time. I could just talk over the top of you every fucking time, because I could say
30 seconds.
I determine that what you have to say has no importance and nobody cares to listen to it. I can talk over you like this. I can do that,
guys,
without calling you fucking drunk,
ramble,
without calling you a stoner, without being a rambling fucking dick, without saying that you're narcissistic or saying that you have anything, you know, I can do all that.
Okay, what's your point? Or you could babble on and not make a coherent point for 30 seconds or 45 or 2 minutes.
What you're trying to say in your face, fucker.
I would knock your fucking teeth out, Lou. Nice. You know, I would knock you the fuck out if you said that to my face, dude.
I would say it to your face, and I would take that risk. I don't give a fuck what you say.
I would break your fucking jaw, dude. I would break your fucking jaw.
You talk to me in a certain way, and
I would break your fucking jaw like a little bitch.
All right, because you started aggression, I spoke back, and now you'll break my jaw?
I would break your fucking jaw, dude.
All right, good for you. You would.
Guys, come on, guys. Settle down.
How good would it be if you could break someone's jaw through your computer?
Virtually.
I have fucking done it. You
Sure,
want to see my
Yeah,
fucking knuckles, dude?
I've had a broken jaw. I'll take it. Give it, motherfucker.
I will, and then you can
Hit me
drink
with your best
Oh.
shot.
Let it go, guys. Let it go.
Yeah.
We can't sing on Gem. Can we sing here, Bandsaw?
No.
Hell no.
Oh, man.
Wait, is it really an issue on YouTube if you sing a song?
Apparently.
What? We can't rickroll each other?
At Gems, they say it's because people can't sing. But
Well,
I
they
don't know if it's
can't.
against YouTube
That's a
terms,
fair
you're
enough
saying.
point. Well, they can't. I think it's okay if it's like a original. That's not a...
Okay, so you really can't just sing if you wanted to sing some, Beyonce song or something. You can't just do it without.
Yeah, they can copyright you and shut your channel down.
Copyright.
That's ridiculous. Is that kind of new? 'Cause I don't remember it was like that years ago. I thought you could do a parody without it being an issue.
Yeah, what happens is all these bands are selling off their rights to advertising companies, and now people are copying or doing, like, let's say, covers or whatever, and then trying to sell their products attached to the covers or scenarios as such. But anyway, check it out. Have you guys seen NASA's new release of Neptune?
No.
No, maybe post it if you have the chance.
What do you got?
James Telescope took a picture of Neptune. Check it out, man. They just released it. I'm just watching it. I hadn't taken the pictures. I'm just watching the news report.
Oh man, so cool.
James Webb. Come on.
The newest in CGI.
Well,
Wow.
if you think about it, Elon prepped the world. He said you can tell it's so real by how fake it looks, right?
You can tell how fake it is by how fake
Looks
it is.
beautiful.
Yeah, I just pulled up a little. Oh my
I'll post
gosh.
a picture.
Oh my gosh, this is not even the best in CGI. This is terrible.
Why isn't it letting me post the picture?
Oh wow,
It's like I'd like to go up and ask Elon, hey buddy, why does your CGI look like it was made in 1995 MS Paint? Well, it's because it's real.
What are you guys looking at?
I just posted the one that I just watched. James
Yeah.
Webb captures a new image of Neptune. It was just released yesterday, so.
Oh boy.
Dude just walked through this
know who
mask.
that is?
That's unbelievably bad. That looks like bad CGI from the 70s.
Do you know who he is, James Webb? He was one of the people allegedly when they filmed the Apollo fake moon landing. This guy was giving his testimony that his father gave him. He was a security guard at the base, and he named off like 5 or 6 of the people, and one of them was James Webb.
Why do you guys think it looks fake? I think it looks real.
I watched a video, I think it was like several weeks ago, maybe a few months ago, where I think it was David Weiss basically uses his phone or something to just make a picture like that, essentially, where you throw up some like galaxy and star backgrounds or whatever and slap some stuff in there, and it looks just like basically like what you just see in that video.
Listen, I was in elementary school a long time ago when we had like really old computers, and I was watching my fellow students make way better CGI than that bullshit.
No.
Have you guys ever looked at a planet with a telescope? From Earth? From
I
here?
have, yeah. Yeah. They look like orbs of light.
It kind of looks like that.
Yeah, but the amazing thing is, like, have you ever looked at the Earth through a telescope?
That is the dodgiest looking.
Yeah, this.
Look at that.
It's so like disjointed, and there's different layers. It's
Yeah.
just so inauthentic.
You know, it's probably more real the farther away it gets. The more up you look, the more realistic it is.
Yeah, this
They
is
say-
another. This is another expression of a potential of them actually listening to us. Because wasn't it just a couple of weeks ago, Bandsaw, that we were talking about like why aren't there images of the the planets out there? If you got all these probes, all this shit out there, come on, snap a picture.
That's right.
You know,
Just a
take a
couple.
flyby and just snap a pic, and then here it is. Now they're claiming to have done it.
Well, that says stunning 4K. That looks at best about
A half a
don't
K.
know. Yeah, well, you're being generous there. Yeah, I was going to say like 0.25K.
Yeah, a quarter K is about.
Yeah, quarter K.
I doubt that the James Webb Telescope took a picture of Neptune because they overheard you guys talking about it on the Flat Earth server.
They do all kinds of things in reaction to the things we talk about.
It happens all the time.
You would normally doubt it, but like it actually turns out since all their stuff is bullshit, it's just in reaction to what we talk about.
Do you have an example?
Oh, there's been so many over the years, dude. It's endless. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind. I've seen it proven over and over again that NASA in particular and other sort of space type agencies as well, because they're all kind of interconnected, absolutely respond to this community. I'm just talking about the larger. I'm not even a big fan, as you guys know, of that term flat Earth, but I mean, that is kind of a name that people obviously associate in that sense. So I'm just saying, if you look at that as a whole, they have been watching Jeranism, Globebusters, Morgile, everyone out there. They've been, every platform out there has been discussing this. It seems as though they're keeping tabs on it because they react directly to the things that are brought up and that are discussed and that are debunked and et cetera. And it'll either be taken off their website a week later, they'll change it. Like in the case of earth.nullschool.net, there's been so many things they've done. It's they even changed one of their YouTube live streams. It's endless. There's like hundreds of examples of it directly happening. It would just make sense that intelligence, CIA, whatever, would essentially be they have people listening to all of this and transcribing it, and then they just
I would even go as far as to say that even though flat Earth may be the truth, that it's a controlled leak and that it's somehow all of this was given to us, like on purpose to talk about.
Yep, that's an interesting possibility. Or also the idea that they've just been co-opting it. Like it kind of just started to erupt like naturally. And then they've just been throwing their guys in here and there, doing, censorship, whatever they've had to, just to kind of damage control it. And more in the sense that they're actually kind of just trying to co-opt it rather than purposefully put it out.
Man.
I don't see why they'd want to purposefully, because they're doing all of their powers.
No. Just for me, the gut instinct. It's not a co-op. No, it was at least for me, it was artificially literally suggested on YouTube to me. And most flat earthers.
Do you think it could just be coincidence since a lot of the topics that get brought up and that you guys talk about, perhaps, they just coincide with certain things?
There was no way it was a coincidence because there was video after video after video, all professionally lined up.
Yeah.
All ready to go. And you know what I think it is? It's because our government wants to change the individual. I think it's governmentally driven, or from government that's doing it because of the Great Reset is attached to it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, and I mean, this is NASA, so yep.
Yep. No.
Okay.
Look at how
Here's
flat
really
earthers
quick.
are being used in the political agenda. Where if you are a whatever denier or whatever denier, like whatever kind of denier they want to call you, they say, oh, you're one of those, then you're also probably a flat earther, right? Like,
Right. They're trying to lump us in with the crazies.
I'm
Yeah.
a great reset denier. I think it's all a myth that there's going to be a great reset.
Here's what happened in my experience quickly. Out of nowhere, I started getting suggestions for flat Earth, just shitloads out of nowhere. Literally one day I was like, whoa, what's all this about?
Google?
And I didn't pay attention for like a year or two. But yeah, I was like, Jesus, they're really wanting me to look into flat Earth. Like it was a big deal.
Well, I think what it was is that back then the YouTube algorithm was it was a little more simplistic, and it just worked through keywords. So it was just a machine for keywords. So whatever words were being put in the videos, it just threw people more and more of those videos. And then as more views came, they'd put it more to the top of the list. So yeah, in like 2015, 16, and even part of 17, the 18 and beyond is when they really started to do the censorship. But if you're talking like, let's say 16 and 17, it was erupting on YouTube to the point to where if you were looking up anything even closely related, they would be throwing and the thing is that there were so many people making flat Earth videos. That's the other thing. The people were just popping up from all around the world in every different country, having just channels and research and all kinds of stuff that was coming out. And it was a bit of a going viral component. This is why it was like one of the top rated search terms in one of those years, and all like a lot of those stats. And so yeah, and then obviously they slammed the
Geo, but you started this off this premise that like it's based off of search terms. Well, like I never searched up flat anything or the Earth anything. I was looking into you know what I'm saying? This shit popped up because I was looking into, at the time, Mandela effect, actually.
Yeah, I mean, there's a list of there's a list of at least like 5 or 10 things that if you search like moon landing, 9/11, there's probably several topics. I mean, we could all name at least 10 or 20 that are possible. But yeah, Mandela effect perhaps could have been in there. Anything linked with the word conspiracy, of course, all of that.
All the videos were so well done. They were edited with music and good voice.
The early adopters, I agree. Like, there's some suspicion. Like, Mark Sargent got started in like 2012. Dubay around the same time, right? Like, there's a couple of early adopters that it's kind of like seriously,
Mark Sargent and Dubay are after Matt Boylan. Matt Boylan started it with a comedy routine, he claims, but then you had Dubay come out with Mark Sargent relatively around the same time. Maybe Dubay was maybe a little earlier than Mark. That's what I remember, but Matt was before them both.
But it's funny because like they got this conversation started, and now we all throw them all under the bus. Like we're just.
I never watched any of Mark Sargent's clues because when I was first introduced to it, you needed a subscription. And I watched Eric Dubay for 1 week, and then I found out he had attachments to anti-Semitic views and promoted Hitler and wrote a song and shit.
You guys brought it upon themselves too. Like Mark Sargent. Yeah.
Only that. Eric Dubay just read.
Hold on, you guys. You got to go one at a time so we can hear you.
Well, I was almost done. Right, he interrupted me. I was just going to say. So when I first got introduced, I found out Eric Dubay promoted anti-Semitic views, and he wrote a song championing Hitler. Right. So I was like, what does that have to do with flat Earth?
So that's not really my understanding. I mean, by the way, we should try to use code words. Hold on. Let me just say we should try to use code words a little bit because apparently that's one of the topics that's. So just say H or whatever. We use words. But my understanding, and we should just tread lightly in terms of this topic, probably just to be extra careful or whatever because they're insane and that's. But what was I going to say about it though?
What does
No,
flat Earth have to do with that view
oh,
about Hitler, right?
my
Or
understanding
his
of
story?
right. My understanding. Okay, then let me just speak real quick on that. Then just my understanding of Dubé's thing on it, and I'll try to use code words or whatever. But is that he basically, flat Earth and everything else, and then he feels like it's the Jays, as it were, who are in control of everything, and then they are connected through Hitler. So, but he actually thinks that Hitler was actually trying to push those guys out. So I think that's the way he sees it, is that not that Hitler was a good guy. Dude, let me just finish speaking. Hold on, man. Let me
I'll
finish
tell you
speaking.
how I wrote about it
I
so
know,
you
but just let me
understand.
finish speaking.
Hey.
I documented it.
Right. Please just let me finish speaking, and then you can go. Because you just threw off the whole flow of what I was saying. I just want to finish the last 5 seconds. But what was I saying?
His view was that he was pushing them out.
Oh yeah. That he wasn't necessarily a good guy, but he wasn't actually the evil guy they've made him out to be. Like, he actually was trying to hold the land for his country and whatnot. And it was the actual, Illuminati, whatever you want to call them, Jesuit, etc. They were the ones coming in, the Jays, as it were, and they were trying to eliminate the Germans in a sense to control their own bloodline, to control the kind of Jesuit hierarchical bloodline, and that they were actually invading them. And then they made Hitler out to be the opposite. And so I think what Dubé thinks, from my understanding of it, is that Hitler was not that Hitler was some great guy, but he actually was more of integrity than those other people. And he was getting invaded when you look at who won, right? So it's pretty obvious.
I understand that that's your view on it, and that's fine, but it's much more double-sided than just a singular view that you have on who was responsible. There's many people in, let's say, the group that you just mentioned that actually play both sides and are part both sides and use both sides for one agenda. So you're looking at the Jays being in war early 1936, before the H took power and did what he did. Essentially, things like sanctions, and not necessarily sanctions, but I want to describe political sanctions, so to speak, against him. So there was a duality, because there was a purpose of how he got into power and what his use was for power, and it was to create a necessity for a declaration that was formed. So the truth is that the individual H was on meth, and he was funded, purposely put in place to bring about a declaration. I don't know if you guys know what I'm saying.
He was working for the Jews. Yeah,
No,
Hitler was in the pocket of them. Yeah.
No, the whole.
That's the truth, though.
Well, the whole bird is not just the Jays; it's also the Templars, which are
one and the same.
Again, we talked about them earlier when we were talking about the freaking crazy skulls under pears.
Well, it doesn't matter, man. What history says, there's obviously some Egyptian break off there for the secret knowledge, right? Because essentially everybody went to Egypt and took the knowledge and then spread it out throughout the country. Anyway, the story that we've been told, why were we given that story, the sympathetic story for it, or even the story that he did something good for his country, and what's the point of the whole story? What's the history lesson in it?
Well, that's a bigger question, because there's all kinds of shrouded in mystery, and then in certain countries,
what's the history lesson? What have you learned?
Isn't it crazy that we're trying to use code words just for YouTube bullshit, but literally in other countries, people have to not talk about this, or else they could be arrested and put in prison. It's insane.
Oh, we're so lucky. We're so lucky.
Yeah, but
it's not that we're so lucky. We're just trying to talk about history, like the history that I've been told, and the history that comes from either side, like whether it's the numbers or the names or the locations or the dates.
Oh, it's crazy.
What is the political message? What is the lesson? Why are we told? Why is history one way? Okay, so basically, Operation Paperclip says it should be one way, but then we have a perception that's you know what I'm saying? It's just How do you have
Right.
sympathizers? How do you have sympathizers convince the whole world that they're the good guys? That's crazy.
Well, I think with media and propaganda, I do hear you, but I think that they can really do a number on people. Because like I guess what I would say is like there is in my mind there's the shit that went down, like what actually went down and what really happened in those actual regions, because of course they weren't all like on the internet and on their cell phones and Instagramming pictures all over the place. So whatever happened to those people happened to those people directly, and then we got a story about it, and they probably put a story about whatever was happening in the news as well, just like they do now. It's the same thing, just like with the scamdemic thing the last couple of years. Like they put some shit in the news, and you know what I mean? Whether it's even real or not doesn't even matter. They get people to react to it.
What's
So who
hilarious
knows
is how
what was like,
we called it from the beginning, and they're retracting everything they said from the beginning. They said, turns out the science was bunk. Oh, we made a lot of mistakes. And this is like literally what we said from the beginning in 2020. We said that this is going to happen. They said, you're all crazy.
Yep.
Well, the Shemitah is September 26th, which means in 4 days the financial system should reset, and all your debts should be erased. If you know that, it's every 7 years apparently.
That sounds like a good thing, though. No.
Yeah, 7 is actually like the cycle of Saturn. The luminary Saturn is a 28-year cycle. So it's like every 7 years it goes through a quarter of its phase. And there's interesting things about, they say like that your body rebuilds itself every 7 years. Like this is what they claim, I suppose, but that every cell in your body is completely new compared to what it was 7 years ago. So since 7 is kind of the quarter cycle of Saturn, it seems to have because Saturn is connected to like time and decay and finitude and so on. So it's connected with that dynamic of like time moving and like manifesting in that way. So like because you were saying 7 years, that the debt, like, could there be something to like a renewal cycle of 7 years connected to like decay and regeneration and like and Saturn's also connected to structure, so it's like the breakdown of an old structure and the establishment of a new one.
I'm not exactly sure what this. So I do construction on like resides and shit like that. So like homeowners' houses, they live there. So I get to like talk to the homeowner and stuff. They're interested in what's going on in their house. And the last job, turns out we got a little bit too, they offered a beer after work and we got deep into conversation. Turns out they're somewhat wise, to things. And even they, like, I was caught a little off guard, but they were talking about somebody who has like a prediction of like, we have like 11 years left to live, basically. Like the end of society comes in like 11 years, according to them. Like, I didn't ask. I'm like, it just didn't faze me because I talked to you idiots all day. Like I was just like, oh, okay, more bullshit. But like, but I just kind of want to now thinking back, I want to like go back and have that conversation and be like, tell me more about this 11 years. Because what I did say at the time was like, that's not unfitting with the way I see things going anyway. Like society as we know it could come to an end within the next 11 years.
Well, I'd probably expect a world war in 40. Well, what was it last year? It was 39, was it? Wait, 35? What was World War II? I forget. 40? I don't know, but we seem to be going around in a circle, don't we? Doing the same thing. History repeats. Start with a, so-called virus. I don't want to really...
Yeah, I just know it was fitting with like the 2030 agenda. Like, and once that timeline crunches in on itself, like that would also be like a time where those who were, getting frustrated all along and, like calamity could pop off, maybe say 2030, you know, like, and like, I mean, we have no idea to know of like what kind of shit might happen then, you know, 8 years from now, 10 years from now.
I think
It sounds
people
like a short
enjoy.
period. It sounds like a short period of time, but the way things are going, it's anything is possible. It could get really extreme really quick.
No, they said the same thing in Millennium. They said the same thing in 2012. People do like these doomsday things, don't they?
Yeah, no, I mean, but you have to you have to fear the worst in order to prepare for, you know, it. You have to prepare for the worst. Like that's just the way you survive.
I thought the 2012 one was really interesting. The December 21st, 2012. Of course, just the numbers, all those ones and twos lined up like that. And the fact that that seems to correlate with these, the Mayan calendar and a couple other ancient calendar systems, that it wasn't that they were necessarily saying it was the end of the world. That's kind of a misappropriation. It's like a mistranslation.
Yeah, it always is. I think it always is. I agree with you. Like the end of the world. It's more of like the end of a system or the end of a time or a calendar. Or you know, like it's
end of an era and the beginning of a new one.
Yeah.
Which I think, like December 21st, 2012, when you think about it, that's pretty much right into early 2013. And then pretty much like that's when, from what I understand of Eric Dubé's journey, that's when he was doing a lot of his research, like in 2013, 14. So, and then he didn't really start releasing stuff until 15. And then, yeah, there was the others as well, and so on. But it seems like it's right after that December 21st, 2012. Like, I know it's not like the next day necessarily, but it really was in kind of 13 leading up to 14 and 15. And then, of course, 15. So, like, is that the end of the globe era and we're headed into the next paradigm based
I'll tell you, it was weird around 2012 because, like, leading up, like 2008 up to 2012, I was like really getting deep into the conspiracy stuff, you know, and like, but also shrugging it off because that's where I got the fucking lizard eyes and shit on YouTube, and like, okay, give me a break, you know, like this shit ain't real, you know, like somebody's out here for views, you know, like not everything is real. You have to be able to discern, but
David Icke, though, can call the Queen of England a lizard or when she was alive all day long and get paid to stand on stage.
I think it's hilarious. So I'm all down with it.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, the Queen being a lizard is totally fairgrounds. So
You
it's fine.
speak nonsense on a stage, basically.
Hey,
You're no threat to anything.
Do you know what I heard? I heard that the timelines and options we had, like the difference between fate and free will, started closing down towards one story as of 2012. That all the timelines started converging, and that's why we felt slightly more powerless during that time, like sort of like we're going along with something.
Right, we were just kind of tossed at sea in a way. We're just born into this thing, and we're just sort of going with it. Yeah,
Kind of.
And that's like what I was saying earlier about leading into 2012. Like I kind of had this like feeling like shit's all fucked up. There's no way this can continue. You know, like something big is about to happen. Like I had this feeling something big was, and then it didn't seem to happen. But then all of a sudden, a few years later, you know,
some other stuff happened.
Later, I came across like the Mandela effect, and then the flat Earth, and then everything in the world was backwards and upside down. And like I remembered, like wishing this, like going, I wish I could turn the world upside down, just because everything is so fucked. Like I feel like be careful what you wish for happened. Like I turned the world upside down, and now I'm in Bizarro world, and I did this to myself. Like how did I fuck myself so good? Like, because that's what it feels like.
Merle, you should be able to comment on that.
No, I can relate to that too, man.
Yeah, of course.
There's this level to flat Earth where it's like it doesn't seem like it's moving, and we all know what the surface of water does at rest. So it's like, how could everybody just miss this? Right? And then you got to question your own sanity too. You're like, could this even be pulled off? And then once those dominoes start to fall, it's on, isn't it?
I went to a meeting of people that were talking about December 21st or 25th or 21st, 2012. And I remember going and seeing that there was all these different types of shaman kind of guru people, and one had a bag of rocks around their neck and the other had a turban and the next had this, and there were no fucking Mayans there, I'll tell you that much. And I was really proud to be there because I thought I was ahead of the game, you know. And I didn't liquidate my possessions, but I was pretty sure that we were headed somewhere. And fuck, I couldn't get shit out of the speaker. I was kind of, he held up this ball, and the best I got out of him was that there was two hemispheres. There was a conscious hemisphere, like the brain. He looked at the earth as being a conscious hemisphere and a subconscious hemisphere. And I was really kind of ticked until I sort of heard him say something about the tree of life.
Shut up, Dan.
And
Your spiritual weirdness. No, keep going.
And all I could get out of it was that the soul, or us, we were the fruit of the earth.
Yep.
And could you imagine unripened fruit? Imagine coming here every 10,000 years and suckling on one and going, Jesus, they're still at war. They're awful. You know, when are these things going to ripen? And I think maybe a ripe soul may, what we think transcends, may just be ready to be ingested for all we know. The next thing you know, I'm angry. I'm like, you know, should an orange be angry for being eaten? Well, it's just going to rot in the ground otherwise. But I thought we're a soul farm. I thought if there's any vastness, you know, that we could just be a soul farm, and that
soul farm.
It's very slow to develop. A soul is very slow to ripen.
For the soul eaters.
Maybe, yeah. That was kind of my gruesome little conclusion there.
Yeah.
But you imagine reaching down, you know, and just going, ugh, ugh. These people
I think
are
if we knew how powerful our soul was, we wouldn't be worried about being eaten. You know what I mean? Like, they can fuck with a human being, and then the biggest, I guess, adversary against a human being is death, right? Because then you're not a human anymore. But if you don't die, that's interesting, isn't it?
That's as big a secret as flat Earth. You know, reincarnation is probably. I'm really big on investigating reincarnation because these kids that remember when they're young.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
here's how I feel, Merle. Forgive me for saying it to you.
Idiot.
Exactly.
Love you.
So if there's a judgment day, it certainly isn't being done by some great being because you've been recording it. Your subconscious is the recording device. And if there's reincarnation, basically you get uploaded back into the mainframe, like a thumb drive. And imagine this coming back to another body where they could read the old data on the drive because they don't know any better. Their innate skill sets before they get destroyed into growth, they happen to remember their past life because it's there on the drive. So this garbage in, garbage out that we may get into this mainframe may explain Mandela effects too, because we're in a manifestation of what comes out. And if garbage comes in, garbage comes out. So it's like, as we're dumbing down our society, things are getting less clear as to whether they're factual or real.
Right.
Something as simple as, where does space start and where does the atmosphere stop? And suddenly, like, now, the atmosphere goes to the moon this year. And it's like, okay, I got it. It's like, what kind of bullshit is that, right?
But do you think they did something to our blood to make it to that when we incarnate, we have some of that like demonic energy in our systems and we all have to like work through it in some way?
That's an excellent question. I never thought of it in terms of blood, but because I would think of it more, genetic, as along a DNA line or something than bloodline. So I think that we're poorly programmed. I think early computers crashed because they couldn't figure out memory mapping and how to reallocate memory back. And I think we're stuck the same way as early computers. People, our brains, we absorb a lot of shit early and we retain it and don't know how to put it aside. We still have the same
All
fears we
right,
had
but
when we were 7.
basically a contrarian to that. Like I don't disagree with you, but I can if I want to. So don't you think that none of that would be at all possible if it wasn't for this whole digital era? Like, it's not actually a natural part of humanity, that is something that is all contrived and a construct of man, for you to think that any of that is possible. Like, it's basically it's basically futurism or transhumanism, essentially.
I can answer your question in a funny way. People used to paint angels because there were supposed sightings of angels. In fact, if your great grandmother had spoken to someone that came from the sky and told your grandmother who told your mother, you'd probably believe the story. But when you told your kid they might paint it, and before machines, anything that came from the sky probably had wings. So things were depicted back then as having wings if they came from the sky, out of natural understanding of something that came from the sky must have had wings. But now we understand machines, so we call them UFOs. Now there's UFO sightings.
Yeah, but
Not
we're at a point now where we're giving like human like traits and responsibilities to machines. Like that was something of fiction in the past.
Can we catch up evolutionarily to our technology? Is a good question. In other words,
Can you think that this early on in development that you can actually give responsibility to machines, because that's what we're about to be doing. That's what we're starting to do right now in like the human path. We're about to allow machines to run human beings instead of the vice versa, which it's always been in the past, where humans ran machines.
in a long run, it's a dangerous question when they're given authority. But the story of the elevator is interesting. When you think of autonomous cars today and people that were afraid of them, people were afraid to get in elevators when they got rid of the driver. So it's funny how the next generation won't give a shit anyway. They don't know.
No, they'll embrace it and they'll want it.
Yeah. There was a time when you'd say, "Oh, fucker can't tie his shoes," or tell time.
And now that guy's the president.
With his Velcro lace, he does it with his Velcro shoes. You're right.
Yep, we've just gotten there.
Oh man. It's interesting because even the term smartphone allows you to be so stupid. If you relied on your phone, you'd be very efficient.
I didn't do this on my own, but I heard it on some YouTuber where basically, if you take the word smart and apply it to any technology, you can basically delete the word smart and replace it with the word spy. Okay. And this is better fitting for you to understand what it's actually doing. So like a smartphone is actually a spy phone. A smart thermostat is a spy thermostat. A smart refrigerator is a spy refrigerator.
Dude, that's a great way to see it.
They're all collecting data on you.
That is a very solid way to see it, because that's exactly what they are. Yeah, they are just data collectors.
But like a cookie, wouldn't you want to be more efficient? You need to be spied upon. You need to be spied
No. That's
more
a
efficient.
see right there. You're very good at NPC. You deserve a pat on the head.
Lou, it also made me think of the smart cities, spy cities, which is essentially what they're going to be. Spy cities, like all locked down. You have to have a digital pass to get in, and then you have like limited money, and they can shut your money off at any time. They control the deed of your house, so they can just take your deed and be evicted. Who knows what? But yeah, it's like smart city would be a spy city. It's actually a better name for it, because I don't see them as being very smart.
Everyone becomes James Bond.
Yeah,
we all spy on each other.
I'm gonna nip it in the bud. So like everybody's gonna say that their smart water is spying on them, but I would argue that it might be putting nanoparticles that are like graphene fucking based into your system just to fuck with your head. Like, yeah, no,
Well,
smart
I mean,
water.
look at fluoride. I mean, that's not
That's
crazy. They're fluoridating. Do you know that I'm in the reverse osmosis business? And if you tell your doctor that your kid drinks reverse osmosis, that they will prescribe fluoride. And that goes totally against the use of it, which is topically applied. So the idea that you might need it in your body, they've really gone nuts with this and what the purpose of fluoride is. It could be our dumbing down agent. I mean, they really did it worldwide and really no one voted on it or anything. That's horrific. It's medication.
Back in the day, they used to have people going around to farms and whatnot, anyone that collected rainwater, and they used to provide them with fluoride tablets to put in the water. Yeah, and this is going back. This is going back 50 or 60 years. Yeah, they used to have people going around, knocking on your door, giving you a little parcel of your fluoride tablets to put in your tank water.
Yeah, no wonder we got dumb fucks everywhere around us.
Yeah.
Maybe we're just immune to that shit.
Yeah. What does it keep us docile or something? Is that why they give it? Right.
What I'm noticing most right now is that people are in, particularly normies, they're in a herd or school mentality, and they're fascinated by us as stragglers. They go, "What the hell are you doing over there?" And I'm like, "Wow, I'm eating these flowers. These flowers are great." And they're like, "Well, we're grazing over here. I gotta go." And you're like, "Are you sure?" And they're like, "Well, that's what I do." And if you get into it with them, like, "Come with me," of course they're going to fight because they need the protection of the herd or the flock or the school. And somehow we don't mind the danger of being outside of it because we're used to it. We're used to enjoying our freedom so much that we accept the danger. But the immediate defensive reaction of the Glober is, I got to be in my herd, man. I got to go. I got to be with the school. I can't be talking to you. It's dangerous out here. And that's what I think, that's where the knee-jerk reaction comes from. When they really get uptight, is they're really saying, I gotta go. I gotta go. And I had the coolest fucking thing happen when I was talking to Ruhif about the sun. He's like, my brain is exploding, he said. It's like my brain is going to explode, he said, which was the funniest part of it. And yesterday I was with a customer who built satellites. And the dude has heard me talk flat earth. He didn't want to hear it, but I was looking at an island off the coast and I pointed at it from his house. The guy looked at me, turned, and he goes, "You're going to make my head explode. I got to go upstairs." So their reaction is they got to go. They got to go back to their safety of thinking what everyone else thinks. They have to do what everyone else does. That's where it's safe. It's safe there.
The normal box. They know where everything is.
It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong either. See, we're upset with, like, is it in the right path? Is it in our path? Is it a problem? They're going, fuck that. I seen everyone go. I gotta go. It's like a trendy piece of clothing. I have to have
When abnormal becomes cool, maybe people will jump on board.
Yeah, but that's the last thing we want, Merle. When it's cool to be a flat earther because Miley Cyrus is, we got a big problem then. Because we can't turn them away. So
well, this TikTok generation that we have coming in then is a problem because that's like how they all think and behave now. And we have this huge wave of like new flat earthers coming in, young generation, like what do you even call them now? Gen Alpha? I think that's what they went to now. But it's
really.
Well, I think we restarted I think that we ran out of letters, right? So
Alpha.
Yeah, they're calling them the alphas. Yeah, that's the thing.
Right. Well, they need to be trained, and
Merle's in charge. Merle's in charge. We're gonna have an army of Merles out there ready to turn on you at any moment.
Well, all you have to do is ground yourself. This is my advice to the future flat earthers of the world. Learn where the seatbelt is. Learn where the eject button is. Figure out how your mind works. Trust yourself. Trust your senses. Not always, but trust yourself. You're not broken. God doesn't make junk.
Well, that's why you should probably keep out of the debate realm, because that's the message that is going to be told to you. You are broken.
Yeah. Your brain doesn't work properly and you didn't concentrate in
Yeah.
school.
Yeah.
You're a weirdo.
Oh, we're all weirdos at the end of the day. Oh. Own it. Own it. We're all weirdos.
I think there's an intelligence, though, in flat Earth. I mean, not saying the globe or the ballers aren't smart. They are. But there's a different kind of intelligence out
most of them actually aren't. Most of them actually aren't. I would disagree with you 100% there. Most of these guys just feign. They feign intelligence. They're actually here only to obfuscate and obstruct. That's all they're here for. They're not smart when pressed.
Okay,
interference patterns.
But at the end of the day, you want to play their game.
Be polite. Don't get triggered.
No, I don't want to play their. I don't want to play their game.
Be respectful now.
People play it every single day.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
done
like playing
their
games,
game.
Andy.
I'm done playing their game.
Shut
I
up,
don't like
Terry.
playing games. Shut up.
Silly baller.
You
Hey,
shut
Terry.
up.
Here you go, buddy.
Tell Merlin to shut up, Andy.
I think, I mean, about like this association that's been given about this term flat earth with like people that are stupid and weird and all that. I mean, I've met a lot of people in terms of the earth not being a globe and it being a stationary planar surface, just like our ancient ancestors and since the dawn of humanity have had as the foundation of the earth. And I mean, there's always going to be a mixture of people in any, but in general, they've been overall, if I was just to kind of throw some words out there, I would say there's like groundedness and awareness. Yeah. A lot of other things, but yeah, those just came to mind.
Openness, inquisitiveness.
No.
I thought we weren't allowed to call people
I'm
names.
not sure who that was who said you have to play their game or
Bandsaw.
yeah, bandsaw what I'm saying is
No. I never said you have to play their game. I said we play their game. We get caught up in going round and round in circles with these people.
Yeah.
That's
Good
what
on
I
you,
said.
the shape of the earth. Just go around in circles.
Yep.
I never said we had to play it at all.
Well, Terry, we're handling it for the whole world, so
Yeah.
everyone else who isn't talking about it is concentrated on those who are. So it's there's a lot. I think certain things do go in circles in logical ways, but there's so many different nuances to all kinds of topics related to, if we're talking about the earth in particular, there's so many ancillary, interconnected, interwoven components.
I thought it just come under the umbrella of reality, didn't it? Of what we.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But not everyone's interested, Terry, in that. You know, like there's a lot of fantasists, there's a lot of people playing computer games, and especially these days.
it's so easy to see though, it's really frustrating for a lot of flat earthers. I keep my cool most of the time. I very rarely blow up. I think most people here know that if they know me at all. But I see it in a lot of other flat earthers where there's a lot of frustration built up, and it's understandable because they see something but they're not good at articulating it, or even if they're doing their best to articulate it and they're doing a good job, people just refuse to hear it, to understand it. But I don't know. It's just like there's a lot of good people involved, and they come across bad. in a lot of situations, but I consider myself. I mean, of course, anybody would, but I'm not a stupid person. I don't just like decide things on a whim. Like flat
Yeah.
Earth makes a lot more sense. It makes a lot more sense. I'm not putting the growers down. It's just that you guys got to understand the bigger picture. Like everything comes together. Like religions and like governments and just creation stories of like I don't know. It all somehow fits together, but it all sounds crazy when we try to articulate it because you have to cover every base. Like, I mean, and it's not just 4 bases in this game of baseball. We're talking about like you have to cover topics from every fucking angle, and it most of it's not understandable by your average person. So it's like really hard to get this through to people. But when you see the pattern and when you start to get interested and you research, you see that like all of this is orchestrated, all of it, like your entire history, like every story you've been told, like like why again we were talking earlier about why is it that our population is so low? If you give any amount of population growth, we should be way higher. Resets, you know, like things these Tartaria guys are getting into. They might not be right, the people who jump to conclusions about their conclusions, but they're pointing out some really interesting points, like where there's a lot of lost history and just guesses, and we just take it on authority all the time. About
Yeah, that's what I love about. Yeah, like people that know about the shape of the Earth have such an open mind to so many other things because they've already cracked one of the biggest ones. I was just remembering, like I went to this thing. It was called Flat Camp, and it was like a camping. It was like a camping event for that was put on by this flat earther guy, and ODD actually came from ODD TV came, and there were several of us there. But I guess my point in bringing it up was more just that like it was an awesome group of people, and they were just the most amazing conversations ever. Like, because it's like we had a bonfire and we were cooking food and people were drinking, smoking. I mean, it was like a whole a great vibe, and like it was just amazing because everyone was so cool and such good vibes, and you could just fire up any conversation, and they would in general, people would just instantly be like, oh yeah, I've heard of this, or I haven't heard of this, or whatever it may be. You know, it's like coming and bringing it all together. And then I learned like so many new things from people. And then there were so many things that we had in common that we had like come to as well. Like it was amazing. And we ended up staying up all night till the sun came up. And it was like, yeah, I'm just like saying that it's awesome how people with open minds can have a lot of knowledge and have done a lot of research.
I mean, like anytime I look, no matter what's being said in here, you always got your globe-sided naysayer. But like, what is this? Like I've said, I'm married, so whatever.
Yeah, that's C4.
Anyway, so like you're saying, of course they're frustrated. This was earlier back. Like, no, people are frustrated because they have trouble. Look, they're having trouble describing it to you, who is like just not going to be convinced. You people are the naysayers. We don't need to convince you. We're never going to. It's a debate setting. You guys have one side, we have another, and see, unfortunately, on your side, you don't give a shit about truth. You only give a shit about trying to win a point, trying to convince somebody, regardless of whatever lie or thing you came up with. It's just about making sure that they did not listen or hear the flat earther who might cast doubt in the official story. You people are here literally just to fuck with us. You're nothing but parasites.
I mean, aren't you just setting yourself up to never ever accept that you could be wrong with that line of thinking?
No, No, not at all. We could still be wrong, but
And
you people are parasites.
And aren't you denying that they're really in love with us and obsessed with us, and they know that we know how to think? It's not what we think; it's what we know how to think, and they're obsessed with why we think, not what we think, not how we think. Why? They sit there dumbfounded, and they're in love with us. That's why I'm selling merch now. Everyone, contact Jose Gonzalez if you want to buy any T-shirts with our pictures on it, so the fanboys can wipe up their little mess afterwards with our pictures on it because they're in love with us. Neg's in love
This is
with
a
us. Neg's been in
strange
love.
turn to this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I
Neg's
don't
in
know.
love. Neg's
I
in
don't know
love.
about.
They don't hate
I don't
us.
know about where name calling starts and ends, but
They don't
parasites
hate
is
us.
what I think of all
They
of them.
don't
Like
hate us.
they're just.
No, ask him.
But,
Neg, you
hey,
love
Dan,
us. You love us. You don't hate us, right?
cool. I don't know. I think it's weird to jump into a conversation and start
Well, why
throwing
are you
merchandise
here?
around.
Why are you here for 5 years straight? Just like sort of licking your paws around us. What is it doing for you?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Yeah, what motivates you, parasite?
It's not parasitic. They're in love with you.
Let's not
They're in love with
do like name calling stuff. Negator's cool.
It's not. It's way more positive than you think. They're impressed at how you think, why you think, why you think. Why do you go against the grain? They're looking at you and they're going, "What the fuck?"
Negator, is it because you are attracted that could be truth here? Is that at the end of the day, or what fuels you?
So I got into flat Earth by looking at other conspiracies, like most of them, the moon landing, Sandy, whatever, 9/11. I looked at all that, and I even some of them accepted and talked to other people about. And it was a very short period of time. It was a long time ago too. I had no idea there were like communities are revolving around this stuff. It produced a very
Negator. I think they want to know, why do you keep coming back here to talk to them if you don't believe the Earth is flat?
Right, and this is part of the story, is that I found a flat Earth after that, and I gave it a shot. I thought some of the aspects were interesting, about the government seeming to hide different things, high jump and paperclip and all that stuff. But in doing so, I found the rebuttals to all this and even more information, and looked back over all of it. And so really flat Earth was kind of the thing that pushed me away from, or began to push me away from, all those other conspiracies. And why I keep coming back is well, it has to do with truth, right? Like, that's the reason I started looking at those things, was because I was interested in the truth of things and reality. And I
flat
don't
Earth
like
is
that,
true, right?
and I don't like that people push things that are untrue. And I'm also very, one of you guys mentioned something about psychology behind it. Like, it is interesting to find out what is driving someone to think this and so on.
Oh yeah, it is, dude. It's like the most epic thing ever, that the Earth is just a massive, extended, planar surface that isn't moving. That's like a divinely created realm. That's amazing. It's the best news ever.
Negator, you said something interesting though. You said you don't like it when people push something that isn't true. So do you come here to stop that, or what?
I like the challenge of trying to phrase something in such a way that someone else will understand it. Right? Like, which
You ever like to somebody who
to upload your groceries.
your
Someone's Alexa, yeah.
Merle, your mic is open.
Australian Alexa.
Well, do you ever have any success in convincing anyone of any of the globe stuff, Negator? Like, do you ever have any? I mean, is that what you're trying to do, or?
if it's a byproduct, I think that's a good thing. But yeah, there's been a few over the years. And I also think in the overall, in the big picture, right? In 2014-15, FE was much more popular on YouTube. You go online, there'll be like 4 or 5 hangouts happening simultaneously with lots of different people. And that doesn't happen. It's just the same sort of 2 or 3 smallish platforms now. And I think part of that is because many of those folks found the truth and backed off from it.
That's not true. That's not
I
true.
think I contributed to that in the big picture.
The people that have peeled off have found that they're out of the crusade mode. Like born again Christians, they want to tell everyone they go on a mission. And most of us flat earthers are on a mission. But when you grow up, which I haven't, you can deal with it yourself. You don't have to go preach it, and you don't need to prove it, and you don't need to argue the facts. And many of them grew up. And the lack of community, the failure of community, gave them nothing to cling to, and it's still a huge failed community and a dramatic problem for me. I wanted Flat Earth to be my chosen family. You know, I didn't have good family. Flat Earth was family to me, and it's been horrible. Hey, can I read you guys something that I read to other people, and then tell me correct me if anyone can chime in on what a flat earther is, because I have a little paragraph about it. Is it a good time, or should we bug Neg some more?
Oh, go for it, man.
Go for it, Dan.
Many people are not aware that the flat earth movement and our obsession with understanding our home is not about the geography and topography of Earth. The term flat earth itself is a catchphrase for knowing we're not on a spinning globe. It's not a belief, which would be faith-based and not scientific at all. Flat earthers do not claim to know any more than the fact that we are recovering heliocentrists. None of us have ever explored the outer regions of this realm, much less proven its physical reality. Flat Earth is about being alert and about having a sense of self amongst a sea of followers in a corrupt society with a culture of money and war. Sadly, Flat Earth has no community, no school, no church, no center, no curriculum, no leaders, no political affiliations. I don't know any Flat Earthers that follow the Flat Earth Society. We know that real science is observable, measurable, and repeatable, and that it's not easy being different. And I hope that explains it to people that don't know who we are, particularly if they found a Flat Earth Society or anything goofy prior to meeting someone, you know. Hopefully they meet a real Flat Earther. Whatever. I mean, hopefully I described a real Flat Earther.
Yeah, I mean, that sums up the rhetoric position well.
I hope.
But I was Dan, we've spoken a lot in Gems, and I was curious to talk to Lou more, or really anybody here that I've never spoken to.
Yeah, Lou's a legend.
I wouldn't go that far, guys, but I appreciate it. Like, I've been around for a while now. Like, legend. I've never been on any shows, never done any big experiments or anything like that. Like, I'm just a shit talker like the rest of y'all. But people respect me for the most part, and I appreciate that.
Bucket of Truth? Is that where Lunatic came from?
You want? It's all right. It's so stupid. I've literally been rocking this name since like 1999. Every online handle I've ever had has been under this name, starting with when I created my first PlayStation 2 account. And this was just my name back then, like for online gaming and shit. Like, it came from a upright citizens brigade.
That episode is the shit. It is the funny.
You know what I'm talking about?
Bucket of Truth. That's why I called you Bucket of Truth, dude. Remember, that's why I called you Bucket of Truth. Damn you, bong boy!
Fuck. It's Lunatic, damn it.
It's Lunatic.
Damn it.
That's good stuff.
That's literally where it came from. I was stoned one morning when I had to create an online handle, and I had just watched that, and I thought it was funny, and I created a name. That's how I got my name.
Officer Lunatic.
Yeah. He's a narc cop, and all the kids give him shit, like going, lunatic, lunatic, and he's like, it's Lunatic, damn it. It's just dumb as fuck. But it's old. It's 90s Canadian sketch comedy. Like, what do you expect? Yeah, that's where it came from. I've been rocking this name for like 23 years or some shit.
Nice.
Nag, what are you saying in chat? You after me?
Yeah, so Negator. So I was going to ask you. You said you first got into researching things back in 2014, 15. You were saying a little bit of your journey with everything. So in terms of the shape of the Earth, everything you've looked through, you have come to the conclusion that the truth is that the Earth is a sphere and it's rotating in a vacuum and it's moving in all the different vectors. Is that what you've concluded after everything you've looked into, that it's a heliocentric in the globe model? Or because that always interests me, like how could people be looking through a lot of the same information? Granted, people may of course have variety, so I don't know exactly what you have looked into or what, if you've done any experiments or observations in real life and so on, but that's the conclusion you came to after looking into it.
Yeah, and the amount of time I spend on YouTube watching flat Earth videos and the rebuttals to them is absolutely inordinate. But yeah.
But did you buy a T-shirt?
No.
What does that mean? Absolutely inordinate? Can you just clarify your...
Negator, here's the question. Would you come to a meetup and just hang out and have a good time?
I would, if I could be convinced that the apologies, I mean yogurt. I ran into a few folks over the years that were
eating yogurt,
violent stalkers.
You guys remember when Lewis came to that meetup? Old Lewis Hackett right at the beginning. I should say young Lewis Hackett. He was a youngster, but he went to that meetup. I think it was in like Denver with, I think ODD was there and I forget, several others. Or maybe was that one of the one? I think that was ODD and that guy Flat Earth Asshole. I think that was like on that Flat Earth Asshole tour thing, and then ODD was there as well, I believe. Yeah, but yeah, Lewis showed up. There's videos of Lewis like sitting at a table talking about flat Earth. He's like dropping all this globe stuff, and they're all debating and stuff. Like, he was a little bit shy, but yeah, he was there.
I mean, I have no problem with that. The issue I think would be getting away from the wife and saying, "Hey, I'm gonna go to a flat Earth hangout and talk to these guys." But could I live in Colorado, near Colorado Springs, and I mean, more than having to go hike and sit around a campfire and fuck off for a couple hours. But
so you're saying it would be hard for you to stomach having to say to your wife, "Hey, I'm going to hang out with flat earthers"? Like she would...
It's been a point of contention for a while, because I would argue with folks online, and my kids were around, and they're a bit older now, and it wasn't really setting a good precedent. Like get a dad arguing with dudes on the internet about something that, whether you believe it or not, or it is or is not, isn't really relevant to our life, and just kind of acting in a way that's not a good example. So I mostly stopped that. But yeah, it would be hard to say, "Hey, babe, this is what I'm going to go do for a weekend or a day or whatever."
Would you categorize it as trolling back in those days?
Me trolling?
Yeah, I'm not saying it was or wasn't. I'm just saying, would you categorize it as that? Kind of sounds like that was in a way the way you were describing it.
So I'll fully admit that if I engage someone that I think is acting like a douche and I can't figure out a way to get through or a way to have any kind of constructive conversation, I'd be an asshole. And you can call that trolling. But early on, it was there were some times where I would get to work and I would just search YouTube for the latest whatever flat Earth videos came out the day prior, and look at the claims, and like it was almost like solving a crossword puzzle where you have to go look at their claims and then go research it. And some of them was like, why can I see this at this distance? So it was kind of neat to get on Google Maps and know exactly where these two observations were made from, do the math behind it, and then throw the answer out. So not trolling. For me, it was like doing a crossword puzzle every day.
Are you sure you're not ready for Flatanon meetings? Like, I think that's where we're headed. It's like little meetings where we can cover ourselves. Say, look, I'm going to meetings, but they're really meetups. So you'd be welcome at a Flatanon meeting.
Is that like a 12-step program?
I hope so. I hope one day it really is. I really do. I think it could save marriages. Because look, it's happening between him and his family, and he's not even flat. He's not even flat, and it's causing trouble.
No, that was years ago. The only reason I got time to do this now is because I'm stationed in overseas for a little while.
Did you say stationed? Did you say stationed?
Yeah, I'm in India.
In the military or?
Yeah, Army.
He's clearly a paid agent.
Yeah, no, I hear you, dude. Well, I was gonna say before, like, if you were saying that you're, searching for truth, like you see yourself as a truth seeker, searcher, whatever term, then if you're coming into a community of people talking about flat Earth, would that then indicate that you're searching for something? You're searching for truth in that community. Wouldn't the logic of that go together? That's the truth you're seeking, perhaps, or something is drawing you towards that in particular?
Nah, we just dig. We dig everywhere, don't we? Dig everywhere.
I mean, I do. Yeah, sometimes sometimes I hear things that are interesting. I'll go look it up and but otherwise, I mean, no. I like I said, I like the challenge of it, I guess.
Do you feel like you can do it? You can substantiate a globe Earth and make it a viable option?
I don't have near the real world experiences that some of the other Globers do as far like surveying and travel and things like that. But I think I know how, and given some money and some time, I could sit down and do it with somebody.
Well, as far as Globers go, you're good competition. You're a good player. You play fair. You know, I appreciate that. You're you. You know, you come as you, and that's commendable. It really is. I wish we offered that to you in return.
If you had the money, Negator, how would you go about establishing it? If you had the money and the time.
I mean, first thing to do would be find somebody that has, is a flat earther and establish with them what they want to see. Because what I want to see has already been done. Mm-hmm. But otherwise, I'd buy like a transit or a theodolite or a total station, and I'd get a nice telescope. The same way that Kozlowski went to the Great Salt Flats or Salt Plains, whatever they're called, and did several measurements over several miles.
Yeah. Well, so
in your mind, what's the chance that it's not a globe?
0. I'll be honest, I like to entertain the idea that there's some crazy esoteric cool world out there with hidden knowledge. That's always interested in me. That's kind of what took me down the conspiracy path to start with. So I'll entertain it, but no, it's 0.
Well, I got it for you. I mean, I know why you're here, and it's because we have the refraction killer. We went to the salt flats too. And we looked at a truck 10 miles away, and no longer should we argue about why we're seeing it, because you and I can agree it's either refraction or line of sight. But there it is. It's lit up. We lit it up with a shitload of lights 10 miles away. And we drag that across left to right now 10 miles. And so it's no longer about whether or not we're seeing it due to refraction. We're agreeing that we see it. And now we're going to paint a line on the Earth. And I'm going to ask you to observe that, and in time-lapse form, we're going to basically force the light instead of force the line. And we've done We've done it at Salt Flats. We're going to do it over the ocean next. And I dare you to deny that we shouldn't see 16 feet of curvature in the middle of a 10-mile run, and that I'm going to have the pixel strength to pick it up. And it's been done before, so this is just a repeat to make it real scientific. So I think I got you, because the refraction we can argue about all day long, but we can still see it. There it is. Now let's take it left and right, and let's paint a line on that Earth, and let's pick it up through magnification and pixel strength and see if it's got dips on the left or right when you're at the center point of a 10-mile traverse. So I hope this lateral run is the killer for refraction. And
Yeah, it would be awesome. I just thought too to put like sensors right where the lights are, and then maybe have drones that are all hovering at a particular altitude, and then the drones would be pinging off the sensors to be able to see if you get a ping rate of a curve or just a flat plane.
that'd be fun. And I'm going to do the whole thing at sunset after proving that the sunset is more distant than the boat to begin with, because the boat is, is predictable to have been already over the horizon, which it obviously won't be, but mathematically it should be. They're going to call refraction, and I'm going to do it at sunset, hopefully, where we can also prove from the original observation point that there's still an observable sunset far beyond the boat.
Nice, dude. Yeah, it's going to take a lot of things to really fully prove and definitively.
Well, it starts like this, right? You stand there and make them do the prediction of when the boat's going to disappear before you start. You piss them off by making them do calculations on temperature and barometric pressure and shit that doesn't matter, because we can give them all the play they want. It doesn't matter. We're sure we can see 10 miles. It doesn't matter. So a 20-foot boat would be hidden by 33 feet of blockage at 10 miles. So give them 10 miles. And in the case of Ruhif, I gave them 20. The point is there's distant sunsets. So it starts with their prediction and their failure or not. They can argue it all they want. Then the observable sunset being further away. And then the force the light laterally. It's a 3-banger, man. I'm going to kill refraction that day. It's going to be great.
So, Dan, I gotta be honest, man. Like, of all the flat earthers I've talked to in like nearly the last decade, there's always tells to me when someone isn't actually a flat earther. And so I find it strange, man, that you cut in here, all these guys were talking, they had this big conversation. I cut in as the Glober thinking, okay, maybe they'll want to talk to me. And immediately you took center stage, man. You've been kind of weirdly diatribing about things. And what more, like we've explained to you and Jim several times, just the basic experiments you have to do involving a transit or a data light, you still don't do them. You come up with other cockamamie ideas and push them to these guys that, hey, this other thing should work when it's not going to do anything.
Well, you mentioned the measurements that they did on the Salt Flats. So you worked with numbers and measurements. We worked with actual vision. Now, we both have recordings of it, and I'm just going to repeat it for you where you can see it somewhere else. So I'm not sure what you want from me for doing science. I'm sorry. But I came up with an idea I'm pretty stoked about.
Look, there's no doubt that there's a lot of flat earthers that need to be put kind of in check. Like, unfortunately, when it comes to alternative think, you tend to also get other types of, I don't know what the right word is for it, but like societal, outcasts tend to be kind of attracted to such things. And then they also tend to be very outspoken, and often we're misrepresented by the most outspoken, crazy people that you can find. Like, I don't agree with all flat earthers. A lot of them do have to be put into place. I wish most of them wouldn't talk. Honestly, they're doing us a disservice when they speak, most of them. But the same goes for the globe too. Like, you guys all have a blind trust for just authority and stories, and a lot of flat earthers do too. They're spouting shit that they can't back up, that they can't, you know. This just goes both ways. It's really saddening, actually, when you really have been in this for a long time. Like, it just, even the ones that sound smart, after a while, you realize that they're just making shit up as they go along.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think it's true of humanity in general. Is people's egos like to come across as an expert to others.
Gosh, I find it different. I find it different. I encounter science and scientific language when I really only offer observation, and I can repeat under different conditions, but I don't know the definition you want to attach to it. I keep arguing over the horizon line and what to call it. But it's your prediction. You call it whatever you want.
I don't know. I took a theodolite to a lake, and during several times a day and several different days, took angular measurements showing that the horizon dropped from level, that objects in the distance at the same elevation dropped from level, and that the objects in the distance were obstructed. But the objects dropping from level is the best measurement you can do to prove that something that we are resting on a curved surface as opposed to a flat one where something at the same elevation would not drop from level.
Well, the horizon, as far as the horizon goes, in my understanding of it, its position is based upon how far you can see, essentially, in the atmosphere that day. So if it's half a mile, 3 miles, the point at which the ground and sky meet changes depending how far you can see. So if you can see really far and that horizon goes way back there, like in the one that people refer to as Black Swan in that footage, it goes way out. Whereas on the other day, when there's a lot more occlusion in the environment, it seems to, the spot where the ground meets the sky is much closer. So that is going to change its position to what is level, because level is based upon horizontal, and the place at which the ground and the sky meet, although it is a horizontal plane going out, that position changes because level horizontal, as you go out, is going to have a different ratio. It's basically like the same thing as a dip angle in celestial navigation. Like, you're creating a triangle because you're up above the ground, let's say 6 feet, 10 feet, whatever it is. You're looking at the horizon, and then there's a line from the horizon to your feet. And so that creates a triangle. And depending on how far the horizon is, that triangle, the angles are going to be different. And it's going to constellate differently based on that. So that, in my mind, that's not Earth curve. It's actually just the position at which the ground meets the sky, and the, if you want to call it like a magnification ratio. I do think there's magnification involved, although I'm not saying that's the main thing. I'm just referring to the place at which the ground and the sky meet, which changes. And that's what creates and then the obstruction or obscuration is connected to that as well, which I'll take a breath here because I know I said a lot there.
There was an important negator. You said an important. Oh, sorry to interject. Negator mentioned something pretty important that I think maybe got overlooked, was that he went on numerous days. He made numerous measurements, multiple times. Not just one.
Yeah, negating the mechanics of water,
Yeah.
and
Hey, Dan.
negating line of sight.
Dan.
So essentially affirming the consequent on multiple occurrences.
No. There's something really important about taking many measurements and many observations, as opposed to just one. That one you take might be an outlier. Cough, black swan, cough.
I understand this concept. I talked about it earlier. Like, I can get how you can be more confident in your guess based off of more data, but it all still is dependent on presuppositions in the first place. You can never test it. It's just a better guess.
But isn't really? It's actually not even really a better guess. But I do hear what you're saying, though.
Yeah,
it's a much worse guess, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you phrase that? But yeah, I think you know what I mean.
Gio, how is it a worse? How is it a worse guess? Though?
Well, because the time guess.
Yeah, the foundation is the actual geometry of reality. XYZ axis. The ground is the ground. The sky is the sky. Electromagnetic gradient. The Earth is planar. Water is level, going out from you.
I mean,
That's-
you're saying a lot of things, but
and that it's not moving. That would be the best if you had to guess, because that's exactly what you experience. To then be like, oh no, actually I'm on a sphere and it's rotating. That's like a much more outlandish, unlikely possibility, and isn't even based with anything you're experiencing or measuring.
Sure. I just want to make sure I understand. So you're not arguing that one single measurement is better than many repeated measurements. You're definitely not saying that, right?
No, we can say we can at least look into the data with many data points. We can say like that the data was consistent. Like now, what does it mean? It doesn't necessarily prove. It doesn't prove anything. It's just this is the data. Unfortunately for the globe, all of the data you can get doesn't prove anything unless you can actually test it. It's what they say is what's the right word when it's not testable?
Unfalsifiable.
Unfalsifiable. Yes, the globe is unfalsifiable, which means that all of these conversations that we have are meaningless because neither one of us can prove the other one wrong.
Sorry, but one more time, Gio, you're not arguing that one single measurement is better than multiple repeated measurements, are you?
No, I don't think I ever said
that. Okay. Just making sure. Sorry, go ahead, Negator.
Was it? Where did that?
The reason Chronic mentioned that was because Gio mentioned how things in the distance can alter based off of lots of factors, and I agree. And the reason we took multiple was to get an average, look for outliers, and there were outliers where things weren't quite as high as they should have been. But by and large, everything was lower than it should have been if Earth was flat, and mostly where it should have been if Earth is a globe. So having said that, I don't understand lunatics claiming that we can't test the measurements.
No, look. Actually, I want to retract what I said. When I said neither one of us can prove the other wrong, what I meant is the globe cannot prove the flat Earth wrong. Because the flat Earth can prove day in and day out that we see farther than what you claim the globe to be. So, in fact, actually, we can falsify your standpoint, but you cannot do the same to ours.
Oh, we would say we do it all the time. Just a simple sunset, for example.
That doesn't do it.
No, I recognize that you wouldn't think that does it, but in our minds it does.
Lunatic, there's something a little weird. You have to agree with me. There's something a little weird about it. Just think about comparing them apples to apples, right? A glober making some observation that seems to confirm the globe versus a flat earther, and like Negator has done, very well set up experiment. Many observations, many different data points, different days, different conditions, finding the mean and uncertainty.
I'm not familiar with what Negator did.
I'm not either. I'm not either.
I've talked with Negator many times. He used to be frequent, 24/7. And he never struck me as like a scientist. I didn't know he was somebody who was any more qualified than say a Soundly or a anybody else I don't give a fuck about.
Yeah, qualifications don't mean anything on the internet, but that sort of experiment compared to one singular, crazy hella refractive, image across, water of platforms that appear to be.
Hey, I've had enough of this.
A little bit of a difference there.
Chronic, I've had enough of this.
I'm just being honest, Dan.
No, it's called Salt and Sea. It's called Salt and Sea. Both Nat Geo Discovery, and I've been there dozens of times. We've all been there dozens of times. The repeat is done. So you are just off base. You're ignoring that Discovery falsified it. Nat Geo falsified it. I've got plenty of footage from being there. Well, it's just this very basic shit that maybe you're not aware of, but the repeat attempts have been done. And we've done
you
more.
should
I
enlighten
can
me then.
prove to you, and Neg, I can prove to you that look at Nat Geo stuff. There is absolutely retarded science where they have zero expectation of a curve. They had to throw out their balloon experiment because we could see them on the ground, because we have line of sight at
But
9.6
you should
miles.
enlighten me though, Dan. Instead of just saying it.
I will
Hey,
give
hang
you
on,
30.
hang on,
I
Chronic,
will,
hang on.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Dan, look, man, Chronic was having a good back and forth with Lunatic, and you've dove in, diverted to a weird straw man about, hey, I want you to defend what Nat Geo did. Nobody was talking about Nat Geo, man. Let him have his conversation.
no, he was talking as if the black swan was the only experiment or anything observation that's ever fucking been done.
Nah, you're jumping the gun a little bit, though. We might have got there.
He said it over and over again.
No, I pointed out a stark difference that I see, in my own opinion, between well repeated many observations, showing curvature, obstruction, compared to very, very seemingly, again, this is all just my opinion, crazy outlier, images with crazy refraction going on one time that's not repeated. That just seems a little sketchy.
If you're literally just trying to say like the only evidence we have is this black swan, then
no, I'm comparing the body of like theodolite observations that appear to confirm globe Earth with other flat Earth observations
they're only
that
designed to work for like 400 meters at tops. Like after that, they're done. After that, they're done for.
That's incorrect.
No, it's not.
I just wanted to say, since we were talking about it, I just got these two pictures queued up. Negator and whoever was listening, but I was mentioning how
Negator
horizon basically constellates at different distances. That one at the top shows one example of how the one on the left you can see a lot further. So the horizon, the position that the horizon is much further distance-wise, just extends out as much as the plane allows for. And then the other one is to where the ground and the sky are meeting a lot closer. And so the bottom layer is like magnified. You can actually see much more of the details of the waves and everything, and it looks a lot closer, whereas the background layer is still there. And then the one on the bottom just shows how on the same day, or sorry, different days, but same elevation, same exact location, we get these different positioning effects as well. Whereas the one on the right shows an extended plane, looks like everything, you can tell how the water extends out. Whereas the one on the left, once again, has, if you want to call that obstruction or obscuration, but that's definitely not Earth curve, because if it was, it would be consistent. That's one reason why I think it's not Earth curve, but it is something, and it does need to be explained over a planar Earth.
Anything but curvature, Geo.
Yeah, I'm confused how your argument is it's not consistent, therefore it's a globe. However, atmosphere makes observations inconsistent, while not also acknowledging that the Earth can both be a globe and seen through atmosphere. Did that make sense?
I think we interpreted what Gio was saying. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, the thing, okay, I hear you. Yeah, it could be a globe, and then you're getting a different refraction effect. I guess these are the two, at least these two ideas. I'm not saying these are the only two, but you may claim that it is a curved Earth, but the refraction basically kind of sort of like a periscope. It allows you to see around corners, and it seems to bend right with the curve of the Earth. And it does it in a way that not only kind of bends with it, but it lifts it up, essentially, because the Earth, if it's curved, you shouldn't be able to see beyond the curve. We know we see beyond the curve. That's absolutely, if you don't know that yet or don't agree with that, then I would say you're just not aware that it occurs, because we definitely see beyond what the curve should be of a globe. So now, and the globe earthers, of course, admit that. I assume you would as well. So now you have to come up with an explanation why you're seeing around the curve. So this idea that a refraction is kind of allowing the entire field of your image, a field of your view, to have an effect where it like anti-warps the curve and displays it up on the horizon in a planar fashion, meaning horizon, horizontal, everything's level, it's stacked, kind of like a hamburger. It's like stacked with multiple layers. So that's what it's doing in the globe explanation. So it's literally making the Earth flat in that idea. Yeah. So you have to say, hey, that makes it flat. What I'm saying is it's always planar. It just depends on how far we can see that.
So what you posted, Gio, I acknowledge everything you just said. Yeah, refraction is a thing. We both agree. These images you just posted are a great example in a justification of why multiple repeated observations in different conditions, different days, all of that is needed, is necessary. You agree? Because if you take any one of these images that you posted and only use that one image and be completely blind to anything else, then yes, you're going to get a really, a pretty bad, understanding of the reality of the situation. But take 800 of these on 800 different days, average them, you can get an uncertainty at the, the inferred distance to these, or the horizon. With some error bars, then you probably have a much better understanding of reality.
I got you. So what is your explanation for those images? I shared a little bit of mine. I could go on more, but I'm trying not to be too long-winded. So what is your explanation?
Yeah, simply refraction. Simply refraction.
So explain it as if your audience has never heard it before. Like you are presenting, meaning like you just put up, you got a room, people listening, you put up these images, and then you're going to now explain how it is on a globe.
Yeah. The 4 images you posted were each taken in different conditions, it appears. At a different time or a different atmospheric condition, such that the effects from refraction give a different apparent horizon and different, visual, images that you see.
And if the horizon is beyond where it should be on the globe, what's the explanation for that?
Refraction.
Define should be, Gio.
How is it changing where the horizon is if it's a physically curving sphere?
Sorry, Ruhif spoke at this. He wanted you to do something. You could repeat it though. I got confused.
Yeah, define should be, like where the horizon should be on a globe.
Oh, you're getting at him acknowledging refraction or not?
Where there should be a physical ground meeting the physical sky, because that's what your globe is.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, but where that is depends on refraction.
No, yes. We're talking about a geometric horizon, the one that you guys claim you can never see.
Right. The geometric horizon, which ignores refraction, is pointless.
Anything can happen because of refraction. You can see anything as long as
it removes the 8 inches per mile squared too.
It can if it's really strong.
So, Chronic, is that your explanation? Like, how is it bending around the curve? How is the refraction doing that? How have you substantiated that that's occurring?
Given the all these answers though, but sure I'll do,
Gio.
How does it make your presupposed sphere be explained? How does an extended planar geometric photo?
What?
What we're looking at is planar geometry.
Is it?
What you're asserting?
That's an interesting
it is.
Claim you're positing, but
it is.
I disagree. So then we can't move forward. You claim something, I claim something else. You claim something else, I claim something else.
Well, there's no left to right curvature, and the Earth extends out.
Is there not?
Level and horizontal as far as we're able to see.
Yeah, field of view. That's my answer.
But even without saying field of view, is it actually not?
Like the 273 mile long distance world record for photograph.
Yeah, one single image once again. So the only reason I spoke up is to advocate, to just try and understand why countless repeated data points and observations are orders of magnitude more important than a one single potential outlier.
All right, well, here's another one. In Hawaii, from Oahu, you can see the island of Kauai. And depending on where you are on Oahu, it could be as low as 90 miles and as high as about 130. And of course, you could go higher elevation if you want. But even from a low elevation at 90 miles up to 120 in that range, it can be very easy to observe. You can see Kauai. Now, looking at doing all the curvature calculation, you absolutely should not be able to see it. So what is allowing you in your worldview to see Kauai as if the Earth has an extended planar geometry.
I'm not.
I would love
familiar.
to see I would love to see your expectations, Gio.
I would need
That's a very
much more
well-known
information.
one. It's a well-known one. I would suggest taking a trip and doing it yourself ultimately, because it's easy to do.
But
stick the image in the chat and we'll analyze it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's tons of them around. Yeah, it's well known. I mean, meaning a lot of people have done it and taken shots of it.
Yeah, enlighten me. Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
So I'm just saying, like, how is that happening on a globe?
Well, so your last image, the singular image of the oil rig, right? That's flipping back and forth, the GIF.
Yeah, it's like two different. It's apparently the same location and different days. Yeah.
Sure. So
elevation, just different days. Yeah, and probably different time of day too. I would think.
Yeah. So just to make sure I understand your argument, you're saying that light should not curve up and over a globe Earth in order to be seen where the physical geometry would prevent it to be seen.
Yeah, like you can't see around corners. You can't see.
Yeah, but does light bend?
Well, hang on.
Like you can't see over a mountain if you're on the other side of the mountain.
I was trying to discuss something like novel and new. We're going back to this.
Go wherever you want.
10-year-old.
I'll step back. I'm probably talking too much.
Just continue.
It's okay. In that image, there's a crane on the left-hand side of the oil rig. And one of those images, that crane is straight. And in the second image, the light coming from the crane is curving, right?
Definitely, it's distorted. Absolutely, yeah. And clearly, the one that you can see the horizon way behind it, you can see a lot further that day. So you're looking through a much more extended lens. It's definitely distorted. Yeah, just like a bonfire. You know, if you have like a bonfire going and someone's standing on the other side of it, you look at them and their face is all wavy and looking through heat. It's and there's effects like that, like distortion. So yeah, it's definitely distorted on the second one.
Well, no, there's a word that I'd like you to use, and it's that it's curving that straight arm, isn't it?
Yep, it's just being distorted. Yeah.
Well,
I think the question is, does light bend through a density
gradient? If you put glasses on that have like lenses that are like really strong or whatever, like your whole world's going to look all. So yeah, I mean, you can put lenses on things within environments, but you can't make a horizon move and you can't bend the entire world around a sphere to have it display as an extended plane.
You're missing the point, man. The oil rig's arm is straight and then it goes curved. It means the atmosphere can bend light because you're seeing that arm bent, aren't you?
I wouldn't quite describe it as bending. I think it's distorted though, for sure, visually.
What is the cause of that?
The ethereal medium between the observer and that object. The status of the ether.
You don't want to say that light curves through a density gradient, do you?
Well, something being distorted and looking a little bit curved visually is way different than something being able to bend your vision around the curve and lift it up thousands of feet to display it as a planar horizon.
It's like fractions of a degree, I think. Yeah.
That's a totally different deal. Like, yeah, you can have shit distorted. You could, like I said, just light a flame. You can see stuff distorted through the heat. But seeing around thousands of feet, miles and miles and miles of Earth curve,
how would you explain an inferior?
I mean, I get it. You got to have that belief because you know that we see too far. Like you already know that, so you already have to just roll with that. You don't really have an option with that one. You can't get away from it.
How would you explain an inferior mirage? You've got light from one object taking two paths to your eye.
That's not how I would describe it. No, an inferior mirage. No, that's a layered effect. I like Trevor's. I like the name ether band, and it's a good explanation of it. Yeah, there's definitely a band. It's amazing how there really is a band. I mean, you can call it whatever you'd like, of course, but and yeah, that band can have mirroring. It's actually all showing, in my viewpoint, the planar geometry, because the way an inferior mirage, it takes like the perfect horizontal and flips like a double mirrored image on it that has a center point. So it's definitely not a sphere in terms of that. Like it's a center
nothing
point.
to a shape.
of the stacked position of the horizon, but it all has planar geometry.
You've got one object and two paths to your eye. How do you explain that without light bending?
I wouldn't say it's two paths to any eye. You're saying that. I'm not saying that.
How do you explain it then? Like, how do you get a mirror image of something without light bending?
No, it doesn't have to do with bending. You're not seeing around any curve or anything. It's just taking the visual field and splitting the image like a mirror.
Yeah, I think I've asked my question.
It splits it at the horizontal. I mean, ultimately, I think it has to do with the electromagnetic and electrostatic nature of the environment.
Jesus.
Ultimately, and how that constellates. On a globe, I mean, yeah, I guess you could still have some mirage effects if the Earth was a globe. So yeah, some of those overlap. I think there's some things that give it away that it's not the, many things that show that it's not the actual spherical geometry that they claim, but you would still, in theory, have mirage effects if you had I mean, who knows? 93 million mile away sun. That's just, in my view, so beyond impossible. It's not even in the realm of anything that's even possible. But I guess if you want to try to kind of think of it that way, and then sort of a globe Earth and all that, you could probably still have some refraction. You could even claim some more fancier refractions because you got this like gravity thing, this atmosphere thing, so it could bend and warp, but it still doesn't work for what you would need. Like, you still have to invoke how to make your Earth that you're claiming as a globe looking completely flat.
Very rarely does it look completely flat. Very rarely.
As far as
if you get above 100 meters.
As far as we can see, with the nice little refraction effects, that's everything I've ever seen.
If you get above the surface, the effective refraction is roughly 7/6R. That's what it equates to. If you're close to the surface, like the black swan, then you can get freaking anything.
Is that your 7 or infinite over 6R? Is that where that?
Infinite radius. Infinite radius implies
7 over 6 infinite radius.
Oh, just infinite radius.
Light only has to curve 0.000723 degrees per mile to have infinite.
Yeah, I said that a minute ago. It's a fraction of a degree, but
it's a tiny fraction of a degree.
Yeah, the sexier talking point is to use words like thousands of miles of curve and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's because that's what it is.
That's a fraction of a degree.
I mean, I don't feel like you fully answered it, and so Chronic, if you want to, if you wouldn't mind, like, how is something that is like Canigou, for example? There should be a 3-mile hump of Earth curve, like the Sagitta, 3 miles. So how is the image moving 3 miles to display itself on the horizontal?
How 3 miles? I don't think it's 3 miles.
I don't quite think it is 3 miles, but
it is. I've got numbers.
Also, I'll need the what's it called? Altitude of the observer.
Let me stick it in.
Do you have an answer for? Are you just saying it bends around and makes it look like a plane? Is that your?
Well, no, I'll need to like
a plane geo. It doesn't look like a plane. You've got 2.5 kilometers of a mountain.
This is very well known. This is not like a once in a thing. I mean, it only happens once a year because the sun is setting in this particular way that it does it. But I mean, it's been observed. It's like pretty famous because a lot of people go to see it. Even if they don't like try to go up for the Guinness Book of World Records.
3,000 meter altitude for the observer. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, so it's 100.
The drop. The drop is 3 miles geo, not the hump.
That's what I said.
I thought you said a hump.
They say bulge. I mean, it's the Sagitta.
Yeah, the Sagitta is not 3 miles.
Whether you call it a bulge or a hump or whatever.
Yeah, but the drop is 3 miles.
It should be completely obscuring the entire French Alps, and we see the French Alps. We see the French Alps.
Right. How much do we see of Canigou? 250 meters of a mountain that's 2,800 meters.
I don't know where you're getting that. I mean, you could zoom in. Obviously, that picture. I might have some other ones that are higher definition because
I've made several videos on Canada.
You have to be able to, if you zoom in there, you can see the whole things. I mean, obviously
No,
not
you can't.
all the way down to the base because there's going to be some refraction and there's going to be fog layers and stuff, but you can see them and they should be completely hidden. They should be invisible. So what you have to make happen on a globe, like let's just say I really wanted to believe a globe and I'm sitting here like
refraction at 3,000 meters.
I'm just gonna logic it out, and because I have to have the Earth be a globe. What I have to somehow figure out is how to get the mountains, which are on the other side of the ball, to lift up to be, like I said, kind of planar, extended right on the horizon there. And I have to have the sun shining on those mountains. So we have to bend the entire world to lift it up to be a straight line. And then you have to somehow...
It's not a straight line.
You have to have the sun shining on that bent up, periscoped curve refraction thing to make it all just look like what it is. That's the explanation that you have to go through just to make it be what it is.
It's not a straight line. You can only see about 250 to 300 meters of the mountain. It fits 7/6R quite well. It doesn't look like a plane. There's 2.5 kilometers of a mountain under the horizon. It's one of my favorite observations. I've made a stack of videos on it. It's one of my favorites.
He's getting the memes in the chat.
Hang on.
Not that you've already seen them a million times, Ruger.
Yeah, I kind of was spamming them because I just had a couple of them, and I forget which ones. Like they have some different info on them, but I mean they're like the same. The one has.
Oh, you're talking about from Canada, that one.
I said originally, yeah. This is the world record, the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still the winner, but it was a couple years ago.
It is. I have a question though. So that was taken from Peak de Fenestrelle, and that is 2,820 meters high. Okay. Now, one of the biggest mountains you can see is called Grand Ferron, and it's 2,758 meters high. Am I looking up to Grand Ferron, or am I looking down to it?
That doesn't even make sense.
It's lower than me. Am I looking down to it?
It's 373 miles away, bro. Angular size.
Do I look above eye level to see it or below eye level if it's lower in elevation? Very simple question.
Depends on the refraction.
Don't answer, Tim. It's a trap.
It is a trap. It's absolutely a trap. No one wants to answer?
I just told you, depends on the refraction.
Stop laying out traps, Ruhif. We're not going to step into traps.
Of course you're not.
I'm just joking.
Speaking of which, Ruhif, you know I got traps. I got traps for you. You know that.
Okay.
It depends on refraction at 3,000 meters in altitude. Yeah.
Yeah, but Geo rejects refraction, rejects light bending, right? So he can't appeal to that.
I'm not going on. I never said that, man. I'll say the things I want to say. I never said those words.
Do you accept that light bends? I thought you said no before.
He's pleading the fifth, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I'm not really able to be by my mic right now. Plus, I feel like I've been talking a lot, so I think I don't want to kind of over talk too much. So we'll pick it up next time. I'll be back in a minute or so, but
all right.
Yeah, because I mean, bending light, it's a whole deeper topic. That I mean, ultimately my answer is no. Light doesn't bend.
Okay.
But the medium refracts the light in different straight directions. So in total, that in theory can bend. Although it's not the light bending, it's the straight lines being redirected.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that.
Yeah.
Like that's what we mean when we say light bends.
Yeah, and if you're in a density gradient, the light will hit more molecules below it than it will above it, and therefore it will curve down.
Yeah, my answer to that is that density is way too generalized of a term to just be linked that it just always bends this thing because of this word density. That's just not nuanced enough or detailed, and it just seems like kind of a little bit of kind of like this wording that is supposed to just be accepted as valid, in which you then build the premise on it, but you haven't established the original thing that you're building it upon.
I'm curious if Ruhef, you might know this, if ever in the history of scientific observations, optics, things like that, light propagation, if it's ever been shown empirically, observationally, experimentally that light has ever bent away from, so going through a change in density, if light's ever bent away from a denser medium.
Sorry, against like Snell's law.
Are you saying bending the other way, Chronic? Like bending the other way? Like just instead of bending down the way at the 8 inches per mile, convenient, whatever, if it bent the other way, you're saying?
You keep saying that, Gio. It doesn't bend at 8 inches per mile. It's very rare.
Or if it just goes concave on you one day, you're like, what the heck?
Yeah, you wake up,
you wake up, you're on a concave Earth, and like...
Yeah, Ruhef, I don't appreciate you saying density gradient and implying that it always means that it's more dense down. That's not the case.
No,
okay?
It's not the case, I agree. But if you get above 100 meters, it is the case.
Not always.
Kind of what I was hinting at.
99.9% of the time.
Just as long as you don't say, density gradient and then light bending down, like as if they're one and the same. They're not, because you can have density gradient where it's more dense going up. Because of
you can. But once you get above 100 meters,
humidity
that's not the
or what
case.
have you, and then it bends upwards, and that's why we have inferior mirages.
But the second thing that Ruhef's saying is pretty important.
Yeah, once you get above 100 meters above the surface, that doesn't happen. About 99.9% doesn't happen.
Sure, I can agree with that.
Yeah. So what should we do is take observations above the surface. Then we have predictable refraction, always bends down.
Is it predictable though? Wouldn't it be bending down at different levels?
Oh, it approximates 7/6R. Let me post my fucking magnificent graphs.
And then, not to mention, just because you're at an elevation that's higher than the rest, you're still like going to be on land, right? So you can't automatically assume that just because you're at a higher elevation than the rest of the stuff, that now light's going to bend perfectly fine. You're still going to have the same effects as you will have like lower elevations, because it's still evaporation from the land and yada yada.
Yeah, but if
you might
the
be rising
vast
above some of
majority,
it, but not all of it.
if the vast majority of your line of sight is more than 100 meters above the surface, you can approximate it with 7/6R. Gotta find one of my graphs. Hold on.
No, not the graph.
Not a Ruhef graph.
Like when those it says no stairway to heaven when you go into guitars, to play guitar at the store. We should have one like no graph. The graphs are killing us. Oh,
there you go. I posted Jacksonville. And that minus 2.4.
Graphs of death.
Minus 2.2 to 2.4 is equated to 7/6R.
It's like the blue screen of death, but it's Ruhef's graphs of death.
Yeah, you guys will get it one day.
Oh, Ruhef, I think there's a video it's probably like years old by now, but didn't you go to a few? No, you went to like a mountain range, maybe in California somewhere, and you took a theodolite and looked at different peaks, right?
Yep.
So I recall that video, and I think you just recorded a single measurement. Did you do all of that just in one day, or did you do repeated measurements or anything like that?
I did it in 2 days. 2 days.
Okay. Like the same observation over 2 days, or
yeah.
Oh, okay, so you could technically derive like a standard deviation in your measurement. I just in that video you didn't put error bars on your. Not to be a stickler, but the values you reported did not have error bars on them.
Right, they were just the measurements, and they matched the globe prediction and not the flat Earth prediction.
Yeah, I got the point of the video.
Yep. Good. Are you a glober now?
I'm one step closer, thanks to your video.
Ruhef, you ready for me? You want to do it another time?
I am. Yep.
Are you doing flat Earth to glober conversions here tonight? Is that the goal?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on in. The water's warm. It's great in the globe side. Predictions work. Observations all match.
Are you guys gonna dunk me under the water like 3 times? Like, how long do I got to hold my breath?
You get dunked by a globe.
May the
As long as
light
it takes
bend
to
down upon you.
baptize the fucking disgusting flat Earth toxicity out of you.
Bending light forever.
We're gonna imprint your mind with pictures of space and men landing on the moon.
I see the curve. I see the curve.
Wired telephone talking to fucking astronauts while they're golfing.
Rotation into your anus.
Oh, you know what, guys? We are spinning after all. You're thinking. We're totally spinning.
They were right.
It's obvious. I don't know why we didn't see it sooner, but we're totally upside down and right side up, and it feels exactly the same. Oh my God, it's so obvious.
So not moving right now?
No, we're spinning right now. We're totally spinning. Like thousands of miles, millions, yes. Like in multiple different directions, totally going through the universe, speeding along, and just seems like we're stationary. It's just, you're stupid if you think that the reason it seems like you're stationary is because you actually are. How stupid could you be?
It's too bad.
Crazy. Hang on, I gotta go.
You dummy.
This is funny. God, you're so stupid.
It's too bad human beings can't feel motion. Otherwise, we could determine if we're moving or not.
Oh yeah, we're spinning.
You say that now, but your wife felt motion last night.
I get it. We're so stupid we can't feel it.
All
right.
Dave, the other thing, Dave, that I finally realized is that the sun, the stars, even though they just look like these like very close, just twinkling lights that are, it's like you could almost grab them, like they're right there. Even though that's the case, actually, those are light years away. And so the light you're seeing has come from thousands of years in the past. And we're whirling through this whole thing at 2.4 million miles per hour. But because those are so far away, it just looks like it's stationary.
Well, how do you figure? And that star's already dead. Like that star's not even there anymore. But we're still getting the light because it was so infinitely far away that somehow it just seems like
we're making fun of us.
It's not happening, then you just don't know enough.
Stupid
First off. All right,
I believe in science. You don't
I just
know
wanted to
anything.
say, hold on, I'm not making fun, but I am having fun.
Okay.
Just kidding.
We're laughing with you. Maybe you'll be laughing with us soon.
Well, anyway, what you guys said was just kind of silly because,
right,
for one,
you got so silly. You're right. We were so silly and stupid to think that was sarcastic.
Let's not interrupt him because we just shared our breakthrough. So
okay, you're right. We're silly though. I just agreed. We're silly.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. So
tell us why our breakthrough was false.
I can already tell he doesn't like science.
No, it's not okay. So what you said about them being so close or whatever that you can almost touch them. Like, I mean, all evidence points to them being really far. All right, if anything. I mean, granted, you could argue how far that is, right? Whether it's 3,000 miles or trillions of miles away. But it's safe to say that they're pretty freaking far. All right, so we can't throw a number on that. All right, I think that's fair. All right.
Yeah, I didn't really mean actually touching them, obviously, but I mean they don't seem very far to me. But
but you can't say that though. That's just you're guessing. You know what I'm saying? You can't really throw a number on that.
I think he's talking in relative terms compared to what they're talking about with trillions of miles.
Yeah, but you can't guess that though. You can't actually come to that conclusion. I mean, there's no information to tell you that it's closer than that. And you can literally all you know is that they're really far away.
Right. They're totally that far away. They're so infinitely far away. It doesn't matter how much we move. It's still going to look like the same position because it's so infinitely far away. Just do the math.
There's a big difference between down the block and all the way across the city. You know what I mean?
That's fine. That's fine. But
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fine. But you still can't make that. You can't. I mean, that's only a guess at the end of the day. You can't really make that you know what I'm saying? Like you can't say it's closer or it's farther. All you know is that it's really far. To say that it's only.
No, yes. Either way, it's out of our reach. I think that would be a safe way of saying it.
You think about it, guys.
Yeah,
We
but I
could
mean,
be
how
the
far do we?
last aspect of the universe, and we wouldn't even know it.
What?
Well, like, how far do we see? You know, like when you think about how far have you ever seen? Is it like in your life? How far have you ever seen? I mean, when the sun's setting, 1,000 miles, 2,000, 3,000. I mean, I would say that we are humans that have limited sight. We cannot see forever. So we're seeing in a local region around us because we're mammals. We're humans. We have eyeballs that are limited. And so those lights, I mean, I think the concept of the sphere of our vision being a 3959 radius sphere, but it's the sphere of our vision. It's not the sphere of the earth. And they've reversed that sphere of vision and optics into the explanation for why it's a globe.
You
How
also
far
said
can
one
I
more.
see? I can see 1,000,000 years into the past when I look at a star.
I mean,
You said one more thing, Gio.
as
that
long
was,
as
oh, sorry.
sorry, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, but yeah, as long as there's a speed limit to, let's say, for example, yeah, light. If light has a speed limit, then yeah, one would, mathematically, see that, yeah, it's possible for you to look into, the quote unquote past because the light has to take time to travel to you. So I mean,
Fuck that bullshit.
what's
Yeah,
wrong
no,
with
come
that
on.
though?
Let's get real here. Are you thinking that you're literally seeing into the past when you look into a telescope?
Well, it's not that okay. So I mean, you have to kind of, it depends on how you look at it. Like
Oh,
when I say,
hold on. No. Yes or no is the answer.
I guess they are technically photons that were, emitted a
Some
while
stars
back.
don't even
Sure.
exist anymore.
Bullshit.
It's like looking at a photograph. You're looking at the past, but the photograph is right there.
That's kind of whatever.
So
Oh my
yeah,
God, that's so
let me ask you something. If you were,
you are the best, Matthew. Dude.
I just don't see what's so funny about that though. I mean that the math checks out. I don't see
But
really.
Lunatic, do you think? If I could ask a question, do you think that light, has if you acknowledge that light has a finite speed, if it travels at some
No,
finite
but
speed, but
I don't
let me at least
acknowledge
finish.
that. I
Okay,
don't
that's fine. That's fine.
acknowledge
Okay. In general, then, not talking to you, Lunatic, specifically. In general, if one can acknowledge that that
Why are you trying
when you
to?
see.
Why are you trying to force me into a certain
I'm no longer referring to you. I'm just speaking in general. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, then you might as well shut up because you were.
So if one person can if one acknowledges that that the way you see something is by light entering your eyes, and you also acknowledge that light can travel at some certain speed. It's not infinite speed. It's not instantaneous stuff. Then when you look at someone from across a football field or a baseball field, then you're technically looking. It took that light that entered your eyes time to travel.
Yeah, I mean, you could actually expand that to say that we never experience the present. We only
Sure.
ever experience the past. Because everything that happened instantly, and it's past.
Yeah.
There's
So
no present.
that's not so crazy to think, but something, the moon that you're actually seeing it 8 seconds in the past is crazy or something, depending on how far you think it is, stuff like that.
It's not crazy, it's just bullshit.
This is your rebuttal to me asking you guys if you think you're literally seeing into the past. Could you tell me if you think you're literally seeing into the past?
Sure, yeah. I had a question for Gio. I don't know if he's still here, but
That's not the answer. It was sure meaning yes. You think you can literally.
Yeah, if light has a finite speed that it travels. Yes. Gio, one thing Gio mentioned that Armo picked up on. Well, actually,
You're really quickly brushing that off. Does anybody want to question that, or is that just cool?
Look at this photograph.
I have an answer for you, Lou. If
Every
you
time
watch fireworks from a distance away and you see the light go off and then you hear the flash later, or if
It's
you hear
not a fucking photograph, dipshit.
Listen to the second half
I
of
know
the
your
answer.
analogy. I heard you say it 5 minutes ago.
No.
It was
We're having a
stupid
friendly
then, it's still
conversation,
stupid
man.
now.
Relax, Lou.
So are you hearing in the past when you hear thunder? Because thunder comes after lightning.
No, you're not.
Yeah, it's the same analogy. It takes sound time to travel from the lightning flash to your ears, and so when you hear thunder, it's something that happened in the past. I don't see any problem with saying the light does the same thing, just much faster.
You're talking about the Doppler effect.
No, that's not Doppler. Hold on.
No,
How did you get Doppler effect?
No,
Where did you get Doppler effect? Where did that come
Misunderstanding
from?
alert. Misunderstanding alert. Misunderstanding alert.
No. Explain how it isn't the Doppler effect.
It's not. It's just the time that it takes for sound to travel.
Even
travels
so there's a
slower
delay.
than light.
Yeah,
It is.
Delay.
Yeah, it is
Reverberate.
connected to the Doppler effect, though. I mean, the Doppler effect is connected. If the bodies are moving.
Yeah, but that's unrelated. The Doppler effect has to do with like, you know, how you like, you know. So for example, you have like an ambulance coming close to you. It's like because you know the math and all that. I'm not going to get into the math, whatever. But that's unrelated to this.
That was
all
pretty
right?
good, actually. That was a pretty good.
Yeah, thank you. I know. I worked on that. Anyway.
Nice.
Geo, you said a minute ago. You said in your experience.
Geo, you said Geo.
Because I want to get it in. Geo, you said in your experience the luminaries, the stars are stationary. In your experience, what if in my experience they're not stationary, and I've measured them to have their own motions? Which of our experiences represents reality closer?
Well, I never said they were stationary. The stars are moving. They're all moving.
Whoa.
Yeah, what the fuck? But when you say their own motions, do you mean that their motions relative to each other are different?
Yes, I thought that's what Geo meant. Of course, we all agree they appear to be moving across the sky in a night.
In unison, yeah.
But I thought Geo was saying they are like stationary and long term, like all just fixed, you know.
They reset to the same positions.
I mean, they're light surfers up there. They're surfing the waves of the ether. But yeah, I mean, well, we have they're all moving roughly at 24 hours a day. You know, I mean, the stars move at 23 hours 56 minutes, and the sun moves at 24 hours, and then the moon 24 hours and 50 minutes. So the moon's quite a bit slower. So what we call the fixed stars are moving the fastest. So those are the 23 hours 56 minutes. And yeah, in general, they do seem to stay in their fixed positions in relation to each other. But they're cruising, you know, what is that? Yeah, roughly 1,000 miles an hour, probably. They're cruising at that speed all the time.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have the wandering stars and other things other phenomenon and other things happening as well.
What if my experience is that they are not fixed with respect to one another? Then
you never experienced that.
Of course I do.
Well, there is some wiggle and jiggle. It depends on what you're talking about. How much are you talking about?
Depends on, you know, what part of the sky, but toward the center of the Milky Way, about 2.5 to 3 milliarc seconds per year.
Well, stars move. There are some stars that move around. Those would be in the category of wandering stars. And I don't mean like necessarily Mercury, Venus, and all that, although those are referred to as wandering stars. I'm talking about what we would. Okay, if you want to use the stars planets dichotomy, then we'll just go to and then just say for the stars part of it, there are some of those that actually wander.
Yeah. What if in my experience, all of them, so none of them are fixed or stationary with respect to the others? That's my experience.
Well, I gotta
convey to us your experience.
Yeah, I want to hear it. I'll be listening, but I gotta step away from the mic. I'll be back in a bit.
Yep. So I've done this countless times. I will take I will take a big go to a big telescope, and I will at one specific part of the year, I will observe thousands and thousands of stars with my telescope, taking a bunch of pictures, images, and stuff. And then 3 years later, at the same time of year, the same date of the year, but 3 years in the future, I will take the same exact, very high resolution, high precision, data, images, and pictures with my very big telescopes, and I will measure a motion, a relative motion between them all that is non-zero.
Okay.
They are moving with respect to one another. That's my experience. So
your assumption is that they're moving. It could just be that they're being refracted because the temperature and pressure in the atmosphere is different.
I correct for DAR, differential atmospheric refraction.
You correct for it. So you have the temperature and pressure of the entire sky when you're looking up at these stars?
Of my location, yeah. My location where the I'm making my observations, yes.
Yeah, but what about closer towards the star?
What do you mean closer toward the star?
Because you have your own sky dome, right? Your own local area of sky, and maybe you got the temperature and pressure for one area there. But what about when you go farther out?
You mean along the line of sight?
Yes, for each
Yeah.
star.
So yeah, exactly. So in order to apply a DAR correction, a differential atmospheric refraction correction, I need three things. I swear I've talked about this before. This is very well
Before we get
understood.
into that, did you do it 3 years after the second time to show that they were moving, like, even more in their
Yeah, of course.
trajectory that they're moving
I've been
the
doing
first
it.
time?
Yeah. Not just myself, but other astronomers have been tracking these for decades.
So every star is going in its own direction, and it's constant movement.
No, they actually have there's actually sort of systematic movements depending on what populations of stars you're actually looking at. Like the ones in the disk of the galaxy have a mean motion that's about 3 milliarc seconds, in the galactic longitude direction.
Right?
Yeah, for most of the disk population stars, yeah.
I'd like to see the data.
Sure, I can DM you some papers.
No, not papers. I want to see the images.
Oh, well, they have the images and the data and everything you would ask for in them.
All right, let's do it.
Yep. Yeah. So, as I send these back to sort of the initial question is, so my experience is very different than someone like Geo's experience. So how do we determine sort of whose experience is more consistent with reality?
It's pretty clear whoever is backing the government is wrong.
Wait, are you saying that the
I'm going to say
constellations
Chronic
from
has probably
thousands of
made
years
more
ago
accurate
are
measurements.
different?
So we have Lunatic saying, if you're part of the government, you're a shill, versus Ruhif saying, if you make better, higher precision measurements, you're probably more accurate. Yeah.
I think I'm more accurate, personally.
Sorry, go ahead,
so,
percentage. Yeah.
Yeah, are you saying that all of the constellations from thousands and thousands of years ago are different?
Sorry, I'm looking at these.
Orion before is different than Orion of now, and all these different shapes, that we see.
Yeah, very likely, probably, yeah, depending on how far back you go, I guess.
So how come some of them still look like the thing that they're supposed to be depicting?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, in 3 years, you noticed 3 milliarc seconds?
Yep, per year.
Do you know how tiny that is, percentage?
Yeah, it's a tiny amount, sure, but now extrapolate that to tens of thousands of years. When's the first mention of constellations that we have in ancient history? Probably thousands and at least a few, maybe 10,000 years ago or something.
Wait, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
How many arc seconds was it? You said milliarc seconds?
About 3. The stars in the Milky Way disk have a sort of mean proper motion of about anywhere from 3 to 5 milliarc seconds per year.
So then, okay, we just need to take, the earliest, recordings of the sky, whatever, however long ago that is in years. Let's say it's like a few thousand, and then multiply that by this number to get some kind of rough estimate, of how many milliarc seconds that would be. But from the looks of it, though, I mean, even if you multiply that by 1,000, you're gonna get 3,000.
Also, keep in mind what percentage. Yeah, you could plug the numbers in, I guess, but just multiply. Multiply 4 milliarc seconds times thousands of years. But
10,000 years, 40 arc seconds. Fuck all.
Yeah, one important thing actually is to remember is the constellation. The constellations that you're referring to, percentage. The stars that make up the constellations are some of the brightest. Some of the brightest in the sky. That's why the constellations were made by eye observations, right? So those may very well be part of different populations that have different proper motions, maybe much higher. I'm just speaking of my own experimental observational experience, which is with primarily stars in the disk of our galaxy, which are much fainter.
But you would expect that any one of these clusters or stars or what have you would have their own kind of trajectory, right? So within a constellation, you have each one of these stars moving in different directions. 40, how much did we say? 40 arc seconds?
Well, no. It depends though. They could have really small proper motions or really large proper motions.
Yeah, but the point is, you wouldn't expect that the constellations would look the same, because each of these stars is going in its own like direction or something like that, and it wouldn't be in the same, like the shape wouldn't be the same.
Yeah, so
how
given
much
their
do you think
given the
40
proper
arc
motion,
seconds is?
yeah,
It's not just 40 arc seconds. That's for one star. Now imagine every star in the constellation is moving in a different direction 40 arc seconds. It's
Right.
going to change how the constellation looks.
Do you
Well, then that would
understand
be
how
80
much
arc
40 arc
seconds.
seconds is?
Yeah. But you need to understand. You need to understand by eye observations. 40 arc seconds is what all indistinguishable by an observer's eyeball.
Yeah, and even if you want to say, oh, if everything's moving 40 arc seconds in a different direction, then that's still like the greatest distance between two stars is going to be like 80 arc seconds, because then one would be moving 40 arc seconds in one direction and then 40 in the other direction. And so, yeah, we're talking about 80 at most then at that point of two stars being, in a different.
And
whatever.
again, to repeat myself again, going if you go back to ancient star gazers who might have tried to record some of this stuff down, they are only recording positions of like the brightest ones that they can see by eye, and their precision by eye is absolute shit compared to the precision of something like the Hubble telescope or the big telescopes nowadays. So it's vastly different. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm giving my experience, and it's up against someone else's experience, and I was just, how do we reconcile it? Yeah, how do we determine
James Webb Telescope the best right now?
The best at some things, yeah, but
like the newest, best tech.
Yeah, for a lot of things, but not for long. There's ELTs coming online in a few years, extremely large telescopes on the ground that are probably going to be able to do a little bit better.
So this one's specifically good at what, taking images closer range, or
in the infrared wavelengths. Anyways, so it's just interesting to hear how you would sort of determine whose experience is more reliable. That's all. I think I
aim
DM'd
of
you a paper.
Detecting a hidden population of isolated black holes and neutron stars. This is the biggest bullshit I've ever heard.
Can you DM me that paper?
Yeah, I'll do it. I mean, this is just one. There's
About TB.
Yep, I got you.
Like, I'm trying to reserve
paper,
judgment,
by the way. I can
that's just hilarious. The principal aim of detecting isolated black holes and neutron stars through astrometric microlensing.
Yeah.
Bullshit. There's no black holes.
You're allowed to posit that claim, I suppose.
No, absolutely. There's no black holes. It's theoretical. They don't exist.
Okay, sure.
Wait, hold on. Just because something is theoretical doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's just, I mean, that's kind of,
It doesn't exist until it's proven to exist. So far it doesn't exist.
Anyways, I'll actually, yeah, I'll just put the paper in the text chat.
I guess, okay.
Vertical means, man.
The top right panel, so the right panel of figure 1 percentage, just to give an idea of the measurements that were taken. You wanted to see the data. So there's a population, so there's different colors of the data points on that panel, on that figure. So the average or the mean of the population of the red colored data points, which are stars, has an average or a mean value around, what is that? If you look down at the x-axis, that's around like 4 MAS per year, milliarc seconds per year. So yes, you can read many other parts of the paper if you want, but that's the experience that I was referring to.
And you experience this.
Yeah, you make observations, you take data, you interpret the data, maybe correctly, maybe incorrectly. That's not the argument here. I'm just saying the experience. One experience versus another experience.
Are you saying that you were part of the team that published this?
Indeed.
Cool.
Not just this one. That's almost all I do is measure motion of stars, but that that dumbs it down quite a lot, but it's basically that. This was across 12 years of observations. So that example I gave you, where you go back 2 years later and you measure, in reality, it was more like 10 or 12 years.
Well, to be fair, you said 3 years, but yeah.
Okay, 3 years, sure.
Though this paper does say 2 years. Every
And
2
this
weeks,
paper is-
actually. It says every 2 weeks for 2 years.
Yeah, this paper is also almost a decade old.
Mhm. Let's see.
8 years old. Anyways, I've been trying to tell Geo for like a long time. My experience is they're not fixed with respect to one another. However, whatever explains that, sure, we can argue about how do you explain that all day long, but it's two competing experiences. One has, measurements, data, observations, very high precision stuff to back it up. The other is kind of just what you see with your eye. So it's, kind of have to make a judgment there.
Trying to think. Are you guys reading right now, or am I allowed to like talk?
Yeah.
No, I was just wondering if you guys were like reading the thing or whatever, or if I can just like, I don't know.
You could
ramble on
ask
about
if
something.
you have a question about it. I'm happy to answer.
Okay, let me see this.
It's 90% of it is mundane and like it's a bunch of jargon for sort of general audience, but
Oh wow, look at this. That's funny because recently, because as you guys know, I haven't actually. I don't know if you guys know. I mean, I've said it before though, but I haven't gone to college. I've never gone to college. I'm going to college this year, whatever though. But it's just funny that you brought up this research paper because I recently like learned how to like, read one or whatever, like in an effective way, whatever. And so it's just kind of funny because you got like the introduction to abstract, some of the other stuff. It's kind of cool.
yeah, you know what I do? You know what I do with papers that come along every day?
What?
I'm not advocating that this is probably not the best way to do it, but I open a paper, read the title, read the abstract, just because it's the top stuff on the paper,
Mhm.
and then I scroll all the way down to the conclusion, and I read the conclusion next. And after reading those three things, the title, the abstract, and the conclusion, if I'm still very, very confused about what the purpose of the paper was, then I'll sort of go into the other sections and kind of read more. But
Yeah.
yeah,
I might have to actually give this a read. This is interesting.
don't, dude. It's pretty boring.
Yeah, but, Chronic. Yeah, I mean, the last thing you had said something about me saying something about that I just see it with my eyes. I never said that. Those words never came out of my mouth.
You said you experience it, yeah.
I'm not sure I even said that either. You asked me about the stars, and I was letting you know my understanding of how they're positioned astronomically in the actual sky field. And there's definitely, when I say the fixed stars, they're not like fixed to an absolute T. Like I said before, these things are like they're like light surfers up there. They're like luminous objects that are literally surfing in the ether of. And there's definitely like a plasma quality to it. So, and they're vibrating, I think, electromagnetically and electrostatically, and they're connected to sonoluminescence, like sound waves and light. So they're like, they're these celestial. They can be seen in so many ways, like beings, light sources, etc. But in terms of the fixed stars, I don't doubt that there is. I'll just call it some wiggle. It's like they're pulsating in a field, but something like Orion's belt is always going to be Orion's belt. It's not just going to start floating off. The Big Dipper will always be the Big Dipper.
Obviously, I
he's trying to say that the motion is consistent for each star.
I obviously disagree, but I mean,
another thing we got to take account of. You say you went 3 years difference, right? Or is it 2?
That's an example that I gave. Observations like this can be made. I went as the shortest time baseline I've ever gone myself, measuring a proper motion is a year, 1 year.
1 year. I mean,
Yeah.
if you think about it, I mean, who knows if the actual, I mean, the calendar is it's correct because I mean, if you look at the moon cycles, year to year they change, so it could be that our calendar is wrong, and you think you're going at the exact same time at the exact same date, but actually is actually incorrect.
Sure.
Yeah, it could be a possibility.
Sure. Anything is possible.
No, I mean, if you look at it, look at the calendar. I mean, from it jumps from 1 year to another, from January 12th for a new moon to January 24th.
Sure. So I agree. However, the motions that are still measured come with like I calculate error bars on them. Like there's uncertainties that come out of my measurements, and even given the uncertainties, if I was off even by a week or something, it wasn't exactly a year later. Like the measurement's still robust enough to, like, the signal is still strong enough there that it's pretty clear. I gave an exact year in the example because recently I did do one that was actually almost an exact year on the date. I think it was one day off.
I mean, we know that the moon is cyclical, right? So why don't you try that with doing 1 year of the cyclical moon instead of actually doing it just by the Gregorian calendar or whatnot?
You can do it by you can use any time-based system. It doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. Try doing that.
Sure, sure, but I don't really know what would be very different. But
I mean, it would be a comparison to see if it's just off because of the of like, just like I said, a different your time is actually incorrect. The time is that it's supposed to be on par is definitely wrong because of you're not there at exactly a year apart.
Okay. I mean, I trust our timekeeping abilities, but sure, I'll think about going on a moon cycle instead of the calendar. Sure, I'll think about that. I just posted another paper about proper motions of stars in the Orion Nebula. Anyways, not to straw man or put words in your mouth, Gio, but I'm just saying that when you use the term like fixed, or you even admit it a little bit, you acknowledge that maybe there might be some pulsating or something like this or that. Percentage reiterated what I've been saying is that no, my experience is that all stars, all luminaries, whatever you want to call them, the wandering ones, the ones that you think are fixed, that appear to be fixed, they have relative proper motion. They're moving with respect to one another. They are not fixed. That's the only thing. Moving in a systematic way, not just like pulsating, like going left, right, or wiggling, like a systematic motion in very specific directions with respect to one another.
Why is it different between them, though?
Yeah, I can perfectly explain that. So I don't know if you still have the figure up, but there's different color-coded data points. Mm-hmm. So in this specific paper, in this specific example, the field of stars that the telescopes were pointing at, they comprised different populations of stars, meaning some fraction of all those 241,000 stars that were observed, some small fraction of them were their population were disk stars. They were in the disk of the galaxy that we appear to be inside of. And the other population of the stars, the blue data points in that figure in the paper, are what are called galactic bulge population stars. And you can laugh about the word bulge all you want, but so there's two very distinct different populations, and you can see that they have different systematic motions, and that's pretty convincing evidence that these populations are moving in some systematic way with respect to one another. So the stars in the disk are moving in a what appear to be moving in a disk, motion.
I would agree. They're definitely all moving. Like, essentially, I see them in a way as like race cars, all in their own track, and they're cooking along in their track. And
if you want to think about spiral disk as a racetrack, sure, you can think of it that way. But
I mean, the Big Dipper is the Big Dipper, and Polaris is Polaris. I mean, those are not like. Are you suggesting that at some point on Earth, the Big Dipper won't even be there? Like everything will have moved millions of miles or whatever? Is that what you're going?
The stars will still be visible by the naked eye, just like our ancient ancestors saw them. However, their positions on the sky with respect to one another will look visually different.
Okay, so the Big Dipper will be gone at some point, you're saying?
10,000 years, I think is what
the shape that the stars that make up the Big Dipper will be a different shape. Yes, very, very far, in the past or in the future. Yes.
And you're getting that from the fact that they wiggle a little bit between each other?
No, I'm getting that from the fact that they all have systematic motions relative to one another that have been measured to very high precision.
Yeah, they're all wiggling.
I wouldn't say wiggling, but I guess
they're fractal light surfers up there.
Okay. You know what I'm trying to say, man.
I got you.
You don't have to. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything, but I'm just backing up what I'm saying with sort of.
I can't help it, but they're doing the Wuhan wiggle.
That was just cringe.
Cringe in a good way though. Like, yeah, that's good.
So you're saying they're changing. Question is, how far are they? I mean, because you have to know the distance to see. I mean, to imagine what's the change, right?
No, you don't presuppose distance at all. Why do you think you have to know the distance?
Mike, hold
on. I'm not presupposing a single thing. All I'm saying, if you want me to like bring it to the Discord sort of language, all that is simply being done is repeated observations of these luminaries in the sky, and these observations show that they have very well measured motions with respect to one another. So you can look at one star over a bunch of years, and you can measure it's been moving in this direction. So like in this arrow, and then a different star, you have a different arrow that's going a different way. Another star, you have another arrow pointing a different way. That's
all right. So let's just say that your data is 100% correct. It's the most accurate data ever taken by humankind. So okay, let's say that's the case. Now, what is the big difference for you in terms of the concept of the stars being close and local in some kind of field above us, and they're making those movements you're talking about, or being on some sphere and some massive thing with stars that are burning suns light years away? Like, why couldn't that work with the stars being close and local over a stationary plane or Earth? Or is that even what you're going for with this? Like, is the motion that they're moving, is that supposed to do something for this idea of the light years and the balls in a vacuum thing?
There's many reasons why it wouldn't simply work on a dome. These luminaries moving, very close or local or whatever. There's many reasons why it wouldn't work. I'm happy to get into those, but for the sake of this conversation, I am not even claiming that these specific, very specific measurements, imply one over the other, that they're distant or close or whatever. I'm just simply saying, based on the measurements, they're moving with respect to one another. That's all.
Okay, so.
But I mean, if you wanted me to,
I thought there was there something else behind that, or was it just that?
Well, in its simplest form, the experience, that the original thing was about experience, these stars fixed with respect to one another. My experience is not that. So there's something's got to give there, right?
But they are fixed because the constellations have been the constellations for how many years? I mean, we can go back into many, many ancient astrological, Chinese, Ayurvedic, on and on. And they have very complex, detailed astrological systems They knew about these wandering stars. They had the constellations, the Polaris. Polaris was named because it's the pole star. It was named that for a reason. So,
sure. So maybe you were.
If you're claiming that they're making minimal movements, I don't doubt that because, like I said, they're in the field. It's like an electromagnetically charged field. So there's always going to be some of that pulsation.
Yeah, we talked about this.
But where are you getting any evidence that the constellations were not what they were in the past, and etc.?
We talked about this. Arma, Ruhif, percentage, and me. I think you were away a little bit ago. But again, I think Arma or Ruhif actually calculated what these motions would be, and basically backtracked to them to the ancient Chinese astronomers, and the maximum motions would be something like 40 arc seconds of a difference in position compared to today. So then you got to think about these ancient astronomers, however high precision you really think you're claiming their measurements are. They did not have the huge 10-meter telescopes, Hubble all this current generation stuff. So they were essentially using the accuracy of their own eyeballs. So
to be clear, it's 40 arc seconds if you take like a mean value, and that's per star. So every star would be moving that much.
Well, no, some less and some more.
Yeah, on
you
average though, that applies to one star. So each star would have its own average of 40 arc seconds.
Yeah, I mean,
so draw your own conclusions.
It's a living organism, ultimately. That's how I see it.
Sure.
So, just real quick, so this movement, is it from is it a constant iteration in one direction?
Let me try to think about what you mean by that.
So an iteration an iteration is like a dot, yes. Right? So then so like if you're imagining, I'm just using this in a linear fashion, from the left to the right, it's moving 40 constant arc seconds in that direction from the original position. Is that the argument?
4 milli-arc seconds per year, yes.
And that's
in this specific case.
There's
many other cases where you actually see some additional effects, some wobbling, which may sound appealing. Sounds appealing, right? Am I right? Wobbling, pulsating.
Of course.
This is very likely due to the parallax effect. But in these, in this population of stars, specifically for this paper, it's a linear proper motion, yeah.
And then,
I would say it's sonoluminescent cymatic pulsations of light and sound.
I forgot cymatic, my bad.
And then, is this the entire night sky, or is this just in particular certain stars that have been measured, and then it's just assuming that everything's doing that?
So from my own experience, it's a few lines of sight that are pretty wide field, so they cover hundreds of thousands of stars total. Over the total that I've ever analyzed myself, probably 250K plus another 120K plus every few years we get new lines of sight which are much smaller, so probably only like 1,000. So whatever that equals, so 450,000 or so total stars. That's just from my own. That's from my own experiment, my own experience and measurements taking myself. In terms of all the other parts of the sky, I mean, countless. You can give me any constellation right now, and I'll look up a scientific paper and measurements that were made with telescopes that will give you proper motions of those stars in those fields.
Okay, I got a star for you. How about from this paper here, bulge star ID 42?
Can
Okay.
I ask
you a question?
What do you want?
It shows 19.09 milli-arc seconds per year.
Sure.
Multiply that by, 10,000 years? And that's how many degrees?
Well, 42 So that's 19 milliarc seconds per year in the galactic latitude direction. It's minus 2.6 in the longitude direction.
Mhm.
So you see that? You see the B and the L?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. So go again.
In the latitude, that's movement of how much is that over 10,000 years?
Multiply. I don't know. Just multiply
by 10,000 divided by 360.
Yeah.
Or 3,600.
Sure.
To get the degrees. So what? 50. Hold on, let me do that.
Just real quick, like if I'm looking up at the night sky, how much is this 40-second
so
arc?
this charge, the latitude, this star, the latitude of it would change by 53.03 degrees.
If you did your calculation correctly. Now, I assume you're looking at table 1.
Yeah.
Look a few columns to the left of those motions. Now, do you see those magnitude numbers? So F814 and F606 magnitude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So those numbers, 26, 26th magnitude. You know how crazy faint that is to the human eye?
Sure.
So just in case you're getting to the point where like an ancient person would have seen this in a way different part of the sky, absolutely out of the question.
No, but you have to recall that. I mean,
let me check if you even did your math right, though. I mean, what was the original? What was the?
Yeah. So look, take the. So Arma, hold on. Let me Arma take the
you just divided by 60 twice.
Well, I was just gonna say, do Pythagorean theorem on 19 is one side of the triangle, and 2.5 is the other side of the triangle. So then if you get the hypotenuse from that, that is how many milliarc seconds per year the motion of this one star is, and then you can do your conversion back, 10,000 years ago or whatever.
That was going to be my
you rounding down.
That was going to be my question, just real quick. If I'm looking up in the sky, and what does 40 arc seconds look like if I'm looking up in the night sky, just like in general?
Nothing. 40 arc seconds is like
it's absolutely
1/60th of a degree.
Yeah, it's absolutely impossible for your eye to discern. If there were two bright stars that were 40 arc seconds away from each other, to your eye it would look like one star.
So that's what I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. Like I definitely, from my viewpoint, agree. There's resonance, there's frequency, pulsation, vibrations, etc. So, but if they're but I mean, calling them fixed when they're 99.99999% fixed makes sense because that's what they're a map of some sort. So seeing them for the map that they are, at least in this current time period, I mean, we could talk about maybe in the future, past, maybe the stars are totally different in that sense. Now, I know on a heliocentric, you might say, yeah, it's because it's traveling through the universe, but you could also just be said that just the ceiling above us, just the star field moves. It gets different ley lines of electricity through the plasma field above and then lines things up. But as far as like all of the history we currently have, there does seem to be these like 12 zodiacal signs and the wandering stars, and they all seem quite consistent.
So I had to disagree after the first. I disagreed after the very first like sentence, but you said they're 99.999% fixed. From your experience, from how like can you qualify that? What? They're not. I disagree. They're 99.999% moving relative to one another based on my observations.
And
go ahead, Elbow.
Sorry, my question was, what was this taken with?
So I'm not rounding down like percentage called me out for. 3. Go with 3.0.
No. With what? With what? It was your.
What the fuck? I don't need any favors. Go with 2.64.
Yeah. It's 19 is one side of the triangle and 2.6 is the other side of the triangle.
No, I was saying what was this? You took that. You say you took those images or whatever, and I was wondering this was your telescope taking that picture or somebody else's, or was this?
I used big several different really big.
This is fucking Hubble, man.
Yeah, you're not gonna get this with your little backyard. Your little backyard
telescope. Wait, let me just hold on.
Oh, wait, okay.
What's
more like Hubble shit.
What is going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Wait,
funny.
this is all Hubble data?
No.
This particular
Please
study.
tell me it's
This
not.
one, yeah, percentage of white knight for me. The one specific study that we are reading about is Hubble.
So
This
do you
has
have
been
any
done.
measurements
This has been
not
done.
on Hubble? But are you
Yes. Keck telescopes, Gemini North, Gemini South, CTIO. I mean,
Where
at
are
least
they?
a dozen.
Can it be
Where
done
are
with any civilian level that you
Yeah.
could actually?
Yes. Hawaii, Arizona, Chile,
So
New
hold on,
Zealand.
just real quick. So earlier I heard you say, and I came into this conversation in the middle, my measurements.
Yeah.
So that's out the window.
Huh? Why?
Say that again, Travis.
Wait, why?
Yeah, he said my experience. Then he handed this study over.
From Hubble, huh?
Yeah.
Got a fluff. You've got a lot of fluff.
Like
Anyways.
no. Like honestly,
but then
I
he said
thought
his
you
name's
didn't-
on the
you-
paper that he
Hold
actually.
on.
You
Hold on, real quick.
didn't
But the
take
point
one measurement. You never took one measurement.
Of course I did. Now, whether you accept that that's a measurement or not, sure.
You looked at data given to you by.
No,
Hubble.
hold on. Let me be more specific, Chronic. It's not your measurement. This, like when you said my measurement, I thought you were like in your backyard looking at this shit, drawing on a chart, doing this little hula, but with your tongue out your mouth between your teeth.
Of course not. Of course not. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks
how
for
big
playing.
is the gap in his teeth?
So
Holy
what
fuck.
about on the ground telescopes in Hawaii and California and Arizona and Chile and New Zealand?
But they're all run through government agencies.
Of course not. No.
This is why, Chronic, I said I want to see the actual images, like the actual photographs of the stars in their relative positions.
And I bet every single one of those telescopes you're mentioning is connected to the government in multiple ways.
Well, does that prove anything?
It could, if you're just getting data from big astro.
But in your world, all we need is correlation.
Yeah,
Girl
back
likes
to the
my
main point.
telescope, and she's got
Again,
a big ass.
I like that. I like that.
Again.
Big ass, girl.
We can
Yeah.
argue that we can speculate. We can argue about the whatever corruptness, the what all this means, why they're even moving. It's simply an experience of mine and measuring things versus like someone else's experience that says something different. That's all.
So my experience of someone else's experience is my experience.
Are you going to be disappointed when all we get to experience for space is a VR headset?
Well, that just came out of left field, but
Well, not totally. Like, I mean, I'm serious. Are you? Because that's what you're going to get. That's how you're going to get to experience space.
I don't. Did I claim I want? Oh, excuse me. I don't think I wanted. I don't care to experience space myself, but it's not about me.
Maybe not you yourself, but you do understand that this has all been a big sales pitch, right? Like, there's a lot of people growing up who think that someday, because of SpaceX, they're gonna get to go to Mars and shit like that.
Oh, they're definitely going back to the moon. Just wait next year. 2025 tops.
Well, I mean, that's just. I don't expect anyone to like believe that stuff.
Well, they were
skeptic.
believing that for the last, I don't know, 15 years since Elon announced he was going to colonize Mars. 20 years, whatever it was. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since Elon fucking said that.
If and when that ever does happen, though, is it going to do anything for you personally?
If and when, it's a possibility.
But is it going to do anything?
He meant to say if and or when, and by
Yes,
that he meant
yeah.
if, meaning it's not
when.
going to happen.
Yeah, if when. Yeah.
Are there any flat earthers here that would go to Mars?
I'd go to Mars in a nanosecond.
No, this is the thing. Is like even Globers now, they're like, okay, I mean, when he said that, he didn't really mean it. Like, we're just kind of backpedaling. Like, he was like, he would love to. He would do it in a nanosecond. You know, if he could, he would. You know, he's gonna do his best to make sure that that's a possibility. That's what he meant.
There is no Mars.
It'd be funny if someone actually went through, like a flat earther went through the process of the application.
For like a movie role?
You think there's anybody who's gonna... Jesus, man. Like, it matters. Nobody, Glober or fucking flat earther alike, is going to fucking Mars.
Yeah, I have better use of my time and money.
Same.
Yo, if I want to act, I'd go for a better movie role.
Hey, you know they're training. I shouldn't say that word. They're what's the right word to use? They being like the greater sort of community. It doesn't include me, but I don't know if you guys heard. There's this satellite mission that's about to slam into an asteroid. I think next week to redirect it as a test. It's just a test case.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah, and there's like 24 or more telescopes on the ground, in space, all kinds, private, public, government, non-government, etc., that are going to be observing this this impact all at the same time.
That was gonna happen like 2 years ago or something. I read that a long time ago.
No, this one's called DART, D-A-R-T.
Yeah, I've read that a long.
What does it stand for?
Something redirection test, something at direct asteroid redirection test, or
I
something.
swear this is like old news.
Is it? No, it's
Is this like space lettuce? They've done this before. Gonna do it again, or
yeah, September 27th. Yeah, 4 days from now.
I swear I heard about this last year.
I think the mission launched. Like they had to launch the DART, you know, from Earth like a couple of years ago, maybe. 'Cause it takes time to get there, you know.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah. There was a cool. Trying to find it. There was a cool infographic that showed all of the telescopes that are going to look at it when it.
so they've got. So how far away is this?
I do not know many details about it.
You'd have to have that shit mapped out like crazy, man. Right?
What do you mean, like making sure you hit it and don't miss?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like humanity's got that down pretty good, I think.
Oh, you think? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Damn, I can't find it now.
One and done every time, or what?
Well, I have no idea about the success rate and stuff. I don't know.
I mean, it'd have to be pretty good to one and done.
So will amateur astronomers be able to see this with their home telescopes?
I do not know. That's a good question. Oh, here we go. I found it. Okay.
I thought you did say that they would be when you first were talking about it.
Well, I said telescopes around the world, big, small, private, public, government, non-government. So I don't know if that includes rinky-dink little 6-inch backyard telescopes.
Yeah.
Hey, it's an 8-inch Celeron. Thank you very much.
Okay.
That's very funny.
Let's see. This looks like it's, if that goes into the chat. Yeah. So let's see. What is this? This is worldwide telescopes that will observe the DART mission impact and its aftermath next week. So that gives all the telescopes, probably not even all of them. There's probably more that are gonna try to look, and then there's size of the telescopes in next to it in parentheses. So I wonder, you know, it's probably not going to do anything for a skeptic. Like all this is probably fake to anyone who doesn't believe much. But I don't know. I think it's going to be pretty cool.
Dude, there's a lot of really cool stories that they love to tell you all the time. And if you want to believe them, like, I get it. Like, there's a child in me still, too. You know? But, like, it's just stories.
Yeah, man.
It's just stories.
So you think there's going to be live, multiple views for this event?
It says
Like
that
multiple angles.
Sorry. It says that the it's 6.8 million miles away. The dart collision
Yeah,
or what?
I don't know. Maybe I need to read more about it.
This shit is so fake.
I haven't spotted anything that seems fake yet, but that's of course I
6.8
live in a
million
different
miles?
paradigm
Listen,
than you guys.
can I go back? I just had this existential like flashback. Like when I was listening to you, Chronic, and you're like, my measurements, like in my mind, I was like totally in awe that you had taken the time to watch the fucking night sky and do this.
Yes, I
I'm
have.
totally
I have,
deflated,
man.
dude.
I have.
I'm
Just one
totally
thing, my
deflated.
experience. That's
Now
my
the
experience.
one example that we've been discussing is with the Hubble telescope.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
have
but motherfucker,
other.
you were
Listen,
talking
did
like
you
you were
catch-
first name on the
hold-
paper,
let him-
man.
let him
You were
finish.
all right, and then you said the Hubble. Wait,
Hold on,
what?
let me finish. Let me
What
finish.
about
Let me
the-
finish.
Yeah, let him.
This is like,
guys.
this is like, wait.
Travis,
This is like,
let me finish my sentence, man.
I'm
I have
just so
several other examples of telescopes on the ground I've traveled to, I have used myself, that show the same thing. So
Yeah.
As a whole?
But you were kind of bullshitting because you said
about what?
3 years.
No, I never said that's my specific
experience. Blah blah. And then you pull out this paper, and then you act like you were first name on it.
I think you guys are equating two different things. I'm pretty sure Chronic was saying that he did one thing and the paper was another thing. That's
Yeah, no,
but the paper was supposed to be substantiation for the stuff he was saying.
Yeah,
he saw
It
to
is,
a
though.
telescope or multiple telescopes.
Is it
And
not substantiating what I was saying, though?
Stuff in the sky,
Not really, 'cause you were
right?
saying 3 years, and then they did it again 3 years later, and it was consistent and stuff like that. This one isn't even 3 years; it's like a 7-year gap or some shit.
So check this out.
And then
Before we
it's
continue,
Hubble. It's not you.
Wait, do you understand that a longer baseline is better for the measurement? Do you understand that?
If it's only one iteration, but ideally you would have multiple iterations to show consistent movement.
It is multiple iterations.
No, it's not. It's just 2004 to like 2011.
Dude, why is it that we
Before we
always see the
continue on
exact
that,
same face of Jupiter every time they take a damn picture of it?
dude, I gotta go to sleep. So I want to just say one more thing, man. So about the dart thing, y'all can go back to that in a second, man. Let me just say this right quick. So it's 6.8 million miles away, and right, they're supposed to be looking at this, but you know how big is that thing? How wide is that thing? Like 500 feet. The dart.
Sure.
Dart satellite.
Sure. Continue. I think I know where you're going with it. Continue though.
Is that gonna be visible, man?
Well, I mean, do you expect the impact to be wondrous and outstandingly bright or not? That's the question, really.
Like what? Like fireball? Like
Oh, I have no idea. I think this is the first of its kind. So that's that's yet to be seen. Next week we'll see really how bright it actually gets.
So you're telling me that they were able to direct this 500-foot thing 6.8 million miles away to just directly impact that thing?
Yeah.
Yo, this is
You don't-
fucking.
You don't have
it's
to
a
believe.
PR
It's not my
stunt.
fault if you don't believe it. Yeah, that's fine.
It's PR.
I was saying it's one and done, right? One and done.
It's literally PR. They're like trying to hype it up and like have a host watching party or something like that. Host a watching party to watch this shit. Dart Impact Day is Monday, September 26th, and they're gonna have media briefings at NASA headquarters and all this bullshit. It's just bullshit, man. It's public relations.
Oh, I mean, you're just positing.
It's just a
random
distract for Artemis' failure.
It's not going to be visible from Earth.
stuff.
I think it's just a
Okay.
distraction for Artemis' failure.
Wait, I think Artemis is still going to launch soon, though. No,
Yeah, about a year ago, or a year from now.
a year from now, not
Look,
2 weeks or less.
Interview opportunities, NASA social. This is fucking just PR, man. Become a planetary defender. Support DART mission by becoming a planetary defender. Participants who take a short quiz will earn a certificate and badge they can like fucking...
Do it, bro. You won't do it. Sign up. Sign
Oh,
up.
Lord.
Infiltrate the system, dude. Be a soldier.
Yo, I'm already Captain Planet.
Okay.
It's a conflict of interest.
just because 2 years wasn't enough for you, percentage, I gave you a follow-up paper that adds several more years. That has a total baseline of 9 years. So,
Okay, I've reached my quota for today, but I'll check it out a different day.
Yeah.
NASA invites media to witness world's first planetary defense test. This is bullshit and a half.
Okay.
And of course, the image is a CGI image.
Well, what do you want them to show?
Would it kill them to show an actual photo of a satellite and an asteroid?
He wants a selfie camera following the satellite as it impacts the asteroid.
Yeah, but I mean, it hasn't happened yet, right? How are you? What?
No, I'm not asking. This photo isn't of the impact. It's an illustration of NASA's DART spacecraft and the Italian Space Agency's Likia cube.
Yeah, and I'm asking you, what did you want?
They claim there's thousands of satellites out there that are all in like the certain range. At some point, one satellite has to come near to another. Like, where's any one picture of anything like that?
Yeah.
What would they for you guys?
Your mic is horrible, Nate.
Is my mic bad?
Yeah,
Sorry.
is it just me?
How about now? Better?
No,
It's a little bit better, yeah, a little bit
It's
better.
kind of tinny and low.
I thought this footage, satellites bumping into you. What would that do for you?
If I had a photo of a satellite and an asteroid,
Yeah.
I'd be more inclined to believe it.
So there was
Earth from space. Well, like, why would you believe this?
Why wouldn't I? Because this is an illustration. A CGI illustration.
The satellite is taking the same pictures of something crashing into it as it's taking images of Earth. But the images the satellite takes of Earth, you don't believe. But if the satellite took an image of a comet that's about to smack into it, you would be inclined to believe that.
How
Yo, I'm not even saying it has to be like of the asteroid like that's about to impact. I'm saying just a bona fide photograph of an asteroid and of a satellite would be cool.
How would you get a picture
I haven't
of
seen
an
a single
asteroid?
one.
Have you percentage? Come on, are you familiar with Osiris Rex, the asteroid Bennu? Here, I'll give you a link.
Sounds
I'll give you a
familiar.
link. I'll give you a link. Sorry, go ahead, Armo. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I mean, I guess I have to kind of understand the context here. Like, I imagine we've done this before. We smashed what is it, a satellite into an asteroid before? Is that
Very recently? Yeah.
Okay, so then
Where's
the picture that we get of that, though, if we were to get a picture of that, right? I mean, are we even able to take a picture of something like that? Like
We
at
are.
that distance?
Just give me 30 seconds. I got it for you. Now, just to preface it, whether or not percentage accepts this as a deliverable for his demand is up to him. It's not.
Yeah, let's just
It's
see
not
what's
on.
up.
It's not on anyone else that he doesn't.
Let's see the
trust
so-called
it.
evidence.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So while I'm clipping this, what again is the demand percentage?
I was simply asking for a photograph of an actual asteroid and satellite.
Okay, I'll do you one better. Let me give you.
By the way, the name of that asteroid is called Dysmorphio, which means having two form. Interesting.
YouTube changed all their clip. Like, how do I copy the clip?
Like, if we can get 4K video of the Tesla car in space, we should be having more than a fucking photograph of, asteroids and satellites.
But wouldn't it kind of depend on like what's taking the picture, though? I mean, like, I don't. Like, if it's from Earth,
the satellite should be able to take a photo.
Yeah, but I mean, the distance
Ideally,
is.
video.
I know, but I don't know what you're expecting exactly. I mean,
All I'm saying is if there's like 14,000 active satellites around the world, and actually there's probably like around 20,000 total, 6,000 or so have been decommissioned. You would expect that from all of these satellites, we would have had at least, some credible photograph or video of like other satellites, of the Earth, of the asteroids, of anything. But there's nothing.
I put a link
It's
percentage.
bullshit.
Now watch it real quick. It's just a 10-second clip, and return with either a goalpost movement or just tell me where this fails to satisfy your demand.
1 second, I have to find it.
It's in the text chat. I have some idea of where you're gonna go next, but I'll leave it open for you to.
Oh, I remember this. This is from like 3 years ago.
No, it's
I don't know if
even
it
it's
was
like less than a
3
year
years
ago.
but-
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it's ancient history. I remember picking this apart.
Yeah. For what it's worth, I think you're a Poe, but I mean, you're fine with. We don't really care what we think of each other.
What do you mean by that?
I remember back in the day, I did not find this existing.
Just like
I mean,
pretending to be a fly.
convincing.
What's not convincing about it? Percentage.
How could he?
Like I wasn't convinced that it was on the moon or on the asteroid or whatever it was claiming it was.
Sure, but
the asteroid bending.
the goal of the mission was not to prove to you specifically that, it's
Obviously, but the goal of you posting it right now was.
Yeah, well, you had a very simple demand. In my opinion, a very, very simple demand that I met. Now, whether or not, again, I prefaced it.
I
before
do
posted
appreciate the
link.
timestamp though, where you skipped past all the CGI.
Well, sure. I mean, I just went to the raw, data, the raw images and video. But I'm not a fan of CGI stuff. So
You and me both.
Yep.
But like, why didn't it show?
Well, I mean, it
before
showed
this
multiple
impact?
camera views of this interaction between the satellite and the asteroid, or the claimed
but
asteroid.
It could have just been on Earth, right?
I don't know
They didn't
where.
show us like before and after. They didn't show us. Like,
Well, I know there's definitely
satellite
showing
approaching.
after. What they're showing an approach, a touch, and then a backing away.
Yeah,
And
but I mean, like they didn't show us
everything that
the
I'm
actual
seeing there.
thing. Like approaching from hundreds of like yards or kilometers away or something like that.
Maybe they do have that somewhere. I don't know. I just went straight to the interaction between the satellite and the asteroid. Because again, in my opinion, your demand was simple to show.
Yeah, my demand was an actual asteroid. This does not show an actual asteroid.
Again,
It shows
whether or not
of
you
ground.
believe it's an actual asteroid or not, it's not the point of the argument. It's that a demand that you made was met. Now you can move the goalpost and say,
No, I said an
need another-
actual photo of an asteroid. This is an
That's
actual
exactly
photo
what this
of
is.
Earth.
This is exactly what this is.
It's fucking
Wait.
Earth. They just slow down the speed, slow down the playback speed so it looked like it was in less gravity. You can't trick me.
Interesting claim there you got, buddy.
So, okay, so your argument is that, it has to be an actual picture of an asteroid, but, and I guess the only way for you to kind of prove that to yourself is if it was approaching the asteroids, like you had the asteroid's entire, like, shape and view or something? Is that what you want, kind
A
of?
photograph alone wouldn't cut it. So if you could say that I'm moving the goalpost on that, because it's hard to verify something with one single photograph. So yeah, you'd have to have a video, I guess.
Well, at least you acknowledged the goalpost movement. But
is there a full video of? Is there more to this video of like the collision or whatever?
I
by any
don't
chance?
know how far.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah, I don't know how far before or after it actually goes, but that would just take some like research probably.
Let me look that up real fast. I want to see because then we can get percentage to move the goalpost again. You know?
No, I remember this.
So,
Arma, I remember this one from like a while back, and it was it was fishy back then because it didn't have all the stuff. There was a lot of there's someone kind of commentating as to what was happening and stuff like that, and they kept on going to other people as if it was like a sports center, and then they would show some CGI, and then they finally showed this interaction, and it was a one-off.
Yeah, October 2020, so less than 2 years ago. But just because your brain is interpreting it, and your skeptical brain as a scripted act doesn't mean
I don't
that
trust
it really
these hoes.
was.
Scripted. I just don't trust these people as far as I can throw them.
These hoes.
They show me a fucking rock and they claim it's an asteroid. No, it looks like a fucking rock on Earth.
I bet percentage could throw them a pretty good way too.
Okay.
Scrawny McLiven looking motherfuckers.
Yeah, man, it's
extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.